Welcome to day 2 of IEM Chicago. We've already had to say goodbye to a few of our teams that have unfortunately fallen out of the competition. With 14 teams remaining, it looks fiercer than ever. It should be a slobber knocker, and this is the Predator pre-show where we'll be breaking it all down. Joined once again by the wonderful Benjamin Doughty. Yeah,
as mentioned, some teams already be facing defeat. MVP, Renegades, to the, technically Asian sides, we'll say, falling short. NRG taking down MVP, Renegades losing out to LDLC. Both 3-map series as well. Very tight and very close.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. Yesterday had some crazy results, upsets galore with the E United win versus Na'Vi as well. So quite a few unexpected things, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, that was a massive shock to anybody who was thinking about it. It was a very one-sided affair. From what we thought, at least pre-show-wise, we were just thinking, yeah, Na'Vi should be able to take this quite easily. It's a very one-sided thought in mind. However, E United came out the gates firing on all cylinders. It was crazy.
Yeah, all sorts of ridiculous stuff. The knife round coming through from Dapper as well was trying to make some cheeky plays, Ben, with some very interesting moments that I think will stick with us potentially for quite some time.
Yeah, it was a bit of an interesting one, especially seeing as some people didn't quite understand the actual consequences that could have occurred because of that decision, right? If you just simply killed him, you might be thinking even higher chance of winning the next round, but he risked it and ultimately didn't come up with the actual kill. So, it's his decision at the end, I suppose.
Yeah, it is true. We do have the schedule for today's games as well, which we'll go over in a moment and start to break that down, because today is a little bit different. Obviously, yesterday we started off with the best of one. Today we're going straight in and opening up with the best of 3 elimination games, Ben. So it really is hot off the press from the get-go.
Yeah, it means teams have to be ready. Obviously, it's quite early on. We can see the schedule there. Luminosity against Avanga, which, in terms of actual, if you're thinking about potential upsets, Avanga are always a team that you can think they're good for one upset during every tournament. However, this matchup is one of those where they actually find themselves being the favourite, which is quite, rare if you think about it. Just in general, especially consider Epicenter that just happened a few weeks ago. They had a really good placement there, got 3rd, 4th, beat teams like Hellraisers, NIP, and that's the kind of upsets you expect. But now they've got to a point where they are the actual favourites in matchups.
Yeah, it is ridiculous as well how that's sort of gone, because it's a complete flip side. So that opening match will be a bit of a juicy one potentially, and it's hard as well. Henny going to need to really prove his worth. Looked good yesterday when we got to see them for a little bit, but in a best of 3, it's a completely different storyline to what we saw there in the best of 1.
Yeah, obviously the best one, I was saying to you earlier, Henny, he's currently one of the top 10 players at the actual event due to that performance yesterday, and even then, it was a very one-sided game. Like, Liquid had control of the game the whole way through it. Henny was delivering some rounds, but he needs support, and that's the thing. Does he get it through a whole best of 3? Yeah.
As you can see as well with Group A, the teams that are currently listed on the screen, the interesting takeaway from that is the fact that FaZe and Astralis have already confirmed their places at the live arena. So they'll be playing in front of that crowd, which is going to be amazing for them, obviously for FaZe as well. It was a rocky start, so good to see they've actually been able to get things back together.
Yeah, especially as that was actually one of the matchups, which, think about it, as 4th versus 5th seed. MIBR, a very, a strong side when they need to be. However, that best of 3, it was very scrappy, if I'm honest, watching it. A lot of teams, they got a lead and then pulled away, kind of didn't control the game as they should have done. And FaZe ultimately get themselves to the playoffs, which, if you consider the match we saw yesterday against LDLC, they probably shouldn't have won it.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And touching on LDLC there for a moment as well, we saw Alex actually going over his thoughts in an article on HLTV, giving more of an explanation of what's really going on, saying that Amanek and Devadevek have been a godsend for the team, which we saw. They have definitely been helping out in terms of the firepower, but saying that it was an unfortunate loss that they've taken. And actually, emotions were high. They're trying a different calling style where they'll actually try and base it off both of them. And it just didn't really work out too well in terms of the game. Lots of mental sort of fortitude crumbling away really into that matchup, but they're still looking confident. They took a win versus Renegades as well, which was covered last night on the B stream. So for LDLC, potentially still a lot to prove in this tournament.
In terms of confidence, though, if you think about it this way, obviously that map we saw yesterday with FaZe, Mirage, 16-14, heart-crushing loss, right? That's fair to say. Everybody, no matter who you are, if you get a loss like that, it'll be quite, heartbreaking. Yeah. However, they played Mirage again later on in the day against Renegades, and they won 16-2. So that's the confidence straight back, right? Because that's how they should have been performing. I said Mirage was one of their good maps. And obviously I was thinking, they weren't delivering, they're missing smoke so easy. Errors that won't happen again is the thing. And that was just unfortunate it happened in that game.
It's actually good they've been able to get it out of their system in that opening game at least, right? And that's also the nerves walking into it. I mean, this is the biggest tournament they've competed at. This is the one for them, their crowning moment. So for LDLC, potentially still a lot more to come out of them from IEM Chicago, which would be interesting. And with Group B, the fact is, Ben, we have something a little bit interesting. Fnatic and E United being one of the 2 teams that will actually make it to the playoffs here. Only one of them, but really, did anybody expect both of these 2 teams to be in that position?
Well, if you think about the seeds in general, right? So Na'Vi, 2nd seed, against United, who are 15th. And this is player second seeds as well. So that's every other team thinking.
That's a unanimous decision.
Yeah, that's everybody thinking, yeah, they'll probably be about a second seed. United, maybe 15th. United destroyed Na'Vi. And then Fnatic, who were 10th seed, beat Big, who were 7th as well. So that's both lower seeds winning. And ultimately, that means, as you said, one of those teams will go into the stage. And that's kind of crazy. If you're a United, you're thinking, we've got a chance here to win a best of 3. To get to be in front of our home crowd. And that's crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They're actually going to be really pumped going into that, you've got to imagine. Especially for Fnatic, it's the fact that recently, their form's not been amazing, Ben. They haven't looked mind-blowing online. EPL, they've been struggling going into this as well. It's the first event we're actually seeing Brolan and Twist on LAN with this roster now as a core 5. The worrying factor is, are they ready? Have they actually been able to iron out the kinks? Because they were still attempting to alter things and switch stuff up online during EPL.
Yeah, that was one of the weird things. We've cast them quite a few times the last few weeks. And during those games, I mentioned they were changing positions and things. And that instantly just tells me you've not had much time to practice. And we saw LDLC, or Alex actually mentioned in that interview, he said, we haven't actually had time to prep for this event. We've had like 70 games in the last 2-3 weeks. We just need to play those games and hopefully we're just coming in with what we have. And Fnatic, they have to do the same. However, yesterday, Twist had a fantastic game, actually. He used 27 kills, I think. JW or Crims actually had like 120 ADR as well. Looking a lot better because online they were very disappointing, I think is the best way to say it.
Yeah, but that's the other flip side, right? Is now for United, knowing that they're that close to the American crowd, going up against a team that potentially isn't at 100% strength, this could be huge for them to try and get an upset win here. And at that point, I mean, you've already beaten Na'Vi. Fnatic, it's a little bit easier if you can try and run with that same level of confidence. If we can see Moose, who was playing like an absolute beast yesterday, try and relive that form, Dazzle as well. The entire squad was actually looking pretty darn effective. I mean, Relics across the board had a bit of a quiet game, but impact frags when were necessary. Everyone was playing their role to a good degree.
And that's kind of worrying, though, if you think about it this way. There was the interview with Moose afterwards, and he was saying, no, none of us know who's going to be kicked, because obviously there's the transfer rumours with Cooper coming in. Not one player knows which player's going. Everybody seems to be assuming it's going to be Relics, which to me is a bit of a weird one, but I guess it's to do with how the roles in the team work. But if you're having performances like that, it's hard to justify any kind of transfer.
It is weird. It is an odd position to be left in, especially if you picture this, right? You have just beaten Na'Vi. If you were to get to win against Fnatic here, at that point you've qualified for the arena. Can you really justify removing someone from the roster after a run like that at IEM Chicago?
It makes it weird, though, because it makes you feel like the team were not the ones to make the decision as well. Because surely if you're making a roster change, you ask all the players in the team, like the ones who want to make the change. And it should be a unanimous decision, right? It should be 4 players saying, yeah, we want to make that change. This player should have to go. They don't know themselves. Like, I don't understand that. It's really odd. It
is a bit worrying because at that point it's just sort of like who's pulling the strings there and who's actually opting to remove that player for Cooper, because the players themselves don't even know who's going. Does Cooper even realise what's going on?
I don't think he does, if I'm honest. It seems to be such a mess. Like, I really don't get it. And on the other side of things, we saw Liquid on Mouse Sports. Obviously, they had very one-sided maps, if I'm honest. Like Mouse Sports, they destroyed Avanga, who we'll be seeing later on today. And Avanga, funnily enough, it was such a one-sided affair that they've got all of their players currently in the bottom 20 of this event. And that's kind of, I wouldn't say it's worrying, but it just kind of shows how one-sided that game was. And it potentially means they haven't been able to get that warm-up in that every other team has.
Yeah, and that's the worrying factor, right? Is they haven't been able to get their heads in the game. Well, a lot of interesting things potentially coming up today on the stream. I definitely keep it locked. This is the end of the Predator pre-show for now, but we'll be back with our opening matchup to kick this stream off. Avangard versus Luminosity. It is going to be a fantastic one. You will not want to miss it.
Thinks you can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
If you've been waiting for a sign to quit cable, here's one.
It came from the toaster.
Now you can quit cable.
Switch to DirecTV for #1 rated customer satisfaction over cable. More for your quitting cable thing. That's our thing. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
The synergy of brute strength. Born of elite core power. To thrive under pressure. In the most hostile conditions. And built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
And welcome back to the IEM Chicago B stream, where we're about to get underway with our opening elimination best of 3 here. Avangard versus Luminosity, Ben.
Yeah, a bit of a tight one in terms of actual seeding, but ultimately I feel like there is a one-sided favourite here in terms of Avangard. They've looked a lot better in recent weeks, especially when you consider the epicenter result. Luminosity currently in Pro League, struggling, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's blips of small wins there where they'll trade one map versus another team in sort of, you know, either ECS or EPL, but that's it. It's once in a blue moon. Other than that, it is an absolute parade of losses versus teams, and they've been struggling. They had a matchup versus NRG where they were able to actually take a map off them. After that, in ECS, they played again, got 16-4, then 16-5. So you can see the consistency. It blips at times, and it does sort of come down to the Twins. Now, we said, was it going to be the Twin show yesterday? On cash, it was, right? They had a good display across the board. Henny looking absolutely fantastic with his AWPing prowess. However, is that something that can really drag you through going into this matchup?
It's a bit of a big ask, though, isn't it? It's a best of 3. So ultimately, you do need to win 2 maps regardless. And obviously, yesterday you mentioned the Twins. Fine, they did play well. Although it was mostly one of the Twins.
It was Henny. Yeah.
Henny mostly, right? He was plus 11 KD-wise. Solid performance. However, he needed the AWP in his hands to actually be able to do anything, which, if you're a CT side, that's a big ask, right? It's a $5,000 investment every time if you have to rebuy it. And they were not doing well on that CT side. The only reason they won some of the rounds was due to having an AWP on one of their players, whether it's him or Yell even. And if you're relying on AWPs that much, it's not good news at all. No,
it's not going to work out for you all of the time. What it also comes down to is the map. So we are going to go through the veto, break this down, and work out where exactly they'll be facing off, Ben.
Yeah, so I mentioned to you, in terms of actual map pool, they look very similar. However, I mentioned Dust 2, it'll probably be Dust 2 banned by Luminosity, and that is expected due to, you know, Avangard, they've got 10 wins out of 11 games on Dust 2 in the last 3 months. That loss was to Na'Vi. So it's not going to be a bad loss by any means. Luminosity picking Inferno is an interesting one, but I think that's more trying to go to Avangard's weakness, because they both got similar win rates on this map, both played similar amounts of games as well. If you think about who Avangard play, it's similar opposition at times. And then Avangard go for Train, which they played that yesterday against Mouse Sports, and I said it was very one-sided. So hopefully something different. And obviously the last map will be coming through, and that should be Cash. So that's one of Luminosity, they consider it to be one of their better maps. Yeah. Even though we saw yesterday it was very one-sided in favour of Liquid, they appear to be more comfortable on that map. But this time we're hoping that they might start better.
Well, that's the worrying risk, right? Is, you know, they didn't really have the best start into it. They kind of started off on the wrong foot. There was a bit of a struggle. It seemed like Yell was taking a little bit of time to actually warm up. Towards the later stages, he was performing with the AWP, but for the fact that they were constantly reinvesting into it, going for that double AWP setup as basically their standard buy, and that's what they needed to be able to win those games, right? We needed to see Yell coming in strong from the get-go, and hopefully we can getting into this. So opening up, it will be Inferno, as it seems that we're about ready to jump into our initial match here, Ben. Obviously a best of 3, an elimination game to see which one of these teams is going home. 14 teams currently remain in the tournament. Who will be next to leave?
And that did look like a match medic.
A little bit of a match medic restart here.
Yeah, but ultimately, so Inferno was a pick. It's a bit of an interesting one, because I told you about it. Luminosity, their map pool looks like one of the weakest I've ever seen in terms of actual win rate. And I think that's purely because they played so many games, right? And obviously they're playing as teams, as you mentioned, the consistency's not there. So in terms of win rate, their highest one is 50%, which that's kind of bad. It's kind of very bad when you consider, as a comparison to Vanguard, there's 91%. If this map is to base off what we've seen from previous actual playing of this map, Inferno, it's pretty even in terms of win rate. But I can't help but feel like Vanguard still have the advantage.
It's also the risk as well that Luminosity, they've played a lot more officials on this map. So there is technically more to look at if Avangard were willing to sort of go into this game and wanted to have some prep, obviously, knowing the matchup was coming after being put into this position last night. There is a lot you could have looked at and been able to work out what exactly Luminosity were going to be going into this matchup. So potential there for some anti-stratting.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And I briefly touched on it, how I think Luminosity have picked this map based on Avangard's weakness rather than their own strength. Because it is technically their lowest win rate in terms of maps they play, other than, I believe it is Nuke, that both teams do not actually play. And because of that, it was, I said to you even, whichever team goes to ban first, they put the advantage, just simply because they don't not have to ban Nuke, right? That's a simple thing, especially if you play the same maps. And that does result in this map coming through for Luminosity, but I still don't think it's a very good idea. I don't think you should be picking maps based on the opponent's weakness when you don't have a very strong map pool itself.
Well, more commonly, that's sort of what we saw, right? Is the ideology is that you pick based off your strengths, because that way you're playing to your own game rather than sort of going, oh, they're not that great on this map. We can probably try and steal it off them. When it comes down to it, you never really know how they're going to perform on the day, and it's also a map that you're not as well versed in. I mean, technically, they're pretty evenly matched going into this, but you know, it's pretty much the sort of second to last worst map for them, really, in terms of statistics.
It's a weird one, that's for sure. And teams do fall into that trap. I've seen it myself, like, in actual teams where you see a map pool and you're thinking, they've left this in, this isn't one of their good maps, so should we pick it? It's not one of our best ones, but should we try and take advantage of their weakness rather than our own strength? And it's a bait, really, if I'm honest. It is quite a bait, because you're not really sure in your own strength. And then if you do lose that map, the confidence goes straight down.
Yeah, it will be stolen away from you. But let's see who is going to be stealing away this initial map. As we said, it's a best of 3 here that we are going to be jumping into. Luminosity on the T side, Avangard going to be starting off on the CT side as we will get underway, Ben.
So Avangard get the CT side due to the pick of map by Luminosity. And 2 sets of grenades being bought by Luminosity again. So we've seen that quite often from them so far. They did it on Cash as well. They had Yell and Steel both going for grenade and Fitch. Ever so aggressive in the apartment stuff, that early pick.
Yeah, trying to get the early read as he stuck his nose out. Got a bit of info. Doesn't take that much damage. Only 9 HP slivered off him, so it won't be too bad.
So Yell did use the flash towards Bananas then for Henny to take a look. Unfortunately, him didn't see anything, so ultimately no map control gained. And some slight info, I suppose, that there wasn't anybody actively peeking. So Steel's already using one of his smokes there. Got a Molotov towards Graver, but Fitch is long gone.
The worrying factor is, though, in all this commotion, Luminosity have actually been able to find their way up through Arch. Q-Cut as well, looking a little bit confused with the adjustment, Ben. My goodness, he did not seem ready for that. When it comes down to it, flexed his muscles. Everyone has been popped right in the noggin, and it only falls to Henny as the last remaining member of Luminosity.
Well, that's a really solid 3K to start the game. That's a confidence builder right from the get-go. And if anything, it demoralizes for Luminosity. They did have him caught out. Like, we could tell the way he was moving around, he was surprised.
He was checking Speedway. He thought they were coming Speedway. Just lightly adjusts his mouse, 3K. Ridiculous.
And it all relied on that first shot, right? And he made sure he gets the first kill and he thinks, I have a chance here. And then he succeeds, gets all 3 of them. So not a good start for Luminosity. And it looked like that strategy, it looked like it pulled the perfect set of players away as well. If they catch the CT player, you've got 4v1 on that site. It looks really good. But Kicker, yeah, starts so strong. This should be a throwaway round as well, only the 5 Glocks from Luminosity. Hoping to get some money off of Avangard in terms of nades. Yeah, so a much slower pace one. Super, as I said, they're trying to waste as many grenades as they can. You can't really expect any picks from them, it's just Glocks. On the Avangard side, though, you're thinking, how many SMGs can get kills?
Yeah, they've gone for the free SMG investment. 1 UMP there on Buster. Krisen and James going to be rocking the MP9. So potential to build cash is high, but will Luminosity actually fall into that trap? Still the only one really poking and prodding, trying to get a slight read right now towards top mid. Will deviate back, link up with the rest of the Wolfpack and make their play up Banana. That is where Q-Kurt lies. And the M4 could definitely rip its way through them, but won't get as much cash for it.
He saw them when he jump spotted then. He has a Molotov as well. Oh, that's not a good start to the peak there.
Well, that is rough. They just absolutely overwhelm him. They carry on sprinting up towards the site. Neckers will go down quite easily, but he was fairly low. However, Steel, with the M4 in his hands, trades it back. Krisen is now dead, and it is only 3 players remaining for the CT side. And Yell's play could be phenomenal. However, they cover the rear. James will be able to scare him off and spook him for the meantime. Fitch towards the site, eliminates Lucas. James has to try and make the play to kill the man that will backstab, but still is doing everything into this round. And could potentially save it here. Just needs to assassinate the final member of the CT side as James sticks his nose in, realizes it's not worth it at this point, Ben. And it looks like this round will be picked up by Luminosity. They're going to split the rounds 1-1. All off the back of Q-Kurt falling towards top Banana on the rush.
I mean, it's fair to say that he doesn't expect to be double-dinked like that in such a quick succession. It was a crazy little peak from them. But he potentially overstayed his welcome just a tiny bit, though. Simply because you think, all right, I might be able to get one of the kills here on the way out, and then hopefully pull back from it from there. And unfortunately, he doesn't get a single thing. He doesn't even put any damage down, I think. But Steel, ultimately, 3 kills of the M4 picked up, no armor. He found the battles he needed to win, and he took them. So that's a really awkward round to lose for the CT side, especially with that economic change that they did add. Henny's actually got an AWP out as well. So that's a really early AWP buy when you consider a Vanguard. They've not even force bought into this. Oh, that double nade. Doesn't do as much as I thought.
No.
I think both of them hit the wall.
Yeah, they bounced and they rolled over towards the sides. It didn't do as much damage. Q-Cut, though.
Just stood in there.
Yeah, just taking the ticks from the Molotov there. Brings him down to 42 HP already into this round.
So it's quite amusing that they've not bought back into this. So you had 3 players on less than 2,000. Obviously, James, he had an MP9 armor, kit, also had about $5,000. So he's got enough to drop that across, get himself an M4, maybe an AWP. Yet he decides to just stay with the current buy he has. They must not have thought it'd be worth it, but I feel like you're on a double eco anyway. It's a very weird one.
Oh, Henny with the timing, Ben. Luckily flicks himself into the corner. You can stay alive. Well, that would have been goddamn awful towards mid. This is a very slow round from Luminosity as well. Trying to use that range advantage. They don't want to get into a position where the pistols on the Avangard side can be very effective, but James runs the risk, sprints in, gets the dink off. Lucas is now fairly low. But it will not matter for the meantime.
Chris installs a smoke as well on this A side. He's the only player there. I feel like he has to use the smoke now. Otherwise it'll be too late. So much noise at mid as well. If he gets that first kill, he might get a second in boiler as well. There was a timeline where that works out beautifully. That's
the thing. The first player on, if you would have been able to get the backstab off, Lucas is so low, only 25 HP. You get 1 chest shot off with the C's there. That's a follow-up frag. From that point, you've delayed the push enough. Does not go down like that, though. The site control will be taken towards the B site as well. There is a frag going to be picked up for Nekis. Buster trades it back, but at this point, the round is essentially over. There's only Buster and Fitch that remain. Buster might as well keep on to that Deagle. Fitch can try and do something crazy here. I mean, there's no SMGs in play. Right now, just holding for the exit frags, it seems.
Yeah, they don't actually know that Fitch is here. However, he'll be hoping to catch Steel, who's in pit, towards the end of this plan. He'll be hoping to run straight across, do some damage, lower him enough so he doesn't actually live. Steel didn't see Fitch just then either. He'll see him now. For some reason, he jumps on the bomb.
Just went for the bomb.
To try and pull somebody back, I suppose. But surely you're looking for that player in the corner of the pit, right? You just damage them enough so that they can't live there.
That would have made more sense.
Yeah.
Because no one's really going to fall for that. There was like a second left on the bomb.
Yeah, nobody's ever going to be baited back into that. Even if you have a kit, you're still not getting it. Very peculiar. And a pause does come through. I imagine that's tech, though.
Yeah, it seems like it will be a technical pause initially here. So at the back of the first 3 rounds, I mean, Avangard, they opened up nicely on the pistol, but it was quickly thrown back in their face. And Luminosity showing that they can win these rounds. However, the real questions will start to be answered once we get into a full buy round for either side.
Yeah, so we saw Luminosity yesterday on the T side. It was very slow from them, like very methodical, slow. That seems to be the way that Steel's planning to call this sort of situation as well. And it looks like we'll be seeing the same on Inferno. However, if a Vanguard click and they realise what's happening, it could be really bad for them, because if you save your utility on a map like Inferno, those narrow choke points become absolute walls to get through.
We've got the odds for this one as well.
Not too surprising, is it? I feel like Vanguard are always going to be the favourites just because of the Epicenter run recently, and then Luminosity current form, they're not looking great.
Yeah,
so that's
that is
not
true.
too bad. Vanguard, they actually go for a buy here. So they saved that AK. Obviously, James, he had enough money from the previous round anyway to buy an AWP. And I believe in the last 3 months, he's got the highest AWP kills per round on HLTV, using a certain sample size of how many maps, and that's a good start.
Yeah, that is actually a ridiculous stat, and it opens up quite nicely as well. Eliminates Henny, and this is good. Henny has been one of the strongest performers by far for Luminosity, so being able to at least put him into a box early on could help them out and pay dividends as this game carries on. So already Luminosity down a man, reshuffling.
So Yell does pick the AWP back up. We saw Munkash pick it up quite often. He's not a bad AWPer by any means, but I feel like he's only a passive AWPer. I don't think he can be an aggressive, go for picks kind of guy. Especially based on the way we saw him playing Cash. Obviously, he was holding sandbags for quite a lot of the round. And that mid-tick was very scrappy.
Oh, it gets worse as well. Lucas brought down to 9 HP, Ben, as he peeks out. Lucky to actually really survive that as well. I mean, flashbanged by himself, really, as the push came through. Not ideal.
That's why I was kind of confused about it. If there was actually a player under the porch, he gets killed
died,
there. Yeah, 100% gets killed. James does take him down. It was already a weakened player. However, you can see the real player's towards B. Steele's hoping to make a fake here. But he's on his own. It's going to be a very big ask. They're playing CT spawn on this B site. This is so peculiar.
So James gets tagged, but they've been able to sneak in. They've actually got over the smoke. Nekiz is in to that B bomb site right now. Hucut is playing from CT, so we won't really have vision on him. But he'll either have to jump up or cross, so it depends on the timing. They're going to re-smoke towards CT. This will be the moment of attack. Crism spots him out, finds the frag. Hucut as well takes down Yell, and it all falls onto Steele. Now, he does have the rotate angle. We can cut this off, but he gives himself away. Luckily enough, we'll still find the pick, as he'll be able to eliminate one man, but it will not matter. Buster throws it back at him, slaps him with the AK, and it goes 2-2.
I kind of feel like Steele should be a bit more proactive. Whether it's a lurk role or just simply a backstab role, I feel like he needs to be a bit more proactive, just to kind of see if you can distract off of that B site, because it was a 2v2 on the site, that's fine. But if you're maybe pushing towards CT, pushing towards Arch, you're doing something to try and pull some players towards you. Like, become a gravitational pull, try and get some more players involved on your side of the map. It might end up differently, and Buster actually picks up an AWP here. They go for the boost in the corner. Ooh.
Oh, that is filthy, Ben. How does he get away with such things right now? This is ridiculous. As the frags that's come through. Yeah, Nekiz brought down to just 48 HP. Molotov going to be cast out, telling them that they shall not pass up top banana.
And Buster's peeking out both these off. Oh, that was so close as well. They're taking a lot of peeks, even they're 2 men up. This is not a push you really need to do. But they're holding the angle. I mean, I guess it's an off angle, that's for sure, because you're not going to be pre-aiming that side. If he were to shoot again, it would have been a kill. Oh, he gets boosted on. He gets that as well.
They're just feeding him the frags right now. One by one, they all get pushed into the railgun. Get busted open by big man Buster and the boys. As they now make their move up towards top banana. Still going to lead the charge, goes in first. With support of Henny. They set themselves up, they're going to go for the smokes over. They do have utility here, but do they have the confidence to gain control of this site? It's a 2 versus 2. Luckily, no other rotators come over. Still not 100% sure if this will be the play towards the B site. As soon as the smokes bloom, though, this is the cue for them to rotate. And unfortunately, Buster jumps up, makes the misplay at the worst possible time. Will go down, Ben. They've secured the site.
A very unfortunate miss up there, Buster. If he lands the jump first time around, he probably gets the kill on Henny as well. But now they've been given a chance. 2v3, no grenades on the T side. A lot of grenades available to the CT side, though.
Oh, still with the face. Huge tag there. Crism going to be limping his way up, leaving a trail of blood behind him on the move up towards the site. Henny supports as well, just playing from banana. And luckily, no one is coming in from the rear, so he can just hold this, Ben. Fitch looking to make the first move, gets close, but still with the adjustment, gets the initial frag. The massacre starts to occur. It is a slaughtering at the B site, Ben, and James is forced to save. They did so well in the opener of that round. Ridiculous frags being found there with the AWPs towards banana. Very proactive. Now, they were so favored into that. That should have been around for them, and it all crumbles when it comes down to the pushing towards the site. Buster going for the face, jumped, exposes himself, gets killed, and it all just started to fall apart from there.
Such a bizarre round, though. It's a 2v5. And that's in the 5th round of the game. From that, it's a big demoralizer, that's for sure. And you can see the money, it limits their purchases here. Like James, thankfully he stayed alive, so he keeps this AWP. They give themselves a chance, at least. But Luminosity, they've got 2 Mach 10s into this round. Potentially a bit more aggressive from them, but that Molotov actually isn't going to stop him. He's got control banana here. He's the only gun, and he's got full control. Flash nearly forces him off, though. So, like, there's a huge lack of investment among them. They don't seem to be willing to go for these investments, and the APS burst, it will be coming through. Buster, if he doesn't get blinded here, this could be bad news.
Oh, Buster, trying to protect his neck, finds the first. And, oh, Buster! This man is an absolute lunatic, Ben. Somehow goes down in the end there. Neck is bounding around the angle, the Mat 10 in his hand, as he will prove to be a bit of an acrobat. But Buster has just ripped them a new one, hits him with the Rhino. Jame will be able to continue this decimation as well. Peeks up, exposes himself, so Henny will be able to find the frag. And it is all on Henny. Luckily, misses that initial shot, so Fitch is given the chance to frag him. Can recover the Mach 10. But what a weird round to lose. These rounds have been so back and forth in weird ways. Quite bizarre.
And this is probably the first round where one of the teams who loses the round does not have a player with a lot of money where they can surround themselves with one big weapon. So Luminosity, they recognize that, right? They go for the full buy into this one. But that round, I said, if Buster doesn't get flashed off the angle, it's probably bad news. He gets the kill through the gap. That flick shot, I don't know how he's landed it.
I genuinely have no idea how that has even worked.
No clue at all. And he nearly got the third kill as well, even on the push. Luke is potentially being a bit too aggressive there. Takes a lot of damage on the spam.
Oh, they keep actually going aggro here as well, Bence. They're so low. This is ridiculous. I mean, luckily enough, the only HE that's in play is over towards the A site. Or they could be blown out the summer, but Lucas just jumps up like a trampoline.
There's no need to do that. That smoke it's actually to their benefit because they can't tell if there's a player towards tree. I just don't understand the play there. He's so low anyway as well. It's very bizarre. Just giving away the first pick even when you're already low. And I'm not too sure what you expect. Do you expect to get the mid-air kill? Very weird. And players are falling all around them. This round, there was no clear plan into this one. Like, it's very weird to force play like that and not have an idea of what you want to do.
They finally get one frag on Yell, but it is rapidly traded back, and they will be snuffed out into that round. Luminosity going to let that one slip away, so the scoreline will go 4-3. And they have no money either, Ben. They are absolutely broke going into this one.
It's very weird to think that the top performer currently on Luminosity is Steel. So typically, we've always mentioned, if it's an IGL playing well, and you're not winning many rounds, you're only winning because of that player, chances are you're going to lose the game. Because the IGL should not be the one who has to put in the absolute performance for you to win the game. You need your star players to show that they're the star players. It's not showing thus far, and that flash doesn't actually go around the corner even either. If there was a player towards mid, they would have all died. Instead, they have a chance for this CT push. Can Kuka actually do the same thing in the pistol?
Oh, Kuka needs to mow them down. Kristen will find a first frag on towards Yell, tries to back off, but on the turnaround, still will eliminate him. Buster is in a prime time position though, to live his movie, but he's not really given the opportunity, Ben. They slide out towards the site, does start to punish them, but he's out of ammunition. Gonna learn a lesson about the silenced M4 there.
Yeah, unfortunate use of the actual spray. He should have known, he sprayed about 10 bullets towards that CT gap originally. But they get themselves a chance though. Steele's got 2 kills in this round again. He's got the dropped M4 as well. Nearly gets the second kill too. It was quite costly considering all that was by Luminosity, just a run up mid with a single flashbang straight through CT.
Just with Glocks.
And Kuka, I don't know what he was doing, to be honest. He kind of, surely he recognized that they're right behind him,
yeah.
CT. He tries to run away the whole way. At least turn around to run away, at least, I guess. If they are there, you realize, I have to fight. But instead, Luminosity, they go for a tactical timeout. It's not too surprising. I feel like the game was getting a bit out of hand in terms of rounds that they'd lost. But again, if you look at that score, with 10 kills for Steel. Next highest is 3.
And he really has been the man to open up rounds. You know, if you think about the reset after the pistol, that was Steel.
And even the round 2v5, when it was him and I believe it was Neckers, that was another situation where it was Steel making the plays. Like, he got onto the site, he got the kills to begin it, obviously, killing Q-Cap towards the site. It's quite worrying. They need to get into this game as soon as possible. This is their pick, technically, as well. It's quite worrying. But it all goes back to that same situation when I said you're picking to go to your opponent's weakness rather than your own strengths. Not something you should regularly do.
No, doesn't always work out too well. It's round number 9 now. Luminosity looking like they might try and go for more of an aggressive site take towards the A site, Ben.
This does seem a lot quicker. Fitch is playing close mid as well. The only player there, nobody to support him, he does get taken down. So that's all of mid taken very early on, and that's another kill in apartments too. James the only one here. There's support from Kuka arriving, but it might be too late. Especially when Steel gets another one. He's playing so well right now.
Steel popping off into the game, being able to open up rounds for them completely, and it is all on Buster, who will be forced into the save here. He won't be alone. At least he's got some chicken pals to get him through the round, but Luminosity will pick this one up, and the scoreline will go 5-4. So off the back of the tempo play, looking a little bit better there. Actually starting to play with more confidence, just bursting in towards the site. Most of the time we've seen them playing a little bit slower in the early round. So a change of pace could be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, the main thing with that, though, you can see at Vanguard, they were not ready at all for that kind of play. Like, they had 2 players playing towards apartments, Fitch, he was hoping to just play close mid, smoke it, and then probably pull back after about 10 seconds. Did get the opportunity to even pull back. I'm surprised that Henny's going to keep hunting for this, though. They don't have the money for it. They must think of Vanguard do not have much cash themselves. There's about 8 seconds here for them to get the kill. Buster should be able to stay alive there. He was too aggressive, shouldn't need to though. So that's a very good save though. Think about the cash on the Vanguard. The tactical will be to talk about it because he got 2 players and 7,000. QK obviously does need to drop himself. The question is what kind of weapon will be given? It looks like an M4. So Crizzen actually takes the hit in himself there. Could have dropped a FAMAS. It would have. I feel like it's not that much of a difference. Gives himself only a smoke to work with, but overall that's a pretty decent buy. You've got double ops again. That appears to be one of their strengths on this CT side.
Yeah, we've definitely seen James and Buster having a good left-right combo.
But again, that's another round where Steel opens up. In terms of impact, if he's one doing the calls as well, it's a crazy situation to be in. I don't think it's very reliable. So the question is what all the double ops get up to this time. They've had multiple rounds where they've both had kills each, and they look strong from there. However, they still have the possibility of losing the round when they get those kills, which is worrying.
Luminosity setting themselves up towards mid once again into this round. Just running that slow default. They do have utility though. That is the difference maker. One flashbang though on Steel is all they have to work with in terms of going for a pop entry towards the site. But they do have smokes. That is going to be the big kicker. So once again get ready, looking like they could try and set themselves up for this play towards A. But James is in position this time. However, he is smoked off and won't have any clear vision towards the site.
They used their only flash as well. Steel did use it towards mid. So as I said, that's all of their possibility of getting around corners without peeking things with just Molotovs or smokes as they use. The fact that every player went for a HE, very unusual because it's really not needed.
No, it is a bit worrying. You imagine that was probably just an afterthought, something they didn't really speak about.
Even worse though, if you're facing AWPers with no flashbangs, they should be able to get the first kill without even hesitating. 35 seconds left. It's going to be a late burst. A dry burst at that as well. There won't be any flashes.
They still have the triple grenades. They can go for a mortar strike. However, the player with the Molotov has been taken down. Henny is eliminated already. Lucas brought down to just 14 HP. They can try and nade towards Pit, which they will. They'll cast them all out, but there's still no frag from it. Fitch just sits in position as well, gets the free frag. There's nothing they can do, Ben. And they have crumbled away to dust. Each and every one of them will be murdered towards the site.
And as much as we did highlight the actual lack of flashes, I wouldn't say that the flashes would have made much of a difference, I guess. Because obviously it did feel like they ran into a stacked site anyway, right? That's fair enough, that can happen. But they must be thinking, like, they need to think about these actual buys they do go for. So they are going to fall straight back into it. I'm not too sure about forcing into that when all 5 players survived from a Vanguard. Because we can see the cash. It's not much on the CT side, but it's still not too bad. And the question is, have Luminosity gone for an actual call this round? Because the last time they forced, they did not. They had more success with the round they just ran up mid, straight to arch into CT with Glocks. And Avanga, they're using map control very well. Take Banana, they can leave an AWPer towards it. No worries at all there. It's another slow one from Luminosity, though. They're keeping all of their grenades available to them this time. Potentially the plan is to go towards that Banana. They did do it on the second round to get in, so hopefully they're thinking the same will happen again.
Slowly making their move up once again, ascending towards top mid. Buster, locked and loaded in position here though. If the peak comes around, doesn't fire off the warning shot, will just retreat. So they gain a little bit of control towards Banana, and they do appear to be focusing most of their efforts there.
Oh, Yellow should have been able to see him ever so slightly if he was looking towards it. It's a left-hand peek for Buster right now, and that's an easy kill. A complete disarray there, though. That means they were planning to set up a smoke. He had a smoke in his hand. It's an easy call. Fitch is going for some information at mid. Gets the kill as well, even though he wasn't ready for the peek. And this is another round falling to pieces. There's no clear idea what they want to do.
Nuke should be able to neutralize both the men towards B fairly easily. Bags the first one. Jame will be able to deal with the second opponent, and it is all on Nekiz, the last remaining man, but he is quickly slumped down as his lips will be forcibly removed there by Nuke.
It does feel like at times we're watching a style of pug being called by one player, where let's buy, but then there's no real idea, right? I feel like everybody should have a situation like when you play a book, you should have your, sure, you've got some eco strats, which I like to get bomb points, for example. Then you've got your force buy strats where you know you've got like less than $2,000 worth of value. You should have strategies based around that. So like your apps bursts, your fast burst toward mid, banana, full smokes on banana even. Yet for some reason we're seeing situations like that where, sure, you got banana control, it was quite well done, but you just didn't really get anything done. Like, you know, you just died on the way in. And Lucas got absolutely destroyed there by the grenades.
That was a nice little back nade. That was really well timed. Fitch as well, trying to just get involved with the action now. Feeling himself itching on the trigger finger. We'll be able to find the easy headshot on Nekiz. Still's the only one to pick up a frag. Once again, it's only really Still's name we're seeing from the Luminosity side, Ben. He's going to be rolling around mid. Posted up like a gangster right now, relaxing as he peeks out, but they will end his life. Fitch will be able to find the frag, Still goes down, and it will go 8-4.
Got to be thinking a pause has to come through from Luminosity at some point. They'll probably play this round out here, but I feel like they need to talk about things, because so far it's not been inspiring whatsoever. And it doesn't even need to be just a tactical talk about either. It could just be, let's take this pause, have a breather, let's just hold on a second, because we don't want to be losing our own map this quickly.
Because the first few rounds were quite back and forth, but that is the fact that Cash wasn't allowed to build for every real team. It was reset rounds that were keeping him into that position. Once they've actually been allowed to build money on Avangard, it really has been the Avangard show. A little bit awkward here towards top banana. Neck is just playing very close on the smoke. I mean, you should be hearing so much right now. Goes for the adjustment up. Nuke is going to be shot in the knee, so he'll be limping his way back towards the B site. And in the meantime, once again, Steel has found himself an entry frag.
It's a weird strength. It's not one of his original strengths as a player either. Buster should be able to find that for free, and there's no trade possibility yet whatsoever. Henny, he's trying to make some impact towards the close wall. The flash will result, and it doesn't even get him either. He should be able to get all three.
Flash went behind him, so he's just been a happy camper sitting there, finding the frags. Henny as well, going to be able to respond. But it's too little too late. You might have brought it back into a 3 versus 3. All right, Steel does get the entry, Ben. Oh, Steel! So crisp right now. Absolutely ridiculous that he's playing this well. Definitely been the top performer for the Luminosity side, but Nuke dares to try and defy them. Finds the early entry, will be able to punish Lucas. Goes for the backstab around as they'll go up through quad side. And they don't appear to be expecting it.
Potentially could get the drop here, depending on Steel's peak. That's the knowledge, just one player there, but Henny's on site, ready for this push. Should be easy for them. But they gave him a chance.
That could have gone his way.
There was quite a separation between the actual second player peaking and the first player dying. But that's another round where Steel gets 3 kills. He shouldn't have to be doing this. Like, it's absolutely crazy.
Well, just to put it into picture, basically what we're being shown by the observer there is the fact that it's 16 frags on Steel. The closest behind that is 4, then 3, and then 2 at the bottom. So it's such a differentiance there. That is absolutely ridiculous. 16 frags to him right now. He has been the top dog by far, opening up rounds. Pretty much the MVP in every round they've been able to take.
It's really worrying. I understand T-side, it can be quite difficult in Inferno, especially when you're losing early picks, such as that one. But at some point, you need to have a playbook that you can resort to. If picks are not working for you, you need to be able to go to strats, whether it's map control and then an execute from there. You need to have something like this. And it's not like these players have not played at the high level for a long time. Steel's been around for ages. Henny and Lucas, they were part of the Immortals lineup that got to the final of the Major. It's so bizarre.
Once again, Jame going to be blocked off. But the smoke doesn't bloom. They peek before it's gone off. He's able to get the first frag. Eliminates Yell. And this is rough, Ben. They're just being dumped on.
It's been so one-sided. Even though the scoreline might say it's a bit close. It's been a one-man show against a 5-man team so far.
Fitch as well. Prime time angle to display what he can do best. Assassinates Nekiz from behind. And he's going to trade it with the AK onto Fitch, but even then it's a 2 versus 4. outnumbered 2-1 as they'll rotate back around and probably go for a desperation play towards the B site. And they are set up for this. Buster will be waiting for the play to come towards him. Does fall back towards the site. Going to chuck out the pop flash to blind them and try and delay. It won't really blind them for the meantime. They've been able to push him, but he finds the first frag, and a small sliver of health knocked off of him. Goes for the no-scope, and Henny will eliminate him. Henny keeps it going as well. Now picks himself up the orb. He would need the 5k to win this round if he doesn't win off the back of the bomb plant, as he has now got it down versus James and Crizzen on a retake.
Lucky for him, he's managed to get an AWP in his hands as well. 2v1. He expects to play from Banana. Crizzen, though, he shouldn't need to go for the peak, but the timing, he gets around coils. So both players on the CT, they have a kit each, no smoke. They're not sure where this player has actually gone. Henny should be able to catch one of them off. Oh. But unfortunately, the trade was immediate, thanks to being so close to each other as well.
That's rough. They've been able to take control of the site once again. Henny, 4 frags to his name, exterminated everyone that was in front of him. But James, too quick on the trigger there, Ben. Fast off the draw. And that is going to go 9-5. At this point, looking like it's got to be a 10-5 half, really. Luminosity. They've had a couple of interesting rounds when they have been forced onto basically just a force buy. But is it going to happen again? Henny, the only one with an actual weapon, going to be rocking the AK there. To be fair, Steel's been the one finding all the entries with a weapon right now.
I don't think I've ever seen a half like this, though. Because Henny, obviously, he had 4 kills before that round. So he had 16 and then 4 and then 3, 2, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen a team have 5 rounds on one side and then have that much of a difference in the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So the rounds they've lost have been incredibly one-sided is what that tells me. Because obviously if you think 5 rounds, that should equate to 25 kills. Steel 16. So you got to be thinking most of his kills were very impactful. This is the first time Vanguard have not played an AWP with Banana when they've left a single player here as well. So I'm not sure if Luminosity will check this left-hand angle, although the timing. Surely they know that smoke was so close.
Oh, Buster, he's been breaking down the walls for quite some time, but unfortunately into this one, we'll only get the first frag before he's traded back. Now, they can try and take that tempo towards the B site. The rotate's coming around, but it's slightly delayed. Fitch will be first in, and Fitch just goes for the peak off the back of the flashbang, Ben. What? Decapitates everyone as he is collecting heads to mount outside of his house, Ben. They have all been annihilated. Steel will go down. That is going to be a 10-5 half. Avangard crushing the opposition. Can they keep it up? Find out on the second half after the break. And we are back in Luminosity Gaming, facing off against Avantgarde here on Inferno. The city side defense of Avantgarde was fantastic. They've been able to overthrow Luminosity fairly easily. It's only really been Steel trying to carry them through, Ben. 16 frags to 13. The closest behind that is Henny with 8. Meanwhile, in Avantgarde, Fitch has been the headhunter. 17 frags, just mowing people down.
Yeah, and he actually was the bottom performer for the entire day yesterday. So, you know, rectifying that now, 17 and 7. So despite Steel being the player in form, he still is the player who has to go for the kit. Which I can't help but feel like you feed the hot hand, right? It's the thing I told you about basketball, where if a player's performing well, you try and give it to him, you might just like see how far can he go with it. However, Steel, he's still a team player at the end of the day. He understands at some point his teammates should arrive. But will they? Here's another question.
Well, Destiny arrived first from the Avantgarde side here. Flashbang goes over. Buster actually given that free frag. They need to converge on this. You were set up for the peak. That's got to be a 3-2-1 face. You all peak together. You get that frag. You instantly should have found the pick. At least they did trade it back. But it's now a 4-on-4, Ben. And the push is coming out towards the A site. If they can't deny this and delay it at least for a moment or two, the retake won't arrive. But luckily enough, Lucas and Henny looking good together here as the brother-in-arms will find the frags. Lucas still continuing on his warpath. Q-Kurt, the last remaining member, will go down, and Luminosity win that second pistol round.
It started quite poorly from the Luminosity side. Obviously, the 3-man setup on Banana, they were quite not able to work it properly. Like, a nice triangle little setup. Sure, right, the player close gets flashbanged, he gets killed. But the trade was very slow, as you mentioned. They should have been ready to go for that trade. But ultimately, what matters is they did get the round. Avantgarde actually invested in some pistols here, which means that second round buy, or third round buy rather, will not be fantastic for them.
It's round 17 now. We see a Zeus come out there. Who had the Zeus?
That was quite weird. It might be James. Yeah, it would be James, because he had $50, so he's bought a Zeus. So
that's cheeky.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, I guess. The thing is, I feel like the taser needs to be buffed a bit in terms of kill reward. It doesn't have a kill reward currently.
Yeah, they took away the the OP taser and then lifted it into a bit of a weird position where it's now literally never worth using unless you're just trying to tilt someone.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I guess the kill reward is meant to be you're close enough to get the taser kill, so you should get his weapon.
Yeah.
I guess, right? But in that case, knife reward shouldn't be high. It's the same sort of thing, isn't it, really?
Essentially, they work basically the same. It's just one of them's more reliable.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one. And Luminosity actually go for 5 players in SMGs here. So maybe they have a bit of an advanced thought regarding what Avantgarde will be doing with a buy. Because obviously, like I said, they don't have that much money available to them. But the alternative way is that Luminosity, they're hoping they could do something aggressive next round if they have the chance.
Oh, Q-Cut going to go down. Steel, Neckers and Lucas all finding frags relatively easily. James eventually comes out of his hovel, but will not find anything electrifying. Nothing too crazy or shocking in that round, Ben. As we move on now, it's 10-7 as we get into round 18.
So Hanny was the player to fall. He's your AWPer as well, so he has enough money to go for glass cannon AWP if he wants to, which he will. Avantgarde get the buy-in. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought they'd take a bigger hit in terms of utility. But they do get what they need, the 5 smokes. Only 3 flashes to work with, though. Might be a worry. And Luminosity, as I said, the fact they had so many SMGs bought in that second round made you think they might go for something aggressive with all those. Banana control appears to be the aggression that they went for. Otherwise, it's quite defensive on this A site.
Yell, left on 46 HP after the initial confrontation. Doesn't really go his way. Still trying his hand, though. Just going to sit in position and wait for the push to potentially come towards him. Moves back over towards Log, been playing anti-flash. Nekis is there. Does have a flashbang and a smoke, so we can re-smoke once they get contact. But no real read just yet.
Yeah, it's quite weird that he's actually holding on to this smoke, I feel. Especially when he can't actually see the players other than one at T-stairs. Like, Buster's ready for this peak. He'll clear the right, and there should be an easy kill. The trade can't happen either. That's a weird setup. I'm not too sure about it.
It's never really going to work out in your favor. When you're jump spotting like that, I mean, you get contact, but at that point, they can see the smokes coming towards them. They can just walk through. They're going to be able to get in there before it even blooms, and as they did, they find that pick. So they lose Yell, and this is the full rotate coming back around as well. And Nekis is actually playing from CT here, Ben. There's no rotate off from the A site just yet, and Fitch is going to try and keep them hunkered down. If he can sell the fake here and find frags, this could be horrific.
I think Luminosity, they're planning to gamble on that one site, right? So if they did have 4 players stay alive over there, they could just save the weapons. Although Nekis, that's a lot of damage to bust there. But damage isn't going to win you the round or give you a gun even. Fitch, on the other hand, doing so well selling this fake on the other side. I don't think they know that there's an AWP in play on Henny, though, which might be the difference maker here. On the peak. Oh, if Fitch didn't drop off the wood, he gets the kill there. Aim punch would have factored in. That's a very awkward peak.
Yeah, that is rough. Well, at this point, it's only Henny that remains. They're hunting as well. The wolves of Avangard are out howling, Ben. He's going to stay scoped to try and not give away any possible audio cues of what he might be up to. Moves his way up into the apartments, and it looks like he has eluded them. Should be able to get through this round, stay alive with the AWP. And Avangard will bring themselves up to 11.
Unless Kuka... Oh, I thought he was going to jump back up to the balcony. If he comes to the balcony, it's free kill. Krisen, he has a chance for it. He gets it! Oh. That's the AWP gone.
That's the last possible second as well.
Look at his money. You can see the difference. He was the only player who had to rebuy that round. He has nothing left. Oh, it's going to be an awkward one. He can go for a scout glass cannon, I suppose, but instead it looks like the Deagle will be bought. Question is, will he actually go for any utility, or is he just going to keep 1,000, go for Kevlar, and then helmet? So in terms of utility, it's not as bad as it might have been for Luminosity. And in terms of firepower, 3M4 is not too bad either. Henny going for the peak. Nekis actually stood in the Molotov for that peak as well, but he still gets the kill. I don't think they know he's in the balcony. Oh, that nade. Doesn't quite do enough, but Lucas did get the kill. So it's a 3v4. They've got an advantage, and that is gone.
Smoke goes down, going to block off the cross. Still rotate back around and slide onto the bomb site. The 3 musketeers in Avangard. And they pick this one up. James, Kuka, and Buster. Going to try and sliver their way in. See if they can secure this round. They've still got a minute to play with here, so no need to rush in just yet. Nekis is fairly low as well on 24 HP. They re-smoked the cross. Still goes for the peak. Does get the tag off, but he'll be defaced as he gets knocked down. And it is all onto Lucas and Nekis. Buster so close to actually getting the contact there towards Nekis on Garden. Goes for the reface, will get dinked, but still finds the frag. And the last remaining man is Lucas. Go charging straight in, making a lot of ruckus, Ben. They're aware of what he's up to, but can he really raise any hell here? It doesn't seem like it. James should be able to kill him on the way out, but Lucas actually might be able to bypass it. Nope, reface comes back around, gets the headshot, and that is going to go 12-7 now. Avangard linking these together. This is going to be another freebie as well. Luminosity, they don't really have any money to play with. 13-7 at that point. They're so close to taking Luminosity's map pick off them.
Yeah, very much in position to do so. Luminosity, they have to go for the eco here. So we're thinking 13-7. And even then, the buy that Luminosity can go for will not be strong. There will be no AWP in play unless they get some kills on some of the players. And with USPs, that's not exactly a given either. The real question is, what do Avangard use the Mach 10s to do? Because obviously there's a mid stack currently ongoing, and they're just going to charge down mid. Straight into the Mach 10 though. It should be an easy payday for Krisen. But he actually goes pretty poorly with this spray. And ultimately, it's nice and easy though, isn't it?
Yeah, just easy frags coming out, just being able to pick their way through them. Obviously not expecting too much out of Luminosity here on the eco. But they need to get something going in their favor, Ben. I mean, this, it's going to be 13-7 at that point. It is quite horrific. They can get a rebuy, but what can they really do?
Yeah, as I mentioned, there won't be enough money for an AWP. So that means you have to go for the 5 rifle play. And that's not Luminosity's strong point. They need to have at least one AWP in play, I feel, to actually be able to get anything going. And you can see, look how weak that buy is. Sure, you've got 5 M4s available to you. Nobody's decided to take the hit and go for FAMAS or UMP or any SMG sort of thing. They have no utility, really, against a team full of it. And James actually kept the Mach 10 as well. So that's intriguing. There's 2 players on the Luminosity side who do not have head armor. So if he were to find them, it could be very easy for him. So mid control taken by Vanguard. Nice little brackets control A nice simple execute from them. And it does force a rotate from Yell as well, so that's Luminosity, where they don't actually have banana control fully. Willing to take a player away. The question is, will Buster be able to force that rotate back?
Slowly making their move up towards top banana. Neck is going to be in position. Can Avangar get in and actually pick this one up? 55 seconds left on the clock here.
So that smoke coming out gives him to about 33 seconds left. He does still have a Molotov as well, but unfortunately for him, he's the only player on that site. So if he falls, that site's going to be such a difficult one to retake. And they're just charging in. The Molotov misses, but James got through it.
It actually falls into a better position for him there, really. I mean, James bounded into it. Neckers was able to find that frag out of the sheer panic. Lucas as well, connecting the headshot to massacre Fitch, and it is up to this bold play. Neckers going straight through the smoke, gets the thing off of the second man, but 14 kill Kuka. Stop firing. Kuka was able to flick back around and leave him lifeless on the ground. However, Krisen, he's going to hit the DECK as Yell will slay. That'll be the round picked up finally for Luminosity, as they needed to start to get that ball rolling, Ben. This one was slipping out of their hands.
And you could argue that the fact they lost the man on the actual take, if the Molotov doesn't actually, well, if the Molotov lands, James probably gets the kill and keeps going. However, because of the Molotov, he panicked a bit, he just held there for a second, he just was worried about the fact he was sitting in fire. And other than that, though, we saw that push through the coffin smoke as well by Neckers. It was Steele's flashbang that came in all the way from CT, gave him the opportunity to make that play. And he does very well, obviously. He probably should have got the 2 kills when he did push through, but ultimately the damage was enough to actually factor into the round win. So Vanguard gets a buy straight back in. The AWP now in the hands of James. The question is, what can he do with it as well?
Can we see some of that prowess that was on display? He was finessing on the CT side. Will he have any triumph on the T side? Buster, the lone man towards Banana right now. Just holding. They are going to smoke it off. Utility for Luminosity isn't that mind-boggling. They only have 2 smokes left, and there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. So the worrying factor is they could potentially be forced into an awkward situation. Fitch walks through the Molotov and the spam, leaving him with just 2 HP.
But I suppose ultimately he did get the map control as well. There's plenty of information there. But he's normally the one who plays the fake if they do go towards a small bump site. Which means they might actually go towards A. They allowed Buster to walk in, but that results in nothing due to Neckers holding the angle. So it's a 4v5. You may as well say 3 with Fitch being so low as well.
It can be eliminated so easily. As time starts to tick down, this is crunch time. It's up to what they do in the next few seconds here to try and secure the round. 30 seconds left. Lucas hiding on the bomb site, supported by his teammates. Henny is there as well as the push will come through, but there's no one to try and shoot them in the back. It's all about the full frontal assault. James will get the elimination on Steele through the box. The beheading of Lucas, and Henny is the only one to try and save it, but James will bail them out, finds the follow-up frag, starts to plant the bomb, but instantly Yell waltzes his way in. He doesn't realize he's on the side, but when he goes for the flick, Ben finds it, is able to adjust with a P250 as well, and it's all on Neckies. Fires off a few warning shots, so his position is known, and James has the confidence to hold the angle. Somehow, they have won that round, and James was a monster. 4 frags, 22 kills to his name.
Fitch was able to get a kill as well, even though he's on 2 HP, stopping them. And the Betway odds, they reflect what the situation is currently in. That 14th round for Ranga, you can see the money in Luminosity. This is in a perfect position for them to take this map. But the fact that James, the fact that Yell was not actually as aggressive as he should have been. Right, he was got onto the site without James knowing. But he wasn't, he was so hesitant. He should have been much more aggressive. He should have taken advantage of that. Not very confident from him. And you need the confidence in big games like this. Otherwise, you give them the opportunities to win rounds like that. And Luminosity's buy, I said the money was not great on their side. They need to buy into it now because they realize if we eco this next one, we leave ourselves a match point and we have to come back from 15-8 down, and that'd be outrageous of a comeback. So they buy in. No kit available to them. They've done better with their utility this time. 4 smokes still on them. But ultimately, the firepower is much worse. So Vanguard, they used 2 smokes towards that A site, or small site rather. However, unfortunately for them, they did use them at the same time that Yell threw his. Which means they've still got 2 smokes on the small site as well. The hit is probably going to come through towards this site. The question is, can the 4 or the 3 players on the site do work?
Will they be able to do bits, Ben? Buster looks to be the man to make the first move. Once again, it is going to be a rather late execute here. But will that stop them? Will Time be on their side? Nekiz will find 1 frag with a Deagle, still an elevated angle, should be able to drop off the top rope, which he will, with a UMP slam down on Buster and Kuka. Fitch towards the site. Left now on a 2 versus 4. There is a backstab developing as well. You can see Henny and Lucas sprinting their way back up Banana to attempt to rotate around. Jame will cover it. Flashbangs both go way over his head. He's allowed to peek it, but misses the spray. Will find no frags. There is a tag from Fitch, but he has it all to do as he'll waltz around, dancing with the devil, and he will go down to the Nether Realm. That'll be the frag found. Henny with a defuse, and another lifeline given to Luminosity. 14-9 now.
So even though Yell did not really get any kills into the round, he managed to distract long enough in CT that they did not expect a player on boost as well as a player towards Coffin. Steel gets the 2 kills for like with no reason really. He had complete back shots, gets 2 kills for free. Luminosity get a lifeline. However, the differential in the score is so much already. It's a very big ask for them to make this comeback.
It's going to be hard. Everything needs to be flawless from this point onwards. And again, it just sort of comes back to what we spoke about earlier before this game. Consistency. We haven't seen it enough from Luminosity. They have very high heights, but very low lows.
And that does appear to be the case with a lot of players, though, especially when you're breaking into that upper echelon of performances. You get those highs to get into these tournaments, but then you experience very low lows, and you need to wonder, how do you react off that? Yell now with the AWP. Not seen much from him this game, 5 kills. The question is, will he be able to do something with the AWP? We can see James planning a flashbang over. Should force him off the angle, misses the shot. So that's the knowledge that there is an AWP in play there. So that might change the way Vanguard might approach this round. Some mid control will be achieved as well. Actually playing on the balcony, Henny. I really like the use of that position because I feel like it's very underused for what it can give you.
And he's been able to utilize it very nicely there. Big frags coming out. At this point already Avangard are only down to 2 men, so they have been picked to pieces. And he's still in position as well. He's able to hold it. He knows he's confident from this. Buster will rotate back around. Buster does have the flash, luckily, if they want to try and go for something cheeky, but instead, it will just be the dry face. The 3-2-1 peak comes out, and he goes down. They leave themselves in a 4 versus 2. There's 2 players on the CT side towards the A site. Steel with a peek out. Gets a big tag off, and they're both so low. Luckily, Bogdan's Law can come into effect for Buster, but they might want to just scurry away here. I mean, 17 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be worth the save. He fully commits to it already, knowing that he can't afford to lose that AWP. And Chrism will probably do the same.
So a good mid-hold, I think it's fair to say, from Luminosity there. The balcony, obviously, it's one of those positions you can use it once during a game, and from then onward, the other team will be afraid of it. Right? They'll always be thinking they might be playing on that balcony again, they might be playing on top of the porch. We can't really tell. Tactical pause does come out from a Vanguard. Not too much of a surprise if you consider the situation. Obviously, the money is not great for them. They saved 2 weapons in. Buster's already given that weapon across to Jame as well. So that, to me, instantly says they're probably going to be buying into it. But Jame probably does need to give a weapon across to Buster because he still has head armor. You can't be thinking to put him into battle with just a Glock. Would not be advisable. He upgrades to a Deagle. But across the board, the investments, because how low the money was, you've got 3 pistols you've managed to get in, and quite a bit of utility. But that AWP on Jame cannot be forgotten. The impact that that can have is monumental. And Luminosity actually go for the double AWP now as well. So Lucas bought that for Henny. This is where we saw them have some success on Cash yesterday against Liquid. Question is, will it be the same on Inferno?
transfer of nades there towards Banana early on. Kukert taking a ton of damage. Gets out of there by the skin of his teeth, left on just 38 HP. Mere seconds into the round as well here. Oh, Necky's very confident. Actually does overextend round, but it's going to take some damage because of it. A few scratches left on him as he falls to 86.
Yeah, so an aggressive peak really coming from him. The double up setup is currently being used by the Twins in apartments. And Crizzen, he's walking up. If he walks up the whole way, this would be crazy because you'd have to be very, very confident and very bold to go further than this actual angle here. If he does, he should be able to catch Henny in the back if he checks apartments.
The confidence has to be booming.
Oh, Henny doesn't know.
The lifeline he has here is the fact that Henny is so focused over towards quad. But James, what decision will he make? If he comes around here, it could go downhill. He should have spotted him out there when he actually put out. Oh, luckily it does fall back. Lucas as well able to find the double kill. Tosses out the grenades. Transfers a small bit of damage there onto Crizzen. That was scary.
Crizzen does have the knowledge now. Henny obviously does as well. And Crizzen, he's playing so aggressive. He goes to peak, so Henny misses.
Has to go back in with the USP. Won't win the firefight. Crizzen now able to grab the AWP. This round is still winnable. The smoke goes through, but still finds the headshot. Buster is done for as well, meaning that Crizzen is forced to recover the bomb and do everything on his Todd. Just by himself. Makes his move down towards mid, grabs the AWP, and at this point realizes the time. You've got to go for the save. You've got the AWP, just get out of there.
And he's actually planning to potentially hunt the AWP that Steel did have. Or like, he should have realized Steel shot the AWP already. It's already been taken. That's an 11th round for Luminosity, but I feel like they were very fortunate because James, if he'd smoked outside, which he intended to do, Steel doesn't have the opportunity to get that kill. He gets out of there, gets the bomb, then it's a 2vX on the site, and that's a much better situation than what Crizzen was left in. And Avanga, they're not going to buy into this. They've bought some grenades though. So they're still believing in the fact that they do have this AWP in play. It's not a bad thing to believe in, though, considering the round we saw earlier on. At 1v3, I believe it was.
That chicken just got blown to bits.
Gone now.
Dead now, of course.
What's very worrying for Luminosity, though, is even if they drop around here, you can see the money that they have. It's not like they've built much money, like a bank, behind the rounds they've won. The chances are, if they drop around, they'll probably drop the one straight afterwards as well. They have no room for errors here. Looks like they are just believing in the AWP that they do have, though. Kuka does have a smoke and a flash still. Brackus control has been achieved. Yell is AWPing passively, as I said. He's not much of an aggressive AWPer. He'll hold the angle and he should win the fight, especially as he just saw James' shoulder. It's an easy kill.
Tasty little frag found there from Yell. Eliminates James. And waits for the second coming. The push to make their move towards the site. Going to cast out the smoke. To shroud the position, blocks off the line of sight. Nick is from the back of the site, dealing death, as he will be able to find a good majority of the frags. Buster, the only one to really defy and fight back against them. At this point, the rest of his squad have all been taken down. Scythed by the Grim Reaper, and Henny will be the Reaper to eliminate Buster. That is now a 14-12 scoreline. 2 rounds differentiate either side here, and it is getting far too close for comfort. Avanga are going to go for their 3rd tactical timeout as they realize they need to adjust things now.
So this tactical timeout, Fitch instantly bought as well. Crizzen will have to think about what he needs to actually get in play. At best, he's probably thinking UMP here with his set of grenades. But Luminosity, though, that round was a lot better in terms of keeping the double AWPs alive, right? So that means that you don't have to buy those AWPs again. It means the money is starting to build ever so slowly. And I said, the scoreline, if it gets closer, more chance Luminosity start believing in this comeback. It's still possible for them to win in regulation here as well. Not even like a situation where they force it into overtime. And we were wondering if Steel would have some support from his teammates, though. He swapped on 16 kills, had 7 since the half. Henny has had 10 since then as well. Necker's multiple as well. Everybody's starting to show up. Slow starters, it appears to be, on that Luminosity camp.
And I had the best initial start to the game, but have definitely started to find themselves into a better position now. Round 27 here, 14-12 is the scoreline, with Avangard currently leading. Their T-slide has started to slow down the past few rounds, though. Oh, Lucas, he's on this close angle. It's the double setup we saw once before. Henny going to miss the initial shot. There is the trade from Fitch. The repeat comes around, and Henny is actually forced to fall back. Still, charges into the apartments as well. Over towards the B site. Yell going to make a mistake, Ben. And Nekiz just gets jabbed in the face by Buster. And here comes the marathon push in. The miss there from Yell as well. It's not looking too fantastic. The site is going to be ignited. Luckily, eventually finds the counter pick, but it's too little too late. He's been burnt to a crisp, as they will have a Yell barbecue and plant the bomb.
This is the two players from Luminosity who've been performing the best so far this map. You got to be thinking, if this is the round that you need to win, those are the two players you choose. Steel and Henny have been playing so well. Kill each so far this round as well. But ultimately, they've got about 20 seconds to get into this site. Kuka and James should not be allowing them in. They do have two flashes, but I doubt they'll use them. We'll go for the pure gunfire, and that's a nice pick to find as well.
It's all on James now. 1 versus 2. Site control has been taken. He's trapped behind the smoke. Dons the flashbang, pops it out, but he's just fully committing to the defuse, Ben. He should be able to win the round here. James will charge in. Henny finds the frag. 1 round between the two sides. The gap they had that was quite large has been getting smaller and smaller. And now they are really left in a horrible position. This is quite the predicament. But if they lose this, it's a very, very important round here on the 28th, Ben. This could be them sliding away and allowing Luminosity to actually take the game.
And Avanga, I feel like they've not had an eco round in like this last 6 or 7. So every time they saved, they forced around it, even though it was just 1 weapon, maybe sometimes 2. And you see even now as well, they didn't feel like they should forfeit this 14-14 scoreline. They went straight in with another buy. And it's not like the T-side's been fantastic from them either. And they're back with the same upset up Fitch. Peek straight into it. You can't trade it either. Crazy, he's hoping to be able to get something, but it's going to be too late. He gets killed on the side by Steel. That happened around before as well.
It's the exact same setup.
And for some reason, they're not clicking. They're not taking their time. They're forcing themselves into these situations, thinking these rounds have been closer. And Luminosity should know damn well which side this is going to be. They're running straight through the Molotov. That's the bomb down as well. This has got to be 14-14.
The peak there, the one-on-one firefight between James and Steel is going to be able to overthrow him. Still having a monster performance in this matchup has been very effective for Luminosity. Buster, trapped in quite the awkward spot, will eventually be pushed, finds the first as they're just feeding it towards him, but Yell will find the pick with the AWP. And it goes 14-14. It looks like there's potential for the full 30 rounds to be played out here. Or at the very least, if they can both take a round, overtime could be on the cards.
And Avanga, they don't want to play for overtime. They're buying straight in now. They don't want to give Luminosity the chance at winning in regulation here. I can't but feel like the calling's been questionable on that T side. It really has been. And it's not even the case of what you're doing with weapons. It's why you're buying and when you're not buying. It's been an easy 8 or 9 rounds in a row of just constantly forcing into them. And at some point, you need to realize you're losing this battle. Lucky for Arango, though, that up setup is not being played again. Because so far, it's worked out very well for Luminosity.
Avangard will still play it exactly the same, though, in terms of gaining that app's control. Chris isn't going to be there, but you can see they're paranoid about it because of how many times it's now physically been run. They have to clear different angles. The spam coming through as well from Fitch, just in case, because that boost has been in use already by Luminosity. A lot of nuances that are delaying this push more and more for Avangard because of the paranoia about what Luminosity have been up to.
So they're going back towards Banana to challenge Yell. He missed quite a few shots in the previous attempt, but this time he'll land it, and he actually gets the smoke off as well. Not a fantastic smoke by any means, but it should be enough to delay their thoughts because you've lost the man already. And you're now down to 40 seconds on the clock. You've got the bomb moving around as well. Kuka gets the weapon, and it looks like A-site is the target. They need to land all the shots here to have a chance. 2 players through apartments. There'll be 2 players through short as well. 25 seconds. They're leaving themselves with not much time here. This cannot go well.
Surely this has got to be Luminosity putting a stop to this. and having an exclamation mark into the game. As the burst will come down, they try and grab the pick control. They will actually be able to assassinate the man that defends it, but they've got 8 seconds, Ben, and the bomb planter's been killed. This is the round already gone. It's over. Jane will find that frag, but it does not matter. He realizes what has just occurred, sprints away with his tail between his legs, but that will still be the round win for Luminosity. 15-14 now, and because they forced everything in, hoping to win in regulation, their last buy will be less than average.
And not one player taking the hit so far with the buys. Fitch goes for Galil, but you've got nobody there who has the full grenade set to actually allow you to make the plays. Nobody's being that support player they need right now. You've got some firepower. It's not even the best you could get. And Luminosity, they're in such a good position right now. Looks like Lucas actually bought himself this round as well when he didn't need to. It's not a good start to the round for Vanguard. Taking a lot of damage, and that's even worse. They take a kill. 2 players half health. Fitch actually gets the kill through the wall onto Lucas. So that changes things a bit.
At this point, Ben, it is looking a little bit shaky here. Yell just going to be holding towards top banana. Flashbang goes over, Buster peeks him out, Yell misses the initial shot, holds himself alive for so long, nearly finds the follow-up pick as well, goes down, but it will not matter. James, the acrobat, plucked out of the air by Nekis, as he will be able to connect that one. Steal as well, extends out over at mid. Fitch is done for. Krisen as well, suffering the same fate. Avangard, they led the game for so long, but Luminosity will be walking away with the win. 16-14, we'll break this one down after the break.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
If you've been waiting for a sign to quit cable, here's one.
It came from the toaster.
Now you can quit cable.
Switch to DirecTV for #1 rated customer satisfaction over cable. More for your quitting cable thing. That's our thing. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
Luminosity shined bright over Avangard in their matchup. In this opening map of the best of 3, Ben, but you can't help but feel like Avangard sealed their own fate by not really taking any time to look at the decisions they were making.
Yeah, it's very common. Like, so if you think about the first half, right, we had Avangard coming out on top in terms of that battle of attrition. Luminosity found themselves at a deficit, I believe it was 7-3, and only then did they realise we need to take some ecos, get some real buys in, and from there hopefully we get some rounds in. Avangard fell for the same sort of thing, but in the second half of the second half. Right, they lost 8 rounds in a row, 9 of the last 10, and I'm pretty sure they bought in every single one of those rounds. And you just cannot do that. If you keep forcing in, you make it so you don't have much time to actually get, you know, good strategies involved, good weapons involved, utility as well. Inferno is a map where if you're able to use the utility correctly, you can win games on its own. They were not doing that at all.
No, it was very, very awkward for them. A lot of weird mistakes that eventually caused them to concede the matchup, allowing Luminosity to win their map pick. And what's awkward is after this comes Train. This is Avangard's map pick, but are they going to have the confidence to win that after the mistakes made on the previous map?
When you consider this Luminosity team as well, they're a team that rely on being pumped, right? You could see at the end of like rounds, they would stop still after somebody's made a big play. And you can tell that's when they're, you know, high-fiving each other, fist bumps, all this stuff that they normally do on LAN events. And if you're now seeing a situation where Avangard, obviously, they lost that big lead, going into their own pick, the confidence is gone. Luminosity got all the confidence in the world as well. It's a big worry, and it's, you have to think, if you're Avangard, are you going to have a replication of the game we had yesterday where they got destroyed by Mouse?
Yeah, that is the worrying aspect for them. In terms of who was the top performer, Jane was sat with 25-15 at the end of that game and did have a couple of nice rounds, some big impact clutches as well. But the downside was towards the end of the game, he kind of fizzled out. We didn't really see too much after that big clutch.
Yeah, obviously the big clutch was the big one, right? So it was 14-8 at that point. And Luminosity, they managed to win 8 in a row. And obviously, Avangard, they took 2 pauses, I believe, which, fine, you're using some of them. That's great. But at some point, you need to accept we need to eco, we need to go for a half buy, we need to not fully invest in every round. And we just kept on seeing it over and over again. When the round finished, somebody would instantly buy. And then from there, you have this, like, you know, tail of everybody else being like, he's bought, so I guess we have to buy. He's also bought, I guess I'm buying as well. And you just can't win games when you do that. You force yourself into such an awkward situation. It's that CIS style, though. It's what Na'Vi used to do. They used to force over and over again, not take a timeout, not take time to think about the buys. Avangard fell into the same trap. Yeah, it is rough. On the flip side of things, over there for Steel, 27-20 in the end, finishing off that game, and he was ridiculous, really. On the first half, you know, a mere few rounds in, 16 frags to his name. The closest behind him was, I think, 4. At that point, it's just sort of like someone needs to help him out. He can't really do it on his own, and that isn't the sort of player you expect to be making those big plays. Henny, last time we saw him, when we saw them on Cash, he was the top dog, by far one of the most influential players on that side of Luminosity. Getting into that game, it took him time to wake up, but once he did, started to at least try and help out Still, and they rise towards the top, but it took them far too long to wake up. At least that's done now. You know, they're warm. Going into the second map, potentially we shouldn't have that big lapse in the early game. Yeah, it's definitely one of the weird things. Like, we mentioned Steel quite a few times. First half, he was the man making the moves. He was getting all these kills. You could think about, like, he's leading by example, right? That's the IGL. Sometimes you need to do that. We've seen Godby do it, Carrigan sometimes. And it's fine, right? That can happen. However, if you're staying, like, you're starting so slowly to games like that, you're not going to be able to beat these better teams. Better teams will close that game out so much earlier. You wouldn't have the opportunity to even get into the game.
Yeah, that is the rough flip side, really. You know, if you're facing off against an opponent that's at that equal level or above you, they're going to just be able to blow you out of the water in a matter of seconds. There's not really too much you're going to be able to do. And we saw that essentially revealed there on the server because it took them so long to wake up. At that point, the scoreline was at such a deficit. It's only lucky they purely had the resilience to hold on and keep on fighting through. So in the end, they do go on to win that first map. Second map coming up soon could be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, the question is, will the motivation or the morale from either side carry on? It's the second one. I imagine Luminosity, they'll be pumped. They'll be thinking, we can take this 2-0. We just won our first map. It's not even our best map either. We picked that because of their weakness. We came back from behind. They'll be really demotivated. We should take this. However, Avangard, they need to reset. Otherwise, it could be very much like that game yesterday.
Yeah, that is the rough factor for them. It is going to be Train that comes up next as well. And that is a map that leads into the playstyle we see come out from a player like Henny, like Yell, right? It's going to work out quite nicely for them. You can rock the double orb setup. You can have both of them really playing to a high effect when they're on that CT side. And that is going to be where they're starting off. So it could be worrisome.
Yeah, definitely. It's a map for AWPers to shine. And when you're a team like Luminosity, as you mentioned, this will be a tech pause, I think, though, due to the way that multiple players from both sides have sat back in spawn. But it's a map where AWPers can shine very well. Right? We always think about teams like Big, for example, right? Tabson and Smuya, they both pick up the AWP quite often. And from that, you can usually have good results from it. This is another map like that, where I'm hoping that we should see that. However, if we look at the actual win rates of both teams, Luminosity played it 11 times, 45% win rate. Not fantastic by any means. And then on Vanguard side, played it 9 times, 67%. Obviously, one of those losses was yesterday against Mousesports. And that was when Vanguard started on the T side and they couldn't get anything going.
Let's come around, starting off on the CT side. Should be a little bit more favoured getting into this one, as we are going to be delving into the first round.
Yeah, so James actually the player to go for the grenades here. That's quite unusual. He drops the P250 to Buster as well. But ultimately, I feel like he's not the kind of player that you would think is like pushed into that sort of role, I guess. It's a bit of a weird one. And obviously on the other side of things, we mentioned it last map, even though Steel was playing well, he still understood, my role on this team is to be the captain and also the IGL. I'll take the grenades, you guys get your armor and get the kills. It's a very slow one from Vanguard there. Buster will be hoping to get a pick towards Ali here. It's the perfect player to get a kill on as well. Steel, no armor. You can win that firefight fairly easily.
Ooh, peeks out, gets the tag, shoots him ever so slightly there into the shoulder, but already this has caused the burst to come out. As soon as they got contact, they slammed their way in towards the site, and they should be able to keep this one going as well. Fitch, hammering down on the trigger, will eliminate Lucas as he falls down to the ground. It is all on Nekis and Henny to try and pick this one up and salvage the round.
Yeah, it's a very awkward setup from Luminosity. They didn't expect players to just bombard out of main like that. Results in this 2v5, which it's near enough impossible to win, if I'm honest. The kit's dropped towards Ivy. They're looking to save, but the hunt should be on. There's no need to allow these players to keep their armor available. James should hear them right below him. Question is, can he get the kills?
Oh, they come straight towards him, Ben. They have no idea he's there. James should have had a field day with this, but they will trade it back. And he gets the counter pick, tries to keep it going, but Fitch will eliminate him. So one casualty there for Avangard, and a very tasty round.
So Fitch carrying on that form from the previous map as well. He had quite a lot of kills in that one. I think it was 27. 3 kills into the pistol. Looking very strong thus far. And Luminosity, they forced straight back in. That was a very quick call from them. 2 scouts, UMP, Deagle and a CZ. 3 smokes to work with as well. So in terms of utility, it's not that bad.
See if we can see any potential damage from Yell and Henny as well with those scouts. If they can actually get a couple of chest shots off, weaken the opposition, it could put them into a nice position. Neck is here, not really clearing the angle towards the left. Eventually clears it, but it's too little too late. So Buster will deal with him. All of those T-side players, though, being tagged up very heavily, and they're actually going to start to fall down as well. Yell with a scout, been given free roam to just rain around and find these kills. It's ridiculous, Ben. Kristen eventually going to find the response headshot back onto Henny. But at this point, it's looking like this could be an upset round for Luminosity. When you're left now into a 2 versus 2, they're not out of the woods just yet, however, as Yell will be detected, gets the chest shot off. 1 shot onto either player will now kill them both.
Definitely, he's been given an opportunity as well. Kristen now in a 1v1. Yell has an inkling towards where he is, but misses. That's probably the easiest shot of them all. He did so well to get into that position. 3 kills in the round. And if you're Luminosity, you're thinking, we might be able to fall straight back in again. Because that round has gone very closely with, what, 2 pistols, a UMP, and then a pair of scouts. Doesn't look like they'll fall bait into it, though. Oh, actually, there we go. The call has been made. They've gone for the buy. So this is a slightly upgraded buy from the previous one we just saw. Avanga, I don't think they'll be expecting it. Because it's very unusual for teams to, especially on the CT side, to chase the economy like this.
Yeah, it is risky, but they've already proved they can do a lot of damage with it. I mean, Yell was phenomenal with his scout work into that previous round. James pushes his way up, gets into the close position, does try and cause some aggression. but nothing will really dare to face off against him.
Yeah, so ultimately, Avanga playing a bit slower this time. They realized the errors that were had in the previous one. And they kind of understand that they need to be a bit more careful, because that round they probably should have lost, really. Yell put himself in a position where he should have won. Minute on the clock, though. Playing it ever so slow. A site will be the target, though. 3 players through Ali, 2 players through T main. Luminosity have gambled 2 players towards B as well.
Steal, and a close range angle off the back of the flashbang. Should be able to slay everyone in position. We'll only find 1 frag until Chrism can go down. The readjustment here towards the site. Buster starts to slay with the AK, eliminates Neckers. Yell just bounding around back and forth, dancing on the bomb site. And eventually a tag will come out as well. Still left on just 22 HP, as they have been able to secure that site control and sliver their way out towards the bomb train. Lucas rotates back around with the Deagle, pulls the trigger, but will not get the elimination. And they're trapped in a bit of a stalemate now, Ben, a 3 versus 3.
There's only 15 seconds left as well. If Steel were to get in a position where he denies this bomb plant, it could be bad news for them. James not watching the angle even. Fitch, he gets the bomb down, but surely he can't do anything else. That was a very messy round. Consider they played it so slowly, right? They did everything right towards the end. Sure, Steel gets that flash peek, gets a kill. That can happen. However, from there, they again fell into the trap of peeking into these scouts. Alternatively, you could think Yell and Henny did so well in terms of the movement with the scouts as well.
It's crazy they're winning these rounds as well, and it just goes to show what level of lethality they actually have, even in a position with no real buy around them. And the scary factor to read into that is once they have the AWPs, how much more beneficial it's going to be. Obviously, if they can do that with a scout and have that one-shot capability, it could be even more ridiculous.
And Avanga, they're back to their forced buy antics. James back with an AWP, Buster with an AK. Otherwise, you've got 3 Deagles. That nade, the double nade! Down to 9 HP already. It's not a good start to the round for James at all. He's got to be hoping that he gets a chance to get a peek in before, you know, gets blown out the server. Does resort to Ivy though. Henny's using this elevated angle in Z. Watching in case a player decides to move out of T main. And Yell actually will take over. That's quite an interesting one. I've seen players actually just be like, I want to go there now.
Pass the baton.
Yeah, very weird. Bit of relay positioning.
Egg and spoon race, Ben.
So Buster is on upper. Henny, ooh, that's an awkward angle. If you're the T-side player, to actually get that peek in. Because if he overextends ever so slightly, Henny should be able to line it up very easily, which he does not though. Thankfully the trade is there.
Yeah, good response from Lucas. Gets the uppercut off and takes down Buster. 3 Ts remain into this round. They've left the bomb behind as well, so if they want to go back and grab it, it's going to be a bit of a delay for them. 2 Deagles, 1 AWP on James, and 37 seconds left into the round. Essentially at this point, they need to find a frag in the next few seconds, or it might just be worth scurrying out of there, and that could very well be the call. Now Kuka has rustled himself up an AK. The only player that really needs to try and do something here could be Chrism.
15 seconds left.
Ooh.
That's a very good shot. Gets that kill, makes it an even playing field, 3v3, but they need to get onto this site and plant again. And this could be the same issue they had in the round before.
The rough factor is, though, Neckers with the M4, able to pick everyone to pieces. James as well, and the jump across nearly goes down. He is low, but he has the AWP. However, he's being pushed from all angles. Didn't expect the timing there from Yell, and that is going to be another round now picked up for Luminosity. It'll go 2-2 and equalize the scoreline.
And James didn't get a chance to even shoot that AWP. There was a minute 45 played into that round before the bomb got planted, and he still didn't get a chance to shoot it. Crazy, and the Betway team reflects that though. It just off that last map we just saw, momentum will always be on the Luminosity side. And looking at it right now, Luminosity, they seem to be in a much better position. At Vanguard, the T side seems a bit lost. Makes me wonder why is this their pick compared to a map like, say, Mirage or Cash even. They do go for a somewhat half buy into it. There's some Deagles in play. Yell with his AWP getting involved towards Ali. Steel is ready for the peak as soon as Lucas gets contact, which he will do. It's an easy kill to find. Very simple setups being used by Luminosity. And while they're simple, they're still very effective.
For Avant-Garde, though, they are just being cleaned up, really, and exterminated into these rounds relatively easily. And Luminosity, it's about trying to win them cleanly now. They've got into a position where they have the advantage. The less frags they can suffer into this one will be better for them. Avant-Garde, with just 3 players remaining and a minute on the clock. Only deco into this round, so potentially they could try and go for something a little bit of a desperation play, hope to try and get a bomb plant down, potentially a push towards that B site. But time will tell.
Yeah, there's another situation by Avant-Garde playing the round out very slowly, hoping some grenades will be used by the Luminosity side. However, they're playing for contact on this site, which is quite peculiar. They will get the bomb down there, and that probably is an instant call for the rotate to come through. Basta looking for a pick, but that's an AWP you're fighting.
Jay makes his move down Pop Dog. But in reality, what can he actually even achieve? I mean, it's a 1-on-4 at this point. If Nekis finds a frag, that would have been the team ace. That one goes out the window, but Yell will be able to find the response anyway. Takes down Jame. They now have the advantage. They get themselves to a 3-2 scoreline. And to celebrate, Yell's going to buy himself a taser.
Passes it across to the teammate as well. Nice guy. Nice little gift. So the double AWP is coming out from Luminosity, as we expected. It was one of the things that we mentioned about how on Cash they relied on it. Inferno, I wouldn't say they relied on it as much as they did on Cash, but it was a nice little thing that they could have to go in their back pocket if they need it. Jame picks one up as well on the T side. And it looks like it's the same setup, although slightly different. They're Henny AWPing the low ramp. Lucas is down the close angle as well. Should be some easy kills for them, especially if they all peek, but still, he puts out the Molotov and gives away the idea that he's there.
Steel, forced to retreat. He's going to be able to fall back towards the site at least and stay alive, but they have lost a man. Steel takes more damage as well on the exit, and Henny is almost dead at this point. 23 HP to his name. They're not in an ideal position. Luminosity, this could be where they start to falter. Avant-Garde, can they pick this round up? They set themselves up. They have a ton of smoke still as well, so they can try and go for the smoke over if they want to into this round. They're going to group up. Most likely go for the burst out for Ivy. This is where Yell needs to hold them back.
Yeah, it's a big round for him. Kuka tries to go down ladder. That calls for action towards Ivy, and a peek comes through, and that's a nice kill found by Yell. Now a man up from a situation that they had the disadvantage in. 40 seconds left as well. I can't feel like this clock will tick down to about 20 before they get onto the site.
It's a crossfire setup as well, so Yell backed up. Steel's in position. Didn't have a smoke, but he has one more flashbang. Fires off the warning shot. Prison going to go out. The flashbang actually blinds him, Ben. Does not go far enough. This throws the entire round into disarray. Steel just gifted those frags because of the misplay. And Buster's the only one that remains now for Avant-Garde. With 19 seconds on the clock, can he do anything?
Shouldn't be possible at all. They've got him covered from every angle here. They might be able to find a single kill, but surely nothing else. 10 seconds left. If they really want to make it worse, they kill him straight after time runs out. Yellow's even pushing forward. Buster goes to the peak, dies before the time runs out. Means he does still get the loss bonus. But that's a good round from Luminosity again. But Avant-Garde, I can't help but feel like the playbook is non-existent at this point. They're hoping to get some picks here and there. They get the pick that round, but from that, they do nothing else. The half buy is going to come in this time. So they're at least recognizing if we go for half buys, we'll have a full buy next round, regardless of what happens. But the worry is, if they keep thinking these rounds can become close, or like they're in a position to win, for example, they won't go for a pause, they won't change the way they're playing. So again, it should be another slow one from Avant-Garde. They know we'll wait it out again. Hopefully get some grenades out. Steel gets the opener towards B. So this is a common setup there, running towards B. Lucas gets contact towards lower ramp. As soon as he gets contact, Steel peeks out. It's an easy kill. But because they're using it so much early on in this half, it means whenever Avant-Garde go towards B, they feel like they need to have at least 2 people there. Otherwise, it should be a kill given away every time.
Minute and 10 left on the clock here. And Avant-Garde, they're going to go for the play back towards the inner site over at B. Flashbang goes down. Now, it has been a little bit shaky. Every time they've gone for this, it's been quite isolated. Essentially, just one player goes out, and the whole round falls into a bit of an awkward position in a matter of seconds. This time they set up with the utility they have available to them. Going to cast out the smokes and Molotovs, flashbang over as well, but there's an instant counterplay from Luminosity. And they reposition the defense as well to deal with this. Time goes lower and lower, leaving them in quite a predicament, but they will start to make their way down. But can they leave their mark on the B bomb site? Lucas finds the first headshot. Henny will trade it back as well and finds the follow-up. And at that point, it is only on James. Once more, the last remaining member of Avangard. And he's just going to go bound Pop Dog again.
Neck is nearly just fall again, though. It's the tricks of James.
Yeah.
But it does feel like there is no real playbook on this Avangard side. There's no strats that they can go back to. There's nothing like that. Reliant on the picks. That's something that a lot of these young teams do fall short with. They get into situations where they've got this far just being so good at the game. However, they face a team like Luminosity even, where they've got some chemistry between them, some cohesion rather. And they try and go for those same picks, but they get baited into a bait and switch or into a crossfire. And they just don't have the same sort of methodical play that other teams do have. That's another opener for Steel, though. How many opening kills has he had already this game? I'm just wondering when will pause come through for Avangard, because this half feels like it's falling apart quickly. Call appears to be to burst down the low ramp, though. They lost 2 players already. Lucas was repositioning. He must have seen them on the low ramp. Yeah, that should be the call. Henny's on his way towards the site as well.
Oh. Lucas gets detected there by Kuka, but on the reface, nade in his hand, it's an easy target then, as he was just moving his way even closer towards him. Necky's as well, completely overthrows Buster. James, once again, last alive, but with nothing to really achieve. There's not much he can do. Lucas somehow hurts himself jumping off the ladder there, and it is all on James. The peak comes around, Henny connects the shot, that's the AWP taken out of his hands once again, and nothing was done with it.
And finally the pause comes through. It should have been coming in any time now. They take a pause, but the question is, will they do anything from it? Because I can't help but feel like they paused plenty of times in Inferno, and it didn't change the way they were playing at all. If anything, they just used it at time to talk, and some players would reiterate the same things. Buster's bought an AK and armor here. Like, that's not around where you buy in. You don't have enough money at all. Another silly buy, I can't help but feel like. Some players being potentially not inexperienced, but being quite a bit forward with what they want to do rather than thinking as a team what we should do. Right, he thinks he can get kills with this, so he's going to buy it.
It's the Redus, obviously, it's quite overzealous, instantly just invested into it rather than going, what should we do into this round? What do we need to work with here? And for Avangard, it's going to be frustrating as well, because if this also goes badly for them, even with that investment, then they're left into a destabilized economy. They won't all have equal cash going on from that point, and it's only really going to get worse.
And Buster, you can tell he wasn't meant to buy. Everybody else in his team has not bought. They've bought they've gone for the half buy, and they've got maximum loss bonus, which means they only have minimum 4,700 on players. Buster will be left on 3,400. It's just so weird. I don't really understand it. So a lot of pressure towards B from Avangard this time. Lucas playing very defensive though. Henny holding the team main angle. Should be an easy kill if a player were to peek.
Henny waiting for the face to come around. Christian just trying to tiptoe back and forth, really. Expecting him to make the first mistake, but Henny won't fall into the trap. Casts out the smoke once again. Neck is just holding as they have a bit of a party above him towards Pop Dog.
Yeah, Kuka, he got killed on this angle earlier on in the game. So he's very scared of a player actually being there ready to kill him if he were to peek it regularly. 30 seconds left now. The bomb is going in towards T main. They're going to send a fake towards B, sending Buster, who actually gets the kill onto Henny, but Yell gets one towards main as well. That might change the way this round could have gone, because of Avangard, it's only 20 seconds left. They have to go towards A, and that's the bomb down. Simply put, it's a lot of split and picks all across the map, and you're leaving yourself with no time to make any adaptive plays. So bizarre. I mean, they're fortunate he's going to stay alive with this AK, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that's something.
But when that's your biggest takeaway, it's going to be quite worrying. And obviously it's the fact as well that this is really falling out of favor really quite fast. And the downside is this is their map pick. They've walked into it. They should be a lot more confident than they are. James, he's gone for that reinvestment into the AWP again. We've seen him buy it a lot of times, but the impact just isn't there. It's not like what we were seeing on Inferno, Ben. It's very dry. I mean, half the times he's bought it, he hasn't been able to even fire a shot or find a frag.
It's the complete opposite of what we thought when, obviously, I mentioned the stat. It was like 0.55 AWP kills a round. The next closest was 0.43. For reference, that's a huge difference. Henny misses the opening shot onto Kuka there, so that's another opening pin for Vanga. But the question is, can they do anything from this? Are they ready for Luminosity to make an adaptive play and go for the return kill? Because Yell's already making it right here, and this should be an easy kill from Crizzen if Crizzen is watching the angle.
Angle's going to be held. Yell gets the opportunity. I mean, Crizzen would have known he was there. That's the only really angle you can see from that position, even if you fall back. The AWP's going to be more favored. Gets that frag relatively easily. At this point, it falls back into a 4-on-4 with 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. And this is not fantastic, Ben. Oh, Yell, calm down.
Getting a bit too close to the fire right there. Fitch has actually advanced quite a bit here as well. Flashes off the angle. Steel is arriving, though, to cover the other side. That smoke will fade by the time Steel arrives. 2 players going to be pushing through. They're going to most likely go towards the backtracks, unless they go straight through the smoke. But the boost's coming through, and Yell's ready for it. He's just seen the jump. There's only 35 seconds left again, and they're running into the same sort of issue. Leaving themselves with not enough time to make the play, and Yell, unfortunately, doing a lot of spins. I'm not too sure.
Spin to win, Ben. But it will not work out very nicely for him.
If they're going B, Lucas is at coils. This is going to be a Luminosity round again.
The thing is, Kuka, he thinks he's cleared the site here. He's almost certain that no one is on there. But Buster walks in. Lucas is going to detect him, finds that frag. At this point, you have no time left. It doesn't matter that he's being able to cut off the rotate because he surely can't win the round. All Lucas has to do is hide. And he knows this.
He gets a kill after time as well.
That's no cash for him. The loss bonus going to be sucked away, represented there by only $900 in his bank account. 8-2, and this scoreline is only going to keep on inflating for Luminosity. They're flying sky high right now.
And the same situation again. For some reason, whenever they save an AWP, they buy around it on its own. I really don't get it. The only time I ever feel like you buy around a save is if you've got a decent amount of cash, or you've got 2, maybe 3 players living from the save, right? Because that's good value saved into the round. Not just a single AWP. It's the same situation we saw the second half of Inferno. I really don't understand it. They've just gone for a run boost peak towards Ali, and unfortunately nobody's holding that angle because they don't need to. Luminosity are in such a good spot right now, they don't even need to make the errors. Avanga are making it themselves.
It's 8-2. Bear in mind, this is only the first half, and Luminosity, they've been performing nicely. Yell and Henny are a good combination on the AWP. We're seeing that work. They're allowed to actually strut their stuff a little bit more. Oh, the tag from Nekias as well. James and Fitch both getting shot down relatively low there, left on 65 and 61 HP, so a good chunk of health knocked off them.
It's a good start, though, especially when you consider that does mean an M4 headshot will kill both players. Yell gets the AWP pick to Crizzen as well. They're running to this B site where there's 2 players holding it. This grenade should do really well. Oh, that's so much. Kuka's very low as well. The bomb will probably go down. This is one of the better rounds for Vanguard in recent time.
It's 2 versus 3, though, and they're not out of the woods just yet. It could still go either way at this point. They need to defend their bomb site. They have no utility either. So the risk they run is the fact that Luminosity can still very easily retake this. They have a HE that seems to be cast out, will be launched across, and that is going to blow him out of the server. They hit him with a yeet, Ben, and it is all on James in a 1-on-3. Elevated angle in play. They don't have a smoke, but they need to jump on a bomb. They will do so, but he can't even go for the peak. Wants to save the AWP once again. And that'll be another round for Luminosity. 9-2 now. Avangard falling out of favor each and every round.
At the very least, when you lose the round, you've got maximum loss bonus. With a bomb plant, you get more money, right? So this buy will look like one of the strongest we've seen from them all game.
Yeah.
Which is shocking to think about, because you should have so many rounds where you've gone for a half buy and then a decent buy. But the last 3 or 4 we've seen have just been surrounding the guns they've saved into the following rounds. Luminosity, you can see their money as well. even though they've had so many round wins in a row, you've only got, you know, what, 4.5k average, say, on some of the players. The run boost is going to come through again, James. Nobody's holding the angle. There's no need to. Especially when you're a CT, it's not a great angle to hold. So he'll have this advanced peek, but let's be real, Yell, he's playing so safely, he doesn't need to do this peek. And Crizzen has been on that side of main every round so far, which is why that Molotov has come through. He has to use a smoke to save himself. The double AWPs are actually moving in on him, though.
Fitch shot very low there, left on 8 HP. Kuka as well, already down to 21. And Yell actually been a little bit more confident to this map. It's been nicer to see because he's been very reserved, but this time his AWPing capability is starting to be shown off. You can see the confidence returning to him.
Oh, what? That smoke actually... That's a smoke that normally will go all the way to the left side, but it's hit a curve on the wall and gone straight down. You could see the annoyance in Buster when he threw it, even. That's so... Nothing is going right for them right now, I think it's fair to say.
Well, smoking is bad for you, Ben.
Yeah, to be fair, that's not wrong. That flash even missed, but Buster was not ready for the peak. So James finally gets involved in this game, but only through having an AK in his hands. He has to give the AWP away to Fitch due to the health point difference. And he just charges out and gives away the kill again. It feels hopeless. It feels like they've lost the game already.
It does look like mentally they're already sort of taking this one as an L and walking away. Bear in mind, everybody, this is an elimination matchup. You know, this is the end of the tournament run. If they lose this map, they are donezo.
And the thing is that it's another example of players not being as experienced as others, right? So players like Steel, they've played so many tournaments where they faced elimination. Best of 3, you lose the first map due to you messing up, right? Like that happens, that can happen. However, you need to be able to get the mental fortitude to realize this is a best of 3. You can still win the whole series. You can stay in the tournament. Avanga have looked hopeless so far. And they're going to buy straight back in again. I feel like I've said that for the past 25 rounds, it feels like, going back to even Inferno. The AWP will be back on James, but I'm not too sure what he can do with it. When he had it last round, he gave it away and finally got involved with the kill with an AK. It's very peculiar. Luminosity, obviously, they are playing well. They're doing everything they need to do to win this game. But you can't help but feel like Avanga have felt like fallen apart and completely since that first map loss.
Back into it though. Round 13 here. Henny going to go for a very bold play. Spots out the legs, but misses the shot. Goes for the refrag as well, and will go down. So Kuka gets the elimination. They've already lost one man, and that is going to be an AWP at least passed over. So they can grab that. They've now got 2 AWPs in play. One on James, one on Buster.
It's not the first time we've seen an opening kill for Avanga though. Typically, they wait down to that 35-second timer, and from there, they make the decision on which site to go to. Luminosity currently have 3 players towards that inner site, but it looks like A might be the call from Avanga. I would like to see Luminosity go for some kind of info towards B, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. They're hoping they'll walk into their trap.
Fitch sets himself up, launches out the smoke. As he's trying to keep them on their toes here. All that utility casted out over towards Ivy as he'll start to make his move. And here comes the horde towards the A site. Everyone is going to push out. Neckers is in the elevated angle, waiting to try and frag them out if he can. M4 in his possession, spots them, but the AK, quicker off the draw if you can land that first headshot right between the eyes. And Neckies will be done for. At this point, you're in a 5 versus 3. Luminosity might want to take this one on the chin, Ben. Just go for a save round here, potentially.
Yeah, they don't need to force this one. You can see the money is quite high for them, but you're nearing the end of the half, right? So this should be the 13th round being played out here. And it should be a win for Avanga. Yell doesn't need to make that play, I feel. He has an AWP in his hands, although Avanga, they don't need to recover it. But ultimately, you'll be going to the 14th round. You'll have 3 players on near enough $8,000 each, at the very minimum. So they can pass guns across if needed. You're better off trying to keep your money high rather than forcing your opponent's money to be low, because even when Avanga have no money, they still force buy into it. So doing the damage won't make a difference here. But I think that's the first time we've seen a Vanguard get the opening kill and actually proceed to win the round, if I'm honest.
Yeah, actually making it work. Luminosity go instantly in for a pause as well. It's the first round they've lost in quite some time, but they're composed enough to realize we should talk about this.
Yeah, obviously having the ability to pause 4 times, you've not needed to use one all half so far. You might as well use one here and potentially talk about what we need to do to change things around a bit. Obviously, I feel like that round was given away by Henny. Obviously, it's one of those rounds where he might have been feeling himself a bit. He goes for some overzealous peaks. Gave so many opportunities for the opponent to kill him as well. He ran through some fire, missed 2 shots. So potentially that pause was to just potentially calm the team down, right? I understand we're in a good position here. If we win out this half, maybe 11-4, 12-3, we can win this game very quickly.
Round 14 now. 10-3 is the current scoreline. Avangard, they've been faltering under the weight of Luminosity into a lot of these rounds. Do they have a bit more confidence now to actually go toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell? We'll find out as we get back into the action. Already Avangard setting themselves up. Henny, a bit more aggressive actually. Not towards the B site this time. Doing a little bit of what we've seen from Yell, the more aggressive face over towards mid-main, holding the angle, seeing if anyone will dare to defy him. Crizzen just holding right now.
They've actually gone in towards B here. Lucas, one of the rare times he's alone on that B site. Vanguard get the kill, they get the site, they get the bomb down most importantly as well. Crizzen's out towards main as well. Nick has not really seen him walk past, so this should be an easy kill into Yell, as well as potentially some more as well.
Crizzen getting that frag, eliminates Yell. Carry on pushing his way back around. Q-Cut as well, going to take down Nekis. So they are finding the frags that are necessary. And at this point, with the cash starting to scrape away a little bit, once again, it might be worth just holding on to these weapons. Henny especially needs to save that AWP. Still has a ton of utility as well. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for him to just keep onto this, drag it through into that next round, and play it out to get an 11-4 half.
So keeping those guns alive is crucial, especially the AWP. Henny can drop across a rifle if needed. Steel buys an AWP, gives it to Yell. Lucas should be able to just get his own weapons here, as Nekis has been dropped by Henny. So this should still be a full buy for Luminosity on the CT side. But Vanguard, they're finally getting some rounds on the board, thanks to getting those opening kills, or at least identifying where the weakness is on that defense from Luminosity. That's a very early flash to throw. Doesn't actually get anyone out, I think.
And they sprinted the entire way as well. There was no chance they were going to be anywhere near that.
It's very unusual. I think it was too high, most importantly, as well.
That's the paranoia as well, the potential fast B play off the back of that prior round.
The thing is, as well, for them to go for that fast B, they actually go for a fast main straight off the back of this one as well. They get the opening kill. Crizzen looking towards that middle sort of area. He knows Steel's stuck in towards Ivy, but instead he'll just smoke it, let him keep his position. Yell, being pressured so much, he runs through the fire.
Gets that elimination, takes down Yell. And this last round of the first half now falls into just 3 men to bail them out. Steel, Lucas, and Henny, the brothers, and Steel leading them by charge. Molotov will be launched out. James in position, holding to see if he will get this frag. Goes for the extension. Steel will be ripped through. His brother falls as well, and it is all on Lucas to save the day with the spam. Couldn't quite get the connection off. That is going to be a 10-5 half in favor of Luminosity here. Can Avangard bring it back in the second half? We'll find out after break. And we're back in. It's currently a 10-5 scoreline in favor of Luminosity. They looked very effective on their CT side and were popping off with their AWPing prowess. However, they now move on to their T side. Avangard were finding a string of rounds at the end of the first half, Ben. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, the question is, do they have the resilience to do it, right? Because even though they got those rounds towards the end, they looked defeated on their way to those rounds. And if they start off slowly in the second half, it could get out of hand very quickly. Yell goes for the grenades on the Luminosity side. Gives a P250 to Lucas as well, which we saw in the first half on Inferno as well. So some early shots being fired from both sides. Small amounts of damage exchanged, not too much though. It's a very slow pistol once more. You've only got the one smoke and a flash though to use on the T side, so you have to get some good use of it. Lucas actually looking for a pick towards upper with that P250. Walking in here as well. The fact that they haven't checked it is kind of crazy. He should be able to see a head if he was looking for it. You can see it moving around out there. Kyuka, his head is just bobbing up and down. You can see it.
Yeah.
How does he not?
It doesn't look like it.
Finally.
Oh, finally he's figured it out.
He's gone for the shot though. He didn't need to. He'd gone so far, though, that it's like you may as well move further beyond it.
Get into a better position at that point, because you've already been able to get so much map control. Instead, makes a bit of a gamble call, fires off the warning shot, and it does start to crumble away. At this point, they get the bomb down, but they've already lost 2 men. Steel and Co now. They have to have a hard task to win this initial pistol round.
Especially when Kyuka kept that smoke and defuse available to him. Obviously, Jane, look how aggressive he's being. He's on top of the bomb site.
Oh, they get onto the site as well. Crizzen, in close proximity, luckily, goes down. But this is awkward, Ben. They've swarmed the site. Steel going to push out. Finds the double kill. Steel! What? This is ridiculous. It was actually Yell getting the frag onto Fidge, but still, just the taps coming out. It looked like it was both of the headshots. Still eliminated the bomb diffuser, though. And that is going to be the 11th round now picked up for Luminosity, as it will go 11-5. And the odds favouring Luminosity quite a lot.
Especially now with that pistol win, it's going to be overwhelming in their favour. But that's a pistol round where you're 3v5. You've played B retake. You've got 2 kills as well. You were gifted a kill in the form of Lucas, because Lucas could have made that path the whole way behind them. There was 3 of them there.
He could have backstabbed them so much.
But unfortunately, Vanguard, even though they were gifted some chances, that nade. The bounce was so awkward there. It looked like it went much further along than it should have. And this should be an easy round for them.
Yeah, still finding another pick. I mean, it's easy stuff right now with the entries out towards the site. He's on the ladder, so the inaccuracy comes into effect, but it doesn't really matter as Luminosity breeze their way past them so easily into that second round. It's now a 12-5 scoreline, Ben. Here comes the reinvestment from Avangard, but the scary fact is they'll have guns now, but if they lose this round, at that point that could be a 14-5 scoreline. The game could be so close to being over.
I was going to say, Luminosity, they kept 2 Mach 10s for a second there, but Lucas and Neckers both rebuy. If they kept the Mach 10s, you can see there's only 1 player with head armor.
Yeah.
That could have been bad news for Vanguard, but luckily there's only going to be the 1 SMG on Yell. Although it's UMP, it can still do that same sort of damage a Mach 10 can do. The question is, Vanguard, they've got a lack of utility, that's for sure. When you buy in this 3rd round and you go for all M4s, you risk having next to no utility, right? So your B player, for example, he has to have the backup of James, who has another smoke as well. He's already used the smoke towards B. Oh, this nade. That's quite a lot.
That's nice.
Crizzen kind of accepted fate when that nade came in. He didn't feel like he moved at all.
He's just realised it's too late.
Yeah. Oh, what? That's an unfortunate face.
You could feel the strength on the neck snap there. Ridiculous, as that frag will come through. Henny, absolutely brutal. Can pop flash his teammate through as well now, so Yell can try and gain the map control. Yell is the one with the UMP as well. It doesn't really matter that they missed the flash, though, because the backstab has developed. At this point, the overwhelming force comes in, and they are just blowing all over them, Ben. The only one that remains is Kyuka, and a 1 versus 4. It's time to fall back and try and stay alive for him. I mean, this will be a 13-5 scoreline. And this is scary. Kyuka, he's very lucky he'll actually be able to save this weapon as well, because Avangard can be quite restricted going into the next round. This has got to be a 14-5 scoreline before they're even really given a chance.
Even scary a bit, though, considering the trends we've seen from Avangard. Whenever they save a gun, for some reason they feel inclined to force into it. Like, even if it's just one weapon, they'll still think, well, that AK could add quite a lot of firepower to our team. If we all force buy with the limited funds we have, we might win the round. But it seems like they fall into that trap over and over again. Q-Cut, he will be able to stay alive here, but he should be able to get the kill onto Neckers as well.
So Neckers goes down, Q-Cut survives the round. And luckily he did save, so they can try and work out some kind of investment if they want to, because we've seen that be the common call, and it will be once again, it seems. Everyone going to pump their money back into it. So you force up into this round, but then you do leave yourself very susceptible to the utter destruction of your economy.
Thankfully, it's not a full buy, right? So you can see Jame and Buster not going for armor on either of the players. So armor being bought from Crizzen and Fitch. They leave themselves enough money, though, to get a buy-in the round after. But Q-Cut, he was so committed to going towards ladder. That's the AK gone already.
Taken out of their hands in a matter of seconds, Jame as well. Unfortunately not able to connect onto anyone with a scout. That is the only other true firearm they have in their arsenal. The rest of it is restricted to pistols and steel. Still playing with such confidence. Ridiculous stuff as he has been ripping heads off and mounting them on a stake each and every round. Buster, the only one that remains, will show what he can do with that deagle, the 50 cal pain, right through the noggin of steel. But there is the trade from Yell. And Avangard, they now have money to play with once again. They can pump it back in. Double AWP setup, busted out in a matter of seconds. Jame and Buster going to don the AWP. Can they really perform with it? Can they actually somehow assert their dominance, Ben? Because it's a 14-5 scoreline. They need to perform, and they need to right now.
Yell's got this really good spawn here. This is the one that you normally use to get the close peek towards the pop dog run. The question is, will he use it? It looks like he's going straight for it. So Jame has a good spawn on the CT side as well, so Yell actually goes all the way out. This is different. He's got this peek towards Ivy, but unfortunately he gets blinded. And Luminosity, they're not stopping though. They keep just pushing forward and falling. That was a very bold play to make out of the gates there.
Yell gets a repick. Is able to at least find that frag onto Buster. And Steel is still alive as well. But he has now been eliminated. At this point, the round really is completely out of their control. They had a small sliver of a chance, but it is quickly dwindled away. Yell, still trying to make a play, though. Flashbang goes across. He has so much wealth on him currently. It's 10k in the bank as well. And he will start to use that utility. I mean, there's still a minute on the clock, so potential for him to get away with something cheeky here. As he does reposition, can try and find a follow-up frag. They're giving him breathing room as well.
They're giving him so much room. It's kind of surprising. Especially as if he were to make the big play here and go all around the green train, although with him unscoping like that, he's going to have to give his position away sooner or later. Q-Cut thankfully does peek, because the other players around him gave so much info away. There was so much map space for him to work with. In 1v3, you can't give him that much space.
No, they were letting him just do whatever he really wanted to there. No one really hunting, just trying to play more reserved. Not really wanting to run the risk of losing more players on that CT side, but in the end, it will be a round for Avangard. 14-6, Luminosity leading quite dominantly here. The rebuy comes out. Neck is the only one without utility, as he will just have the AK to slay with. We do have Henny back on the AWP as well, so Yell going to be passing that over to him.
So some early utility used by Avangard. 2 smokes used in the first 30 seconds of the round. And because of that smoke used towards B, Jay must play this side of the map. Smoke was used at alley as well, but thankfully Buster, he's AWPing that angle, so it's a bit better. And Crizzen, the same thing he was doing on T side, which was playing towards that T main sort of area, does the same thing towards Neckers. Doesn't see anybody in there though. So he does ultimately fall back. You see, he keeps tempting it, he keeps walking back in. Neckers, he's playing so defensive on this. Knows he doesn't need to give a pick away. His team are doing their regular default. That's a really strong tag though, 95 damage.
It's lucky it was at least onto Henny, and he's been able to stay alive, so the AWP can still be utilized by him. He's normally quite confident even with low HP. Neckers as well. Potentially about to be pushed here by Crizzen, but he just holds on. Doesn't want to jump the gun. They do begin to reposition and group up, potentially to a late round play towards that B site.
Crizzen's heard them rotating from alley. You can tell by the 3-man rotate that's come through. Buster's tempting it as well. 20 seconds left. They're going to have to burst into the site and find all of the kills. Otherwise, this can be similar to the rounds we saw from Vanga.
James, up in position, saw the feet, gets the adjustment, but doesn't find the frag. And already the picks are coming through. They do time to reaggress, but it's a little bit delayed. I mean, one by one, they're just feeding themselves to that side. Yell was holding for the rotate as well, so the backstab is not going to come towards him. He will stay alive, but that is another round now picked up for Avangar.
I believe that is all from Kristen, though. He managed to get that A main control on his own, which is a crazy risk, if I'm honest. But the fact he took that risk, got the map control, he heard the rotates coming through. He was then able to give the call to his teammates. They went for the stack towards B. Luminosity go into the stack. And ultimately, Vanguard, they get the 7th round on the board, but it's still such a mountain to climb here to make that comeback happen. It's a bigger one than Luminosity had on that first map. That's a very nice double-nated down to the Neckers. So even though they saved the AK, I can't see them doing too much with it. Simply put, because an AK on this map, while it is great to have a weapon in, it's not that easy to find the picks. More so when teammates are already falling around you, not giving you much room to work with.
HP there left on QKurt as he falls back towards the site. This is the last desperation play really from Luminosity, as they'll just charge their way out. They do actually turn on him, so he's going to go down, but they don't have the bomb. So this is purely just to try and deal damage towards that CT side. Steel on the elevated angle eventually is finished off, and it is all up to Lucas to make a mockery out of them. Shots with the AK tagging them up, but no real frags, and that is all he was hungering for. So another round picked up. Avangar bring themselves to 8, and a pause will come through from Luminosity, their second pause of the game.
Yes, taking the second pause, 14-8. Potentially to talk about what have your team seen so far in these last 2 rounds in terms of what is the movement like from Avangar, what are they doing in terms of the setups, how are they holding Ivy, all the regular default stuff you've found out in the last few rounds. And from that, obviously Steel will take all this information in and hopefully get a call out from that. However, based on the way they've been playing, obviously it's an AWP towards Ivy, an AWP in Z, going quite frequently towards B. They won't have the information about that. But what they do know is the B player is quite aggressive, and they should be able to do something towards outside, I feel. If they were to combine the A smokes with the train or the green train smoke, it could be quite a decent way of isolating the outside players, because they have been playing quite close.
Luminosity back into just the classic default, really, we've been seeing from them. No real execute here, just a standard play, but QKurt, once you give this man confidence, he's going to start to run with it, Ben, and just slumps Lucas out in a matter of seconds. A beautiful early entry frag as he spins his way back towards the site.
He's been playing very well so far this game, and that was unparalleled aggression considering he was the only one there as well. That was a solo play. It's a big risk, but obviously it does work out. He gets that kill. And Vanguard, they're a man up again. They've had the Ubering kill in a lot of these rounds so far. The question is, can they capitalize on it? So Luminosity, you can tell they're kind of restructuring here, thinking about doing some kind of smokes. So I believe that's the smoke that lands in ladder. Unfortunately for them, though, they're not playing anybody in ladder on the Avangar side. Oh, no. That is very unfortunate timing. Fortunate for them, though, as mentioned, there's nobody playing in ladder. However, Jamie's given so many opportunities there to find a kill.
Yeah, should have been able to at least connect onto one of them. Pushes close back towards the bomb train. Going to drop a smoke for his teammate there. Kristen goes for a big play, gets the spray down, but yeah, what the adjustment? Able to annihilate Ben. Pops off with the double kill from the Kalashnikov as they'll slaughter them. At this point, it's a 3 versus 2. Henny finds the follow-up frag. QKurt is done for, and it is all on Buster and Fitch.
The bomb does go down. You've got player in ladder, site, and then heaven as well. It's a very difficult triangle to battle, especially in a retaking from Z and Old Bomb. Fitch does get out, and he has a chance here at going up ladder, but Yell should be wary of this. You should know.
No real reaction there, and a bit of an awkward spam comes out, but luckily he still stays alive. He's so low, and this will be paranoia as well. They're trying to balance focusing on him and also clearing other angles because they know he's got vision. They spam back through. He is literally on 11 HP, so if they can actually connect it, he would perish. Just toying with it, but they've focused all their efforts on that. The round's gone, Ben. They've conceded it.
The time was running out so quickly. Like, the fact that Fitch, going up the ladder, is panicked. He got up the ladder, saw the opponent, instantly starts spraying, drops down.
Yeah.
It's just such a weird one, and that's match point now for Luminosity. While the round itself was not fantastic in terms of execution, it did still get them around. Right, Yell made the huge play, pushed around the bomb train, killed the 2 players who jumped through the Z-smoke. They have a chance now to take this. The buy from Luminosity isn't exactly fantastic, but they do have full utility on 4 of the players. The Vanguard go back to that double orb. This is our last chance. This is technically an elimination point for them.
Oh, the tags coming through as they spam out the warning shots. Everyone going to be slapped up a little bit here. There's 3 players remaining on that T side, and the big spam from Yell leaves them relatively low. Fitch as well, sent off to the Burns ward by Steel, but luckily Crizzen will get the adjustment. And it is up to Yell and Henny to save the day here if they want to shut it down with a 16-8 scoreline.
You've got 2 players so low right now in Crizzen and James. So while this is a 4v2, you can't but feel like one flurry of sprays or gunfire will kill 2 of them very quickly. Henny and Yell both had a strong first half, and Yell building on that in the second as well, the rifle. Trying to see if they can find any sort of pick, slowing it down a bit. They do know they've got plenty of time still, 50 seconds. That's a nice one. That is one of the low players as well. And James, he's watching towards this ladder exit. Yeah, he's trying to bait the shot, but he's not biting at all. Having to rely on Henny to do some of the work here. Buster's watching the angle, the same one from inside of Ivy. Henny makes that cross. But now we're down to 25 seconds. The bomb needs to get out of ladder, but it's such a difficult task. He finally makes the jump, but Q is right behind him. 15 seconds, 2v1. It's not unwinnable by any means.
When he takes a tag like that, the chances definitely get lowered, Ben. The odds are going to be more in favor of that CT side. Jumps back across. James, all he had to do was hold the angle and finds the pick with the AWP. And it will now go 15-9. Luminosity only 1 round away from victory here. An utter domination over Avantgarde. That would be a 2-0, winning both of the maps back-to-back. However, currently they fall into a bit of a predicament. They have no real money to play with, and it looks like they're just going to be going for a bit of a deco, really.
Yeah, a lot of deagles being bought, putting themselves onto an awkward amount of cash as well. Obviously, that was the first round loss bonus back at them again.
Yell's kind of overbought, left himself on 700.
Yeah, just a bit too much. But I suppose when you've got players like Steel, Henny, Neckers, they're all in similar cash, I suppose. It does mean you're going for a double eco, I think, is the ultimate call there. But at this point, if you're Luminosity, you may as well wait quite a few rounds to get that full buy-in. You only need the 1 to win this game.
Oh, they're still doing damage. Unfortunately, it wasn't the frag, and Buster, he hasn't even got the shot off there. He's been able to find the repick, but it's a little bit too late. Lucas is in the back line as well, and he's just causing disarray, Ben. Lunacy being caused as he finds the first 2 frags. Buster will trade it back onto Steel, gets the elimination. It's all up to Neckers now at a 1 versus 3. There is a slow push coming out through Pop Dog. Huka gets a majority of shots off and will eventually kill him. It does go 15-10 in favor of Luminosity. They will have to go for that double eco. Once again, it's just going to be the Deagles and Pistols coming out, and then they can get that buyout into the next round. At that point, it's going to be 15-11 scoreline.
Why is Lucas
gone for the AK? What's going on here?
He had 4,700, right? So I was thinking, what can he go for where he can still buy next round? I was thinking AK armor, doesn't quite work. He'll spend 3,700. Instead, he's bought everything. So I'm not too sure. I'm really not too sure. They're going towards B. Huka, the flash comes in. The face doesn't get anything.
All right, well, maybe that investment might work out in their favor, but that's just off the back of Neckers finding the initial frag, trying to pass the gun over to a player that has armor, but Steel just fragging like a lunatic here towards the A site with the Deagle, Ben, punishing them as he looks for another man to shut down. James going to go for the boost over the elevated angle, but in close proximity, he's the only one to find the frag. The player he boosts is dispatched a matter of seconds. This should surely be a 16-10 victory for Luminosity. James and Buster, it's a double AWP retake towards the site, and they don't really have an opportunity. This has got to be over soon. Lucas finds the frag. James will also suffer the same fate, and that is the win for Luminosity, a 16-10. It's a 2-0 as well, Ben, and they walk away happy as Larry with that one. So that means Avangard will suffer the same fate as the other two teams eliminated yesterday. They'll be knocked out of IEM Chicago.
It's a very disappointing performance from them, though. You think about the first map, right? 14-8 lead. They throw it from there. They lose the game in regulation as well. It wasn't even like they get the chance at redeeming themselves in overtime. But that map as well, it was the same issues we'd seen time and time again from Vanguard in the second half. The same situation where they just kept on buying over and over again. They didn't recognize that these rounds were not going well. They didn't just take the hit and accept, all right, we'll lose an extra round here, then we'll get a full buy-in next. And because of that, the game spiraled out of control, right? They didn't give themselves a chance to win on the second half.
It is ridiculous, just what we were seeing there as well. A crazy decision from Luminosity actually going into that round as well, but Lucas actually going for the full investment. So if they didn't win it, it would have been a bit of an awkward one. But it doesn't matter, because we saw the early push from Kuka, it didn't work out. The whole round sort of falls apart because of that. And Steel, once again, being such a huge performer, showing that he has so much worth in this team, individually, not in terms of what he can do with his calling or giving them extra insight, but with just being an absolute fragging powerhouse.
And that's nice to see as well, because he was one of those players where you can't help but feel like the timeline just went badly for him. Like, you know, he was part of Liquid, he even accepted, it's not working for me, right? I need to move to a different team, or I accept you need to bench me, or whatever. He accepted that. He's a very willing player when it comes to allowing his teammates around him to succeed. And seeing him play so well individually, it's really nice.
Yeah, it is good. Sort of coming full circle there for Steel. And that is a huge win for Luminosity as a whole. If you think about what this is going to mean to them. Moving on now from this point, Ben, Luminosity, they're still going to have a very hard run, but they've got over that first hurdle. You've won your initial elimination best of 3, but there is still a lot more to come for them. That is the end of our first best of 3 today, though. More games to come here on the stream. Another 2 best of 3s today for the B stream. We'll see you back after the break and carry on with the games.
All eyes are on you, so give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Waiting for the next match? AT&T wants to get you in the game from wherever you are. Just download the Turn Right app, hit the tournament icon, join the AT&T Twitch tournament, and turn right into dozens of chances to win incredible gaming gear prizes delivered straight to your door. Powered by AT&T.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the IEM Chicago B stream. We're about to get underway with our second best of 3 of the night. This one going to be a little bit different, Ben. It'll be MIBR facing off versus NRG.
Yeah, a bit more of a star-studded game, I think it's fair to say. Obviously, this is 2 of the top 8 seeds battling out here in the lower bracket as well. So that's quite a difference right there, because that's 2 teams who probably should not be in this position.
Yeah, and what is worrying about this as well is for NRG, a team that normally can be a bit of a dark horse, off the hype from CS Summit, have now fallen into a bit of an awkward position. Yesterday, they struggled to win that best of 3 versus MVP. It did not look like it was going to go their way. They eventually scraped out after going the full 3 maps. Now, facing off against MIBR, it's a lot harder opponent.
Definitely, and I actually saw an interview from Daps where he said, I don't believe in carrying on the confidence from winning an event into another one, which I understand the statement, right? You shouldn't be able to carry on the same form because it's still different travel, different days, you're in different places as well. But surely the confidence should be there, right? You know, you've won an event, the confidence in all your players should be there, everybody should be quite happy. You're not going to have a negative environment where some teams, they come into an event and they're thinking this might be an event where we might fold afterwards if we do poorly. They should be still happy, but ultimately they're facing MIBR, who had a very hard-fought series against FaZe yesterday. Yeah,
which is going to be a bit of a awkward one. But we do have the veto now coming through as well, so we can start to break this down and see where exactly they'll be playing for this best of 3.
Yeah, so I was telling you about this. So Cash and Dust 2, NRG play every map.
Yes.
However, Cash and Dust 2 are their least played and also their lowest win rates. Yesterday, they took the risk. They banned Cash because they did play against MVP at Pro League Finals. Obviously, they left Dust 2 in. They lost Dust 2. Now they decided to ban Dust 2, leave Cash in, which means MIBR pick it. So ultimately, you're just thinking that's an easy... Whichever team you're playing against, if you're against NRG, you just look at it like this. If you're able to play Dust 2 or Cash, you're going to get one of those 100% every time.
That's the thing. That's going to be that free map you can at least secure and pretty much at least go toe-to-toe on, as we will work out what will be the final map in this series.
So Inferno is not too surprising as well as a pick. NRG, they've played it 20 times as well. That's an 80% win rate map for them. But obviously, you've got to be thinking in terms of who do you face in those last 3 months. Obviously, they didn't even get to the major. They didn't even make the minor even. They failed to qualify there. They've got a lot of online results, ECS, EPL. Ultimately, you're playing against teams that are not the top tier 1. But they're still, you know, tier 2 sort of area still.
It's the risk they run, though, going off against MIBR, as we do now have the full veto for this. And the worrying fact is, Ben, to open it up, if they don't find some huge camaraderie and lock it down on Inferno, this could quite rapidly turn into the MIBR show. And we know that the Brazilian boys can lock it down in a matter of seconds.
So traditionally, Inferno used to be quite an awkward map for MIBR. Because you're always think back to the major sometimes when they were under SK at times. Inferno was always one of those dodgy maps where sometimes they would look fantastic, sometimes they would look very woeful. And early banana control is the call from the get-go here from NRG. So they used the one flashbang that Daps did have. Straight up to the top, they get control at the top. Fallen, however, has boosted Stewie 2K onto the little boost at CT. So he's ready to pull back if needed here, and hopefully they're able to make use of this.
It's a nice setup, though, if the push does come back around. For the meantime, NRG making their move up towards top mid. Going to attempt to make that play in towards the A site. Looking quite timid, though, as they clear the angles. In terms of utility as well, Ben, it's very limited. It's only the one smoke and flash, so it'll be cast over now. That is the entire of the utility used, but they get the early entries. A double frag found as Cold Zero looks to attempt to make a play, but Ethan will be able to overthrow him in a matter of seconds, and it is all on Fallen and Stewie 2K to bail them out.
I can't feel it's an instant save, right? You've got some armor, some grenades even being saved for Fallen. Here's a kit as well. And that setup, I kind of feel like MIBR should have done better with it, right? You had a player in apartments in Tarek. Obviously, he had a CZ, close range angle. You think he has a good chance of getting a kill. Doesn't get the shot down. Fair falls on site. Cold Zero, obviously, we saw him trying to get that little kill towards the backside of some of the players, but unfortunately, Ethan right behind him stops him in his tracks. And Fallen was being quite chancy with his peaks there. He wanted to try and get something, potentially being a bit greedy. Stewie's getting pushed in the last few seconds here. Hoping to stay alive, does get the kill, and that should be it. He keeps his 100 armor is the big thing, though. It means he can upgrade straight to a helmet for 350. And they could buy with that. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a P250 buy, maybe. Use Fallen's flashes to actually make use of it. But they're actually... Ooh, okay, so Fair's actually invested fully. They're going to buy. So we've not seen many teams go for the second round buy in the past few hundred rounds we've seen into this. So 1 Scout, 3 CZs and a Deagle. No SMGs. When you can definitely afford an SMG and Kevlar at the very minimum.
Minute and 30 seconds on the clock here. Relatively slower round coming out from NRG this time, obviously realizing they have the range advantage to play with. Don't want to fall into a potential trap or lose that lead to open it up.
Being very conservative with the actual default they've got here. Smoke will come towards Arch. Coldzera and Fair, they're thinking about boosting behind it, although Coldzera mainly has that grenade out, which he will use shortly after the flashes come through. Doesn't do too much though. Only 4 damage passed across. So NRG, they're playing it very slowly though. We've now hit like 50 seconds left. You've got top of banana control, you've got brackets control. Cirque will do that mini pit smoke. And he's going to flash his teammates out of apps.
Tarek trying to get the spam down. It's a bit of a tag off there on towards Daps. Eventually Fallen will be able to finish him, but Cirque responds. Breze as well with a nice headshot from the Kalashnikov to eliminate Tarek. And it is all on Fur and Stewie. In this position, they have a Scout and a CZ. Not really worth going in towards the site. Stewie's going to fully commit towards the save already. Fur will slowly start to fall back, but does play for the exit frags just in case they come towards him.
So ultimately, it's not worth it to go for this round, but I'm trying to think how different in terms of tempered the team has been, obviously after the inclusion of Janko as their coach, which a lot of people are kind of curious about it, because obviously Janko used to be a player as well. Helped with that iNation side when he originally had Nico with him, Kassad. And moving into this coach role, everybody instantly thought he'll try and motivate this team and make them be a bit more composed, right? Be more alert, be more willing to play the game at the same pace rather than getting bored or complacent or anything. NRG do lose Daps, obviously, in the round, who did have a Mach 10. Not too much of a loss, though. MIBR, they keep 2 players alive who did buy into the previous round, but I don't think they'll invest around that at all. So this should be 3-0, but the question is, will Stewie or Fair be able to do anything with the guns they've saved into it? It's a very low chance, I feel. They were planning to do the run boost across mid just then, but Stewie and Tarek didn't quite have the cohesion right there. Stewie did get the tag on Cirque. But that is a player who does have Mach 10, so chances are he was going to be used as a scout anything.
Stewie towards mid, going to go for the extension around with the Scout. Gets the decapitation there onto Cirque, because he will be able to find that easy tag. So they have the manpower advantage so far into this round, but NRG definitely have more firepower of a much higher caliber. Most of MIBR, they're just restricted to the USP. It's only really Stewie and Fur that saved from the prior round that do have those weapons to work with, Ben. But NRG, they're still going for this very slow default. They like to try and run these rounds down. They realize that MIBR, although unarmed and not with a strong arsenal, still individually very talented and have a good kit to be able to deal with these rounds.
The worrying bit is here, so if they smoke CT, Fair still has that flashbang. So as soon as the smoke comes into CT, I can't help but feel like he'll go straight through it, although this time he decides to reposition. They come straight through before the smoke's blue.
Coldzera with the USP Fur as well, giving a helping hand with the CZ, and that's completely denied the push in, and you can see it's a bit staggered, it's delayed as well. Daps already started to concede and fall back. Fugly, confused about what he should be doing in this position, does start to retreat. We'll find a fadeaway headshot onto Tarek, but at that point, Ben, they've got 20 seconds. They're going to beeline it towards the A site, but Stewie 2K will already be in position, and the young Stu can definitely assassinate with a Scout.
He's already on the site. Misses the first shot, though Daps should be able to overwhelm him. This was a 2v5, now a 2v3. Fugly and Daps, they're stuck on the site. Fallen does have the smoke, he'll push forward with it. Daps takes him down. It's 2v2 now, Coldzera no chance whatsoever. And that's a round MIBR should probably win, if I'm honest.
it looked like it was set up for success for them, right? At that point, you've got 2 players left in really an awkward commotion. They didn't really know what to do. They rotate back around towards the site. Stu, you can't help but feel like in the majority of those rounds, he would find that first frag with the scout. This time goes down. It all falls into chaos. And NRG, they pick it up. So they go 3-0 so far. But MIBR, they finally got money to invest. They're going to go for the 4-buy now, as the M4s will be brought out to play.
The interesting thing about this, though, is no AWP available. So Fallen resorting to the M4. Stewie, who's in the past has been very willing to warp, especially in the previous Cloud9 roster. Same goes for Cold Zero, even. They decide to go with the full rifles to try and get involved into this game. The question is, will NRG go for this same style of slow default that they have been doing so far? Because even though it has been very slow and quite methodical in terms of map control, I wouldn't exactly say that it's been perfect thus far. One of the weird things as well, NRG, like that they have to factor into this game now. There was the mention that IEM Pet would not be at the event. Like, he's had to go home due to, I believe it was family emergency.
Yeah.
So potentially that's, you know, a force that you've lost in your arsenal, right? So you don't have the coach there being able to tell you, you should probably take a pause now, you should do this, do that. You're missing that person who was there for you. And the question is, will that be a major factor? A lot of people, IEM Pet's very highly rated by most of the scene.
It's true, and it's that more analytical approach as well that he takes to the game that could provide him a little bit more insight going into this. He would know when it might be worth them actually taking that time to look at it from more of a bird's eye view. Obviously, sometimes you could tunnel vision in if you don't use those pauses and start making mistakes off the back of not realizing where your errors are coming from. So it could harm them. As the push starts to come through, NRG going to make their move around and go for the push in towards the bomb site. Daps immediately hit by the Molotov, burnt to a crisp, and will be taken down by Cold Zero. Cold as well, keeping it going as he finds the follow-up headshot. Fugly taken down a matter of seconds, Ben. This isn't looking too fantastic. Fur will be the only one to try and deny them now, as it is the 2 versus 2. They're both on the side, but they have no health. But Cirque finds the frag, starts to step up massively with the AWP. We need to see Cirque at that level if they're going to win this game. Stewie comes back around. 1 versus 2 here. Tiptoes up towards them, gets in position with a wide swing, knocks the head off of the first man, looks for the second as well with the spam. Ethan was so low, he'll be able to pick it up. That's going to be the defuse coming through. MIBR, although it was a 1-on-2 clutch and they lost every other man on their side, they do still win that round, and it goes 3-1.
It was a very obvious round. We knew it was going to happen. 25 seconds left. NRG were at the top mid-brackets area. And they decided to go for that wrap, and Cold Zero, they held onto their grenades so well on the A site. They used the smoke towards apartments with 25 seconds left. The Molotov towards mini pit as well, when there was, I think it was 18 seconds left. It forced them into such a difficult issue. That bomb went down with less than half a second left. It was so close. And this is, I think that's the closest odds I've ever seen for Betway odds.
That's crazy. That's actually, yeah, that's probably the closest we've ever seen, especially between these 2 sides as well. It's very interesting.
Definitely the closest I've ever seen myself. MIBR going by straight back into it. Stewie did save the AWP, so Fallen will be donning that. NRG buying as well. Ethan does have to drop an AK towards Cirque, though. So this is a very big round in terms of economy, because whoever wins this one, you got to be thinking they get at least another 2 behind it as well. So some pure aggression coming out from MIBR here. They only used the 1 Molotov to actually get control here. That's a really bold take from them. Normally you see the smoke incorporated into that take. You smoke the bottom with the Molotovs there as well. But I feel like that was a read, because they rotated off instantly. Fallen's now up in the angle. And MIBR, they've got this really nice setup they've been using towards the balcony, where there's 2 players actually on it. 1 player facing it, 1 player staying on it, which is what you can see there. Tarek and Fur, both on it. Cold Zero right below them. It could be bad news if this is an apps burst, that's for sure.
This could be very awkward indeed. They are grouped up and prepared for the side take. They will go for the burst out through apps. Tarek's falls in a matter of seconds, though. Cold Zero luckily will be able to trade it, and Fur starts to hit them with the assault and battery, but it's quickly snuffed out. And this site take towards the A site, once again, is quite messy. We've seen these very back and forth trades. Luckily, Fallen's able to step up and save the day as he finds 2 picks towards the end of that round. Tarek, we need to see a little bit more from him coming out towards A, though, Ben. It's a little bit shaky.
Yeah, that setup was built perfectly, though. I incorporated the start off. It was like the 1 player facing the balcony. If he dies, you're never expecting another player up there as well. Obviously, Cold Zero did very well on the floor. Fer gets to himself as well. Very solid defense, and NRG, they forced straight back into it. They recognized there was only 2 players alive there for MIBR. We can force into it, we can reset them if we get this round win. The question is, what can they do? Because that A site, while the defense has been shaky, they've been winning the round still.
Now, NRG forced back onto just the pistol buy into this round. Only 1 Deagle brought to the table. The rest of them just going to be rocking the CZs, favoring the automatic side of things. And Tarek, flashbang to go for a peek out. Damps just takes the firefight towards him. Does get a small sliver of health knocked off of him, leaving him on 81 HP. Fugly as well going to now exit with the rest of his team as they group up. Looking like this will be a late round take towards that B site, Ben.
The B site as well, if you think about it, look at the grenades they've got left, right? You've only got HE, 2 flashbangs. Although you do have the firepower, right? You've got an AWP in the angle, that's great. You do not have a smoke, you do not have a Molotov. No, there's only the 2 flashes on the AWP. As soon as he shoots, oh, that nade was brilliant.
That's actually
so
incredible. Fallen as well, gifted the frag, Ben, as the peak comes around.
Just think about the timing on that HE as well. There was no inkling, no message of anything being sent. Molotov arrives, thankfully. Sir gets the kill, and Stewie thankfully bails him out.
Yeah, this is good to see. The counter picks at least being picked up for the CT side. Fer will be able to overthrow Fugly, as he will go down, and it will be linked together now at a 3-3 scoreline, so it has been equalised. And the cash has dwindled away for NRG as well. So MIBR in a position to start to get the ball rolling and show just what they can do here.
Yeah, that nade, whether it's a case of them trusting each other's calls or just simply having a read as well. Because there was no noise towards Banana, there was nothing. Fallen was holding the angle. The smoke does so much damage straight off the bat. And as you mentioned, the money finally gone for NRG. So we see some Deagles being bought, but otherwise there's no utility or anything for it. It's simply going to be relying on those picks. And this could be a nice set of nades if it does come through, but Ethan, he's walking it all the way down the corridor. Could have been much better, but look at this chase. Cirque. They're just charging through the apartments.
Oh, Cold Zero and Fer get a kill apiece. The remaining T's really going to need to try and buck their ideas up to win this round. It doesn't look like it is going to happen. Fugly, the only man left now, with a Deagle and a dream. But he won't be dreaming anymore, Ben. His brain has been ripped out. Cold Zero going to be able to annihilate him there as it will go 4-3.
Cold Zero and Fer doing very well thus far, especially on that A-site defense. Cold Zero potentially going back to that strong play that he had, in the previous years, I guess. 2018 has been a bit of a down year for him when he compares to what we're used to seeing from him. 4-3 now, MIBR take the lead. And NRG, they go for another buy. Cirque finally gets the AWP out. The question is, what can he do with it? The double AWP has come out from MIBR as well. Daps has to use the smoke, but that's to tell that there was a player stuck in the Molotovs he did use. Although they will not know the damage that they have done to Daps.
Fugly, once again over towards the apartments. This time if he goes for the peek around, he'll be met by 2 people right to position because it's the double...
Oh, that's such a good tag.
The double lap setup, but they've been forced back. Huge tags there from the wallbang. Cold Zero and Tarek take a ton of damage. Tarek's left much worse for wear, with just 25 HP on him. That was a nice start from NRG.
And Tarek actually takes the AWP off Cold Zero there due to being so low. So obviously Bogdan's law in effect there. So the retake Banana Molotov does come in. Ethan fights behind it but loses the fight. Stewie wins that. NRG, they've got 40 seconds to execute here until there's a matter of time where MIBR might have an extra man rotated over. Tarek gets a kill with the AWP as well. We need to see some big things from him.
Oh, Tarek with a double. Waits for some more. Going to go for the peek back around. But Cirque actually starts to push up. And in the meantime, Fugly's been able to find himself not 1 but 2 entries towards the site. So it is a 2 versus 3 here is the round with 20 seconds remaining. The Tees can still win this one, but it is starting to slip away from them. Fallen gets the pick off on Cirque. Fugly as well, going to fall out of favor. The Stewie will take him down. And it's left 5-3.
Tarek, when needed, he finds those AWP kills. He mentioned we need see something better from him because that A-site defense, it was shaky, right? He was so low just then as well. He needed to make those kills happen. Otherwise, that pin sword maneuver was going to be coming through from NRG. And you can see the buy from NRG actually now. More of a half buy. They recognise we've got such a loss bonus now. We can go for a half buy and still be able to buy next round, regardless of what happens here.
Oh, and this is all-out aggression as well.
Ooh,
First time we've really seen the fast push up towards B. Ben and the nades rain down like a mortar strike on NRG. It's not looking fantastic, but Cirque with the deagle, able to take it in his stride as he charge fast slides past Stewie 2K and towards the bomb site. And it is up ready to Fur and Fallen to save the day, but of course, the mighty duo will headhunt their way to victory. Beautiful 3K there from Fur, and another round picked up by MIBR.
Very fortunate that Cirque was watching the corner there, because that flashbang, it would have got all of them, and Stewie would have had an absolute mow down. 6-3 now, MIBR looking very solid now. Since they went down 3-0, 6 rounds in a row. NRG yet to use a pause as well. I imagine if they lose this one, that's around the time where you think we've had about 4 buy rounds. We probably need to talk things out, because things right now, they're not working. And this is where MIBR, they're changing things up a bit. Cirque, he goes straight through them also and goes for a second pick.
And this is the Cirque we kind of want to see. The Bulgarian bulldozer, Ben. It turns into a bit of a cannonball at times. Once he starts getting confidence, he'll just mow them down.
Definitely, he's one of the better AWPers in NA right now. And Fugly, he holds that one. Tarek, he just keeps going as well.
Fugly with the flickeroony, though. Hits him with a biff uppercut and lays Tarek out. At this point, it's now up to Stewie 2K and Fallen. The double AWPs. Can the big man do some damage? Switches out to the deagle to show his prowess with a pistol. Eliminates Fugly. As he waits for the push to come towards him. Drops the smoke to at least buy time. Nearly with a no-scope. It was seconds away from connecting. And Stewie is now left to try and salvage what is left of this round for MIBR. So 1 versus 3 if he opts to go for it. Smoke is still bloomed, so he has no vision. It allows them safe passage back towards the pit. So they have better angles to play with here on the post plant. Stewie remains scoped and slowly ascends up towards the site. The confidence is there for him, but would he really find anything? Peers in towards the angle. Ben spots out a player, a bit of a slow reaction, lands the tag. Oh, but can't quite get the frag with the USP. Will be able to connect it in the end, but it's too little too late. Circle shutting down. And that smug face has a reason why.
Yeah, very confident from Cirque. Obviously, Stewie, I kind of feel like he was being a bit too overzealous. As soon as he gets the tag, I'm thinking, okay, he might pull back because of that, right? Because you know you can guarantee that he cannot live in pit if they go for the save. But instead, he keeps going, keeps advancing. So this round is absolutely huge here. So MIBR, they spent all of their money back with the double AWP again, Cold Zero and Fallen. Whereas on NRG's side, they've gone for the same sort of buy. Cirque having that AWP. And to be fair, that round, in terms of the A site, it was constant aggression. 2 players pushing apartments, Cold Zero down mid. And that's an opening kill found by Cirque.
This is what I want to see coming out from him as well. This is that raw talent that he has in terms of just being explosive, but fueled by confidence. It doesn't really matter what you do to him. If you give him a bit of a leeway in the early game, Ben, you can never really snuff out that confidence. He just keeps on coming back for more. Finds the initial pick once more for NRG and opens up the round. Towards the A site, there is going to be 3 players grouped up. But can they really do too much?
Yeah, the A-site defense has been at times shaky, but you've got to be thinking, you've managed to keep 2 Molotovs so far. Stewie uses one towards mini pit. Fur still has his available as well. That smoke will delay things quite a lot. NRG needs to think things through again. It'll be about 38 seconds on the clock before they go through, but Fugly gets the kill straight through it. I mean, that's one way to get advanced forward. Tarek does a lot of damage to 2 players as well. This is going to be a crunch on the site. 2 players left. They need to go huge.
Oh, Tarek with a headshot eliminates Ethan very easily, but there's a response from Cirque. This is what I was talking about, Ben. He's the one-man army, just leaps and bounds his way through this round of a tasty 2K. Fallen, forced to retreat. It's going to go 6-5. At this point, they're starting to equalize the scoreline. These rounds are getting quicker and quicker as well. The tempo's increasing. NRG, they're starting to get hot.
I've never seen an AWPer actually go for the wall bang to get the player stuck in pit there. Normally they just kind of wait for them to peek, hopefully on the headshot.
Not Cirque.
Cirque goes straight through the wall, makes sure Tarek falls over and does not get anything else in the round. And that A-site defense, I suppose it all starts off of, again, Cold Zero being picked. The second round in a row now where he's died first. The first kill, or the last round rather, he didn't need to make that play he did. This round he just openly, he gets beat in the trade battle really. So NRG get the 5th round in. MIBR, they cannot buy here. They do save the AWP. Fallen does have a flashbang as well, so if they were to make an aggressive play, Fallen might be the one to support them.
Depends what Fallen can really do into this round, though. Relies quite heavily on him if they're somehow going to try and pick up an upset win here. In terms of the investment, Fallen's do both have a flash, so they can try and go for a bit of a pop play here, flash him out and go for something bold. The run boost doesn't really work out too well, as he did want to go for the wide swing at mid, but Cirque probably would have had a field day with that.
Yeah, Cirque was watching the angle, but I think the run boost would have gone beyond the angle he was holding. And obviously, if you're on the quad side peeking down these stairs here, it's a right-hand peak, right? So you're always going to have the advantage. Fallen now holding that angle towards second mid, but nobody from NRG giving him a chance even. So ultimately, NRG, they've been consistent with the defaults they've run at least so far, in regards to getting whether it's banana and mid control or banana and apps control. And Fallen finally goes in for that peak, loses against Cirque. Cirque was so patient, he was waiting there all round for that peak. Finally given the chance and he gets the kill. The Molotov actually does force coldzera to reposition a bit. Playing on top of the fountain, which is a bit of an unorthodox one. But they've actually left Fair as the only player here, and he's actually going to rotate towards B, looks things. If they were to make the play on the A site, it would be completely free. And MIBR, they recognise, if we were to win the round, we need all 4 players to be there. We'll gamble on this site. Unfortunately, it is the wrong call this time.
So this will be another round picked up for NRG that's going to equalise the scoreline. And compared to normally how long rounds last in Inferno, this has been quite speedy.
Yeah, I believe there was a post that I saw on Twitter not long ago, which did actually go over the average round length of all the maps. Inferno was the longest by, I think it was 4 seconds, but it was still like 90 odd seconds per round. What do you think about some rounds are very one-sided, they end quite quickly? But that just shows every round is going at least a minute and a half. Whereas some of these rounds, as we said, they're going quite quickly. The change of tempo favouring NRG currently, though. They will tie the score back up at 6-6. Quite worrisome for MIBR, though. They had that one big run.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries them as well, because at that time they were playing more the drilled style of CS they like to run. You know, slow, methodical, just playing more standardized Counter-Strike. Whereas now NRG are actually going for tempo plays, being a lot more aggressive. It's catching them off guard. They're not really ready for it as much as they were previously. And finally, they need to try and take a tack time out here and talk about this.
I can't help but feel like this will simply be Yanko pushing in for them to not be complacent, right? So they got to that 6-3 lead, playing regular CS, what they know they do quite well. However, the last 3 rounds, Cirque has been completely dominating them outright. He's had 3 opening kills in a row. Twice on coldzera, once on Fallen. Sure, the last one not as crazy of an influencer in the round. But the previous 2 were absolutely huge. The question is, will the pause be able to do much? 6-6. Fallen should have an AWP on the floor. And he actually opts to go for a Molotov grenade instead of his armor. So he's going to have some grenades to add to it. He opts for the HE instead of a flash as well. Although when you think about the damage done at Banana so far, the utility damage, it's been absolutely crazy compared to what a flash might show.
Back into it now, round 13 here. There's a few rounds left to go at the end of this first half. One of these teams needs to start to stake more of a dominant lead. Stewie 2K already tagged down to 66 HP. Fallen as well, taking a bit of a tag.
Some good return nades by NRG there. So because of Fallen having control towards Banana, they trust him to keep that site on lockdown. It means they can have the 4 players towards this site. And that's another fantastic nade as well. Half health damage to coldzera. So if you think about it this way, MIBR, they've not seen an opposing player yet, but 3 of them are taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's 150 damage done by utility damage roughly in a matter of seconds, really, compared to what they've actually got up to into this round. And there has been no chance for MIBR to respond, making them much more squishy. And we do see the late round push come in towards the site take. And NRG, they're still not committing yet as well. This is a huge change of pace, so they're changing their playstyle off the back of MIBR's pause.
So Fallen, he's playing the anti-flash angle here. So you can see Dap's about to throw a flashbang as well. They're using 2 flashes for it, so that does really well. Even though he's playing anti-flash, he turns one of them, the other one's straight in his face as well. He's forced to use that smoke, but look at the time, 30 seconds left. That Molotov will do nothing, it's smoked on the corner. But Ethan influencing the map, getting killed there. And he gets another one. Oh. That B-site should be free, though. There's only going to be the one player there. Fallen all on his lone time needs to go absolutely massive.
It feels like that's mad, though. Never should have got away with a follow-up frag. And Fallen, a lot to do, but unfortunately, no head to do it with, as his block will be knocked off. Cirque towards mid as well. Normally confident to try and go for the wide swing in these ones, as coldzera will keep him on his toes, but blows him away. And it's only Tarek that remains trapped over by Minipit. This is going to be a 7th round now accumulated for NRG. And it was a smart change of pace as well.
Yeah, the ultimate man making the play there, Ethan. Like, it's fine, he gets that first kill, but the second one, he should not ever get that kill.
No.
The second one changes how that round is perceived, because you could see on Banana, the NRG players, they started turning around thinking about going to A. There was only 15 seconds left. Like, what is Ethan going to do from CT that you can't do or prevent by going to the actual site? NRG take the lead back again. Tarek will survive with his M4, but I can't but feel like this will be an eco round from MIBR because they've got so much round loss bonus built up here. They can go for a half buy, which on Inferno is actually not that bad. If you get CZs, some smokes, armor, you can win rounds off the back of it.
Scary factor was there going into that round as well. As we touched on, they physically had no contact with the T's, but had already lost 150 health across 3 players there in total, which is crazy.
So this is a different approach for sure. Stewie going for the Mag 7. So normally we'd only see it from Fnatic, really. I think it's fair to say. Fnatic very willing, JW. However, Stewie decides to bring it out on Banana, which means he's limited to a close range battle. And he actually boosts Tarek, and Tarek loses the fight to Ethan again. And that gun, Stewie did grab it, but the Mag 7 has actually been left at the half wall there. So if Fallen were to want it, he could go and grab it, but ultimately doesn't feel like he needs it. Minute 10 left. Banana seems to be the solid call from NRG here. They're going contact by the looks of things.
Ethan peeks out. Somehow they don't tag him. Ethan! He just doesn't take damage, Ben. This man is a myth, apparently. Been able to walk his way in towards the bomb site. They're going to lock this one down. This is another round now achieved. There is no way for coldzera or Fur. And I am just struck there, really. Ethan, it's these firefights. I feel like there's so many opportunities where MIBR should at least be killing him or getting that trade. But it's not happening.
It's been kind of crazy. He's winning every firefight. And as I said, he shouldn't be winning these firefights, right? It's fine for him to win the first fight every time, by the looks of things so far from what we've seen.
Yeah.
But the second person should be getting the kill on him, or at least, you know, damaging him, right? It was Stewie again, though. It was Stewie that fought him in Speedway. He lost the firefight. Ethan showing his worth right now. NRG going to take the 8th round here. And it will be moving on to the last round of the half. MIBR, they were leading 6-3, lost 5 in a row since. So there's not actually much money on the side of MIBR either. Tarek's the only one who, well, I was going to say, Fair did have money obviously because he saved armor before. So Tarek should go for the full by himself. Just the 1 AWP in there. And that's being put on coldzera as well, which quite surprising. He hasn't been too great with it so far, I feel. He's been a lot better with the rifle.
Yeah, Cold definitely showing his worth for the rifling capabilities, but now with the AWP in his hands, can he do something outrageous as the push will come in? Early contact found there for Ethan. Finds himself a safe spot, but the Molotov is spread, and he just doesn't realise. Too little too late before the reaction physically comes out. Thought he was in his safe space, Ben, but it's been taken away.
That's quite disappointing, really. They should recognise immediately that the Molotovs, there's not going to be a gap between those. Especially as the longer they're down, there's like a second or two where they do get an extra little spread. And that's usually where you get caught out, but instead he was just caught in the original spread. So to be a man down that early on for NRG, this is different. It means they have to do things differently. Especially as Ethan was the man to actually open up the sights in the past few rounds. Thankfully though, with the way that they're playing Banana, so they're already playing so far back at B that, you know, in terms of info, they cannot play 3-2, or they have to play 3-2 rather than 4-1. coldzera does land that tag, and Fur does the same towards quad as well. That's the bomb down, actually. A very awkward one here.
Yeah, this is a whole lot better for MIBR. Clean and clinical into the final round of the half here, but Cirque is still alive, and normally you can't count him out, but this time he will be shut down. An 8-7 half in favor of NRG. More to come after the break. continuing on now with a matchup between MIBR and NRG in the battle of acronyms.
I suppose so, yeah. Although, what does NRG actually stand for?
I don't think it does it?
I don't think it does.
Isn't it just like...
I can't remember.
Isn't it energy? Isn't that what it's supposed to be? Like, it's a play on words. If you pronounce it quickly, it's like energy.
Yeah, it might be. I'm not too sure. Ethan's actually gone for a HE grenade on his kit buy. So this is another rare one, although we did see a lot of utility damage in that first half from both sides. It's very interesting that he's going to be using that as the solo B player on the pistol as well. A lot of noise towards second mid, Daps and Breezy. They were thinking about doing that little boost there, which you see quite often from teams. But it's actually going to be a quad app setup, technically. 2 in the corridor, 2 in the boiler. The question is, will MIBR walk into it? If they do, it feels like an anti-strat, based on the way they're moving currently.
Oh.
That's 2 players spotted immediately.
Yeah, Fur gets the read on that. And they do immediately fall back. But will they expect the 2 players on the close balcony? Daps finds that kill on Fur. The fadeaway as he pulls out of there as well. So this has started off nicely for NRG. Stewie's been in position the entire time towards top banana, just listening and learning.
Yeah, so there's 2 sets of grenades bought by MIBR here. Cold Zero has a smoke, Fallen as well. 2 flashes on Fallen, although Cold Zero going for the Molotov. So as soon as the smokes come in, Ethan should get the call to throw the grenade. And that grenade is missed horrifically.
Yeah,
it's actually bounced the barrel. Really awkwardly, yeah. Although that was a very quick boost.
It was. Cheeky stuff coming out there from Ethan, but no real damage being found. It does not matter, though. As Breze will be able to backstab his way through the first man, eliminate Stewie 2K, and they look for more. Bit of a head bounce coming out as well. As the party patrol will arrive back round through Garden and execute out on towards the bomb site. 2 men grouped up there in close proximity. Cold Zero finds one. Tarek peeks out as well. And the crossfire is working amazingly here. It felt like that retake should have been NRG's to win, but instead MIBR, the defense looks absolutely bueno.
The fact that they've managed to get 2 players playing Dark, both without armor, and that players have peeked them 1 by 1, and they still win it somehow, is absolutely crazy. It was a 3v5. I understand that site is hard to retake into it, especially with the USPs. But that needs to be better. And NRG, they fall straight into it. Look at that. That's a lot of pistols. No UMP, no scout. None of the SMGs we typically see when teams force into it. Just a lot of grenades and pistols to back it up. So I did briefly mention the fact that you can win rounds alone on this map just with utility. If you use it at the correct times, use it correctly, you can actually just force your opponent into a bad situation, make them take the path you've created for them. The question is, will NRG be able to do it? They've already used 1 of the smokes so far this round. They're trying to hold on to them towards Banana. You can see they're not even biting on that either. Fugly's got it out ready, but Ethan's holding the contact.
Stewie once again. Just waiting here towards top banana. Minute on the clock, the rest of his teammates group up. They're going to go for the fast execute off the back of the utility usage. However, they are smoked off. Blind as well, but it won't matter. They push straight through Stewie. The flick of the wrist looking tremendous there as he slaps back, kills Fugly, and puts them into a good position. However, this could still go either way, Ben. P250 prowess starting to come through. A couple of tags here and there. Ethan brought down relatively low, though. The full rotate is not going to come around. They have a lot of armor, and they will concede this one. They don't want to lose any of the extras that they have on NRG. Just fall back. You've lost Fugly. You've lost the round. Save it for the next one, meaning that MIBR get themselves to 9.
So quite a nice call from NRG there, I feel, to actually accept that, you know, this round is probably a loss, right? You know, it might be a 4v4. You might feel like you've done some damage to some of the players. But retaking that site, they already know how difficult that is, that's for sure. They lost the pistol on a 3v5 when doing it. 4v4, they realised we don't stand a chance here. Cold Zero, despite being quite low, does still survive at the bottom of Banana. So NRG, they get to fight another day with the grenades they still have as well. And if they're really willing, they could reinvest into some pistols or more, you know, grenades here as well. So Ethan rebang his smoke. Cirque can do it as well, even though he does want to get the AWP next round. But doesn't look like he will this time.
NRG going into this round with just a collection of pistols, really, to give them a bit of an edge. However, MIBR rocking the SMGs on both Stewie and Fur, should have a bit of a field day if they can get into a position to lock it down. Circ on the elevated angle right now, playing towards close quad. If Fur does push out, he does have a bit of a crossfire setup, and Circ most likely should find the frag. They're playing it very slow. Again, the bomb's going to be taken over towards Banana as well. Cole just giving the game away a little bit as he makes his presence known, spamming through the smoke.
So NRG doing quite well so far to limit MIBR's capability with their weapons. Although they do still have a smoke available on Daps. But he is on the site where they've stacked more players. They've left Breezy towards, be on his lonesome. So the same situation being used. Stewie going to use a smoke there, see if he can bait anything out from them. But it looks like A might be the call here from MIBR. And unfortunately for them, that is the site they've stacked. So some early damage being given. First doing that mini fit smoke, but they're running into 4 players at mid here. The Molotov should do quite well to limit their capability. But that's 1 player lost already.
Yeah, that's beautiful from Daps, but the response from Tarek is absolutely monstrous. Slaying with the AK, Ben, but they just keep going back for more. It will not matter though as the flick comes around from Cole Zero with the wallbang to eliminate Fugly. They fall into the 2v2, but right now the health favors NRG. However, Ethan has been backhanded by Cold Zero, and it is all up to Breze now into the round. They will be able to get the plant, grabs himself a UMP, scurrying his way over as fast as he can towards the A site to try and do something.
Both players relatively low as well on the MIBR side. Breezy, if he gets some damage down in terms of economy here, this could be, it could pay dividends in future rounds. He's moving up, 2v2, 2v1 rather. No chance though. That angle, it's so difficult to check it simply because he's just bobbing up and down. If you don't get the timing, you have no chance, right? But ultimately, that was a costly round for MIBR. They made the wrong gamble in terms of sight. Alternatively, you could think NRG made the correct gamble, stacking that side. But this round could be massive. You've got 2 players on MIBR who do have a lot of money, although Tarek drops an AWP across. So you do lose some money there. The question is, how will Circ play on the CT side with his AWP? Because on the T side, we saw him getting a lot of opening kills, being rather aggressive as well. Will he get the same chance here?
Waiting for the push to come his way. From Arch side, Circ, not only is he flawless with aggression, normally can be a tenacious defender of the bomb site. Into round 19, he's going to need to be. His NRG starting to let this one slip and fall through the cracks. MIBR, if they win this round, they'll be put on a pedestal as they'll reach round number 11. They'll be relatively close to locking this one down on Inferno.
So MIBR playing this rather slow. Looks like it will be a mid take as soon as the smoke goes at mid. Arch smoke comes through. So as soon as that blooms, it means that Circ is limited. He cannot do anything on the Arch side. Fallen still clearing the closer angles of it though. They could boost over the top, which is the pre-fire there. So ultimately, bracket control has been achieved by MIBR, but that's now only just achieved with 40 seconds left. Banana is not controlled by them whatsoever. Ethan is on his own there. No grenades though, which is why he has to turn back immediately.
Ethan, setting a position now, waiting for the push to come towards him for the elevated angle. The smoke will go down. Ethan falls back, drops towards first oranges, but gets spotted. Stewie on a T side, able to do what Ethan was doing to him, Ben. A complete role reversal towards that B site now.
And you can see the call. The call was originally just to have Stewie send a fake. But the fact he's got into the site, seen nobody else, means that the bomb has come towards that site now. It should be going down. And it means that Tarek, he's trying to get even more exit kills, and Fugly misses the spray.
Tarek's having a field day here and still finding frags, Ben, ripping money straight out of them. And it is only Circ that remains, and he will have a hard task put on him now. He has to try and stay alive and keep the AWP. Won't be able to further the pre-fire, connects it. Debates whether or not they want the second, but they will not pick it up. And that will be an 11th round now achieved for MIBR. And NRG, thrown into a bit of chaos, really.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Ethan. If he stays up on top of the first oranges, there's a slight chance he gets the drop on Stewie, but you can't risk staying up there, especially if there was more than 1 player entering. But because you've left a player who has no grenades left on his own towards Banana, it means that as soon as he gets forced off at the top, he has nothing to fall back on, right? You can't smoke the corner, you can't Molotov behind you, you can't even flash. You're literally restricted to just whatever gun you have at that point. And NRG, they go for the half buy again. Not as many grenades available, and for not much to do there.
Oh, the frags are coming through, thick and fast here. Cirque with a CZ spam down, annihilates Tariq. And at this point, it's a 3-on-3. Cirque going to fall back towards the bomb site. He's the only defender of the A site. Now he's dead, Ben. Put in a coffin. Fugly and Ethan. Not too much they can really even do into this one. At this point, you essentially might as well realize MIBR are going to take this forcibly no matter what. That'll be a 12th round. And you can see the change of pace here from MIBR as well. They're in control of the game now.
It's very worrying, though, if you think about it ultimately, that this is NRG's pick. This is a map that they feel very comfortable on. 80% win rate in the last 20 games in the last 3 months on this map. It's one of their strong points. However, MIBR are making quick work of it so far. This T side, they're playing it slowly, and then they're able to switch the tempo up when they need to. Even more worrying when you think the next map will be Cash. And that's a map that NRG, they're not too great on it.
No, it's not one that really is going to be a strong suit for them. Ugly as well. Doesn't find the frags. Stewie going to be able to take him down. Stays alive barely on 19 HP at the end of that round. And this is worrying stuff. I mean, they can reinvest now. NRG, they have cash at least. Cirque will be able to get the AWP back out. We have to try and see a bit more impact from him on that CT side. We saw how elusive and how incredible he was with it on the T side, being able to open up rounds pretty much over and over again. But on the CT side now, if he's not being pushed, he's not given any opportunities.
Yeah, he needs to create the picks for himself. Although, look at the grenade spam there. Oh. They expected Cirque to be going for that pick towards Bananas to force something into the actual round. Unfortunately, just does 21 damage to Ethan, who actually returned fire with his own grenade down the bottom as well. But they're actually going contact towards mid. There's a double play towards quad here from NRG. Cirque misses the shot, but just leaves Breezy on his own there. In Boiler, should be able to get a kill. That's a nice pick to find. He should be able to exit.
Moving his way back around towards the A site. Fur trying to develop this play. That's the AK in his hands. Meanwhile, over at the barn, that is going to be Daps finding a frag on Tariq, but the response from Furlan is flawless. So able to pick him back. Right now, Ben, they fall into a 2 versus 4. It's a pretty awkward spot to be left in. Sideline strike as well into Cold Zero. Fugly will take him down, and Fallen already finding a nice kill onto Daps. Can he further that anymore? 45 seconds left on the clock. They have cash to play with, and he seems confident to try and trickle his way in towards the site. Goes for the wide swing out. Didn't realize that Breze was hiding in pit, and he will get the elimination back onto Fallen.
I would prefer to see Fallen potentially drop the AWP there and just try and rifle and lower the economy that NRG do have. Because obviously staying alive with 4 people, or winning a round rather with 4 people alive, means that you're able to build more of a bank. You don't have to spend as much money now into the, this round here. MIBR take tactical, potentially to talk about what they want to do, because obviously that grenade stack didn't quite work out, and from there they didn't really have an idea of what they wanted to do themselves. So even though they went for that contact play towards mid, 4 or 5 of them, they got top mid, and from there they didn't really have an idea of what to do. Breeze threw a wrench in the works when he got the kill towards Boiler. Daps then did the same towards outside of Apps. And from there it kind of fell apart.
12-9 scoreline now. MIBR been in control for quite some time. But NRG, if they finally found the keys to success to start to work it back in their favor. Seems like we're on a bit of a technical pause currently whilst they resolve an issue before we carry on with this one, Ben.
Yeah, so ultimately, Cirque, we haven't seen too much from him in the second half so far with his AWP. But we have seen some decent movement from NRG when it comes to the actual riflers. MIBR playing it rather slow so far on the T side, but they know exactly when to switch things up, right? They know when to switch it up regarding whether it's the pace or the way they execute onto the place. NRG, they need to make sure they string some rounds together though, because Inferno as a map, the utility is so needed, right? Because you need to have the smokes, Molotovs, flashes, HEs, to make sure you keep control of areas of the map, such as banana, mid, and if you're able to use them correctly, you can limit your opponent's potential. And a team like MIBR, while they are a very drilled team, if we're able to isolate them and force them into your own, scheme, I guess, you could give yourself a very nice chance of winning.
Seems like they are talking to each other here, potentially getting ready to unpause, and they will be able to, so we can carry on with the matchup now. Round 22. It's a 12-9 scoreline. MIBR currently leading, but NRG, looking like they might have found their form. Can they keep it in their stride, though, will be the question that only time will answer as we delve back into this one.
So this is MIBR's bank depleted, Fallen the only one with a decent amount of cash. NRG, though, this is the same situation for them. So this round, in terms of the pure economic status, is quite a big one. And Daps is going to be doing the smoke, I believe, towards the top of banana, rather than the actual one towards the bottom. At MIBR, they're really hoping that they're able to find Cirque on the map somewhere in terms of pre-nading angles. And I'm not too sure what that smoke's meant to give as a CT. I think it might be a one-way, based off the corner of it. But the banana retake comes through from both Fugly and Ethan. And that Molotov is a big worry for Ethan. You can see he's trying to fight his way through it. Because if Fugly is killed, there's no trade potential. But thankfully, he's given a chance by Cold. So although Fugly drops for next to nothing to start with, Ethan gets the trade, but he takes damage as well. So if you're MIBR, that's a great trade.
$50 seconds on the clock here. NRG taking a bit more damage on Ethan, but they are essentially in the same position here. It's a stalemate as they waste time waiting for the clock to tick down a bit, seeing if they can force any extra grenades out of NRG and what the final call be made. The longer they take, though, it's going to be worse for them. As Cirque, he's rotating over. He's got into a position now where he can actually try and assist and help out towards this site with Ethan. Ethan goes into quite an outrageous position already to try and kick it off. Will go down to Tarek, and Cirque has so much to do. And a very hard task stacked against him.
The plant will come down, but unfortunately for Cirque, that's not the correct spam. So it's going to be a 3v4 on this small site. Oh, that's a hell of a shot.
That's ridiculous. Then he snaps his wrist with how quick he flicked. Eliminates Stewie 2K, though, and puts them into a beautiful position. However, they will have to fall back and concede this round. They don't want to opt to go for it. It was a 3 versus 3, but not too much time really left onto the clock. And they realize their cash is so volatile here. If they were to lose that round and lose all of their players, that they would be really broken going on from that point. So MIBR going to get themselves a 13th, Ben. Quite close to locking it down here now on Inferno.
Yeah, it's getting to the point now where NRG, you can see, I'm going to show you a big round in terms of the pure money status. So you can see Cirque, he can drop towards one of the players. Fugly will probably have to buy himself here. But that shot from Cirque, it made my wrist hurt.
Yeah.
Like, it was that bad. It was crazy. Although technically not an impactful kill in terms of the round, though. We've been wondering where's the impact going to come from. Is he going to be able to do the same as he did in the first half, in the second half? So far, though, not had much of a chance. MIBR, the game plan appears to be to negate his potential.
Yeah.
Because we've seen the grenade stacks onto certain angles where you might see an AWPer. Hasn't quite impacted him yet, but you got to be thinking it's a matter of time.
But it's also the fact as well, it has impacted him in terms of him not being able to really be a playmaker. He hasn't actively been going for those bold pushes. Does get the first frag this time around, though. Stewie 2K tries to slide in towards mid. Tarek will respond, shuts down Daps. Breze with only one before he's traded back. But this is the Cirque we know and love, starting to get fired up, Ben. The cannonball ramming his way through 2 men. What more can he achieve as Fur will go for the bomb plant? Through the smoke, couple of tags comes out. Fallen. And the 1v1 there will be able to overthrow Cirque's dominance with the AWP of his own. And Fallen, it's a prime time angle. If they do try and go for this, he should be able to smite both of them. Goes to the warning shot as they do flashbang over. They're in close proximity, but Fur falls, and it is up to the big man as they push their way back around. But he's toying with them, Ben. The KZ's paying off, and so will the no-scope straight in towards Fugly.
He's played this so well, and he gets the no-scope to end it all. That was so good. Like, the fact he's like believed in his own sound there enough to jump onto the graveyard pillar, back down into the smoke.
Just toy with them.
That was their own smoke as well. That's absolutely crazy stuff from him. Fallen, when you need him to show up, he does. He's always been one of those players where, as much as we like to think he's a fantastic individual player, but sometimes he might be a bit off in his game. But when he needs to come up with a huge round, he knows when to deliver. And NRG, they fall straight back into it. It's an M4, MP9, 2 CZs and a Deagle. It's a pretty lackluster buy, if I'm honest. But NRG, they recognize we need to get into this game now, otherwise it won't happen. MIBR have a chance to get to match point right here. Ooh. The spam's getting ever so close to PC.
Yeah. Barely missing him.
But Fer is the only player towards apartments here. I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for this peak. But very willing to actually pre-angle it. And the trade does not, you know, Cirque tries to get the trade, but it's not there.
He was as quick as he could be, arrives on the scene, but it will not matter. Taken down in a matter of seconds. Daps as well, not really able to attempt to fight back against them. Ethan about to be swarmed, tries to go back in, played anti-flash, found the first frag with the adjustment as well, but will not get the follow-up frag. Goes down to Tarek, and the ship has sailed. This will be the round win for MIBR, and Daps thought he saw something out the corner of his eye, and it was a wild Fer to assassinate him. 15-9, Ben. One round is all they require, and NRG have made it easy for them. They have no real money going into this.
It's been a very balanced effort from MIBR as well. Not one player stepping up on their own, right? So you can see the range there, 14 kills to 18 on the MIBR side. It's been a nice balanced team effort, which is what you want to see, really. The team used to rely on some players having a really solid game. Instead, everybody putting in a shift. And Cirque, he was given a chance there. I mean, that was such a late run up the stairs there. Not even expecting a player to be peeking mid.
It was delayed, but fortunately Cirque couldn't connect it. Oh, Daps with a push out. Cha-Cha slides his way in towards the apartments and empties a clip into Fer, so he will hit the deck. Cold Zero as well, supporting Tarek there. Does the damage for him, as they have been able to slide their way out towards the site. Breze in position. But what can he achieve? Can he make a mockery out of them with this MP9? They currently don't realize he's here. They haven't cleared towards pit. They have been able to get the bomb down. If they actually fall back and try and play from pit, his position can be so lucrative. And what if so much gets one? Shuts down Cold Zero, and this allows his teammates to start to push back in as well. They have the manpower advantage here to try and keep themselves alive in this matchup, but it's Fallen and Stewie that remain, Ben. They're going to jump on the bomb immediately. Pete comes back around, Fallen, trying to clear the angle. Stewie as well from the opposite side, just spamming out warning shots, but they realize retaking this is not a likely opportunity. NRG will win the round and keep themselves alive, but for how long?
That was such a weird round. Right, so fine, right? So Tarek and Cold, they come out of apartments. Tarek jumps straight out to the left. Cold Zero covers for him. Tarek clears sight, but for some reason he plants safe. It gives no opportunity for his teammates to back him up. They don't clear pit. It was just so weird. I don't see why there was such a rush to get that bomb down. Like, surely you just wait for your team to arrive and then clear out pit fully, kill a breeze. Cirque was stuck towards the arch side as well. He wasn't going to get involved around until later on. Just a very odd one right there. MIBR potentially getting a bit too hasty with trying to force this map to end here.
Yeah, potentially trying to force the issue and leaving themselves in a bit of an awkward predicament. 15-10 though, 5 match points to play with for MIBR, so they will still at least have a couple of rounds to rectify any mistakes.
And because of NRG needing to buy up some grenades as well, and some weapons, in fact, you see there's not many grenades available to them. Fer has been in charge of apartments all game so far as well. Daps might be holding the angle, but I can't feel like Fer, he's not a very good battle to take. And Cirque, not expecting the pixel angle there. I mean, it's a fantastic angle to find a kill from if you're a T-side player, but CT, you need to be aware of that.
Flashbang goes in towards Boiler, trying to delay the push. Slow and steady here as they start to make their move out towards the A site. Stewie Smokes off towards the arch side, can try and expand around the Molotov. Takes a little bit of damage from it, but finds the frag, and nonetheless, that is the important factor. Brezde, though, bails them out, finds 1 kill, but it is not enough. The trade comes back through. Colt Zero will shatter his skull and leave it just on Fugly and Ethan now to keep them alive here on Inferno, Ben, or they'll be kicked their way through to cash with MIBR taking the first map. Ethan responds by eliminating 1 man. Fallen gets the trade. Surely this is it. There shouldn't be much of a chance for the young gun into this round. Tries to make his move. Dances over, misses the Molotov. The headshot will come out from Tarek. That's a 16-10 victory on Inferno from MIBR, meaning we will be going to cash. We'll break this map down after the short break.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Waiting for the next match? AT&T wants to get you in the game from wherever you are. Just download the Turn Right app, hit the tournament icon, join the AT&T Twitch tournament, and turn right into dozens of chances to win incredible gaming gear prizes delivered straight to your door. Powered by AT&T.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
They might be made in Brazil, but they are forged on Inferno as they open up the game with a lovely win there versus NRG, meaning we will be going on to the second map, Cash, in this best of 3, Ben.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided game, although 16-10 might not sound as one-sided as most people would think, but on Inferno, typically the rounds tend to be quite close, right? That's a given. You set yourself up to have rounds be 2v1, 2v2. But ultimately, MIBR looks the much stronger side in that matchup. Simply put, on the CT side, they got a lot of rounds together through cohesion between the team. And on the T side, they just isolated all the weaknesses in NRG.
It's very true. The downside was as well, Cirque, as much as he can be such a playmaker like we're seeing there, he was only really doing that on the T side. He was unable to go for a big opening frag. We didn't really see him put into a position to try and open it up with early picks. And also, MIBR were countering that as well. Heavy nades towards top banana when they expected potential plays. Luckily, he wasn't there at those certain times, but it did mean that confidence took a bit of a dip. He wasn't allowed to go for as many outrageous plays. But this was the flick that was absolutely nutty.
Yeah, that flick made my wrist hurt. But this Fallen play, I think that was just the key bit that basically guaranteed that MIBR win this map, because he did it so well.
It was mad. It was very, very bizarre, because it's one of those plays that Fallen only wins, right? And you look at it, and it doesn't even come down to him finding the frags necessarily. It was how long he delayed them for, the movement, the understanding of the sound. And bear in mind, sound in CS is hard enough to decipher sometimes. But at a LAN event like that, where there's so much external noise around you and it's very hard to hear things crystal clear, he read them like an absolute librarian.
Yeah, it was really well played from him. And that's the kind of thing you expect from the IGL, right? You want him to give performances when you expect him to come up with it, right? It was a 2v1, fair dropped in Graven, and he knew, okay, the only way I win this round is if I make this big play here. And he made it perfectly, right? Everything worked in his favour. He even got the no-scope at the end to actually top it all off. It was really well played.
It is quite ridiculous to think. Obviously, a nice return to form from Fallen there. Might not have had the most outrageous performance the entire game, but it's those key rounds that you always look to him for. You know he's going to step up when he needs to.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players. And I think the main thing, though, you can see the difference in the actual idea that MIBR started the game off. They knew we have a game plan in mind, right? That's to isolate Cirque, make sure he doesn't have any involvement in the game. So the CT side, he really wasn't allowed to go for any picks. Obviously, towards Banana, they recognized there's a triple grenade there, triple grenade again on the corner. And they're just like, okay, Cirque's like, can I go for Banana for a pick? And they're like, no, they've been sometimes triple nading it. You can't go for it, otherwise you'll just straight die. And I really like that, because they realized if we isolate him, we can limit his effect on the map. But we'll understand, other player will get their own, right? It happens in basketball sometimes. You'll allow a player to get their own averages. You'll be like, okay, that's fine, that will happen. But we can limit this player. We can target him, make sure he doesn't get anything done. And that was true through the whole CT side.
It restricted him so much. And Cirque normally is sort of kind of the heart of NRG. In a lot of the games they play, it requires him to be able to have a big impact on not only opening up rounds, but normally closing them down. If he physically isn't allowed to attempt to open up a round ever, you limit him so much and put him into an awful position. The crazy fact is as well, at the end of that game, everyone in MIBR was positive by quite a nice amount. The only player that didn't go positive was Tarek, and he just dropped a Nuke bomb. So that's not too bad, going 16 to 16. I mean, fair play to him. He had a couple of tasty rounds in there as well.
Yeah, I've noted it. It was like the fact that they had such a good team performance, right? Every player getting kills when needed. Nobody was hard carrying them. Nobody was slowing them down either. It was a really good performance from them. And honestly, thinking about that, that was NRG's pick. Inferno was where they needed to get it going. And now you move on to Cash. And that's a map where technically they've got 33% win rate on it. They've played 6 games on it, fine. That's not a very big sample size. But ultimately, you've got to be thinking, this will favour MIBR in every way.
Yeah, it's got to, even down to the core of this map, right? It's really going to be a one-side odds stacked against them, because we talked about that weakness in their map pool and in their veto, because at any point, if you play best of 3 versus them, you're pretty much guaranteed to at least get Dust 2 or Cash. If you guarantee one of those maps, it's pretty much a free win. We saw that yesterday when they faced off versus MVP. They just don't have enough down on the map, nor do they have enough confidence when it comes to individually just playing it, and it all starts to fall apart.
And that's the thing, it's a weird one, because most teams, they'll decide, okay, this is our 100% veto. We'll ban this map every single time. NRG, they've been switching between both of them. They're like, we'll try Dust 2 today. Well, we lost it, so let's ban Cash. No, ban Dust 2 now. We'll play Cash. And you can't do that. You simply can't do that. You need to understand, you need to have 6 maps that you can 100% be like, we can play them. While they may not be all strong as each other, we need to be comfortable on those 6 rather than being half comfortable on 7 of them.
Yeah,
it's really awkward.
It falls into the position we see here, where you are playing them and sure you're switching it up at times, but you're never really in position to actually play the map you're stronger on, or at least starting to work towards, right? If you took that time out there to work on Cash, more so try and incorporate into the map pool, you'd use Dust 2 as your default ban, at least you've got a map that you're going to be slightly better on, rather than just being a little bit awkward on both.
Yeah, it's very difficult, because when you think about teams anyway, normally in your mind you just go, okay, let's make sure we have 4 maps that we're really good at, because then you can guarantee, in a best of 1 at least, you'll always get one of those based on how you ban. However, in a best of 3, things change. Obviously, you have to have 5, 6 maps maybe, and you need to, especially when it's now ban, ban, pick, pick. Right, that does mess you up a bit, because in the past it was ban, 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 pick, pick. So now you've got a system where you do get caught out, and unfortunately for NRG, they're feeling the brunt of it here, because they might lose this map as well, and that will just show you up that they've lost 2 of their weakest maps at the event.
Yeah, which is really going to prove, with essentially an exclamation point after those maps, this is something they need to work on.
So Daps goes for the Molotov buy, drops the P250 to Breezy, Fugly with the grenades as well, and it looks like somebody in A site play from the get-go. Fallen, the only player here. They're going to boost over, though, at mid. And if this is quiet, Stewie could be absolutely huge here, depending on the time. If you go straight into A main, this could be absolutely crazy. He's already dropped in as well. This should be 3 kills. Oh, he's whiffing.
The backstab from Stewie. He set himself up so perfectly, but unfortunately when it comes to the execution, it falls flat on its face. Fallen as well. Not looking like himself from the previous map, and Cirque is having a field day. Cirque just smacks them all out the server, 1 by 1. Ben finally puts a bullet through Stewie's brain and ends where his thoughts get processed. That is going to be the huge opening round, won by NRG, and more importantly, one off the back of Cirque, the Bulgarian bulldozer.
To think that we were giving him all those critiques in between just then. That's a good start, though. 5 kills. I was thinking for a second, though, I was thinking that train map we saw yesterday against MVP for NRG. Cirque got 4 kills into the pistol, and then they still lost.
Yeah.
A 1v5. But thankfully this time, Cirque made sure of it. He made sure to get that last kill. Otherwise, there could have been a chance. And this is an interesting one, isn't it? Send 4 players over the boost. I saw something similar from this at Summit from Complexity. And I believe it was quite funny, Lurpis pointed out, Shazam was the last player to go actually towards the end here, towards the vent. And he made noise dropping off. Yet all the other players stayed up there. So it's all dependent on if a player does come with a boost. If they come with a boost, they'll probably be quite overwhelmed. Ethan is up there, but I doubt he goes across without any info. Fugly, ooh, he spotted all of them.
Well, the boy band at mid, about to be slaughtered, it seems, as the peak will come through. And the SMGs are having a field day. Ethan will eliminate Cold Zero just off the back of the Glock play. And it is left on Stewie now. And a 1 versus 5. We've seen a pistol round from Cirque. Can Stewie somehow do the same? And the answer to that will be no.
I do like seeing some teams actually try and do something together, at least on the rounds, like, rounds where you've not bought anything. You may as well do it as a collection, right? Make sure you do it all together rather than going for individual picks here and there. Because if that works out, for example, if a player goes over boost, you kill them instantly.
Yeah.
You kill the player on mid, you've got 2 guns for yourself.
What's the thing? You just got to look at it for what it is, really. On a round like that, where you have no real investment, you can try and play it like a gun round and lose, or you can try and play it in an unorthodox strategy. It's a little bit shock and awe, a little bit different, potentially catch them off guard and win, or lose as you would have done anyway.
Yeah, and that ultimately, they don't get a kill from it, but in terms of actual shock, they did definitely get a shock towards Ethan and Fugly who were clearing it. Daps keeps the Mach 10, and they're actually running straight through. Tarek is playing close, but Tarek doesn't land a single shot there, whereas Breezy lands everything needed. Cold Zero, the only man on the B site now. A lot of noise in B main, which is going to be cause for concern as the rotate comes through.
Well, grouped up outside of B, they're going to be knocking on the door. Starting to make their play in towards the site. Fallen, though, finds the early entry kill, assisted by Cold Zero to take down Fugly as well. Cold, confident in the peaks. He's warming up as we'll be able to find that headshot, shuts down Brezzy. It's not a good position to be in now for NRG. The reset round could come back to bite them in the bottom, Ben. as it is just Daps and Cirque that remain. And they're both relatively low. Fur as well coming in with a backstab. Cirque somehow stays alive, left on 9 HP.
Just a matter of time, really. Fallen pushes in. And that was a really nice hold from coldzera and Fallen. Obviously, Tarek falls in quite early. But NRG, they were so slow. There was no killer instinct onto that site. They got the entry kill. But it was long enough that Fallen was able to rotate, push straight through the CT smoke onto site. And a beautiful flash through heaven, which allowed them to get the opening kills onto that bomb site and get the bomb down, ultimately. So a very quick round loss from NRG. Obviously, they did keep some SMGs in. So you could argue it was a bit more of a bonus round, at least. So that does mean this is the bigger one of the two. Fugly, you can see he's limited in terms of weapon. No primary weapon available for him. Ace, that seems to be the confident pick, though. Daps does a smoke from the truck. Starting to flash out. The execute will come through. Stewie, that nade's going to be fantastic. Oh, fair.
Fur finding the double kill early on. Brezzy with a response. Shuts down Fur at least. Stewie pushed right through, but Fugly will get the flick around and assault him with the AK, Ben. And it is starting to crumble now. 2 versus 3 left into this round. NRG, can they pick this one up? Daps taking the full brunt of the grenade as it will explode directly in front of him. They can try and go for the boost play, and Fugly is going to be the man on top. Daps is the bottom.
So Tarek moving towards the forklift. They originally knew there was a player in door. Tarek has picked up a Molotov as well. If he were to use it towards quad, it'd be an open kill. coldzera flashes main. That flash is perfect, but the smoke came through from Tarek.
Oh, Daps being a versatile bottom here, being able to find the flick around, shuts down Tarek, leaves it just into the one-on-one now, though, as he will falter at the last hurdle. Molotov casts across. He's got a hold on it, and it's not spreading. What? He might get it, but oh, the last second, the spread being able to take him down. It felt like it was just on the angle, wasn't going to spread, but it goes through. That's going to be a soul-crushing loss on that round.
And those odds are actually kind of crazy. Because obviously the win rates on the maps do, they do obviously favour MIBR. And based on the fact this is MIBR's pick and everything, but I wouldn't have said it would be that overwhelming towards one side. That's a really solid round to win as well, especially when you consider Fur. He got 2 kills straight out of A main. Obviously gets traded, but he still got 2 for 1. MIBR forced straight back into it. Fallen, not even a Kevlar in play for him. Cirque opens it up, and the B-split call is very fast from NRG here. Fortunately for them, nobody towards the B site for MIBR.
A minute and 30 on the clock here as they've completely invaded the B site. This is their territory now. They've staked a claim. MIBR, do they dare to defy them? NRG have been able to secure the bomb plant. And it looks like NRG might just let this one slide away, but Cirque is on the aggression there. Goes for the peek out, finds the early frag, eliminates Stewie 2K, and delves back, skulking his way to relink with his teammates. Fallen's going to salvage the UMP at least, so he has something to save into the round, but the remaining trio on MIBR are forced into the save.
So this does leave them into an awkward spot, I feel, because you've got 3 guns saved, right? You're going to get 1900 for this loss here. Considering you've got 2 rifles and a UMP saved, assuming Fallen does stay alive, Daps did spot him towards the end there, but Daps does have limited time to find the kill, shouldn't have a chance. It means you've got a weird one, because you could really invest back into it again. Because you were willing to invest with less than you had before. At least now you'd get some more CZs in, and armor. But it looks like the call's going to be to just save this round. Hopefully the M4s can do something. No smokes available though, so you're going to be relying on the pure gunpowder. So the question is, what will NRG do? Anticipating that some of the guns might have been saved. I don't think they will have seen too many M4s. There was the spam from Fur originally. And this is definitely one way to play the M4 being saved though. Put him in a spot where he can get multiple kills with ease.
coldzera opens it up. And there'll be no ease for Brezzy as he is taken down very early on.
Oh, that smoke's missed.
Yeah, this is awkward for Cirque. Realises it's worth just cutting his losses now. Going to fall back. Grabs the bomb and links up with the rest of his teammates, Ben. It's 4 versus 5 into the round. Ethan does have map control towards mid and is slowly ascending his way around up towards the A site. Fugly provides support as well in case Fallen peeks out. And Stewie.
Oh, this could be big. If Fur were to have flashed highway, they might have been able to get the kill onto Ethan here. Instead, though, Ethan trying to get even more map control. Fallen, no armor as well with the UMP, which means he doesn't have a chance of winning that firefight. Although Stewie, he thought about advancing further. The main thing is, if Ethan goes up highway, he'll spot out Fur and give Fur no chance to get involved. But instead, he forces it. He gets the first kill. Surely nothing else, though.
Yeah, only one frag found before the smackdown comes back. Ethan really showing his worth into this round, Ben. Eventually put to bed as Cold Zero will come through. What can the Sandman carry on getting up to into the round? 1 versus 2. There's an AK close by if he wants to trade out to it. Will stick to his trusty M4. Ascends the ladder. Slowly skulks his way forward, getting into position to try and close this one down. Glides across, is now fully exposed, drops down, Fugly finds the frag, and another round goes the way of NRG. Their T-side starting to bolster now, as they are in quite a good position as we reach round 7.
It's worth keeping in mind this is a map that NRG would not be favoured on, a map that they have a low win rate on as well. MIBR, 64% win rate over the 14 games they've played on it. So it's not a bad map by any means for them, but so far this start has not been good enough. They're going to be trying to get back into it now. No AWP available. Fur playing towards the sandbags. Fallen towards highway. As Ethan gets put on the boost again, he's been such a good player so far on this map with an AK. Same as he was in Inferno, really. He was getting a lot of influential kills. Ultimately winning them the round. So he's going to be taking mid on all on his own here.
Oh, Ethan. Chucks out the Molotov. Fur taking a fair bit of damage before he actually dropped out the smoke. Tarek as well. Taking a bit of a beating, Ben. Going to be left black and blue towards the B site.
So yeah, a lot of early damage. Slightly, what? How has he been allowed to get those kills? Surely they must realize that he can be out of mid, especially with that smoke there. Perhaps some poor communication there from MIBR. This round not looking good either. First stuck at sandbags, can't do anything. I can't help but feel like a tactical pause will be coming in straight after this round because that was quite poor from MIBR. That was not good enough at all.
This was very rough from them. Conceding a round that potentially could have been theirs at this point. MIBR, they have to let it slip. NRG going to get themselves to 6 rounds, Ben, on their T side. Building a nice little buffer. Confidence will start growing as well.
It's definitely the case, but I feel like for MIBR, that defense, it appears really weak currently. Potentially getting a bit too overzealous from the actual first map. Obviously, it was quite one-sided. And ultimately, MIBR, they should know it wasn't their pick. This is their pick. They should be the ones taking this game themselves. Like, this should be them taking advantage of the fact that they should know that they're the better side. But instead, NRG have been able to play their own game and do what they want. The late hunt's coming through, though. Tarek, he's quite low. But ultimately gets the kill and should stay alive. Dap's a bit late to the party. Doesn't get anything.
Round 8 now. NRG putting themselves into a good lead, but they have to try and keep it going. MIBR, in terms of the investment, it's just going to be the one M4 they were able to carry over. The rest of them just rocking with the CZs. They do buy up around it, though, so they will have armor and utility to support them going into it. Cold Zero also on the M4.
So once again, moving towards that same sort of area with mid. Ethan, a lot of damage onto Tarek. And he's one of the players with a gun as well. So not have to do much since that pistol round. Only had the 2 kills since. But I suppose with the scoreline as it is, he'd be perfectly fine with that. So it seems like NRG, they've kind of isolated the weakness on MIBR's side in terms of the map. Mid seems to be an area where they're not able to defend it, especially when they have no AWP. And it's not even a case of having the AWP hold mid either. It's the fact that you don't have an AWP being the solo presence on one of the sites. A site is the hit though. That smoke towards highways landed a bit short. giving opportunities for players to push through.
Fugly, an elevated angle, spots out the head of Fur, is going to be able to spam his way through his chest and take him down. Daps on the rotate back around, finds the assault with the AK, and it is only coldzera and Tarek that remain now. 3-on-2 here. Bomb yet to be planted, but it will start to go down. Cirque. This is going to be vintage Cirque, surely. If they go for this, he should find the flicks relatively easily, as he has had some monstrous kills with the AWP today. Now knows where coldzera is as well, as he telegraphs his location, fires up a few warning shots. He's been given a moment to actually back off. They're lucky they gave him that opportunity because he can go for the save. MIBR though, Ben, rapidly dropping rounds here, and Ethan finds that frag as well. Bit of a weird play from coldzera, no real reaction.
No real need as well as the thing, because that, there's no real need to go for that kill, because that kill will get you, what, $300? That's about it. And MIBR finally take the tactical pause well, down 7-1 here. So far, Cash not working out in their favor. They do need to get some sort of revitalization into this map, though. It's a very weird one. The weird part about thinking about this could be the same system that I mentioned with the Luminosity Vanguard game, where Luminosity picked the map to isolate the weakness from a Vanguard rather than their own strength. MIBR potentially doing the same thing. Obviously, there were some different options in terms of map picks available to them. But instead, they opted for Cash. But so far, it's not looked like one of their better maps. And it's been quite the opposite for NRG as well. They've looked really strong so far.
Which is crazy when you think about it. This is normally a map they struggle on, but walking into this one, maybe it's all been a ruse, Ben.
Certainly feels that way, at least, based on the stats we have available to us. So Tarek picking up the AWP as well as Fallen. So that's something different, having double AWP available to them. On a map like Cash especially, this map, if you have multiple AWPs available to you, you can control a lot of the areas of the map. However, Tarek, he needs to land this first shot, otherwise he can be isolated really badly. And when he limits his, it's such a small angle he's holding as well. One flashbang, he misses the first shot and could get overwhelmed.
Smug goes down to block off Fallen towards mid. Tarek as well has to respond by dropping a smoke at his feet to extinguish the flames that were burning him out of position. First peek comes around and Fugly does walk into the Spider's trap. He'll be able to wrap up this push.
Oh, timing.
Oh, the flashbang goes across, actually blinds Daps, keeps him into an awkward spot. Fallen's arrived as well and can assist his teammate. Gets the follow-up pick onto Cirque. Tarek with the final killing blow annihilates Ethan. And they do eventually get a second round.
I said that Tarek needed to do quite well, land that first shot, to give himself a chance at having backup to arrive. He lands the first shot, and the flashbang that came through heaven at the right time, as Tarek moved his aim across, blinds Daps, means that Tarek does not fall. coldzera pushes through. Tarek gets a 3K in the round. But the issue is for NRG, they need to understand where the AWP actually will be, because it's no longer a Tarek now. Fallen gets it back, because they didn't recover the second AWP that was dropped. And with that movement, Fallen takes it into the door and actually gets blinded completely, has to fall back. And so this is the first time we've seen today a player going for the AUG as well. Nobody in the previous matchup we saw bought it. It wasn't bought last map either. But Stewie decides it's time for it to come out.
Stewie on the AUG. Let's see what he can get up to with this bullpup. As he is holding towards the A site right now. Going to cast up the flashbang in towards the door.
Don't think that even reached.
No, lucky popped a little bit early.
Yeah, Cirque not affected whatsoever by it. It landed in the doorway, you could see. Not fully in. They are planning to boost onto the single box on site, perhaps for Fallen to take a peek into the door with it, which he is. Looking for that peek onto Cirque. Cirque, he had quick reactions earlier on, but he misses this time.
Won't be able to get the frag. The door is going to be shut as well to block off that angle of opportunity. coldzera gets taken down by Ethan.
Ethan has been a menace towards mid so far this game.
He really has been a nuisance.
The 30 seconds left. They need to decide which bomb site it will be. It looks like it will be A.
Oh.
And that's another kill for Ethan gifted across. Stewie finally does trade it. But there's 20 seconds now. NRG, they need to decide which bomb site. Thankfully, Breezy's made the info and actually got onto it. And he actually gets the kill onto Stewie as well.
It's a huge pick to find. They needed to pick up some kind of extra frag to get them into a good position to win this one. Breze spamming down by the AK. Will Slay fallen, but Tarek looks to try and throw this round into disarray. Rotates back round towards the A site. They both peek him together. Breze taking the bullet for his teammate there as Fugly found the frag, saves the AWP as well to Parks back over to Cirque. And then RG, they move on to 8 rounds now.
And that's a complete reset as well for MIBR. They need to force into it just to stand a chance of getting back into this game. 8-2 though. Only the one pause used thus far. This round, they need to win it if they want a chance of getting a chance for the second half even. That comeback would need to be absolutely monumental. So Tarek buys a scout. He did well with the AWP. However, the scout is a different beast in itself. Ultimately, though, I can't help but feel like Ethan's completely controlled this game. And that was a filthy shot as well.
Say his name, Ben, and he'll deal some damage, apparently, as he finds that entry towards mid. Just disgusting. The push comes round back towards the B site. Cold Zero with the Deagle. Can't really rewrite history there and will go down as able to dominate with the Deagle in his hands. And Stewie and Fur, the last 2 remaining CTs. At this point, it's probably worth just falling back. Stewie has armor on a CZ. Same could be said for Fur there with the M4 in his hands. Worth the save. NRG go to 9. At what point do you stop them only accumulating more and more rounds? And when do we see MIB take a timeout here, possibly talk about this?
And this is one of the few rounds where NRG have actually won with all 5 players alive as well. You can see the money on their side. Even though they'd won 8 rounds to the 2 of MIBR, normally that would probably involve having quite a big bank being built. However, you can see highest cash is on Breezy. He's only got 6k. All the other rounds, they've had at least 1 or 2 players fall. And as I said, this is one of the rare times that that's not happened. And that's a worry. It really is. You see that the only other 2 times was the second round and that 5th. Other times between that then and now, they've had multiple players dropping over and over again. NRG can build a bank here. Stewie hoping to run in to grab the scout at the very least, but it doesn't look like he'll get anything. And that's the timeout. I was wondering, you'd only used 1 so far. The second one comes out now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 3rd get used in this half as well. Purely because if you don't use them now, you probably won't get a chance to use them in the second half.
They need to get their heads in the game here. In terms of the investment going into this round as well, it isn't going to be too phenomenal. Really just scrape together whatever they could afford. For NRG, though, they have been very confident to these rounds. And Ethan, he has been amazing towards mid, opening up rounds countlessly and causing MIBR to have to rotate players so many times, just leaving them in awkward predicaments. As we delve back into it now, round 12, 9-2 scoreline, NRG leading. And MIBR, Ben, going out for the aggression once again towards mid. They're going to try the strategy once more.
It's better to see them doing something rather than nothing at all, because so far they've been allowing NRG to do what they want. And Fur's being so aggressive with that boost, though. He's dropping straight in.
Oh, Cirque, nearly ready for it. And you can see the damage transferred on towards Fur. Panicking, toying with his weapons there. Gets caught with his pants around his ankles, and that is going to be the frag found in their favor. And that round was a matter of seconds.
And this game is going from bad to worse for MIBR right now. It's 10-2. And this is a map that you'd probably be thinking, after you've won the first one, you're thinking, well, this is going to be a 2-0 for us. We've done really well there. We won their pick. But then you faltered very badly so far on your own pick. The highest kills is only 7 on Cold Zero. It's really not been good enough.
It is wild how this has gone. It's a complete flip from the initial game. Remember that tweet that Prius put out about MIBR yelling, you'd win those online, reinvigorated NRG a little bit.
Apparently so. I mean, they've clearly understood, even without their coach's impact, they know how to reset mentally. Stewie gets the opening onto Ethan. Looks like he's going to get another one as well onto Fugly. Although Breezy does not care about any of that. Cirque, I'm not too sure what he's planning to do in that smoke, but he still gets the kill.
Ooh, from the sideline as well. coldzera gets an easy frag off onto Daps, who will just waltz towards him. Tarek going to go for the rotate back around. Cirque, meanwhile, in position here with the AWP. What can he find? Oh, through the smoke, shuts down coldzera, but Tarek will still win the round. Gets the adjustment off and saves the AWP at the last second there. So it will go 10-3. If they can try bring this back, make it a 10-5 half, there is a lot more potential for them.
The crazier bit is that wasn't actually a buy round either from MIBR. That was a half buy situation, obviously just CZ to an MP9 on Fer. The fact they won that gives them a really nice opportunity here to get a 10-5 half. Cash is almost definitely a T-sided map as well. It was just more so the fact that NRG had been so one-sided into the half. It wasn't even like MIBR were putting up a fight. So again, Ethan being boosted at mid. He's done this time and time again so far this game. They were actually boosting in A main then. So instead of just jumping up the boxes the normal way you would, they actually boosted to see over the smokes with just rifles. It's a very different style of play, that's for sure. And they actually boost towards Shroud as well, so Fer getting a second chance at that boost.
Will it work better for him this time, though? That is going to be the question. A minute left on the clock here as the push starts to come round out towards the A site. Hunkering down, utilizing that angle. Ethan isn't going to be going for his backstab through mid either, so they can't fully have a read on this and realize what Fer is up to. They won't know about his shenanigans, so potentially he could be a massive stopping force against NRG into this round, but through the smoke, Stewie doesn't give a damn, sprays down, gets the execution, and the massacre starts to go in favor of MIBR, Ben. As everyone is hitting the DECK, Stewie as well with a flick around, salvages himself and stays alive, eliminating Daps. Cirque, he had a huge pistol round. Can he close this half out with something phenomenal as well? Pushes in, tries to get the second shot off, but Stewie will dispatch him.
Very nice 3K from Stewie. Obviously, that first kill straight through the smoke gave enough of a distraction for Fer to get that first kill as well. Caused a disarray in the camp because they were thinking, where have we just been killed from? We don't have a clue. And then Fer strikes on that. And this is a real opportunity for them to get a fifth round. And if it's a 10-5, it's not quite the same as an 11-4, 12-3, even 13-2 we were thinking about earlier on. MIBR getting the confidence they need to go into that second half. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Big boy Cirque dealing damage there. The Bulgarian bulldozer popping off for the early wall banging towards the round. 4 players remain for MIBR. Round 15 now. It could be a 10-5 half, but MIBR would have to fight tooth and nail through this one. They really need to get through by the skin of their teeth, and they are losing players, Ben. Fer going to go down once again.
coldzera, though, is giving himself a second chance here. Will catch Ethan off, but the trade from Daps is straight away. Stewie, the only man towards this A-bomb site. Tarek is so far away as well. Should not have much of a chance here. He flashes out. Gets the first kill, though. He's giving himself a chance.
Stewie could have been building into something absolutely crazy into that round, but no, there was no potential. The young star's been taken out. Tarek doesn't realise, walks in, Daps from the sideline, going to find the frag, Ben. An awkward way to end the half, but nevertheless, NRG lead 11-4. We'll carry on with this one after the half here as we go to a quick break. NRG proving they did have the energy to come back on the second map as they have been dominating. It was a crisp half from them, ending at 11-4.
However, they have made an error immediately into the pistol round. 2 players buying kits. Not quite the G2 mishap we saw a few weeks ago. That was a triple. It was on cash as well.
Yeah, the triple kit.
However, they've got Ethan and Daps both buying a kit. 2 flashes on Daps, a smoke on Ethan at the very least. So at least they've got different buys, I suppose. But ultimately, you got to be thinking that's a mishap, though. You're losing one of the armored players you usually would have. MIBR with a nice execute on this A site, hoping to catch them up, but there's 3 players here. Oh, that Molotov. They put it out.
Fur on the early entry towards the site, though. Ben is going to be able to pick the head off of the initial man. Fallen helping him out as well, but they don't realize Fugly. He's been able to be a stealthy assassin here. As he hides in position, can slowly start to move his way out. They don't realize, gets the execution on Fallen, finds the first headshot. This could go all kinds of wrong here, really, but they need to try and get more picks. Fugly struggling. The knife tried to come out there from Fur, but he will quickly learn that was an error as Fugly takes him down. However, coldzera trades it back, and MIBR will win the round.
So if that was an intentional buy in terms of the actual kits, the smoke obviously was a big factor. Ethan puts that Molotov straight out, allows Fugly to even get the advanced play. However, you can't but feel like it probably shouldn't have happened, I guess. If you're going for... You should never be going for 2 kits anyway. I don't see why you would bother. But maybe a smoke and a HE flash, maybe something like that, not another kit, I guess. I don't know, because both players were quite close to each other, so it's not like one side of the map needs it, the other does not. So MIBR do take that pistol round. 11-5 now. Energy do not go for the buy themselves, though. Pure 5 USPs available from them.
Fur, can you do a good Ethan impression towards mid here? As he was very effective at being able to open up this path through the map. Fur going to cast out the smoke early on, then go for the peek over, see if anyone is in close proximity. They are grouped up very heavily towards mid here. But he does not fancy his chances.
It's very similar to the MIBR second round we saw. Obviously, you've only got USPs. You know, you don't need to fully try and play it like a gun round, as you mentioned. Just play it all together, see if you catch some players out. Any damage done is better than none. However, MIBR have decided that the A site might be the task instead. Smoke towards highway, been put down. As well as, it's the same smoke's being used as the pistol round that they actually used. How much chaos can NRG cause though with USPs?
Well, so far, not much. Cirque will find 1 frag, but of course that is what Cirque does best. Everyone else has been taken out pretty easily, though. Only 1 frag found with the SMG, so not too much cash going to be wired over to MIBR off the back of taking this round. And Daps looks to attempt to backstab.
Shouldn't be possible for him to get much done. He is walking into the Stewie 2K, so that's another SMG potentially finding $600 kill reward here. Turning on the peak, obviously. Yep, Stewie does get it, so that's a team ace for MIBR as well. 11-6. This should be NRG buying in. Cirque can actually go for an AWP here as well, which he will. And the odds still favouring MIBR, though. They're really believing in the fact that this is a T-sided map, which it is, but it's still a big comeback.
They're going to need to have their wits about them, Ben, to pick this one off. coldzera warming himself up as he does a couple of tricks with his knife.
So Daps has actually been given the task of being that lone player towards B, now supported by Cirque. So they're ultimately giving up mid completely, which I suppose that's quite bold. But if you do not have the triple rifles or Molotovs to play mid, it's not even worth sometimes showing the presence there. Daps trading blows with players towards B there. And this nade, ooh, that could have been quite good, but doesn't do as much as it probably should have. The scary bit is here, if they smoke CT and execute onto the B site, Cirque will be limited, he'll be stuck behind that smoke unless he pushes all the way through. But instead, I think they're actually going to focus more towards the midway. You can see Fugly and Breeze both moving down highway here. Going for the peak, they are fighting. misses the shots actually as well. Fugly gets 2.
Oh, Fugly. Close proximity though. He's able to actually get the follow-up frag. Shuts down Fallen. And this is where things get pretty awkward. Stewie trying to bail them out. Gets the response. Shatters the cranium of the man in front of him. Push goes out from Tarek, but Ethan will make very quick work of him. And it's up to a Stewie clutch, but it will not matter. Cirque was in position, locked and loaded. Easy for him to pull the trigger and punish Stewie. They get themselves that extra round break, and they bring it up to 12 now, as it is going to go 12-6. This is worrying.
And the tactical is not too surprising when you consider some of the money. Stewie 2K, Fur, not much money available to them. So if they were to buy, they'll be very limited. They need to know what are we going to buy if we are buying, because we might want them to have grenades. We might want them to have actual firepower. But it makes it really awkward though. 12-6. That Fugly, he should never really be getting 3 kills in that position. The fact that Fallen wasn't able to get the trade at the end as well made it all so much worse. So Tarek's actually opened it up there. He's gone for the straight grenades buys available. Cool Zero followed up with another Molotov as well. So it seems to be very heavily surrounding the grenades by Molotovs here. Which to me would usually that assumes it's going to be a B play. Which you can see the herd of players, majority going towards B at the very least. 2 AKs Galil, CZ and P250. MIBR, they need to win this round to have a chance, I feel. If they lose it, NRG should be able to run away with it.
Flashbangs come over. They go for this push in now towards the B site. Shrouded and blocked off by the flames. Won't be able to get in as early as they want to. Cirque in position with the AWP. Try and punish them here if he's given an opportunity, but they wait right now. In terms of the utility, they do still have 3 flashbangs to play with and the double Molotov. But Cirque's just going contact, Ben. Gonna walk straight in. That should have been the collat. It was just the one frag. Caught them off guard as they were trying to boost their way back up through the vent.
So the smoke lands in towards CT. Cirque's already done the damage though. He's already taken one of your players out. So he will easily give it up. Cold Zero gets a kill back though onto Daps. So it will be a 4v4 retake coming through. NRG got some good nades to make this retake happen. But the question is, will they be limited in terms of where they can come from? Cold Zero hold the vent. Tarek holding behind. The 2 players towards site need to cover CT and upper.
Oh, flashbangs go across. The Cirque going to be able to get that kill very easily. Tarek as well assisting as they shut down Ethan. Cirque and Brizzy get a kill apiece, but it's all up to Fallen now to bail them out of this awkward situation. So close, 1 HP for Cirque. 17 respectively there as well for Brizzy, but they do get the round. It's going to go 13-6. NRG, they want to push this to a 3rd map, Ben. They're not content with leaving the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, they're holding onto that lifeline currently. That round could have gone one of 2 ways, really. The fact that he faces CT pre-firing the wrong angle. If he'd landed at just a single bullet, or maybe 2, that would have been the difference maker, right? Cirque was 1 HP at the end. So that's actually a Z-smoke that's missed there, landing on the sandbags, which is kind of peculiar. So it looks like door burst might be the call, which... There's another nade being missed there by Ethan as well. Quite peculiar. Dorpus will be coming through. Shouldn't be any problem for these players on A. Very easy to deal with. Tarek left all alone now. Has a deal in his hand. Shouldn't be able to get anything really.
Oh, flashbang goes in. Tarek blind, and they will be able to find that headshot very easily. At this point, seeming like it should be the win for NRG, really. I mean, that's a 6-14 scoreline. MIB would need a monstrous comeback, and they would have to win every round, essentially flawlessly from this point onwards.
It's a tough one, that's for sure. This is a map that NRG were not previously comfortable with. Obviously, banning it yesterday in the series against MVP. Playing it now today due to MIBR picking it, recognizing that it was a weakness for them. However, they started so strong on the T side, took control of the game, leaving MIBR in a situation like this. Ethan taking so much damage, but he still wants to get that nade in. He charges in as well.
Ooh, Fallen.
Right next to Fallen.
Right there, doesn't realise. Eventually he's able to get the flick around, assisted by Fur. So Ethan and Breze will be dealt with. This is still not absolutely amazing. I mean, it's going to be an awkward push out. Fallen was going to stay lucky to survive, but eventually still does get turned to ash by the flames. Tarek with the assist back around. They smack down on Cirque. And it is all up to Fugly now to essentially just salvage the kit he has. But the push is coming, Ben. They're hunting him.
Yeah, Tarek is hunting towards that CT angle. The question is, will he actually push into the site and check the left-hand side? Because normally you check the right. Although Tarek checks the left-hand side, actually gets the right-hand peak, easy kill found. But that round was so hectic overall. You got to be thinking, NRG, obviously they were the ones who forced the issue just then. They made that A main push, even after being damaged so much as well. They give MIBR a chance though. We saw a comeback earlier from 14-8 down. This one is 14-6. If MIBR win this one, we're probably looking at a 14-9 scoreline, if not 14-10. Question is, can they do it? Or will NRG actually complete this map retrieval? So Cirque actually opening towards B is different. Normally coldzera has AWP'd or Molotov off that angle, which he will do now. But Stewie taking a lot of damage in the door there. Ethan just spamming it. Certainly not a good start in terms of damage given to both teams. However, MIBR playing it so much slower compared to the last round we saw. They're much more willing to play towards mid and then rotate onto the sides and retake it from there. MIBR though, 50 seconds left. They're going to be rotating towards this A site. That's 100% appears to be the call. Stewie and Fallen lining up smokes. coldzera now arriving in A main with Fur and Tarek. Smokes have been thrown. It might be the same smokes they use in the pistol, but it's actually the deeper ones as well. Perfect timing for this, especially when Ethan's played towards highway.
Ethan getting the headshot off. We'll be able to eliminate Fur at least. And this is awkward now for MIBR, Ben. I mean, they've got the side control, but they're still looking quite shaky into this round. Tarek's going to try and get the bomb plant down at least. Ooh, Fallen. He could have potentially got himself the double kill there. Everyone's being picked off. They're all falling out of favor. And Tarek is going to be the man to try and salvage the round. Peeks out, gets the first, and the second on the spray down. Cirque remains with 1 HP. But that will be the 15th round accumulated now for NRG. MIBR, they just look done.
It's very weird. It's, considering the situation at least, this was their map pick. And obviously to start the game off, they couldn't quite get into it. Cirque getting that very morale-boosting 5-man start the game off as well. Made it so that NRG could get straight back into the game and not worry about the fact that they lost their own pick. Whereas MIBR, though, NRG didn't look this defeated in the previous map.
Yeah.
That's for sure. They still looked like they were in with a fight. Whereas so far, they look very defeated, deflated. Not very willing to go for it. Fur's going to be pop flashing A main as they push through. Ethan tasked with the...
Cuts off Fallen. Tarek going to trade it back, Ben. This is not looking amazing. Ooh. Luckily, coldzera starts to relive a little bit of what he can get up to. Finds the tap down. As it will fall into the 4 versus 3 now. The retake going to be quite hard for NRG. But are they confident enough to try and go for this one? Looks like they might just concede it for now. Obviously, they realise you're at match point. You don't need to force the issue. You can fall back, try and win this one a little bit later on, and still play comfortably.
Especially with the money not actually being too fantastic for them. MIBR, though, the rounds they win are purely off of those high-tempo rounds where they try and catch their opponent off guard. Which is very worrying because you cannot actually rely on that to work every time. You need to land the first shot each time. Obviously, Ethan did land the first shot that time, but the trade was immediate. And thanks to coldzera landing that fantastic shot towards track as well. gave them a nice opening onto the site. They were able to get the bomb down. The save came through. NRG will actually respond with a buy here as well. So 15-8. NRG, they've had a total of 8 match points to go for this. Now down to 7 after that last round. They will be looking to end it here and force that third map in train.
So they make their push up towards the B site. Cirque, waiting with the AWP, will try and make fools out of them. Cast out the Molotov as well, gets the first and the second. Seems like it was going to be the Cirque show to close down the game, but luckily Stewie's there. And he will end it for the meantime. Keeps it going as it will be a 4 versus 3 retake scenario now into potentially the last round of the game.
So Fugly, I think, is the big player here. He'll be hoping to get that lurk, the backstab in towards the end of the round. We saw it from Breezy earlier on when he dropped out of the vent late. The Molotov's being used on the site. Fugly still slowly moving in from the backside. Cold Zero is ready for it though. Playing this post plant so well, Daps has to retreat. He tries to go towards CT, finds the kill on Stewie. But ultimately, this has got to be the round over. Surely he doesn't get anything else. He actually gets the kill on Fallen too.
Somehow able to find a follow-up frag before he retreats. MIBR looking quite crisp there towards the later stages of that round, Ben. But it's still the fact that they're so far behind, really. It really is going to have to be a slobber knocker of a game if they want to bring this one back. So close to finding the frag on the re-aggression. Daps.
I think both players were looking for the same AWP right there. At least neither of them got to it, I suppose, is the ultimate thing right there. So MIBR win 2 rounds, both of them being pop attempts at both of the sites. That time Cirque nearly completely destroyed the attack as well. He got 2 kills on the way in. But MIBR, they prevailed at that post plant. Really well played from them. And it looks like it's going to be is that a 4-man door push? That's something else for sure.
Yeah, this is a real change in terms of what we've sort of been seeing coming out from these players now. Smoke's going to go down early on to try and block off towards Z. It's a heavy stack towards the A site, Ben, as they make their move up. Fur getting the first contact, spams down with the AK, but won't connect onto anyone, and they're all deviating back. They're actually falling over towards the B site. This is perfect as well. If they can get into B, it's where the minimal amount of players are, but they are all funneling in towards mid, and Tarek is having a field day as they are fed to the slaughter. Frezzy, though, with a response, gets the headshot off onto Fur. Now starts to extend his way around. Tarek is there. Will he spot him out? Tarek creeps through, was ready for it, locked and loaded, and the game is getting closer.
Yeah, you start feeling it in the back of your head as soon as they reach that double-digit round tally, when you've already got match point available to you, you start wondering, it keeps going 10, 11, 12, you just start wondering how much are we going to let them get before we even take a pause of our own or before we even win the round. NRG, they haven't actually used a pause yet as well. That's the crazy thing. They recognize we just need to have 1 round where we actually do win those trades to start the round off with. From there, we can just take it. And that's some cheeky little spam there from Tarek.
Yes.
Only does 6 damage, but it was still like in perfect line with it.
That's what I mean. He understood quite well where to actually tap that out. Could have been nice. Gonna go for the boost over once again. MIBR, they need confidence here as well. Oh, Tarek. Oh, no. Disgusting. But the response from Breze is going to be quite the nuisance. However, they put Fur into a prime time position to pop off now, Ben. 2 lucrative frags. They push their way out towards mid. Ethan going to go in for the backstab with a famous but cold. He spotted it out. He's aware of the shenanigans. Tries to stop him from exiting. Gets a heavy tag off, but he will still stay alive.
Ethan very lucky to live there, I feel, because Cold Air, even when he heard the drop noise, his crosshair went perfectly to where he actually landed. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to land the shots even when he was jumping away. Cold Air, it felt like he was tracing him all the way. So MIBR, they get an 11th round. Tarek with a lovely opener towards Z. And unfortunately, obviously, he was traded, but Fur was there to double up on that. Cirque living with the AWP is probably the big one here, though. That is the biggest value weapon you currently have on, or rather in play. Fallen is slowly moving towards it, but I can't help but feel like what? He actually gets that? I was thinking he probably doesn't need to go for it. He's the one who has an AWP on the T side.
This is worrying, Ben, because this is MIBR playing with confidence. And they push in for denying the save for Ethan. This is what's scary. Is MIBR, they look lifeless. They look like they were getting beat, but they look like they were getting beaten by themselves. Now they've woken up. They're just going headstrong into this matchup. And they're finding these critical rounds, but it's not even just the rounds they're winning. It's the way they're winning them in, the form they're starting to bring through. We saw that there with Fallen with a confidence peak. This is worrying.
It's got to the point, though, where they're not worried about losing, though, as well.
They're just playing to win.
Yeah, they're just playing to kill right now. And obviously, that appears to be the way that they play with confidence now. They just take every fight they can. coldzera holding the spray. Should get all 4, although Tarek bails him out. Tarek saves the day, some would say.
Comes in at the last second there to give him a helping hand. Ethan as well, the last man to fall, as he will be put to pieces by Fur. And MIBR, they're keeping this game close, Ben. It's a 15-12 scoreline here. There's going to be a reinvestment now from NRG. But MIBR, if they play any way like they have been in these past few rounds, this could keep going their way. They will use a pause as well. You might as well.
I can't feel like this pause might make them lose the game, though. They've been going with such a high tempo.
Yeah.
The pause makes NRG think, okay, they're actually having to think about this round. It won't be something fast-paced. But what's been working for MIBR has been those fast-paced takes, going quick at them, finding the kills early, getting the trades when needed. The pause might not have been the best idea, because now it makes them, you know, the pressure comes back onto your shoulders, thinking we could make this comeback happen, instead of playing with, you know, no regard or whatever. You're just going for kills yourself. The fact that NRG didn't take a pause in the past few rounds is quite shocking as well, really.
It's the risky run. Well, 15-12 here. MIBR off the back of the pause. Will this be where they start to lock it down, or where the game begins to slip away from them once again? Obviously, one round is all they have to play with.
Oh, that spam. Oh, I can't but feel like that should have killed Ethan there. It felt like he was tracing it perfectly in where he was lining up with. But the bullet's making an outline of him there. 1 minute 25 on the clock. And this is completely different again to what... Think about the rounds that MIBR had won.
Yeah.
By this point, they were usually into the site. However, this time they're playing so much slower again. When they played a more methodical way, NRG were able to counter it very well. It's going to be a full 4 smoke execute actually towards A, by looks things. 3 smokes being lined up outside of A main. Stewie does his out of the door. Easton will Molotov A main as well to delay this push. coldzera can put it out if he wants to, but it looks like they're waiting for it. But you can already see the rotate though. NRG, they're willing to send so many players across. That's not a good start for them.
coldzera getting the kill with the Kalashnikov will eliminate Breze. Ethan trying to find an opportunity, but nothing is given to him, Ben. Tarek will punish him with the AK. And it now falls into the 5 versus 3. This is awkward, but Fugly tries to make a play. Goes in headstrong. Takes on Tarek in the 1v1 and does win it. However, there is the trade back from coldzera. Cirque and Daps, the only 2 remaining soldiers for NRG, and they are forced to save it.
So that take does work out very well for MIBR, purely because Breezy, he was caught in the middle of nowhere, right? He was caught in no man's land completely. Didn't expect the players to be pushing through a main. Thought he could get towards that upper, you know, the heaven sort of angle where he can catch players running out. Instead, gets completely caught out. Ethan, too many angles to watch as well after Breezy gets taken down. 15-13. It's starting to get a bit shaky now for NRG, because you save 2 weapons here. You should be going for a half buy. Now, if you do lose that one, that pushes it to 15-14. And then you go for the big buy round on that last one. And still no pause, though, from NRG.
Just taking it on the chin, letting it happen. Here we go.
Finally, yeah. You were 15 to what? 15-7, I believe it was, I said?
It was a mad lead.
And they've managed to play it out 6 rounds since then. And they were, what, 4 of those 6 rounds were buy rounds as well? You'd put yourself in a situation where that could really have spiraled out of control further. Yet they willingly allowed it to get to this point at the very least. And MIBR, considering how defeated they did look, they've managed to get a lot more confidence back. And when you think about the confidence, that is such a big player on that MIBR side.
It's crazy because that was the main point we sort of touched on, right? Was the fact that it seemed like they were kind of defeated amongst themselves. They weren't really playing to that style of CS that we expect to see coming out from MIBR. Now, definitely back on form, looking a whole lot more well-versed going into this, Ben. Round 29 here, MIBR, they still have to carry on playing flawlessly. Spawn looks lovely. And so does potentially the round here. Breze, with the 5-7 in his hand, as he goes close underneath the boost, but no one is going to be coming over. MIBR, they're playing it a lot slower into this one already, just holding their angles. We saw the boost on top of the van as well, so they would have had height on Tarek. He would have been scoped in, looking over, and seeing if he could have got a pick onto Ethan. Oh,
that was a really nice nade. I do like it when the people do use the nade over boost towards highway, because you can get it perfectly to land just over that white box, exactly where a player would be if they're jump spotting mid. However, Breezy, he's playing close here. Looks like he's ready to Molotov this. Stewie takes a huge hit as well in door. But they're actually on a Molotov towards highway. Shouldn't be needed after that kill.
You've already found the frag. There's no reason to be cast it out. Anyway, Tarek caught off guard as Breze goes for the play, charges in. They brought it back into the 4-on-4, but the pick is already there from Fallen, Ben, as he will be blown away. And they are going in towards this B site. Fugly. It relies so heavily on him to fug them up a bit as they push their way through.
That's a good kill to find on the other side of the map as well there. Daps, he has a kit available to him. Fugly gets one, doesn't get a second though. Daps, last man alive, 1v2.
Can a Canadian All-Star do it? No. Goes down instantly. Fallen going to be able to find the flick around. 15-14, Ben. It comes down to this. Round 30. MIBR win this, we go to overtime. If not, this will be the victory for NRG here and push us to train.
Look how many AWPs they've brought out from MIBR.
It's the Hydra.
So this is a bit of an interesting one, that's for sure. I mean, the one player that you normally think definitely should have an AWP in his hand, I was going to say, yeah, Fallen.
It's the Quadra.
So it's a Quadra. That's an interesting one. I imagine some players going for different kind of spams, going on top of the truck, as you mentioned earlier on as well. If a player were to have gone out Z towards highway there, that was a free kill. So they used those AWPs early on to just watch some of the quick angles, go for some spams. Nothing does happen. Cirque has another AWP as well. He's had it pretty much every round, it feels like, in the second half. But again, it's that CT side. He's not being able to do much. Isn't being allowed to abuse that capability he does have of being so aggressive and finding the angles when needed.
It's kind of like that trade-off we see with Electronic, where T-side, outrageous. CT side, sometimes it comes and goes, but the play coming in, the B site, is where they'll be providing all their ordnance towards. Fugly doesn't realize they're in the backline, but Fur goes in for both of the Molotovs. He's been burnt to a crisp by Fallen, Ben. He's out in seconds. Already it comes back into a 4v4 through no fault of NRG there, really.
So this retake's going to be absolutely huge. Cirque, full grenades. Ethan has a Molotov as well. Daps a Molotov as well. So you can burn that site to a crisp if you want to from heaven here, which it looks like they're planning to do. Smoke going in towards Checkers. They're getting ready for these Molotovs, though. They need to land them perfectly.
The site should be entirely set ablaze, but it's only a small portion, Ben, and they're pushing in one by one as well. They're not working together here as a squad. Ethan, but down to 35 HP. This is a horrible spot to be in. Overtime is secured. MIBR, they bring it back round after round. They slog through it. The full 30 rounds have been played, and this is where we get down to the crunch. The first overtime we've seen here on the B stream for IEM Chicago. And what better game could we ask for, really? MIBR versus NIG here. This is a close affair. The scary factor is MIBR now have an opportunity to win again.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's just to think that NRG, they used one pause through that entire situation. It was 15-7 at one point. Surely you use a pause, whether it's 3 rounds into slowly losing your lead, or 4. Instead, they use it at such a late point. They lose B site, use a Fugly dying, and MIBR gave them a chance as well. Third dies to Fallen's Molotov. And yet, for some reason, that retake, they were willing to play it, but the retake itself did not look good.
And that's the worrying potential there. With I'm a Pet being unavailable, were they not certain whether or not they should have gone for those pauses if they needed to try and take that time out? Tunnel visioned in, potentially, thinking we're going to win this game. Just keep going. It's fine. We've got 15 rounds. We can win. Cirque, the first time we've seen him try and go for an aggressive pick there, but it falls short. Fallen as well, finds the flick up, takes down Daps. You might have gone for the boost, but Fallen doesn't give a damn how tall you are. He'll still bust open your head.
And Fugly's trying to make the play as well. The smoke's going to fade. He'll get that free kill, But I can't feel like Coldzera trades this. So easy for him to find it. Ethan all on his lonesome, 1v4. Purely off the back of Fallen, though. He's ready for that push from Cirque. And that's the first time we've seen him go aggressive as well on the CT side. And that round is not a good start to overtime for them.
So awkward to see, because already NRG, they've shown their hand. They've gone, Cirque, try and play more aggressive. Go into what we expected to see. We spoke about that, how CT side, he's a lot quieter. He isn't that aggressive playmaker. He's not going to try and just burst out. First time he's done it, instantly silenced. Fallen as well, not content with one. Keeps on going. It's scary stuff. Daps as well, feeling the need to continuously bring out the org now. This is worrying then. MIBR, they've got themselves that 16 round. If you think about how many rounds they've now got on the trot here compared to NRG, it's absolutely ridiculous. Their T side has been flawless.
And they have switched up the way they normally play here as well. So previously we saw Ethan always towards the A site. He was always that lone player there. Cirque now warping it. Ethan now towards B with Fugly playing the rotate for B. Can't be feel like that's just them thinking the B side's been a weakness for us. And that's very worrying if you're having to do that in overtime. Potentially a bit too late as well. And Stewie, he's been a constant nuisance in this door as well. The Molotov, unfortunately, just as Stewie closed the door, which forces Cirque off the angle. That's a really, I mean, we'd like to think that Stewie did that intentionally, but I don't think it was at all.
I feel like that was just the timing, but he'll probably take it. He'll add that one to his repertoire. Oh, the trade comes through early on, so it's actually the first pick there for Ethan, as he'll be able to find the frag on Coldzera. I mean, they didn't have to give the game away as well and show that Fugly is stuck in towards the vent right now. Fallen will grab the bomb and really come up with the rest of the teammates here.
So they haven't actually mollied out the vents yet either. They know it's broken from the mid side, but they've not cleared it at all. Fugly, he could be absolutely huge here. The flash goes beyond, but Tarek turns straight around and takes him out.
The snapshot with the neck breaker from Tarek. Stewie with the play towards the B site needs to try and keep them focused towards him, because meanwhile at mid they are being bombarded. The nades have come through, essentially hit by an airstrike, Ben, and they are very low. Fallen still able to make this work though, finds the frag in a 1v1 now versus Cirque, unless the peek comes around from Daps, which it will, and he gets the spray down, eliminates Fallen. Ethan will pick off Tarek as well. They equalize it once more, 16-16, but it has taken so long for NRG to finally win a round on their CT side.
I think that's the first CT win in 12 rounds, which that's absurd in itself. Like, that's a crazy situation to be in. You should not ever be in that situation anyway. And ultimately that round was won off of Cirque having that AWP towards A, and as well as that, Ethan being moved towards that B site. He was a surprise, they didn't expect to find him there. So a much better call from NRG's CT side. The question is, will they be able to pick it up further there and get this second, or the final round, I guess, in this overtime half? Fugly picking up the AWP is a different one as well. We've not seen any other NRG player pick it up. So quite unusual to see him go for it.
Oh, I was close to actually spotting Falling out as well, as they did push in towards Connector early on into this round. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and you can see NRG are actively willing to now try and switch things up. They've had to throw the default strategy towards the wind, really, in overtime, because it's not working for them.
And that's the scary thing, really, that the regular way they're playing is now no longer working. They have to resort to things which they may not have practiced as much. MIBR take mid-control, clear it out fully. It's just Breezy there, but he's playing towards Z. Not really giving them a chance of actually getting a pick at all here. Cirque, he's actually going to get smoked off of mid due to that smoke landing there. So they think it might be an A execute there. Ethan, he was an A main. He still should have control of that. But that's a really nice kill found.
Look at the power behind that one. As Brezde will be able to rip the head off of Tarek's, which comes in towards the B side though now. Fallen looking in, scoped in, finds another headshot. He has been the decapitation king into this matchup. Brezde as well rotates back around, and the 3 players are fully going to commit to this. Coldzera found the first, but was traded back by Ethan. Stewie's now arrived to assist his in-game leader. And Brezde playing from the site. What can he get up to? It does not matter. It'll be Ethan and Cirque that close it down. And that is going to be the advantage to NIG at the half. They won 2 rounds. MIBR win 1.
And that's the awkward bit, though. So consider how technically the halves in regulation were going 10-5 to the T side. Technically, that should mean you should lose the overtime half 2-1 if you're on the CT side. However, NRG, they finally get some rounds on the board. A bit too late, though. They have to win this now in overtime. They need 2 rounds from their T half. And the worrying bit is, you're now facing an MIBR side who have money. You consider how that first half looked, they were never able to get a real buy-in. And you can tell the difference now, 2 AWPs being available to them.
And that's what's crazy. That's the difference maker. Interestingly enough, it will be Fallen and Tarek that bring them to the table. We've essentially seen the entire roster today rotate the AWP out. You never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, the only man who decides fully against it usually would be Fer. Purely because he is an absolute crazy man when it comes to using a rifle. But they are going to send an AWPer towards each site here. Going to give up mid. If you remember in the first half, Ethan, he was absolutely crazily good in that first half from the boost. He was able to do so much, whether it was actually just map control or even picks. And this is probably why MIBR have shifted away from playing towards middle, just full stop. So Ethan's using his full set of grenades to try and clear some angles. Will be dropping out as well. Cirque with a rifle, which is quite interesting to see Daps actually taking the AWP.
Talking about utilities you touched on as well, Ben. There is a stark contrast forming into this round already. NRG have pretty happily committed to using a lot of their utility into the early game of the round here, whereas for MIBR, they have 4 smokes left. They're into a good position. They still have a ton of utility. So they can quite happily run this clock down, even at the last second here. And NRG, they're looking like they're going to go for a late round site take towards B. This is worrisome.
That's 2 B players who have their Molotovs. Tarek just used his. coldzera uses his as well. They're trying to swamp them in. The flash should come through any second now from Tarek. Here it comes. That's a huge pick, but only the one found.
Able to find that first frag, but there's an instant trade back from Fugly Ben, but Tarek on the site. He's got an AWP and he knows how to wield it like a lunatic. Finds the first, won't need to do any more. Stewie arrives on the scene and does the damage for him. Rips both of their heads off and leaves them laid out on the ground. 17-17. This game is as close as it can get.
We saw in the first half as well, when Tarek finally got the AWP towards B, he found 3 kills. He does it again. He does really well. He's had a solid game so far. Him and coldzera doing so much work towards that B site. And I really liked that take, because they knew exactly what they wanted to do with their grenades that they had left. Molotov both sides of it. As soon as they're about to run out, flash into checkers, get the kill. So Cirque now goes back to his AWP. But this is actually going to be a B rush.
They're just going for it, Ben. They're bounding their way in. coldzera is able to stay alive because Tarek helps him out with the AWP once again, and they are just slaughtering them. Everyone has been assassinated. This is awful. The no-scope as well from Tarek. Not only is he denying them entry, but he is doing it with such finesse. He looks damn good at it. Cirque, a cheeky flick, but can't get the follow-up. Bunny hopped out of there, but goes straight to his grave. coldzera sets him up on a date with the coroner, and that is going to be 18-17. MIBR from a position to lose this second map and have to play train. They are now moments away from potentially winning it and locking down the series 2-0, Ben. A triumphant comeback and a tenacious defense the entire way.
I just don't understand why you rush B. I was just giving compliments to coldzera and Tarek for their B hold. Yet for some reason you go straight into B. No flashes even. Tarek covers coldzera. And now they're going for a straight A execute. Lots of smokes used very early on here. Ethan, the only man who'll be going via mid. Look at the rotation for MIBR though. If this was a fake towards B, it could be bad news, and that it is. Tarek, he's already playing from CT.
Tarek, he's been a monster, but surely you can only have those performances a few rounds. He can't keep this up. Cirque as well starts to get confidence again. Gets the early entry pick. coldzera's shut down. Sure, it might be a 4-man retake, but any retake towards this B site is going to be a struggle. NRG, they're in position to try force this out at least to a double overtime now. The utility's going to be cast out. They're going to just bound their way in. They're playing with confidence. They barely bypassed Ethan, but eventually, once the flashbang fades, they should close it down. 18-18, double overtime will keep us going here.
That's absolutely crazy though. The fake of the take though, and it's such an aggressive take as well. You do it basically from spawn. And it pulled all of those MIBR players. You can see 2 of them moving straight away. Tarek, he was the only one who held his position. But if he's on the site, you might be thinking he could hold that site down himself. Like the difference between him being in CT and him being on site is absolutely crazy. It means we're forcing that double overtime. The double AWP comes straight back out from MIBR. As expected, really. Tarek has been so good with it. Fallen gets his own as well. NRG, they get a second chance here. Because they were facing elimination just then.
The thing that I'm worried about, Ben, is Cirque's health. If he keeps flicking like this, he is going to need some kind of assistment because he'll get RSI.
Definitely. His wrists must be taking a beat.
He flicks like a lunatic constantly. He's absolutely wild. Fugly going to get the early entry, though. Takes down Tarek to at least open up the round, Ben. And here comes the burst from behind. They would expect it. They're caught trying to go for the boost as they will start to frag out Fur. Going to find the double kill, but Ethan starts to make a mockery out of them. The miss from Fallen as well. He's been so flawless, but into this round, misses the shot. No opportunity. And it will slide away from them. The initial round going to NRG. Now, if you remember, in regulation on the first half, NRG, they looked great when it came to their T side, but most of that was down to Ethan.
It's kind of crazy to think the odds are like that for a game like this.
They've been in favour of MRB the whole time.
It's kind of weird.
It doesn't feel like it should have been.
Definitely should have been, at least with a comeback. But I suppose if there was a comeback made into overtime, momentum should be them, and they're good for a fast mid here. Fugly straight out.
Oh, Fugly giving it, Ben. He doesn't give a damn. He's just ripping heads off all over the shop.
That's a really strong start to the round right there.
Oh, he's killed himself, though.
Daps has killed him.
Oh, you know what, Fugly? I mean, fair play, man. You were sick with the AK, but we'll let that one slide.
That's such a weird one. 3v4 now. And they're pushing towards the site. Stewie's so low, and he actually can still get to kill and damage. This is still winnable. Tarek and Cold Zero have been so good so far.
Oh, Cirque as well. It might be a sliver of you he sees, but he'll still take you down as he is one hell of an AWPer there, Ben. The Bulgarian Bulldozer proving why he's so influential. 35 frags to his name. The showstopper for NRG.
And MIBR, they finally hit the bottom of the bank, it seems. You know, it's very rare we see 3 rounds go towards the T side. If you win the first 2, chances are you see the difference in the money, especially when you go for 2 AWPs consistently. MIBR, they need this round, I feel. The CT side was a weakness originally in regulation. Question is, what will NRG do, though? They started this back with this high-tempo play, and it was working for them. But again, Tarek, he's now playing again on that site, and that's another smoke kill. It's really not been good for MIBR when it comes to these smokes and spams.
This is rough. It's an awkward start. It's also huge for NRG, though. If they take the half 21-18, Ben, 1 round's all you need. You'll have the 3 match points to play with, and Tarek also taking damage from the Molotov towards the site. Less than favourable from the angle that he is in, and Fugly just charges through. He might have been burnt out, but he's still feeling himself further with the aggression here. Finds 1 frag. Luckily, the backstab from Bresley will eliminate him. It's a 4 versus 2. Fallen will fall out of favour there. Cold Zero goes down as well. 21-18. NRG, they bring it back massively. They have a firm grasp on the game now, but we have seen this exact position once before. NRG, they were sat on 15 rounds for so long, and they physically could not shut it down on their CT side. However, the fact here is there is no opportunity to reset them. They will have cash on each and every one of these rounds. MIBR, they need to do what they did before once more.
The crazy thing about that round was, so the Molotov came in, we saw it from Tarek's point of view. He threw the Molotov towards B main. That was fine. But then he actually pulled out a HE grenade instead of smoke. So that extra, 2 seconds, say, the fact that he's actually dropped a HE on his own feet instead of the smoke, which meant he was not ready for the player to be pushing straight towards headshot. He gets killed. And the round from there just falls apart completely. We saw Fur, he tried to rescue the round just leaping out of the vents, just spraying everyone. But ultimately, he only gets the 1 kill. It just wasn't enough.
And that's the scary factor, right? It's gone from MIBR looking like they've had this life sapped out of them to riding the biggest confidence high you've ever seen to now just forced into desperation plays and having to try and scrape something together. Tarek once again trying to open it up with that spam. This time, no damage transferred.
And Cirque looking to find an opening here. Although he's holding more of an off angle, getting ready to take it with Ethan. So that's A main once again taken. So we saw NRG do this a few times in regulation and overtime. However, it didn't really benefit them too much when they did take it. What I do like, though, is the 2 players towards B from NRG here. The player in the vent, he was not actually seen, but the double Molotov, that's an easy kill. That's really well played from MIBR there. and it's actually just Daps left on the site. If they were to burst in, look at the rotation. NRG, they've gambled everybody towards it.
The entire rotate's come around, Ben. Tarek, as soon as the smoke fades, he needs to start to make some ground here because there's only so much time. They're going to stay grouped up with all the players towards the B site like this. Cirque going to rotate back around, and this is scary. MIBR still not fully committed towards the site take, but NRG are going to be second-guessing themselves.
Especially now as they have to go back onto the site and hopefully regain control. Breezy, look how aggressive he's being.
Oh.
Ferg gets the trade, so it means they're still a man up. But Ethan, the Molotov into A main steps will delay things. That bomb is stuck outside. Tarek was there. The fact they've had these grenades so late on, it means MIBR, they need to land every shot as soon as possible.
Ethan with the spray, Ben, the pre-fire. Absolutely fantastic, Ethan. He was tremendous in the game. He has been keeping that going this entire time. 8 seconds left into the round. Ethan will eliminate Fallen. Cirque for the final frag. Finally, they pick it up. NRG will win cash 22-18 after a slobber knocker of a matchup. We'll break this one down after the break. We need a rest.
All eyes are on you, so give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Waiting for the next match? AT&T wants to get you in the game from wherever you are. Just download the Turn Right app, hit the tournament icon, join the AT&T Twitch tournament, and turn right into dozens of chances to win incredible gaming gear prizes delivered straight to your door. Powered by AT&T.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
MIBR might be larger than life when it comes to making a comeback happen, but they could not close it down when it came to the crunch, Ben. NRG will waltz away with a victory on cash.
Yeah, an absolute marathon, I think it's fair to say. 22-18. NRG got themselves to, what was it, 15-7, I believe. And from there, MIBR made that huge comeback all the way into overtime. MIBR even gave themselves a chance to win in overtime. It was 18-17. Yeah, NRG battled back to take it 22-18. A whole load of highlights, I think it's fair to say, as well, through the entire game from loads of different players.
Yeah, it was a sort of a passing of the baton each and every round where we just saw countless players stepping up and being able to assert their dominance. Some crazy things done by this man especially as well. Cirque, he had a huge performance. I think in the game there, just over 35 frags to his name. It was in total a crazy display from him as he was able to just destroy them countlessly. It was 36-20 in total at the end of that game, and he was the dominant force.
Yeah, he was one of the big factors into it. Obviously, the first half, he was able to find a lot of opening picks when needed. But it was when overtime came that he actually was able to get a lot more influential. We were wondering, where's he disappeared to, right? We were getting to overtime. He wasn't really able to do too much. But ultimately, when required, he got a lot of impact kills that made them get the win in the end.
Yeah, that was the crazy stuff that started to come out from him. But this is the point where MRB began to make their comeback, and it was round after round of absolute dominance coming out of that side.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, they put themselves in a position to actually, ultimately win it. Like, Tarek and Coldzera held down this B-bomb site so well. First round of CT there. And then after that, they went for a crazy rush into it, which was an even more mind-boggling decision, really.
It was quite odd. They did make some on-the-split-second calls there, it seemed, from NRG, but in the end, it worked out in their favor. They kept the game going for quite some time, and in the end, picked up the win when we got into double overtime, Ben.
Yep. It was a very weird one in terms of actually the second overtime. It was finally a 3-0 sweep for one of the teams, and typically, especially in Pro League actually this season, we've actually had to require teams to win 3-0 just to get the overtime done with. And that does mean we go to the third map, that is Train. And typically, I would definitely favour this as towards MIBR. If you think about it this way, they looked dead and done, really, towards the actual end of regulation there, MIBR, before the comeback started, that was. But when the comeback came in, there was a new lease on life.
Yeah, they were reformed, refreshed, and reinvigorated going into it. Just countless impact frags found from each and every one of the players. Fallen as well. He had some 200 IQ plays earlier on today, but it's that game, it was raw fragging power we saw coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Both Tarek and Coldzera were the big ones, though. Both 30 kills each. And just in terms of impact, it felt like most of them on the CT side. But the CT side is where they faltered, actually, to start the game off, which kind of makes it a bit interesting. But going on to Train, though, I can't help but feel like the fact that MIBR have got so many players who can pick up the AWP is going to be a big factor.
Yeah, this is going to help them out a lot. We saw that at one point. The Quadra AWP was brought to the table in overtime for MIBR, so they were trying out some pretty ridiculous things, I think is fair to say. And obviously moving on to Train, it's a map that allows that style of play. There is a lot of scope potential there on the CT side, and if they have a good start with it, it could be quite worrying.
Yeah, it's definitely a worry if you're actually more of an NRG fan, because even looking at the win rates, right, they've got a 50% win rate on this map on Train. Like NRG, they played 12 games, won 6. And exactly with MIBR, though, like they're a team who are comfortable in Train. In the past, some people consider this to be Fallen's playground. Like the fact he's able to get so many picks, he had so many different avenues he can go through to get kills, and he can influence the map. But the crazy thing is, you've got Tarek playing well, Coldzera looking a lot better, Fallen when needed performing. We haven't even seen Stewie come into form yet.
No, that's true. And at this point, it's one of those where can Stewie sort of wake up now on the third map? They closed it down. I mean, you've gone the whole hog, right? It's the third map of the series. We need to see everyone now perform. Incrementally, they've slowly got better as today has gone on. So it only makes sense that now Stewie will show up and close it down. We are into the action, though. MIBR starting off on the T side. NRG will be your CTs for this one. Third and final map to decide who is going to be the victor of these two wonderful teams.
So that does mean that NRG most likely did win the knife round as well, because this, due to it being the deciding map, there's no preference on the side. Obviously, normally if you pick a map, the other team gets to choose their side. Train, having the knife round here actually is kind of a big influence, because some teams, they can't really play that T-side Train as well as they play the CT side. And obviously you can see the pistol here from MIBR. Cold Zera and Fallen both going for the grenades. So you're going to have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov actually available to them. The question is, what will that Molotov actually be used for? Because there's a number of different ones. Cold Zera is going to be smoking off ladder, and that's going to be just as they go to play double ladder, and there's nobody else actually on the A-bomb site. This could be very bad for NRG.
So here comes the play. Out towards the A site. Cirque is going to be smoked off, but will he try and go through it? No. Kept back and actually takes a little bit of a dink as well as they shoot their way across, leaving him on 80 HP. The elevated angle coming out for Fur, but Fugly will seek to end his life and do a good job of it.
So they do get the information that there was probably a player towards ladder. I'm assuming the blood was gushed through the smoke. Stewie gets himself to heaven though, even though he saw a lot of players towards that bomb area. But ultimately, they're falling like flies here. A lot of damage being dealt, but no kills.
Ooh. Taps coming through. Fallen. Not really looking too composed there going into that. It was a bit awkward for him. And NRG make a good job of retaking this. With only 1 casualty on Cirque, they're going to get the defuse out. That'll be the first round going their way.
And that was actually an NRG side with no kit either. So that would have been quite a concern for them, especially when the bomb got planted. They knew we need to go quite fast here. We need to find the kills as soon as possible. So they do win that CT pistol. MIBR, they get the plant down. And we have seen teams in the past actually force CT. AK is now being dropped across as well. Tarek buys an AK, gives it across to Stewie, who will get head armor himself. But otherwise, it looks like they're just going to play the 1 AK into it, which that's an interesting one. The fact that you're willing to allow 1 person to go for that luxurious buy.
Oh, Stewie. That is ridiculous. Very nice way to open up the game as he will find the early headshot, bludgeons Ethan.
It's definitely a good start to it, however, the grenade that Ethan did throw into A main did quite a lot of damage despite him falling. So Stewie, quite damaged, but ultimately you've got 4 Deagles available to potentially counteract the actual AK or M4s as well on the other side of things. Oh, that actually headshot him.
That's crazy. The damage done there through the wall, the 50 cal Deagle. It's got a lot of armor pen, and that's displayed very well there.
And that actually forces Daps out of position as well. That he would normally be fine with sitting there, especially because normally spam, it's quite unlikely that it hits you. But that time, it hits him straight in the head. That's him half health as well. Molotov used by Fugly. Looks like he's going to go for some map info as well. After the Molotov goes, he'll probably attempt to get some more info. If he does push it, he'll find out there are no players here. MIBR, they're going down ladder and they're planning to split this A-bomb site. And because of that information, Circus moved across. Oh, he just peeks out as Tarek moves away. That bomb down's going to be for free. Nobody's stopping it at all either. That's quite concerning.
Yeah, Fallen getting the plant for absolutely free. Cirque and Fugly going to try and respond though. Stewie, we touched on it, and he is definitely starting to be the harbinger of death going into this game. Unfortunately, he will be shut down. The death there from Fur was quite cinematic as he slides off and hits the deck, but it will be the win for NRG in the round, giving them a second, but with 2 casualties on Breze and Ethan.
So ultimately, the AK buy doesn't quite work too great, but you got to be thinking you get a bomb down, you get 2 kills with it as well. The Betway odds showing that MIBR still considers to be the favourites on this map. If you consider the win rates on the map, it does favour MIBR. Starting on the T side though, could be difficult. So Fallen actually buys an AWP here as well. So because of that extra plant, they do actually have the money to go for that buy. Question is, what can you get done with it? I wouldn't say it was too reliant on their T side on Inferno. On Cash, it wasn't too much of an influence either. It was more rifles. But Train, I feel like, is a different ballpark. I feel like you're given a lot more options to get involved with an AWP.
Minute and 20 left on the clock here. Cold going to go for the jump spot across. Ethan listening out for this will begin to fall back in case there is any aggression coming through. Cold actually going for the spam as well.
Yeah, Ethan's one of these really good players when it comes to actually holding ladder. I've seen a number of games from him where he actually gets an easy 20 kills in the first half on that CT side. Coldzera, you can see him lining up a Molotov. Getting ready to throw it, at least. But the question is, ultimately, all that will do is force him to play outside of the room. In terms of actual map control, I'm assuming they're hoping for it to get the catch out on the way out, which Fallen does onto Daps rather than Ethan.
Fur also taking some damage in response, though, left on 42 HP. Coldzera loses 5 of his health. So MIBR playing very slowly into this round. Have left themselves with 30 seconds of playtime when they actually go for the execution out. Ethan drops the smoke to block off the angle and give himself this tasty little position to play from. They are spamming, but they don't really know where he is. Furl runs straight into the trap, and he gets the elimination. Fallen has found 2 frags into the round, but finally will go down himself as he's assassinated. Ethan, with a monstrous play, could have tried to carry it on even further, but Fugly will do the damage for him, Ben. And it is now all up to Coldzera, but he's got time to plant. He can get this down.
Ethan only has 5 bullets left, and Fugly dies to it. Unfortunately, though, for Coldzera, he doesn't find the kill. Ethan, he only had 5 bullets left, but I mentioned he's an absolute monster on this actual map. 3 kills right there.
Yeah.
Using that smoke so well as well. He finds some little angles he can play behind. Stops the bomb plant as well. NRG take the first buy on 3-0 now. But that's MIBR getting a 3rd plant, though, in a row. NRG are allowing them to get onto the bomb sites. If you're MIBR, you're thinking these rounds are probably closer than they actually are.
Being able to keep their cash high is going to be a good standpoint for MIBR, meaning they can keep the weapons in circulation. 2 AKs coming out. 4 AKs rather, and the Galil there onto Fallen. They do have the utility to play with, but it is rather restricted. No real Molotovs, a couple of smokes, and one of them's already taken down as Ethan, carrying on his form from the prior round, looks to try and assault and batter anyone that comes towards it. Will go down in the end. Stubby finds the return of frag. Fur as well with the adjustment. Oh, Cirque spots out the leg, and Fur from now on will only require 1 shoe.
He'll need a new life as well. Fallen, unfortunately, cannot get that done though. Probably should have been a kill in his favour there. Tarek now a 1v3. Does a deep smoke towards Ali. Cirque was holding the angle. Means he can get the bomb. And he's actually going to go towards B. So this is quite a big play, although Fugly, he's on his way towards the at the very least to cover it. But little does he know, he's already gone beyond that. The bomb will go down. There's another round where MIBR have got to a bomb plant and have been allowed to plant. But Tarek, 3 of them to take down. This has to be crazy.
Tarek, he's like a shark at times. He can smell the blood in the water. And it keeps him fueled with aggression. Breze takes the firefight towards him, though. It doesn't matter how low he is. The confidence was there. He gets the kill. MIBR, they're getting the plant down every round, but they're not winning them. They can't actually close them out. It'll be another pickup now for NRG. Adjusting the tally to 4.
Yeah, if we consider these rounds, obviously the plant's going down. While that is great, ultimately you've had 2 kills per round in the rounds you've lost here. So if you think about the fact that NRG have been winning these rounds with 3 players alive on average, they're winning it so easily as well, because the bomb, it's not like the bomb has been close to exploding either. The closest wasn't that pistol round, but they still had 3 players alive. MIBR go for a tactical pause, because things aren't quite working as they think it should. And the awkward bit is, you can see the cash as well. Because of that plant, you've now hit that maximum loss bonus due to the new economic changes that were integrated about a month ago. You've gotten 4,200 for losing that round just then, which is why you can see the AK buy coming through.
So, restocked and rearmed. Can MIBR try and carry on? They've been looking fairly effective into these rounds. I mean, they're getting site control. At the very least, they've been able to keep their economy flowing with the bomb plants. But they need rounds now.
Yeah, definitely rounds are the main aim. And NRG react out of the pause with a 3-man play towards B site. Fugly the man leading. Daps towards upper. Cirque behind with an AWP. And Ethan gets a free kill onto Stewie. I'm not too sure what that was. The original play from NRG was to have 3 players towards this inner bomb site. Fugly's going to smoke lower, and they're going to burst just as the flash goes.
Oh, Fugly with the spray down. That could have been so much more, Ben, but it will not matter. I mean, Daps has been able to assist him from a distance as well. Cirque will arrive on the scene, and arrive he does with dominance. Barges Tarek out the way, and that's another round going instantly to NRG. 5-0 now on their CT side.
That's going to be very worrying, though, if you're MIBR there, because you've managed to get into that B site. It's only the one player technically holding you back. If you get that first kill, you can focus all towards Daps. Because Daps, it didn't look very confident from him in terms of his actual tapping ability towards the lower ramp. Like, if you get the first kill onto Fogly much sooner, you get into that site for free, you then can possibly get plant down. But that's another round where NRG lose 2 players and they still win. And for MIBR, it's a bit worrisome. They go for this half buy. A lot of smokes available to them, and you can see a lot of them setting up outside of A main as well. However, NRG, they rely a lot on this ladder room control. Daps and Ethan, the duo towards it, getting ready to defend this outside pressure.
Lining up those smokes now. They have the utility to play with. 5 smokes, 4 flashbangs. So they get themselves ready.
Just a matter of time, really. But the issue is, you're using all these smokes. You've only got the 3 flashbangs to use. No Molotovs to actually zone control anything. Cirque, look how aggressive he's being.
Cirque gets the 1 headshot off, but he's so far up. He will go down. Ethan as well going to fall to Ben as they trade equally right now. Both teams left with 3 players on either side, but which triple threat will be more deadly into this round? Coldzera on the elevated angle exposes his head, and Daps will be able to rip it off in a matter of seconds. Fallen aggresses towards him, does get the pick, but the response is there from Breze that will blow him away, and it is all up to Stewie 2K. Now 1 versus 2 here with a P250 in his hand.
1v2, just a P250 as you mentioned. No grenades, no head armor even. The tap comes through. He's not biting on any of this. Another tap comes through. Surely it's time to check it. He gets the free kill. Breezy now knows where he is. Surely this is going to be an NRG round, but Stewie, he's playing so well, he's managed to get all the way around.
Stewie's won the round here, Ben, there's no way. Forces Breze to chase him at that point. You run into the trap. He's in a better position. He can hold the angle. He's going to take you down. They were so heavily expecting them to tap the bomb that would cause the chain reaction. He'd face them. Instead, Stewie, he knows how to play those clutch rounds.
Yeah, not biting at all on either of those taps. He finally does after the second one. And he gets the free kill. The player covering, not really looking the correct way, obviously. And MIBR, they get that round. That was a round they half bought into as well. And you can see the effect. NRG, despite having all these rounds where they had 3-4 players alive, 2 players on CZ, and they're both pushing low ramp. Straight into Stewie, gets one of them, should get the second one as well. Daps falls. So that's both CZs already gone, and you're down 2 men on the NRG side.
It's a whole lot better now for MIBR. Stewie starting to perform quite nicely here. The back of a big clutch round furthers his dominance, as he will find these frags, and at this point, we're left in a 5 versus 3 with a lot of map control taken by MIBR.
And the issue is with this map control, Cirque's in between all of it. He's the only CT actually playing towards outside here. Looking to find a kill towards A main, which is where the bomb will sit. He's sat behind the smoke, behind the boxes as well. But Cirque, he's trying to look for anything he can find. Breezy's finally arriving back on the scene, but Coldzera in such an advanced position now. He expects it.
He was poised for that. It's an easy tap down with the AK to slaughter Cirque. Ethan going to rotate back around, but should surely be slain. Will eventually go down, but Coldzera is the one to react. Fur was taken out in the meantime, but it will not matter. The scoreline now goes 5-2, and the economy of NRG has been shattered.
Yeah, NRG finally take the hit. This has to be Nuke around from them. We should be looking really at a 5-3 scoreline, still in their favor. But ultimately, the buy round that will come through from them will not be that strong. It will most likely not even involve an AWP, which I think it's fair to say that is Cirque's main standpoint when it comes to actually being, a focal point of the NRG side. If he doesn't have an AWP, his actual effect on the game, it diminishes a lot.
Oh, Tarek opens it up, but there's an instant trade. You could hear the dinks there from both Ethan and Cirque as they rapid fire pull the trigger with the USPs and are able to exterminate him.
Yeah, nice easy kill found. Daps keeps the AK himself. Will sit towards T-spawn. Hopefully stay alive into the round, obviously, as that is a much needed weapon to keep due to the money not being very high on the NRG side. But ultimately, if you're MIBR, though, you should know there was no investment. It was a lot of USPs charging at Tarek. Just stay alive, keep your money high. Understand that there will be an AK in play next round, regardless what happens.
5-3 now, as this game carries on. There's going to be one AK save for Daps. That is all they're able to scavenge out of this round and bring on through to the next one.
So MIBR, buy back into it, Fallen stars the AWP. And NRG with the AK still on Daps. He will have a lot of utilities to work with. Cirque limited to that M4. Question is, how will NRG play this though? Because you know, their normal style play is reliant on that AWP. If they do not have the AWP, the way they play this round, or play their rounds rather, changes completely. MIBR with such an aggressive play towards Ivy, and they've gone through the smoke. So they mask the noise of them pushing through with just a double nade. So Breezy, even though he used that smoke early on, doesn't get a chance to. He spots them at least.
Sends his way up the ladder, but can he now descend MIBR to the Nether Realm if he's able to expand out, gets the early tag off, jumps for the face, does kill Stewie 2K. Cirque as well going to get involved with the action as he slaughters Tarek. Fur trades it back onto Daps, and it's a 3 versus 2 now into the round with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, a minute left. Plenty of time to play with in terms of actually finding out where these CTs are. Obviously, they know Cirque was towards that A-bomb site, making a lot of noise. Fallen, he's covering this angle. He knows where he is now. The question is, where is the other player? It's an easy kill. And the A-bomb site has been taken. Fugly, no chance here. It's a 1v3. No kit, no grenades. And getting back into that A-bomb site is very difficult from a B-site perspective. Should be the save, really, considering this will be the 4th round lost in a row. You'll take the eco next round. But ultimately, that round, it was very different from MIBR, though, considering Breezy, he used that smoke so early towards Ivy, right, you know, near the server boxes. Yet they make the call, we'll throw the double nade towards that angle, we'll push through at the same time. If there's a player there, the double nade will probably kill him. If not, we'll get the trade on it. And from that, they went straight to backtracks and took advantage of that CT defense not being there.
Fugly going to be able to save his rifle at least, but MIBR will pick themselves up another round, Ben, and they're starting to get into a groove now, finding their movement on their T side. The worrying factor is as well, what we saw early on from NRG was that open capability on the CT side. Now for MIBR, if they can actually get through with a reasonable score at the end of this half, they can do that exact same thing against them when they're on the CT side.
So NRG, I said they'd probably accept that this will probably be an eco round. There's 4 HEs bought though. Fugly the only one who saves. The others are all going through T main. The 4 nades come in, but they do 0 damage. Instead, Fur gets a free kill onto Ethan. So in terms of how that could have started for NRG, this is one of the lesser timelines, although Fugly will trade that kill. So it still is a 4v4. But ultimately, you got to be thinking, how are you going to retrieve that weapon? Cirque actually does grab it and gets away. Fallen did see him, but ultimately that's the gun gone, so you've already grabbed that. And you've got 2 teammates who do have armor. So ideally, I feel like Cirque should be passing that across to whether it's Breezy or just Daps. One of those two should be the ones to get it. But instead, they're going aggressive towards Ivy. And that's just as MIBR they were planning to go towards main. But Cirque, if he's running this whole way, Fallen will hear that. Stewie, he was about to check it, but he doesn't. Cirque thankfully stopped at the right time. He might be able to get a knife kill here onto Fallen if he wants to.
Instead, just going to slay him with the AK. Will grab himself his fateful weapon, the AWP now back in his hands. Stewie shouldn't really expand over and take the firefight towards him, but is just going to hold to try and cut off the rotate.
Yeah, I can't but feel like NRG should accept this round is most likely a loss anyway. If you're able to keep that AWP on Cirque, it means you save a lot of money. Fugly should stay alive once more as well. I'm surprised that they've not tried to move one of their players across towards T-spawn because there is an extra gun there. Whether it was Daps, obviously he's holding the ladder room currently. But it does look like he'll make his way towards A main. In fact, Cirque actually makes his way towards him. Daps should be trying to make the move here towards that weapon. which he will in due time. Obviously, Breezy was there as well. So they actually saved 3 weapons from that, considering they started off with just the 1. They've done very well there. However, the worrying thing is, look at MIBR's money. It's an easy $9,000 average from them. They've won so many rounds in a row and it's been clean. NRG call a tactical timeout. And they've gone for 2 AWPs here. So that's different. So while we did see some different players pick the AWP up for NRG on cash, I wouldn't say it was particularly successful with the others. Because Cirque obviously is the main man when it comes to using it. Fugly didn't really have much success with it, Daps either. But they are resorting to using it. They realized the last 5 rounds have not gone our way. We need to change something. Double AWP is the plan.
Cirque and Daps then on the sniper rifles. What can they actually find into the round, as we will be jumping back into it now.
So one of the AWPs will be going towards the B halls. He was flashed in by Fugly, but coldzera not even looking at it. They're going straight in towards B. They like Fallen, but Fugly, he's not ready for this. He's more of the white train push, but Cirque is doing all of the work. 2 kills, Fugly gets 1. Cirque should be able to get a 3rd here, but he doesn't expect the peak.
This is rough. Yeah, gonna roll in.
coldzera though.
Blows him out of the server, but Cold's been able to actually assault them very effectively with the AK. Looks to keep it going, but the Headhunter will be taken down. Could not keep it up. As Fugly will eliminate him. No, it doesn't save the AWP.
He's got $9,000 though, at least he can drop that across if need be. Cirque drops a weapon across, and there's the AWP. So Cirque getting very involved in that round with his AWP, but coldzera made it close and costly was the main thing. So NRG win their first round in 6. MIBR though got plenty of money. And the MIBR actually go for a double AWP themselves, which is quite amusing. So the same play got done towards B just then by NRG. So originally it was meant to be Cirque peeking the B halls with that flashbang from the B player in Fugly. This time it was Daps that went for the peek, and coldzera actually lands that shot. It felt like it shouldn't have landed. That's a really nice shot from him. So if you think about how much control Ethan did have on the map in the first 5 rounds, the control he had has actually been lowered so much because of MIBR's different approach to the game.
Oh. Going to be able to find that frag. Cirque with a rapid reflex there. That was beautiful to witness as he does eliminate Fur. Into this series, he has had some monumental frags with the AWP.
Yeah, some very high impact kills. That was a very much needed one. They were 3v5, now into a 3v4. Cirque makes it a 3v3 now as well. Daps not able to get these shots going though. Cirque gets taken down from behind as well due to Daps not being able to hold the Ivy angle. And Tarek doing so well there as well. 1v3 for Fugly. This is more winnable though compared to the previous one we saw.
Fugly slowly ascending here, getting closer and closer. As he does try and go for the backstab around. There's 2 players close towards the site, one a little bit further away. Eliminates the first as Fallen will hit the DECK, and it's up to coldzera and Tarek to try and bail them out. However, they have the bomb down. They're into a good position. He taps it to try to force the face. Fires off a warning shot, but you can see no one is peeking out. Paranoia is kicking in, realizing that he's not got enough time to really win this one. Is forced to retreat at this point. Walks straight into the waiting arms of coldzera, and that'll be another round picked up by MIBR.
So a really nice round to begin with from MIBR. Cirque gives them a chance to get back into it. But from that, though, there's too much for him to do on that outside bomb site. And NRG, they're going to force straight back into it. So whoever wins this round might be the one who wins the half ultimately here. No, not much utility for the CT side. But they're hoping that the 3 rifles and AWP will do all the work. But MIBR are hitting them with a fast B here. Straight down the ramp into Daps' CZ. But he's done so much damage with his grenade as well.
Oh, just easy frags coming through. Fur going to be able to eliminate Fugly. Ethan drops the smoke to block off the vision as they can push their way back around. Molotov's cast out as well. Tarek's going in off his warpath, Ben, but it looks good. He actually finds that frag, annihilates Ethan. They are low, but the confidence is still very much high. Brezde and Cirque, the two boys on the side of NRG to try to salvage this round, but he can't find their frag. Fallen will peek towards him. Cirque now set in stone. He does have to go for the full commit on the save. And MIBR take the lead and bring themselves to 7.
And in terms of money, you can see it on the NRG side. Not much money available to them in terms of being able to get a very good buyout. So, well, Fur is actually holding the exit here. If Cirque moves backwards, he would go straight into the crosshair Fur. But fortunately, he decides to stay alive instead. Keeps the gunners to the next round. Round 14. Ultimately, this should be an eco round from NRG. And that, unless Cirque goes absolutely huge, this should be a 1/2 for MIBR.
Cirque is going to need to do something absolutely phenomenal. Some spectacular plays, potentially. We've seen the furious flicks of this man, and not surprised he hasn't injured his wrist yet. As we do get into the action, Brezde going to take a bit of damage, knocked down to 86 HP. A minute and 30 seconds on the clock here. There's already MIBR taking a lot of map control towards B. It looks like they have gone for the correct gamble if they do go for the commit on this site.
Yeah, definitely the correct call. NRG, even on the rounds on cash, they were collectively as a stack towards one of the sides of the map. And obviously the call was the same again from NRG. They go 5 players towards outside, hoping if Cirque is able to get some kills, we can potentially build from that. He's actually going for some re-peaks here as well. It's quite surprising that he's still playing so aggressive. It is a 5v5 still, I suppose, but ultimately there's a limited amount of stuff you can actually get done. He's hearing so much noise, but he doesn't expect it still.
Cirque going to push in with the AWP, gets the elimination, shuts down Fur. Ethan as well with the response on Stewie. So it's a nice play into the round. Ethan keeps on pushing up. It's 2 versus 1 into the firefight, and Fallen will crumble under the pressure. Tarek, however, will respond quite nicely, but Cirque just jumps down to his own death. Kills himself, Ben. Oh, Gold Zero as well with the flick around, eliminates Fugly, and this round has turned into utter chaos. It should have been a round picked up by NRG, and it will go the way of MIBR.
And that was a very costly suicide.
Yeah.
He had armor, he has an AWP, they lose the AWP and the armor, and the round to make it even worse. The only man who can actually afford an AWP was Ethan now. He has to go for a rifle, which means we're not going to be seeing an AWP for NRG in this last round and a half. NRG were 5-0 up to start this game. They are now down 8-6, potentially looking at a 9-6 half in favor of MIBR. And the fast outside call appears to be the call. MIBR going straight in with it.
Bursting their way out. Stewie's been dealt with. Dispatched in a matter of seconds as he'll be thrown to the wind. However, Fallen can trade it back, eliminates Cirque. Ethan will get one, but there's a rapid trade, and Tarek doesn't just get one, doubles down, finds the 2 eliminations. However, Fugly with a backstab, Ben. Kills Cold Zero, and Fallen's been detected. They know exactly where he is. He's set up for it. It is going to end 8-7 at the half in favor of MIBR. The second half coming up after the break. And we're back in with the matchup now. MIBR facing off against NRG. This best of 3 has really dragged on and left us with some quite wild results, Ben. We get to this point now, we end the half pretty equal. An 8-7 in favor of MIBR. However, NRG moving on to their T side, do they have any fight left in them? Or is this just going to be MIBR starting to close it down?
You can see the Betway odds still reflecting that MIBR are still the favourites here. Potentially behind the fact that they've managed to get 8 rounds on that T side, which I believe they would not have opted to start on either. Considering it was a knife round, obviously the decider map, different compared to the normal best of 3 system. First and second map, teams get to choose which side they start on. Third map involves a knife round, which we really don't see enough knife rounds anymore.
No, they're gone most of the time.
Yeah. I enjoy a good knife round.
Love a stab.
Yeah. Good few tactics behind it. Whether it's the double left or right, or depending if you get given armor.
Yes, there's a lot of nuances to knife rounds people don't know about.
Yeah, so MIBR Fallen goes for the kit and the smoke. Ethan, actually the person on NRG, going for the grenades, which quite unusual. Usually I'd assume it would be Daps. However, in this case it is Ethan. And he's used the grenades very early on to get Daps into Olaf right there. Oh, but they're charging up Ivy. Straight into the arms of Fallen, who doesn't want to take this fight at all.
No, just wants to stay alive and get out of there. Unfortunately, his teammates have not been able to work in the same way, most of them going down, and the aggression from NRG is an instant counter. They are able to bring the game 8-8. This might have been a lengthy series, but they're not out of juice. They're keeping it going as the energy is running high.
Yeah, pure aggression right there. Fugly opening it up, kills left, right, and center. 3 kills straight from the get-go, tied up at 8-8. 2 MAC-10s being bought by NRG. MIBR, they do not force into it. They forced into the CT pistol when they lost it on Inferno. But this time they do not. Which means it will be just plain USPs available to them. And due to NRG not being too sure on what kind of weapons MIBR do have, they will play it a bit slower, other than the tank that's been assembled. This is actually the UKPL tank.
It is.
Yeah. It's crossed the Atlantic.
It's been branched out now, yeah. MIBR donning the tank.
Although normally it is a 5-man tank, so it's not quite as strong.
No, it's a little bit weaker, this one. The half track.
Yeah, not quite as strong.
The IME CSGO half track.
Against his own former team. So the opening kill was found on Fallen towards that B site. Smoke landing in front of the green, trying to cover off the alley peak. And ultimately, if a player comes down ladder, which if he were to come down, it would be Daps, he would see the actual tank being in full form right there. But instead, he's going to clear out B. There's only 40 seconds left here. This grenade should land perfectly onto the bomb site. However, Ethan, he's got a bit of a surprise in front of him right there, but he doesn't seem to be too worried. He takes 2 kills and actually lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, the armor-piercing shells there could be able to instantly work their way through the tank, and they slaughtered them. So another nice round picked up by NRG. Bit of a cash builder as well for Ethan, as he found a fair few frags with a MAC-10 into that one.
So due to the MAC-10s being spotted, you can see MIBR, some of the players now deciding that they want to make sure they have head armor. Stewie actually goes for the glass cannon AWP buy due to having enough cash. So he and Fallen will be very succumbed to the MAC-10 potential one-shot here. And NRG start off with such an aggressive play here.
Oh, this is a fast-paced burst out towards the site. Cirque gonna try and do some damage here. Finds 1 frag, but instantly responded onto by Fallen, but it does not matter. The whole round has fallen into disarray. The only player that remains for MIBR is Fur. Drops down, but goes straight into the lair of Daps. That will be the execution. And another round picked up for NRG now, bringing their total to 10.
Funnily enough, that was the MIBR outside take. Or the SK Gaming, rather, it used to be. Put in against themselves. Obviously, there's a very good take involving the Molotovs towards back trains in front of old bomb. And you can tell, we watched Tarek's point of view just then. He didn't have a clue where to check. There was too much fire everywhere around him. He couldn't go for peaks. And ultimately, NRG, they swamp the bomb site. And it's been a very strong start to their T side so far. Potentially going to turn it into a 4-0 lead on the T side. Obviously, it'll be 11-9 on the overall score.
Oh, Fallen seen some feet. That's That's rough as well. The nade actually going down and a bit of a spam coming out, so Fallen left on 27 HP off the back of that initial confrontation.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt. And ultimately, he does fall as well. Fallen taken down through the wall right there by Cirque. Really nice spam from him. So MIBR, they didn't invest into this round other than the pistols, which you can see, multiple deagles. So Cirque did see a player on green screen. He's asking for the boost immediately from Breeze. This needs to come out quickly, otherwise it won't be in time. Should be an easy kill now though, finds it. It's a very simple boost. If you're able to spot a player on top of green, just ask for a nice little boost, get the kill, and ultimately you might get the round.
Well, it's looking like it should go their way off the back of it. Tarek and Stewie are the only two players that remain, Ben. They're armed with Eagles, but then they really have an opportunity to strike with these hand cannons. Ethan, unaware of the one tag. He must have thought he gone for the headshot. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be the frag. Repositions back around and will go down. Stewie, the only player that now remains, and doesn't really have an opportunity to do anything here. So NRG will get themselves an 11th round.
The thing is, if they survive with all 5 players available, the money on their side will be booming, right? So they'll have a situation where they might be able to keep, what, 6,000 on average per player? Stewie's hoping to negate that though, gets the 1 kill, so he will force at least 1 rebuy. Thankfully, they've got a man in Fugly who has so much money, he should be able to drop across if needed. It should come through at some point. So a drop did come across, Fugly did give it across. As expected, but you think the average money there is like 6,500. Even if you lose 2 rounds, you've got 2 more buys still. Very worrying for MIBR. Just the 1 up on Fallen this time.
Bear in mind, going into this as well, MIBR could potentially be knocked out of the tournament at this point if they do lose this map. Cirque able to find the early entry frag, shuts down Fur. Fallen trades it back instantaneously though. But look how much damage is done to him, Ben. The nade's going to roll out as well. Luckily, he's been able to retreat and scurry into a good defensive position, but a couple of taps there from the AK from Breza will kill him, and it's only Stewie and Tarek that remain alive.
It's not really looking great for them into this round. 2v4. Tarek trying to make the play towards Ivy. But Breeze, he should have seen the feet, and that's an easy kill to find. 1v4 for Stewie. It's not worth even going for it. He may as well try and stay alive, keep that M4 into the next round. But NRG, that's going to be their 12th round already. When will we see a pause from MIBR? Because it certainly feels like they need it, because these rounds, NRG typically, on the cash at least, we saw them playing quite slow rounds, and then from there they would execute. This map, it's so much more of a high tempo. They're finding the kills needed, moving from there. Cirque was quite unfortunate not to get 2 kills when he went for those peaks just then, because I think he tagged Fallen through the corner of the train. Stewie, Breeze is so close to him as well. He checks the corner.
Ooh,
that was quite slow from Stewie.
That was delayed, yeah, compared to normally how fast he is.
That was quite a weird one. So 12 to 8. MIBR, they will not have a buy here. They can go for a half buy. But they're not going to go for a pause though. They do call it, so that was quite a late pause there as well. So that's their second pause used. Tarek's already bought a scout, so you know this isn't going to be a buy round from them. If NRG are able to take control of this round fully, you're looking at 13 to 8. NRG would then be 3 rounds from eliminating MIBR from IEM Chicago.
Which is a ridiculous standpoint to have, if you think about it here. MIBR, off the back of this pause, they need to strut their stuff and try and get some extra momentum. They had a huge run. I mean, we saw NRG on the first half, 5 rounds on the trot. From that point onwards, it was the MIBR show. They got 1 extra round for into the midst. They closed down the half. But since then, it has just been a huge return to form, essentially reminiscent of the first half of what we saw from NRG. Rapid rounds, winning very quickly, high tempo, high impact plays. MIBR, they need some of that confidence. And the 2 weapons in their arsenal into round 21 are going to be an MP9 and a scout.
And Cirque, the spam, it landed so close to Tarek's head just then. So as I said though, it would never be a full buy from them. You mentioned it's the MP9 Scout. It's a really weak buy. I'm not too sure what you can actually expect to do with it. Other than hope to find some kills off of the Scout tags, perhaps. But if you're relying on Scout tags, it's not a very reliable one at all.
Oh, Ethan drops down, overthrows Cold Zero there, as they will try and topple the defense towards the site. Fallen's gone in a matter of seconds. He's going to be sucked out of play. And it is first Stewie and Tarek that remain. Stewie down to 22 HP, though, in a really horrible spot. Daps will be able to get the bomb planted. Stewie through the smoke, executed as well by Ethan. This has got to be that 13th round, Ben. There is no way.
Yeah, Tarek finally gets involved in the round, gets that one tag, but can't even get away. Fur gets a kill on the way out, at least. He might be able to grab this AK and live, but you can see the hunt is on. Breeze controlling this Ivy exit. Takes him straight down, 13-8. It's worth noting, this is still technically, what, 9th to 12th if you lose here?
Yeah.
So it would be so bad for either team, because both teams are, what, 5th seed versus 8th? It's such a bad spot to be falling out of.
It's not where you should be placing whatsoever. But as we've seen so far, IEM Chicago is not a tournament where things that should happen do. I mean, there's been so many wacky results in terms of upsets or teams making it to the playoffs already where other teams have fallen out of the tournaments. I mean, we've seen Na'Vi already gone. Is it that much of a surprise if MIBR following their footsteps?
Suppose it wouldn't be. Fallen now has the AWP. So they do go for the single AWP again. The question is, will Fallen be able to do much on the map here? Because normally he's an absolute menace when it comes to controlling that outside bomb site. However, so far he hasn't had much of a chance, really. So they were trying to pull some grenades from the B player in Stewie, but he's been very willing to keep his grenades available to him. He still has a smoke, Molotov. Fallen now playing there with him as well. And Ethan, he's already close on the lower ramp. A single flash will come through, and he actually checks the peak. Finally sees Stewie towards the lower ramp, but that was, again, quite slow from Stewie. He at least gets the Molotov through, but they're charging all the way across upper and lower.
Oh, President with the backstab as well. It should be an easy frag on Fallen. This can really cause chaos amongst the round, as now they've got the site control. There's going to be a rotate, but it will be delayed. By the time they arrive, the bomb will already be down. You're outnumbered as well. It's a 3 versus 4 retake into the round. If you go for this, it is going to be very, very awkward. And they realize, cut their losses, fall back, take it on the chin. But at this point, Ben, that's 14-8 as a scoreline. NRG need 2 rounds to knock MIBR out of the event.
The worrying thing is, even if you're NRG here, think about how close you were to losing and being out of the tournament yourself in the previous map.
Yeah.
You went 15-7 up, and you nearly lost it at the first overtime. You gave that chance to happen. So you're not going to be as complacent in these rounds. You'll be thinking this is still do or die situation. Unfortunately for NRG, they've just hunted 2 towards Ivy. They didn't really clear the outside section, which means they will keep those 3 guns they stayed alive with. So this should be a buy from MIBR, I feel. You see Coldzera already dropping a gun across. They're going to try and get into it already. Still a lot of utility available to them as well. But the main thing is there's no AWP. Fallen, he won't have a chance to influence it in that way, which means we should see something aggressive. The tactical time it comes through, they only have 1 more left. So technically, if they lose this round, they only have the 1. It's going to be an awkward one, that's for sure. Because MIBR, they really haven't looked, they've not had a chance to look good on the CT side at all.
No, they've not really been in a position to actually get the AWPs out or really have ample cash to do anything, really. It's been a lot of just scraping through and hoping they'll actually get through rounds.
It's very similar to what we saw in Cash, though, I suppose, wasn't it? Because there was, what, a 9-2 lead that NRG had on that map?
Mm.
And it felt like, they were, you know, going into overtime, we were like, okay, MIBR, they've got loads of money now. They can go for the double AWP if they want to. And that was true. Tarek picked up that second AWP, did really well with it. However, during regulation, you don't have that nice bit of having 16k. You need to get through this half and get yourself into overtime, or better, win it in regulation, which doesn't look like they're going to do either of those things right now.
Cirque. A lot of damage done from the Molotov early on as he tried to go for the ball play out, find a pick once again with the classic spam. Does love a cheeky spam.
So A main control looks to be the call from MIBR. Breeze and Cirque were the players in there. Taking a lot of damage though before they even get into A main. Cirque gets taken down. Breezy shouldn't have much time left really either. Although the smoke he put down saves his life, I feel.
Oh, Peeks out though. Tarek had the angle covered. Ethan with the backstab. This could be fabulous.
Look at
Fugly.
Fugly.
So speedy. Fugly is off the elevated angle, needs to find a frag on cold. Drops out the Molotov. He's going to run straight into it and gives him that frag, Ben. This could be the match point secured.
No.
However, Fur can cut off the rotate, eliminates the bomber. The bomb will just slide across relatively far. But it is a 3 versus 2. Starts to fall to pieces though, as Fugly will go down. Ethan with the adjustment, kills Fur. Fallen right there. I won't try and go for the play. Ethan, if there is a man to win this round, it would be him. Goes for the little tap out, but doesn't connect it. Can try and go for the plant. Fallen can go in for the backstab, but he's so low.
Yeah, Tarek's trying to keep an eye on it. Make sure that Ethan doesn't get a chance to move, but that's the information right there. Fallen's going all the way along towards upper. But the fact that Ethan's got onto X here makes things a bit weird, but Fallen, he's already got the push across. That's a nice kill to find. But ultimately, that's a scrappy round from MIBR. That's a scrappy round to win, and a costly one still. They're hoping to grab the actual orb in A main, I think, from Cirque's body. Which they should be able to do, I think. Fallen is on the way towards it. He does grab it as well, so that's actually quite a big grab.
Yeah, that's a huge save. But on the flip side, you can see how well off NRG are. They have a ton of money. Nearly everyone on 16K, so the rebuy will be done without everyone will be able to grab that cash. Well, grab the equipment. Fugly, the only player that's actually going to go for a HE, though. Everyone else going to be rocking the double flash. Round 24, 14-9, NRG looking very, very effective here.
And it looks like an outside rush is the call. They're trying to catch them off. Fur trying to play close. Hasn't been stopped currently.
Oh, look at the damage.
Yeah. This is the same strat they ran earlier on in the half. And that time it was a lot more successful, I feel.
It slowed down off the initial high-tempo burst into the round.
As this starts to fade, Cirque gets the kill as well. And Cirque's even checking for another player towards ladder, and he gets him. That's really well played.
Incredible. Fallen towards the top of the timing, flicks away from one player, but sees another as he will get the elimination back on Cirque, but the miss when it was so critical he found the frag. Stewie, he's had a tremendous clutch into this matchup already. He played it very smartly. Can he do the same here again? Launches out the grenade, bit of damage transferred across, aware of the player's locations, but can't land the initial shot, debating internally with himself what he even wants to do in this situation, Ben. It's a 1 versus 3 to try and deny match point for NRG. And it seems like it's going to slip away. They can try and go for the backstab, but they won't even need to. Daps with a full frontal assault.
So even though that outside take, the rush got halted completely in its tracks, right? They completely stopped. Fugly got smoked out again. But they were given an opportunity where they had all of the map control along that, you know, Olaf into Melvin, Sandwich, that sort of area. All of that area is controlled by NRG. And as soon as this smoke starts to fade, they're still allowed to get the pick. Cirque got 2 kills. And ultimately, look at the buy for MIBR. There's nothing left. 4 CZs and a UMP.
And this is what you're going into round 25, potentially the last round of the game here with. Bear in mind, this is elimination point for NRG. This is them moving on, whereas MIBR will be knocked out of the lower bracket.
It's a huge round. I'm surprised that MIBR haven't tried to force the issue either. NRG were ready for them to try and force something. Ethan doesn't pay the price for that.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if we would ever see a player actually just die on the ladder straight up anyway, because it always feels like a bit of a weird decision. But I guess he gets the information that there was a CZ in play, I suppose. That's something. The fact he stays alive is the main thing, though.
Here comes the reposition back around. They set themselves up for the play in towards the B bomb site. Stewie's position is everything. But the Molotov's a little bit early.
Yeah, he did spot one, but he might be thinking they might go contact down, I think. So he uses it, and he loses it. Tarek tries forcing the issue as well. Cirque watching it with his CZ, not too bothered with that. Doesn't even use his AWP. It looks like the B site will be the one that gets hit. Fur and Stewie need to save them. Here they come.
They're going to be blind. It's like someone just opened a text document, Ben. They'll see nothing, but it does not matter. Stewie fights through it, finds the 2K, repositions round, but just lives up to his name. Only 2 frags fireable for him into the round. Cirque with the timing allows Fallen a huge individual play. Slaps them both down with a CZ, and Ethan has to try and eliminate MBR all on his lonesome. He's trapped now in the 1 versus 2. Slowly falling back, attempting to get into a better position, but they're both going to go for the firefight towards him. MIBR so close to elimination. Can they carry on? Fallen. He steps up in rounds. Always Fallen.
A very good move from him, obviously. Finding the 2 kills on the lower ramp there with the CZ. Ethan, it was a bit of a bold move, I think, fair to say. Stay on upper, yeah. But ultimately, he doesn't really know where the second player is. Coldzera was unknown to him. He tries to catch one of the players out, doesn't land the shot. MIBR, they've got 5 match points to actually trail into. They need to win 5 in a row here. NRG have got so much money that they probably have a buy round for the next 3 rounds at the very least. Whereas MIBR, they still don't have a full buy. And outside rush is the call again. NRG, they're using the same strategy once more. It's won twice already. Can they go even further with it?
Fugly, straight in with the aggression. Close by, nearly shoots at his teammate there because the paranoia unknown to where he was being tagged from. They've lost Ethan very early on into the round. A lot of damage being done. Fallen with a lovely pop flash as he adjusts out from it. Oh, he is so flamboyant, Ben. Give this man a medal for keeping MIBR alive.
4 kills in the outside rush. That time, it wasn't quite the same one that time either. The smokes were not there, the same smokes that would have stopped Fallen from doing that. Normally there's a sandwich smoke there, there's a smoke towards the back of green, exactly where Fallen was. If they were there, might be thinking a different situation. However, NRG, they go straight back into their buy round. They're still yet to use a pause. It's worth keeping that in the back of the mind here, because if they lose this one, you're probably thinking a pause will be needed. That's for sure. So 2 early smokes used by NRG, the E-box smoke and the sandwich smoke. That forces MIBR to be wary of some outside aggression. Ethan taking so much damage as well to start the round off, and Fallen sees him exit as well. But they do not know that it was just him. And look at the rotation. Because there was nothing towards at the outside bomb site, they've got 3 players currently towards B. MIBR potentially calling the bluff, keeping a lot of players towards the inside bomb site. And that's one of the smokes used. That was the last smoke actually on the MIBR side. They technically have 2 Molotovs towards this B site. Oh no, it's just 1 as Fallen moves off. So if the take comes in, which it will, I'm not too sure if they're able to hold it back, especially as they've just used another one. The Molotovs are in, smoke's coming through, flashes as well. Fur can't really get it done.
Ooh, Bresda with a headshot, takes down first. Stewie going to trade it back. Stewie, big play into the round. Fallen able to adjust as well. Gets the AWP kill. Bresda will plant the bomb, and Cirque is still alive and kicking. It's a 2-on-2, Ben, but the health advantage is massively in favor of MIBR. And the rotate from Coldzera, Cirque has no idea. He's tunnel visioned in. If he peeks up and counters him here. Oh.
He threw a nade and gave away his position here, Coldzera. Sure, he can go for the jump peek on this. But Cirque, that's a shot he normally lands. And Fallen, he has his pistol out.
He runs straight into it, but Fallen, he's been able to get down behind. Breze will know about this. It's been called. He can tap the bomb, sure, but Breze finds the headshot, kills the first man. Fallen able to get the adjustment off, jumps on the bomb once more, Ben. In a one-on-one here, picks him out of the air, jumps back on it. Does he have time? He doesn't have it. MIBR are going to be eliminated out of IEM Chicago. NRG take it as they lock it down 16-11.
That's surprising. I mean, Fallen was doing everything he could to get them back in that game, to be fair. But ultimately, the whole team needs to show up, right? This is a game that they shouldn't really be losing.
That's absolutely ridiculous. When you think about the amount of rounds that he physically had to do so much groundwork to keep them in. And that's how they go out of it. Fallen winning the clutch, but not having the time to get the defuse. Off the back of Cash with the tremendous overtime. The first map just being really quite a slaughter. And now we get into this. This is the way they go down, Ben. And that is that set in stone. NRG will move on. MIBR, they suffer the same fate as Na'Vi.
I suppose at least they go out around ahead, I guess. You're at least placing a bit higher. I don't know. Ultimately, this is both two teams that shouldn't really be falling out at this stage of the tournament. Falling to teams that they feel they should be beating as well. That's the ultimate thing. But when you think about it, NRG came to fight in that second half. They came to it. They forced MIBR to not be able to play their own game. They went with such a high-tempo, aggressive style of play as well. They caught them out in so many different plays. Ultimately, MIBR, they need to go back and look at that CT side of the train because they just weren't getting anything done, really. Fallen and Stewie both did so much in those last 4 rounds to get them back into it. Stewie was getting 2 kills every time they came into B.
Literally living up to his name round after round, would find at minimum 2 frags on every push. Fallen would rotate over, clean up the rest. Plays like this as well that kept them in the game towards the end there. It is ridiculous. And to put this into picture of what is now going to happen, NRG will face off versus the winner of North or LDLC.
Yeah, so that's not exactly an easy matchup either, but you got to be thinking, after you beat MIBR in a best of 3, that should be a very winnable scenario.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a bit of an easier one for them. A slobber knocker of the series, a lengthy one, but that is me and SEO done for today. James Banks and Tom Bizzle, the lethal Bizzle himself, will be stepping in to guide you through the rest of the action. Up next will, of course, be North versus LDLC. We'll see you after the break.
Think she can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
If you've been waiting for a sign to quit cable, here's one.
It came from the toaster.
Now you can quit cable.
Switch to DirecTV for #1 rated customer satisfaction over cable. More for your quitting cable thing. That's our thing. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
It's our last best of 3 of the day, and me and Tom Biz are back in business.
It's our first.
It's our first. Yeah,
it's a bit of a weird one when your call time is 1:30 in the morning.
I think it's the latest call time I've ever had. It's just like the craziest call time.
Just like wake up normally when I go to bed. It's quite maybe not you.
No, my
you go to bed
wrecked.
at midday. I don't know how you do it. Like we're actually on opposite schedules because I'm waking up when you're going to bed.
Yeah, I don't know.
We could do like a full 24-hour.
There you go. If you want to see me and Tom for 24 hours of doing crazy streams, we've got the sleep schedule for it. But the schedule you guys care about is going to be North going up against LDLC next. Now, LDLC yesterday, Tom, they did look impressive. There was a few, I'd say, sloppy mistakes that came into play, but they were going up against a crazy Renegade. By the way, my shirt is so awful. This is going to the bin afterwards. I ironed this. It just literally looks terrible.
I said, because you like didn't put it on until the last minute because you obviously not wanting to crease it. And I'm just sort of looking at you like, yeah, you've done a great job at that one.
Never try and buy nice shirts because they actually don't iron very well.
Yeah, just
go for the cheap
buy horrible
like
ones
Tom,
like me.
And then it's perfectly
Everybody loves maroon.
I do love maroon. You look good in it. Makes you look a little bit less tubby, you know, slims you out a bit.
Thanks.
Start looking real nice.
Yeah, we've got vetoes. Let's move on.
That's where you want to move to. That's where Tom wants to go now. He doesn't want to deal with this onslaught of offence on your looks.
I take things very personally.
So this makes sense, right? North banning Overpass. They don't want to play LDLC on it. LDLC did prove us yesterday that they can play well. Okay, their T side was sloppy. The Inferno ban coming out. Okay, I respect that because LDLC, that is what we did expect. Dust 2 coming in. Nuke, obviously, Danish teams, North, they love to play it there. So I'm guessing we might end on a Mirage or Inferno. Cash gets banned, yep. Come on.
A Mirage or Inferno? Inferno was the first map banned.
Oh, shit, yeah. I didn't even notice. There you go. Mirage is there. There we go. I was just fuming when I was looking at it, like, yeah, cool, we might have a bit of a chance here. 1 in the morning, you know, it's one of them things. I've actually got tons of energy, so I'm
I was about to say, like,
best of 3.
you haven't even been up that long. Like, is it?
I've been up since 5 p.m.
Oh, it's
it's
a tough life.
It
like,
is this esports life. It's real. It's a thing.
Jesus Christ.
But we did just watch Made in Brazil get a little bit dominated there on train towards the end. They made a really good... It looked like they were going to take it 2-0 when they got it to overtime, but that was bad as well.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. I even said it to you when we were watching that game. I was like, they're going to bring it all the way back, and they just won't close it out. And to be fair, you have to give props in that situation to NRG, because when you blow a lead that far in advance and then manage to still take over the line in OT... Well,
you haven't got your coach there anymore either,
I was going to say, props to the coach, but he's not there, so never mind. He's there in spirit, but no, it's a sort of a weird one here because I expected Renegades to play a little bit better yesterday. I thought they were going to take the series. In all honesty, they probably should have done. Excluding the last map, obviously that was just absolute domination. But the first 2, they definitely should have won that second map. They were in the lead at least on cash. Yeah,
I feel like the point there that we saw from LDLC was not so much that they were great when we got to see them on Mirage. It was more that Renegades literally were so bummed out after cash.
They lost to a consistent triple AWP setup on cash. They didn't change the whole game. And they had players just playing in the same spot. Sandbags was used 5 rounds in a row. And they did actually 1 round counter it, won that round, and then were like, we now don't need to counter that again. It was just really peculiar. And that's a game where I think if Kassad is there, they win.
And that's the thing coming into this game, right, where we see from North, there is no way the team like North and Cadian now being this in-game leader role for the
chance.
If LDLC try that again, they'll just go, all right, we've worked it out. Don't do a triple AWP setup. We'll slap you back down. We'll show you how it's done. I think this though, what we spoke about yesterday, we wanted to see LDLC play a best of 3 against a tougher opponent. When that wasn't a slant on Renegades because they were playing well. It was more that this is a whole step above what Renegades are as a new team. North has looked okay. We still see this it's something about this North roster, right? We got KRB, we got AZ, they do some good stuff. We see the team come together. Valdi shines every now and again, but there's always this factor of some players just don't show up, and it causes them to struggle to close out some of the games you would think they would. And I think that's where LDLC, if they come up against the KRB, an AZ, a Valdi, who are just going to sit there and be like, cool, we're going to dominate now.
Yeah,
that's
the problem.
LDLC will go, whoa, because that's a whole different ballgame to what they played against Renegades, and it was tough games for them against Renegades regardless.
Yeah, I've always wondered with North if this is like a too many cooks sort of like a team where you just have like so many different people who like can dominate that nobody really does. At the same time though, I think that this is one of the other like props that I want to bring in with Cadian. Yeah. Not only do you have like Gade, who I think is like the man who really wants to like prove himself, but you also have Cadian, who's come from a team where not a whole lot was expected and they managed to achieve quite a lot. And so he's more, I feel like he in this situation, especially with like the way he's come back into like prominence, he's much more grounded. So I think that will work for them when it comes to this sort of matchup. Either way, we are kicking things off. We've got our pistol around. It's a straight push through long. Valde is going to be ready and waiting on the side. And there's been quite a lot of rotations already coming in from the CT side. That's something we didn't really see so much yesterday in the match that was played. And the CT side have started strong. Alex looking to try and turn this tide back. But only managing 1 kill. Okay, that's a little bit ambitious, AZ. We've seen clips like that happen before, but, well, those players are long gone. And,
oh, Gade, he was on a sneak there. Amanek, he's hitting the shots. And this is one of the things, Amanek went absolutely crazy across the whole series we saw yesterday. He was the impressive point man for the team, but this could be a bit more than he can handle, and it certainly is as Cadian rips his head clean off. The defuse will come in, and that pistol round will go the way of North. And one of the things, right, when MSL was leader, I remember North being a team that they would play into this. They played Dust 2 quite happily. We do see a result with this exact same lineup of North and LDLC. 16-12 in favor of North last time.
And that's the thing as well, like, I just think going into Nuke, it's just one of those maps where I will never, ever bet against the Danish team.
Yeah.
When it comes to
even
Nuke.
if it's Fragsters.
Unless it's a Dane on Dane, and then you can't not bet against the Danish team. So I think the LDLC have to prove themselves on this map. I like that they're going for these force buys once again. They've been really successful for them with bringing in those extra AKs once they've got themselves the bomb down. And it's going quite well this round as well. It is back into a 3 versus 3, but obviously there's the opportunity to pick back up those rifles. They can also upgrade onto some of the weaponry that was there on North as well. The question is, can they actually make this work? Now, even if they get another bomb plant here, they can go for something similar. In fact, even better, because we do have that extra round of loss bonus coming in. So I wouldn't really be surprised they do, especially if they can get even a kill or more. But the fact is, there's still a good opportunity to actually win themselves this round. Now, Valde is going to be waiting over towards the car, and they have got a rotation coming in from Kirby. Now, bear in mind, he only has an SMG, so he's going to want to get as close as possible, and there's the spot, but this is the clearance. Nice work from Valde. 2 kills already, leaving Twanu to try and do all of this alone. He's got to retrieve the bomb. Now, the smoke is down, but obviously that smoke doesn't cover enough. He's still going to have to try and cross here, and there's already a player ready and waiting, and he has absolutely no idea where he is. Has to spot him out, but hits the shot anyway. Now Kirby left in a 1v1, a fairly even scenario, and there's enough time here for Twanu to play with this a little bit. He's going to go looking for the kill, but Kirby well positioned. North just about managed to beat off that force fire, but James, do you do it again?
For risky business if you want to try that again. I'd say the main thing here as well is that actually, at least if you're LDLC, right, this is something they were happily to play into last time, right? They kept doing it time and time again. We praised the fact that they were able to try and make it a little bit more painful for the other side. So if they can kind of touch on the economy of North early on, hinder them, push them back a little bit, then maybe that's something to go for. But North isn't a team that they can maybe lightly do this kind of action on. This is why it was more of an exciting match for us. We've watched LDLC beat Astralis on this map online, right? It was the crazy thing. No one expected an LDLC to walk away. But I think they traded maps, right? It was 1-1. And I think now for LDLC, this is the proving point.
Was that when Astralis was already qualified, though?
Yeah, because they qualified really early.
Yeah, so
really
I don't want to put question marks on teams' performance. They're still beating Astralis.
Yeah.
But at the same time, was that through smoke? Maybe you could see over the smoke, but it's definitely through a door. Why are they just pushing into mid? There's just multiple players waiting for them here. And this has worked wonderfully for LDLC. They're in a 5 versus 2. Cadian does have an AWP, but there is absolutely no money in the reserves for North. And if anything, they're probably just going to want to try and save. But look at the position of Amanek. So well placed, catches that AWP, and now Valde's sort of left in a horrible spot.
Like you said there, right, from LDLC, keep trying to do it, keep trying to bust it. And now look at North's economy. They're not going to buy into these next couple of rounds. They're completely flat broke again. They bought the M4s into it. We see now that the upgrades coming from LDLC, they've got the weapons that they want to play with here. That was a real good way to bounce back into it. Now a pause comes in. We'll find out if it's a tech or a tact. It might be an early tact coming into play to kind of just work out and close out what they're going to do over the next couple of rounds, especially if you're looking at how North want to handle the next couple of rounds given their economy. But already, at least we're seeing LDLC, they stick to the same style of play that they had before, right? They're not going up against North and saying, hey, wait a second, we should probably change something up here. They're playing their style, they're playing their game where they feel most comfortable and most at home.
The thing is, I think all the sort of LDLC teams have had that sort of risky style. Maybe not so much under like existence, but all the other sort of iterations of this team, at least in the last couple of years, have always made like risky force buys. I was talking about the sort of Devil lineup where before a buy, they would then buy an SMG buy just to sort of have that extra loss bonus and have a chance to do like a load of damage, and then you make sure you have an AWP and everything in as well. It was always really exciting to watch, but if it goes wrong, it can sort of wreck you at the beginning of the game. The fact is, though, if it works like this, and against a team like North that they're not necessarily expected to beat anyway, if they can get this sort of early start, they can get all that early economy. We saw in the games yesterday, they would win 4 or 5 rounds and have $10,000 in the bank.
Amanek getting saved a little bit there as he runs into all the CTs on long A at the moment. He's trying to make that Mac 10 work, but it's going to be the AKs and M4s that deliver all the damage for this round. Cadium, not much he's really going to be able to do here. Even picking up a weapon is going to be difficult, so it's more to kind of, I guess, play around, see if there's any weapons dropped in T-spawn, but he's actually going to walk into a player now. Amanek, though, and he does finally get a kill with that Mac 10, so he makes a bit of money in the bank, and LDLC now make it 2-2. I don't think North will force into this. You might see maybe some pistols, and that's about it. I've got a grenade up on KAB so far.
But this is what I was talking about already. They have won 2 rounds, and every single player has over $5,000. That's the payoff for all of these risky sort of bonus rounds, is that you get yourself a ridiculous amount of cash. And you talk about the Renegades game, like the Overpass game that they actually lost. There were so many very, very close rounds. I think they lost 7 rounds to 1 player surviving on the other side.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Which was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like that before. And when they went onto their CT side, they were keeping their anti-ecos incredibly clean. Like, they were very good at like building up cash. Obviously, when it came to cash itself, they needed to do that because they were playing a triple orb setup. But that's one thing that I do really have to give props for to LDLC, is when it comes to sort of anti-eco rounds, they are very good at just keeping a lot of their players alive. It seems like they work very well as a unit. It's not like the most complicated Counter-Strike you're ever going to see. Like, we're not seeing like massively in-depth strategies. It's fairly basic, but I think they've just got like really good fundamental plays. Like, they always have someone watching to try and make sure they finish off all of those remaining players. They like to make sure they keep the economy low. And just as I praised them for doing so well in anti-ecos, they lose 2 players to players running back. It make that 3 players.
Cast.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly.
Go on, just kill them all. Go on.
Oh, no.
Go on, just make me look like a fool. Can we get Alex as well? Can we? Yeah, we can, of course.
Tom's head is currently on the desk, guys, so I'll take over now as he tries to rethink what he just said.
Up until then, they were very good at their anti-eco.
In the 6 rounds? Yeah, okay, cool. We'll take that. We'll take that. To be fair, right, you're not wrong. It's just that was North playing it smart. They waited for the time. They guessed. They could hear when people are running, right?
Does Bastion want to swap?
Run out. What, you're going to swap roles? Okay,
yeah,
Bastion.
I'll observe.
Tom's going to observe because he's tilted, and you can come in and cast. God, Mike, could you imagine? The fake British Dane casting. This will be awesome.
Well, luckily, because they did so well in their previous few rounds, they do actually still have enough money that even into the next round they can buy. So whether or not I've made a fool of myself, it happens to everyone, or so they say. But just look at the setup at the moment from the CT side. They do have 1 man, Gade, over on the B side. Looks like that's where LDLC are looking to make their play. Throwing in a bit of a deep smoke. Although I feel like it doesn't benefit them hugely. They're just going to flash straight through it. There's only one man on the site. Gade does a little bit of damage, but the rotation may take a while. And this site is not easy to retake at all. Already, Deva Duvet gets the opener, and AZ waiting to try and find the cross. And he's actually going to go through with a flashbang. They're right into the site, and it's a couple of kills back. But Amanek will sort things out and keep the man advantage going for the T's. Nade looking to go in. This kill's important, and Valde finds it, gives them a chance back into this site. And well, Cadian can be a little bit more patient. He's waiting for Valde to make the play, and actually, he's found another bomb still not going down, and Amanek has to try and take a fight. And well, I think North did excellently well. 5v4, managing to stop the bomb down, deny it with this pure aggression that they played into the site. And that's actually going to be enough now to leave LDLC, who had so much money, in a position where, okay, they can buy this time, but in the next round, that's where they'll be struggling.
So a close scoreline thus far, Tom. We've seen shining hypes and lights come out of both teams. I think the main thing I want to see here now is that LDLC go back to pushing North back down. Don't allow them to build any economy. Keep playing them and keep playing your game. I think that's the thing here from LDLC. If you can pull this off against North, and then maybe you can pull this off against another top-tier opponent or on that level, right? That's when we can start to solidify LDLC. I think if LDLC managed, I'm not saying it's even going to happen or it's possible, just if they manage to get the playoffs, that's an incredible storyline coming from the European qualifier, which is the toughest qualifier to come through.
Yeah, for sure. They're a team that they really haven't played like on the international stage together, at least as a group. So we'll see the push through long. It's actually interesting. The initial setup here from North was to have 4 players pushing in towards long. So they have now reset that. AZ's actually going to go down in middle, which could be a bit of a problem for them. And they're just going to relinquish the control. The problem is Valde is still around that angle. So they know this, and they get rid of Alex, who was the one sort of knife in the back that really could have caused them problems. And now actually the CT side have an excellent read on the situation. Already that kill could have ended it, but actually Kyobi finding another, and they're just going to leave Gade in the corner. North have every single piece of information that they need, and they've already rotated other players into the site. Gade does more than enough damage here, and Logan, he's left all alone. So much to do, and nothing to do it with. That was really good reaction from North to actually switch up where they were playing, because note that they pretty much had everybody over towards that A site up until that kill in mid onto AZ.
And that's the thing, right? It was then how well North played it. The call comes in, right? They lose one player, but Valde, he didn't push straight away. He could hear them running back, still was cautious, comes around, he finds himself a bit more information to play off. Cadian aggressively pushes into CT to take Alex down, and by that point, they have actually won it effectively. And Gade's position, like, that's a position that often still gets left unchecked. That's when you should be mollying that corner.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is they knew that they didn't have enough time. Like that was the big problem, because the whole idea was that Alex was supposed to hold off rotations, and then they had the sort of surprise onto that one player on B, but they could execute a bit more calmly. But the second Valde, they knew he was pushing behind, they had to just run into the site, and well, that was where the setup from North worked wonderfully.
Okay, one tag, Devo. You get another one in there. Just gonna keep firing them off, drops the flash in as well. So it's kind of this waiting game. North are not going to overextend just yet. They're going to wait for LDLC to come to them. We've not much invested in this round, though. Just got the Deegs. All hope is not lost. They're trying to get a plant down against this setup from the CTs. It's going to be very difficult on either side. KB ready and waiting on A-ramp, just looking up towards short. So even if they do pop out, he can just explode. They've got no utility to use. They get the boost on go. Easy first kill. He's going to go in for some more. He sees one, jumps into CT as well. AZ's there to do the backup. And yeah, this will just be a nice clean-up. Devo not going to get too much into this. And now we get to see North flex a little bit further. 5-3, they've gained a bit of a lead. And the buy will come in from LDLC. Toinu does go for the ops. He's going to go for glass cannon and no utility as well. That could be the difficult factor here.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the time, especially for the AWP, if you're going to take that battle in mid, it doesn't really make that much difference in the early rounds. If he wins it, he gets the opening pick. That's exactly what LDLC need. If he loses it, well, he's dead anyway. And that was actually an interesting thing. One of the... Oh, I'm going to shut up for a second. Oh, Alex, nice clinical finish of those two players pushing in towards mid, not able to clear the angles properly, and now that's a bit of a problem.
Why, though, were North walking up short together, that in the open, and you've not... If you've got two players there, one of you should be checking lower tons / mid. Like, come on. That's just an error on communication from North side of things. Now you're 2 players down already. LDLC have got full map control at this point. It's only the A site that North are currently really maintaining. And if they barreled into B now, Gade's never going to get there in time. He's just hanging around at mid. And this is the point, right? So whoa, okay, Toinu, he's going to make that look a little bit easy. You say about his armor now not coming into play. Definitely works in this scenario, but as soon as he gets into a site again, that's where it becomes more difficult. But the crazy thing we see on this version of Dust 2, a lot less of successful, like, AWP battles going at mids. Like, you're seeing the CT challenge less and less.
Yeah.
They're not wanting to go for that risk. It's just not worth it anymore. Even the tags through the walls have become harder.
Yeah, what I was going to say is actually there's a Lithuanian player that I used to watch called Carcass, and what he would do at the beginning of the round, if he knew if he was going to take a...
I know Carcass.
Yeah, he did gamers.
Yeah, my man.
What he would do is he wouldn't buy armor for the initial fight, and then if nothing happened, he would then buy like the Kevlar or the head armor afterwards. Because if you're going to lose that fight anyway, why waste the extra money on the armor? The fact is, okay, if he's tagged through a door or something, maybe then he dies anyway. But chances are,
of the time.
Chances are, with the aggressive peak that the CT would take anyway, if he wins the duel, buy armor. If he dies, he hasn't wasted the extra cash.
I like it. Makes perfect sense. Now, this round has started to slow down a fair bit as North will just look to hold on to their remaining weapons. Cadian especially will want that AWP. He's got AZ to back him up as well. So the positions are good here from North. And LDLC, although they've made their way towards the A site, they've not gone far enough down just yet. The flash will come out, but with the bomb ticking down, this isn't going to be a problem at all. But a very clean round there from LDLC. And sadly, I'm not going to say that was LDLC playing particularly amazing. More North making that crazy mistake of just going aggressive on short. I know what they're trying to do there. You're trying to make a quick play, but no one was looking at lower tunnels. And Alex, he just got the easiest 2 kills of his life.
Yeah, I think like you always do see gambles on Dust 2. That's why it's actually, at the moment, I'm really enjoying watching like the way the CT sides play, because you have to see the call of the in-game leader of how they're actually going to start off the round. Like, do they go aggressive into long to try and fight against a lot of these pushes to basically keep control of that side of the map? Are they going to try and do what they did in the previous round and push mid? That one, obviously, a little bit rarer. Do they like diminish their defense on the B side, which is one of the more common things? And I think certain players can work the role very well. Obviously, having like an anchor, someone like Gade, in fact, who just sits at the back of the site, and a lot of the time it's just mechanical enough to find a kill or two and set them up with a chance. Because that's the thing, we know how difficult this B site is to retake, but at the same time, it is also the site that most of the time the CTs will actually leave a little bit weaker.
Very good point. And a weakened North at the moment. It's only Cadian with a sizable amount of money. So this round is one they need to kind of find their way back into. They need to not allow LDLC to even up the scoreboard here. They can't afford to make it happen. Slow push into the A long area. Valde holding on his own. Will get away with the first kill. Looks to make the second. Devu can't make it work. Nice hold here. He's going to get the nade out as well. Toinu's just holding the angle. And he can't really push into it. With Valde, he's hungry for more. Does he do this? He's going to get caught with the grenades in his hand. Amanek walks around the corner. But Amanek, we need to see him strive to play like he did yesterday and try and get a few more heads and scalps ripped off here if he wants to try and make this work.
They've only got 25 seconds. So the biggest thing now is they need to get moving. They've still got the player in mid, and actually Alex gets 2 kills. That's crucial. There's still another man, though. It's Kirby. If he can find the man with the bomb, then this round may not matter at all. It could all be over before anything begins. He's been smart, though. He's planted on the other side. There's Cope's been spotted, and Kirby takes the head straight off. It's left all onto Alex. He's on 2. He needs to double it if he's going to be able to close out this round. He gets the first, but the second not quite there. Kirby survives with just 10 HP, but it's enough. However, the bomb plant should give another buy for LDLC anyway.
That was a crazy close round. KOB pulling off all the heroics there. Alex, though, he was so on point again. Coming through, he's like just dominating middle single-handedly here. Yeah. Getting in, pulling them apart, starting to put the hurt on them. But even then, it's not enough. Valde's hold of A-Long as well was on point. We see so much more of an aggressive hold from the CTs on Dust 2 A-Long now. Like when you said before, right, when North, they committed multiple players there, 3-4 players early on, just because they expect it to come through.
The thing is, though, the interesting thing with LDLC is most rounds they've been like delayed taking a lot of this control. Like this round, obviously a little bit more aggressive to get it early on. It means that Valde can't be set up in the pit, which has been one of the sort of defining factors for them not being able to take it. So I believe that's why they've actually sped up the pace a little bit. But in the last few rounds, they've been waiting, so they never run into any of these stacks. The problem is, the whole point of those aggressive pushes at the early of the round is to gain the control, to have Valde in positions where he's always going to have an advantage over a player running around that corner. Like, he's always going to get the first 9 times out of 10, especially a player of his caliber. It's that second player that needs to trade it, and sometimes he'll even get that player too.
So again, LDLC, they're liking to take it slow. I think, you know, if they had more time on that previous round, it probably would have had a bit more success as well, because that just pressured fast, have to rush into the A site last minute.
But that's another hindrance of delayed taking portions of the map.
And this is where we see them now, again, grouping up at A, but this time around North, no committing to this A site. As the first bit of utility gets thrown, they're certainly going to start to work their way up. Cadian's got to be careful. The damage! Cadian's falling back. Mollies go out as well. Smokes
that's
across.
The one smoke. They've only had one.
No.
They're screwed here. They should have no chance of winning this now. They've just come across the double orb setup and players holding the angle. Still, though, this is actually pretty close. Kirby's the only one with any HP able to take the fights, and Alex has made it across. The problem is he's taken a tag as well, and Kirby's just absolutely destroying players at the moment. But that was a massive mistake from LDLC. They only have one smoke anyway, which nowadays is not enough to cover the whole cross. Even if you get it bang in the middle, there's still going to be a small gap. But it hits a teammate, falls back, and obviously North are just laughing because they have a firing range. The amazing factor is LDLC actually brought that pretty close. Okay, there are a few players alive for North at the end, but 2 of them were very, very low. It was just the fact that Kirby at the moment is playing very well himself. 14 and 5 on the scoreboard at the moment.
Do you know what? It makes me laugh, though, because Cadian, in all them situations where he went on long, shouldn't have got away with anything. Instead, he ends up causing the whole smoke thing to happen. It just works out, but now he's missing some key shots. As they barrel in towards him, he does well to get one, but AZ, luckily, just behind him, able to get the final 3 frags, total of 4 for the round. And this is where North now, they start to gain this huge lead. And this is on their CT side, Tom. They're 8-4 up. You spoke about KRB, right? He's had a really good game, but these are some of the factors. We need to see AZ and KRB and Valde. Oh, guess what? They're all playing well. And this is where we see more of the cracks in LDLC that we haven't seen thus far.
And a lot of the time as well, if you're going to see a strong performance from Gade, I expect it to come in on the T side, like in the more aggressive state. So here we go again. This time they've gone back to that stack into long. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Kirby, he's dead within the first few seconds, but they've double smoked it to enable them the pit position. A valuable spot, which is going to be difficult to take off for these remaining CT players, as they could just sit back in the pit, which is pretty much a fight that you never really want to take. Valde as well trying to work around the edge of the smoke, and well, it's Gade to actually catch off Tuanu. The advantage is gone. Now Cadian with everything to do, but he's only going to manage himself one. The problem is, again, they still don't have control of long. It's not really a split anymore. And they've got to try and make sure they stop these players getting close. Valde executes the first, and Alex missing the shot leaves it all onto Logan. He's got to round this corner pretty damn fast, and there's so much utility to hold him off. I think he realizes, don't stand a chance.
Yeah, just get out of there. Let them have the round. Walk away with your gun. See what you can have in for the future rounds. But that was a real interesting one, right? LDLC had the long control. They got the kill onto KRB. And then we saw the other 2 CTs. Okay, let's get to pit. There was a lot of smokes down. There was that kind of confusion. But it was just the way that Valde then went, okay, cool. If you're going to go around and stupidly come back to A, I'm just going to walk up and I'm going to out-aim you.
But yeah, that's the biggest thing that I think North have really been focusing on when they go for that long control is once we're in the pit, you're just not going to be able to kill like players like Valde. He just has the angle down to a T. So really, that's what LDLC with the more quick pushes are trying to deny. They then throw a double smoke down just so that then they can get there anyway, and there's nothing you can do. You can see Amanek, he's desperately trying to fight off the fact that they're getting pit because it pretty much isolates them from A. The retakes are so much easier. Cadian even starting to find a bit of success with that AWP, which was one of the sort of diminishing factors. Kirby, though, is completely caught with his pants down. Luckily, there's still another player here. Valde, there's a lot of players to aim at, still manages to pick off the head from one.
That was razor sharp from Valde as well. The fact that he was able to get away with one, you haven't got the high ground advantage. You're looking up, just seeing pixels of heads, and he still manages to walk away with it. What was a bit confusing, though, was just the way that KV actually died there, because the call should have come in from Cadian that, okay, they're probably pushing short. I've got the first kill in mid. I've seen a couple. And instead, he just stood there with nades in his hand, getting domed. Either way, this isn't an unwinnable round, but it doesn't seem like North are going to be fast enough to kind of get into this. Gade manages to walk away with that, but he takes a lot of damage at the same time. AZ's in a good... AZ was in a good spot to come round, but Cadian comes in from long. Now we get 10-4, and this is North just styling on him.
Yeah, no, that was a great retake, especially because they had 2 AWPs in the setup. So Cadian's just playing a bit more patient, and AZ just not. Like, flashing himself into short round in the corner and just pinging a shot into the man waiting for him. Nice retake from North, and LDLC, well, they're looking to try and at least get a 5th.
Yeah, LDLC desperately need that 5th as well. But you never know. LDLC, they do shock and surprise at times. It's their CT sides that have looked better. So if they can walk away with 4 or 5 and they're generally maybe not happy with it, but go, okay, look, we can bring it back on our CT. That's what it's going to come down to. We spoke about this yesterday. Cadian in a spot to get 1, but it's going to be 1 and done. As Alex, again, he's always in a position where he just comes around at the right time and says, hey, look, I know where you're going to be. I'll help us get into the site. But he does have to be careful of this flank. And with that smoke not being fully covered across, AZ gets 1, and he gets the 2nd as well. And this is where it starts to fall apart for LDLC. This is why the smokes are so important here, because only Alex and Toynu are left alive. And they're going up against 3 North players now. And they haven't even managed to get in the site just because of how scary this cross has been.
And the worst thing is now the smokes are going to fade completely. Gade in with a flank as well. And Alex, well, he's been a surprise factor before. There's no surprise here. They know roughly where he is. AZ already waiting, spots him on the angle, and he's had a great turnaround in this half. Started a little bit slow, but has ended, I believe, with, what, 14 or 15 kills. So great for him. Either way, we're going to see if LDLC can turn it around, but we got a short break first.
An 11-4 dominant half from North. LDLC, they started battling back after losing the pistol round. They made it 2-2. And then things started to kind of slip away from them a little bit.
They made it 3-2.
3-2, there we go. Yeah, so they took
Even
the lead
better.
for it. It's that 1 extra round. But then they only managed to get 1 extra round on top of that 3rd. So We sit in this scenario now, and okay, we know LDLC do play better on their CT side, but did they really get enough T rounds here? 5, 6, yeah, I'm down with, but 4 just seems far too little here, Thomas. North this time around, going to comfortably make their way up short to start off with. Valdi, doming. Oh, it's actually AZ walks away with the kill. He's just behind him. But either way, the kills are coming in. Valdi finally finishes off Devo. Well, now we've got the rest of them trying to back away. They don't want to take this fight straight in just yet. Amanek, though, he's dominant again. 2 swift USP headshots. 3v3 and LDLC, this is their chance. Kit's also up on Toyinu. He's going to jump down, go in for the fight. Logan's managed to find one, but Amanek is now down. It's up to Valdi and AZ to try and clutch this out. And headshots and heads and heads and heads. Valdi making it look so easy there.
And this is exactly what you want when looking at the scoreboard. Like, pretty much to a T. You got all your star players kicking off, having like impactful rounds. Like we've had clutches from Kirby, we've had great AWP play coming out from AZ. And Valde just like chugging along and holding on to so many different positions. It really is the North that you kind of want to see and really expect to see when they're playing a team like LDLC. Like we were hoping that they'd put up a good fight. Maybe North would make a few more mistakes or have some more problems so that we could get a closer game. But if North play to the potential that we've always known they've had, there's nothing that LDLC can do.
Yes, KB. Look at him trying to master that MP5. Beautiful weapon in his hands. Nostalgia-filled moments for me. Dreams alive. Tom's just shaking his head like, I didn't play it back then. I don't know any of the fun that was had with that weapon. Amanek's having some fun though. He's going to get himself a one scout kill. Better. Oh God, you just shut up. Stay in your corner. go in your box.
The more bullets, the better. That's what I say.
You love a P90, don't you? You're one of them.
To be fair, no. My favorite gun is the XM. It's just fantastic. The sound, you get pretty skins, like. That's what matters in this game. The look on your face. Oh, I knew that would get you.
I'm a person that doesn't invest in skins. I don't see any point in it.
Oh, yeah, me neither.
Tom is he spends all of his commentary money, which is very little considering the work he gets on skins anyway. But don't worry, that's why I've got you here, mate, to help you feed that addiction.
I'm just looking for sponsorships if I'm not. No, that's not.
You're just a degenerate skins gambler, like the rest of the CSGO community. No, I'm only joking. It's not most of them anymore.
Okay.
We've gone away from that, but a buy from LDLC might work out this time around. As we should probably look actually at the game that's happening in front of us here. Gade trying to chime away with a little bit of damage. He spots out one in CT spawn. Cadian long range at MP5. It's not really going to work out for him as he takes a dink. Managed to throw the bomb across, but Gade's going to eat some more damage.
He doesn't even get the bomb.
Oh, no. You hate to see it. He's like, I got it. No. It's that scary thought of where you're trying to run back and you really don't want to be tagged any further.
Well, Kirby screwed. And he's actually going to get killed through the car. So it will be LDLC to at least get a 5th on the board. Now, the money here is not great from North. They could take the risk, try and break them a little bit early. They do have plenty of rounds to play with, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Still able to get a few AKs onto the board. Kirby going to pick up a trusty tech, and they've still got a reasonable amount of utility, at least got a smoke on every single player. So interested to see what they're actually going to go for here. I think the other thing I do love about Dust 2 as well is that I really like the fact that spawns play a part, because I think it makes things more exciting. Like, obviously, it also makes it more random and a little bit more lucky, obviously, if you do get the right spawn, for example, for long or for B. But I like the fact that that can actually impact the game.
Well, who's having some impact for this round is going to be the Tech 9 of KOB. He's going to have to grab himself a weapon to work with as well.
And if you look at the purchase now, you add one rifle into what they had and
you're fine.
Yeah, they're in a very good state here. So that early long control has benefited them hugely.
Well, even then, like, Cadian just being on the scout isn't a massive detriment to him, right? He can still make that work long range. He can even keep it just a constant spot on mid if they wanted him to. Okay, he's going to line up. And let's see, this is the one. This will close off. And that's going to make him think, okay, look, we're going to come to A. This is a lovely smoke to be played. And that's going to really confuse him. Already you're seeing Amanek start to rotate over, but as soon as Valdi gets the call on to Logan, Amanek's going to try and come back in, but he's already being sprayed down. Low on health on this B site, the hardest to retake in CSGO at the moment. AZ can just comfortably get that plant in, but Alex, he's not having any of it. He might walk away with 2 kills here. Alex going in hard, manages to get it done, and somehow, some way, LDLC they might be able to claw this back. It's all on KAB now, and he's so far away that he's in a 1v2, but the only benefit he has is that they won't exactly know where he is. Oh. Alex jumps up, information found, and he goes, oh, okay, I've got your number, I've got your name, and we're 20 seconds in the game. And KAB closes this out, goes in for the first spray, and he's got the crazy aim, but it's not enough. Alex, absolutely instrumental in that round. He confidently went for the first kill, even pushed AZ off getting the plant down, and then just comfortably went in for the fights, getting 4 kills and being the lifesaver here for the French side.
Yeah, because that as well was the break round, which pretty much, I dare say, it would have ended the game. That would have been it. So realistically, Alex has just kept them alive in this match, and that's something I think we can say a few times so far. Like the few rounds that they've actually managed to get, the Brit has been playing very well. So obviously a lot more needed.
More often.
Yeah.
Will start to show us their stuff. No orbs, but they'll go straight for the AK busts. Plenty of utility to play with into this round as well. LDLC, they're still not out of the danger zone, right? All it takes is 1 round here for North, and their economy is going to be completely broken. Oh, AZ. Okay. Logan's in the obvious spot. The flash gets him, though. He poked out too far. AZ gets the better of him, and now they've got this B site under control. Now, LDLC dealt with the B site very well last time, but that was from a lot of heroics coming out from Alex. Can Amanek get it done with a bit of help from the rest of his team as he's close by? The rotate's coming in, but the bomb's still not to be planted. Amanek, he tries to go for him, stop it, gets Gade low, but Cadian's being a nuisance from A, and now this is going to cause them to waste a lot of time here. You see Toinu, he's not even going to try and fight this, going to run straight into the tunnels, because he just doesn't want to deal with this. He doesn't want to lose that weapon. They want to save this, because like we said, they didn't have the bank. They haven't had the extra few rounds there to really help them out. And what a solid round there from North. Just a straight B push, nothing special, nothing flashy, just a normal execute that worked out for them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Even with the sort of 4 players they had surviving in the previous round, it has to be said that I think they only had 1 in the round before. So it really wasn't enough to keep them going, and now cash becomes an issue. Now, they should have enough to maybe squeeze out some sort of buy. It won't be a pretty one, though. But the fact is, at this stage, if you want to make sure like you have the AWP, in fact, actually, it won't be too bad. Just 1 SMG, 4 rifles, including the AWP. Could even get a second, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Now, this was a team that wanted to be running triple AWPs, at least on cash. I don't know if that would be the case over on this map, but at the same time, I feel like it's definitely plausible. 1 mid, maybe 1 over towards the calm, 1 on B, but I'm kind of hoping we don't see that, and we may not get to see it, because if they lose this round, they got no cash.
Yeah, match point and no cash is not where they want to be. Toinu already looking for the opening. He hears what's going on, but just narrowly misses Cadian there. He's going to manage to get the kill, though, this time around as he pokes back out. So an early lead here with the first frag. Amanek's not going to miss this first one either. He sees the shoulder. Nice early kill. Now they'll try to push in. He is blinded, but he can hold himself back. He needs that rotation to come in to back him up, though. He's hiding around this bot, trying to get some kills done. He's done well to delay him as Logan comes in, spraying galore, finds himself a triple. And LDLC, they have kept 4 players alive. The dream scenario there, considering how much damage Amanek was able to do from that position as well. Money being saved a little bit here, and this means that even if North did get into match point, it's not complete doom and gloom as of now.
I don't know if Logan threw that flash himself, but it was amazing. Like, he got himself a double in, and then the third player was still blinded enough that he couldn't kill him before he got the other 2 players. So 1 solitary flashbang is enough to actually bring them back to an 8th round. Now, they did manage a streak of rounds versus Renegades to actually almost get back into Overpass, and actually did it on Cash as well to actually win that map. So we know that they can do it. They have the stones to carry these rounds in a row. And actually, the T's are going to try and force this up. Again, they're still in that point where if they win a round and no guns are saved, LDLC are pretty much out of the map. At the same time, their money is not in a state that in the next round they'll be able to buy.
Problem city for both teams on a couple of different scenarios here. And considering what it was 11-4 half, this isn't bad from LDLC to already have 4 more rounds into it, and they are looking a lot stronger, like we said, on their CT side. So much damage done here early on just from the utility. Logan gets 2. Amanek's in there as well, making it happen, looking to get further kills as the rotation comes in, and it's coming in from all sides. Alex sneaks in, no plant going to come in. AZ's able to reply, but is it going to be enough as he's now in a 1v3? Just waiting around. He's hoping that there's going to be another player that will push him from the back. He's got plenty of time on his side here. But will he spot Amanek there just through the smoke? It starts to fade. Amanek might have seen him be scoped. The spray comes in. AZ walks away with 1. 2 more to find. And there's no need for him to commit to this. I love this. Drops the smoke down. He made a bit of noise as well, like he was heading towards the tunnels. Going to go in for the plant. They can't even both push him because you've got 1 AWP in play. AZ on for trying to clutch this round out and move north to match point. And this would be a huge one here. This would be an ace to get it done. LDLC taking their time with this. They've got a flash, a molly, and a smoke to work with. AZ not in the most defensive spot, but he's still very cautious of a player coming from tunnels. They now begin to make their way into the site. They're lining up for him. So much damage. AZ gets it done. A huge clutch. And he takes them to match point here on the first map. How on earth did he get away with that?
That's them dead. You don't come back from that. That's an ace. We're getting quite lucky with the sort of the kills that are coming up in the games they're casting. We had obviously the 4K beaten by the ace yesterday. And yeah, that's just ridiculous. AZ really is having a fantastic game, moves himself right up to the top of the board. And well, now we've got the sort of jumble cell buy. We got a couple of AWPs with no armor behind them, a scout even chiming in. I said they wanted 3 scoped weapons. It was the AWPs I was expecting more than the scout. Alex is going to try and play a little bit more aggressive. Now, AZ did so well in the last round. Looks like he's about to check this. Quickly executes 1. Devek, a lot of damage, but it's still just going to be an effective trade for remaining players. But look at the weapons that are left. It's all of those lovely scopes.
Yeah, they did the triple AWP setup that worked out for him last time. I'm still trying to get over that last round. AZ, Mr. Incredible himself. There was no way in hell he should have been able to win that. It was just like they played like bots when they pushed in through the double doors. It was just like he even did the first spray, and you saw it. He did the first bit of damage, got the kill, ducked down, and they were even confused as to where they actually got killed from.
But that was the thing as well. It was like the sort of more aggressive pick from the AWP wasn't really necessary. If they just pushed into the site as a trio, I don't think he would have been able to do that. Either way, hindsight, it's a powerful asset.
Ooh. That could have been a powerful kill if Toyny managed to land that. He's going to reposition himself to look into B. He needs to make these first shots, but he misses it. With the pressure on, he can't get it done. He needs his teammates to come back him up, as this is the last potential round here, unless they can pull off some incredible heroics. Amanek, he's been a huge point man, not just in this game, but in every game we've seen so far from LDLC. But this just seems a little bit too much for them to handle. Already a flank coming into players. Cadian picks up 1. Gade runs straight out with the MP5. Full confident as we end the first map 16-8, Tom. And remember, this was LDLC's pick. We speak about their confidence because of scores where they've beaten Astralis, right? They've had these games where they can confidently play it. But North there was KAB, AZ, Valde, hitting shots, playing as exactly we said in the pre-match. If these guys all play together, they are a world-beating team, right? North are one of the best teams in the world for it. The problem is we don't talk so much about North being a #1 team in the world because they've been so crazily inconsistent. And now, if we can make all of these players flex at one time, a team like LDLC really just can't match up to it.
Well, yeah, you have to remember, even like just before the major, they managed to sort of win a tournament, beating Astralis. Like, they definitely have still, I feel like we're using the word potential for ages, but there was definitely a reason why Cadian has been brought in. And I think it's going to be more of a process, but I think, like, talking about them being world beaters, whatever you like, in this matchup, they are expected to win.
Yeah.
In this map, they've done exactly what, well, as said, they were expected to do. Like, this would have been an atrocity if they lost it. Now they go into Nuke, which is a map that we have seen LDLC play on occasion, but like they've lost to some pretty poor opponents along the way, and I just can't see it happening. I think if somehow they managed to beat North, there would have had to be some massive mistakes. Like, as I said, like, even if you look in like MDL, they were just about being alternate attacks. They lost to Euronics. Like, those are the results that if you then go and play North, you're not going to be feeling too confident.
Well, they've played each other on Nuke before, and North won then, right? So this is not going to be an unusual bit of territory for this North lineup. They are comfortable to play it. They've beaten the likes of what? We've seen them beat Nip on it. We've seen them beat VP on it. We've seen them beat G2. They've had, this is a map that North will always happily pick into. And I think this is the problem, right?
Because it's a Danish map. It's just a Danish map.
Fragsters, they can do crazy stuff on it. Astralis, North, Heroic. Overall, just don't play Danes when it comes to Nuke, because they certainly know how to get it done.
Yeah, for sure.
But before we get on to Nuke, Tom, we're going to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys, because when we come back, could we be seeing a 2-0 from North, or do we think LDLC will be able to claw it back? Because when their backs are up against the wall, they've always shown us a little bit more.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
If you've been waiting for a sign to quit cable, here's one.
It came from the toaster.
Now you can quit cable.
Switch to DirecTV for #1 rated customer satisfaction over cable. More for your quitting cable thing. That's our thing. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
LDLC's pick of Dust 2 didn't work out for them. North completely overrun him in the end. It was a little bit of a fight back towards the very last few rounds of it, but it was just kind of them trading rounds and North eventually closing it out. Now we move to one of North's most comfortable maps. We go to Nuke. It's not their like highest win ratio map, but it's just a map that we know they consistently play. We talk about the Danes on it. It's just that same kind of meme that's an actual real life meme at this point. And I think the main thing here is for LDLC is, okay, you've allowed this to go through, right? You opted to not ban out Nuke, so you hopefully have something prepared for it, because surely you just don't go blindly in to trying to take them down.
I guess so, but at the same time, it's like when you are a team who's definitely not at like the higher echelons of Counter-Strike, you don't have as deep a map pool. So it's sort of like there might be a map that they just don't play, and it's like, we do play Nuke, but it's fine. We'll win our map, then we'll play. It's like, you're not looking at. I feel like if you go into a series going, well, yeah, if we lose our map pick, then we lose theirs. It's like, well, okay, you're kind of expecting that anyway. With
I look at it in the same way of like Big's mind for it, right? So when I was speaking to Gob, I did a ridiculously long interview just going into kind of his depth and how he runs the team. And one of the things I spoke to him about was like, okay, do you try and guess exactly how everything in the veto is going to go? And that's how their mindset is on looking at, okay, we took this option, this is their option. And they kind of like bring it all round by round into their own minds. And that way they can prepare a little bit more in advance on the maps coming in. So I'm hoping LDLC says something, because what I'd really hate to see is LDLC just get completely blown out here. That's what I don't want, because we have seen them look good. They did make it through the European qualifier. They deserve to be here playing IEM Chicago. And I just want to see more of like, because the thing is, they never give up, right? They've always got that faith in it. You see it the whole way through. As long as you don't see another triple AWP setup, I've got no complaints.
I don't know how you do that on Nuke, in all honesty. Well, actually, I could come up with an idea or two, but...
I'm sure LDLC will find a way. At this point, right, they were buying triple AWP setups when we were like, just stop, please. Like, you're hindering
towards the
yourself.
end, they didn't even have enough for triple AWPs. They just bought 2 and a scout, so... they like the scopes. They like the scopes. To be fair, on Cash, it did actually work.
I know, and but if it works, it means like, oh, yeah, great. We get to see more of triple AWPs. That just shouldn't be. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. Then again, there's other things that work, like the Mac 10s, which I do quite like seeing. Yeah, over Vega.
You wanted the Mac 10 B rushes, right? Just straight in, no problems.
That is actually what I wanted to see yesterday for Renegades. I wanted to see them just barrel into a site one round just to give it a go.
Well, like think of it, right? If you use utility, few flashes and smokes, and they did, and this is, I know we're going back onto yesterday's game, but that would be a mental thing, because there's no way with 3 AWPs, you've only got 1 in B there, 1 mid, 1 A, which means there's no way that 1 AWP is going to be able to get all 5 of them with the Mac 10s. But we are going to get into game. It is a Nuke that we're going to see now. It's going to be LDLC taking on North. And Tom, can you believe this? There is a potential here that we finish before 6 a.m. It's 2:30 now. We could finish today with a 2-0.
I think Bastion is currently like screaming at the heavens because you've just said that.
Yeah, shout out to Bastion, our observer. He is doing the long, hard job of doing all of this.
Looks like AZ's like poking over the betway.
He's like, I got this. It's my odds. I'm going to wreck face again.
And I think those odds are fair. I think if you look at like some of the past results, they've not really beaten anyone good on this map, which is very, very worrying when it comes down to it. They beat Mousesports, but that was quite a while ago. Either way, very good start for Logan. In fact, he's found 2. Looking for a little bit more. Now, the pistols did both go the way of North in the previous, but not going to happen here.
They are bangers with the pistols, aren't they? They just do it. Straight style. And this is the thing with this LDLC lineup. They've got some real skilled players on individual basis. You can see the chemistry starting to show as well. Ever since Devo Duvek and Amanek come in, we've seen this kind of resurgence of LDLC is probably a more notoriety team now than G2 in terms of results. And that's a crazy thing to think about.
Yeah, they weren't even, well, at the time, they were the 3rd best team in France. And
for the longest time.
Well, they've got themselves the pistol. There's not going to be an investment back in from North, knowing that they can get the buy into the next round. So the main aim of the game is to try and get yourself that bomb down. Does Tuanu only have a USB?
Yeah, he's going to go for the quick AWP on next round.
A little bit ballsy, because we have seen still like teams forcing into these sort of rounds. However, Amanek is going to be farming up a whole lot of cash, already getting himself 3. It's left. One to Cadian, who will at least add a little bit of extra finance into his pocket, but not anything too crazy to say the least. But here come the AKs. This is where they're going to look to break back as soon as possible. Now, we could see some upgrades here from the CT side. In fact, they do come in with 3 rifles, including that AWP. Amanek still with the extra bank, but the thing is, it's like, this is a map where I enjoy like aspects of it. Like for me, like obviously watching it, it's not one of my favorite maps, I'll be honest. But I do like the fact that just shotguns are brought in. It's one of few maps where they're really viable.
Yeah, so many close range quarters. We're going to see Logan here on top of the heart. It means one mag bullet, it'll be straight on top of their heads, can do some serious damage. But interestingly enough, he goes for the mag rather than going for
XM
the XM, which everyone seems to use on this, because you can just get like straight away into the whole spam, 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 play in vents, play heart, play wherever you want. And Gade, they may have lost the player early on, but Gade says, no, we're going to go straight up. Now, are they going to be aware of this? Tuanu's in a nice position. Deva Duvek starting well onto Cadian, but his position is now going to be known. The bomb's being planted here. Gade's well aware of this position that could be coming into play. Logan still managing to get away with some kills here. Gade goes on cleanup duty, but Logan's saying mag 7 all the way. He walks away with 2 kills, and he gets himself an AK, and LDLC get the round. Starting on their CT side, it's looking good so far, Tom.
Yeah, the question is, do we see an investment again from North? Because only 2 players surviving, you're going to have kept these players honest, at least for now. With the bomb plant, obviously 2,900 loss bonus coming in, they get themselves enough to actually buy in with the AKs once again. Now, Valde's gone straight in. He could have bought anyway in the next round, but it looks like the rest of the team are going to force up with them. Now, obviously, the big problem here for North is that utility is at a bare minimum. A few flashbangs, 1 smoke onto gates. I expect this to be maybe a more aggressive push over towards ramp, just a position where you don't need a whole lot of utility and can still get away with quite a lot. Instead, they're just going to go straight back to basics and it's straight into the A site, running in Deva Duvek. The mag's still there and will still chime in with a frag as well. Tease, well, it's left onto Valde once again, and the problem being 1v3, a lot to do.
Just a thought here as well. You got the mag 7, you have the XM on Amanek, which means we're now looking at a serious amount of bank being made here for him. If Valde goes down to Logan, which he does, that was literally like some
death from above.
Yeah, he's like got a parachute. It's like playing Battle Royale version of CSGO as he jumps down in front of
Don't even say those words. Battle Royale CSGO, but don't give Valve any more ideas. Filth.
Filth, that's it.
Oh, we got
Straight
double shotguns now.
Yeah, they're making, LDLC are playing the long game here. Let's make as much bank as possible while North don't have the full buys in here. On pistols again, and this is when they can really start to go to work. Amanek on ramp with it. Got the mag 7 on Logan, who's been down top of hut. Good positions from LDLC in general.
Yeah, it's another example of what I said in the previous map, where LDLC are very good at building up a bank. Like, that's one thing I've given props to this team for quite a bit, especially with their force buys. However, in this round, not a bad start. Kirby's managed to get himself a rifle, a man who can definitely turn around on its head. They've only got pistols on the remainder of the players, but they've managed to gain a little bit of control over towards this B site. It's Alex up above. Tuanu now dinked down to just 1 HP. So things are starting to get a little bit dicey, and Alex is going to be left with quite a lot to do. The question is, will they actually check around this angle? Kirby has no idea, but Alex only manages to get 1, and this will give a chance. And we speak about those shotguns being valuable. In a retake scenario, these are not the guns you want to have, especially when the only other player is left with an AWP on 1 HP. There is a strong chance that North now take this round.
Yeah, this is the point where the shotguns end up kind of costing you a bit, right? It works when they're hitting this top A site. It works when you're going into the angles where the shotguns are. But now North are just going to say, hey, look, this is a bit easier. Amanek distance with the X7, not going to really work there. Auto shoddy not being utilized. And okay, I see what LDLC were trying to do. Makes great sense. You've got a good amount of money on a lot of your players now because of it. But overall, it hasn't paid off you on a round that you should have ultimately won there.
Yeah, I think Cobble's another great example of that. Is like, there's so many powerful positions where a shotgun is valuable, but the second it comes to a retake, you're just like, oh, I really, really want to get rid of this. The fact is, though, they're not giving it up. straight back in with 2 shotguns. Gonna have a lot of utility thrown in already over towards this A site, and Logan's got to be careful ducking into the flames, down to just 44 HP based off utility alone. The fact is, the T's haven't actually executed off all of these nades.
Yeah, some damage done. Forced LDLC to spend a little bit of utility, move themselves around, but they didn't want to commit to anything just yet. Okay, I'll be hoping someone's going to come up through secret. Ready and waiting. Alex, does start to move, doesn't look up. They kind of see each other because KRB wasn't fully flashed there. But it's this waiting game, full on.
Yeah, the most exciting point in a Counter-Strike match. When everything is still. The calm before the storm.
And it will be a big storm as well if North have got anything to say about it. Now, Logan, he's gone a bit more aggressive. He's changed up his position now. He's going to take the fight face to face. He's already taken 44 points of damage, though. Oh, nice, Amanek. Gets away with that onto Cadian when he really should have not been able to. Now, Gade's got to be careful as well. Logan in the hut does go down. Devaduvek, though, he's able to hold strong, but he's only good for 1. We're now on a 3v2. Amanek's still there with the auto shot. He's not been able to upgrade his weapon, but Alex, he's got the M4 in his hands. And he's doing all the damage he needs. Nice nade comes out. Plant's not going to go in just yet. Valdi's just spotted him out, and they go to line up for him, but Amanek's still able to deliver 2 kills with that auto shot. He's ready for KRB as well. Well aware of wave. Oh my God! No way! Distance with the auto shotgun. Amanek's proving all of us wrong now.
I love it.
Oh, someone clip that. My God. Amanek just, yep. He even had options to pick up an AK or an M4 that was right on his feet.
I love that as well. He drops Tuano and AWP in exchange for an XM. That is fantastic. There's a few players I really like watching with this gun. I always enjoy watching Hiko with the XM on this map. And also, like nowadays, I think Oscar as well. It's so exciting to watch.
Was Oscar the one who started to really bring that in? Because he committed to it
I think
early
originally it was, I remember Hiko doing it like a long time ago, but at the same time...
It's relevant.
Recently, Banks just muted himself while he laughs at his own joke. Either way, this round is going excellently well. Logan again. These shotguns really are doing a huge amount of damage at the moment. North have had absolutely nothing back in return. Look at their money. And Logan's just farming at the moment. So much cash in the bank. 6-1 up for LDLC. It's a one and done scenario for North. And if anything, I kind of want to see them save this round because the force buy that they come in with really wouldn't be very impressive at all.
Do you know what? I would love to know who has made the most amount of kills on Nuke with an auto shotgun, and is Amanek trying to beat that and also make the most money at the same time? Because at the moment, he could basically just be a bank and farm off for the rest of his team. He's like, I'll keep getting the kills, guys, and just drop your guns, no problem. I'll keep rocking this. Now they're up 6-1 as well. We spoke about how North are so dominant on Nuke previously. Okay, they're on T side, but still, you have some amazingly talented players here. But it seems that this kind of unorthodox style from LDLC, which is certainly not usual, right? We often see the auto shotguns and the Mag 7s come into play, but not like this, not with such aggression being shown from LDLC.
Yeah, Logan, he's given it up. Will this be the change? Probably not in this round, because there is pretty much nothing invested for the T side. Just a chance to earn a little bit of extra money, pad your stats a little bit.
Yeah, give the Brits some frags. Let's see him high up on them HLTV rank. Fly the flag. Oh no, oh no.
He couldn't take it anymore.
He was like, I can't live with it. Oh, Amanek, are you serious? Thing is, you can't even say like, this is Amanek saying like, oh yes, I've got perfect recoil control of my auto shotgun. It is just point and click and try and maneuver around the bullets being fired at you.
It's really worth noting as well that AZ was probably the star in the end. Like we had that sort of ace 1v3. He's currently got 0 kills. Night and day at the moment.
And what did we say, right? Before any of this whole best of 3 started, we were like, AZ, KRB, Valdi, we need to see these guys deliver to their position, to their roles very well. And if any of them drop off, this gives that slight chance of a very I'd say not a structured team, but a very good team in terms of chemistry from LDLC, right?
Fundamentals.
Fundamentals are there. They certainly know each other and their positions, and that is what they've got ahead of North at the moment. Because yes, North have played together for a long time, but you've got a new in-game leader who brings a very different style to MSL,
and Gade as well.
And Gade being the young gun kind of coming in, right? Like he's had a bit of an up and down career in this sense, but it's a whole big change here in comparison to what LDLC have to deal with.
Oh, they are back with the purchase. Cadian not quite with his weapon of choice. He's currently stuck with an MP5. Once again, they're going to go for a faster play. Now, AZ will make it into the vents, which, although he doesn't have the bomb, they've not gone for the pure MM strat. It's still going to be a valuable one, but I say that Amanek has just dived down after him and finished him off with the XM. A little bit of damage that was done before has helped him out significantly. However, they have given up a little bit of extra space. It means that ramp control will fall the way of North. Tuanu actually waiting for them to wrap around. The problem is he has missed the shot a second as well, as now they're going to push in onto his position. That's an AWP that Cadian can retrieve. However, Deva Duvek at least keeps them the man advantage going, and with the damage that's already done to North, things are looking pretty bleak for the Danes. This was a map that we more than expected them to win, and so far it really isn't going well at all.
No, they need to make some big changes here. This is, I don't know, maybe call some timeouts. You know, MSL, he was always praised for doing a great use of how his tactical timeouts will come into play. Maybe we need to see this a bit more from Cadian. And the thing is, right, North have a great coach behind them. They have the analysts. They've got a full structured team behind them. Let's start thinking things through just a little bit here. And also production, can we get like a little mini camera of just Amanek, just so we know where he is with that auto shot while it's in his hands, like in the bottom corner somewhere, a little where, just place him there so we can always keep an eye on where that monster is with it.
Oh, Kirby is going to be able to find an opener, actually a second as well. He's come into this one. It's only the shotguns left. His chance there, but Valde will eventually put him down, and it's left onto the shotgun bandit to try and turn this around. It will be the bomb planted. I'd be surprised if he picks up anything along the way. He's even got the skin that I use, the bone machine, an absolute beauty. The question is, can he create anything? No. Valde has ruined our dreams by putting down both of the shotgun players over on the LDLC side. And actually,
10K.
Yeah, I was going to say the money doesn't look that great, but then you do have Amanek just with a hefty bank. And the fact is, he can not only buy a couple of guns, his gun also doesn't really cost anything. So he can just stick in with another XM if he really wants to.
He probably will, yep.
Lovely.
Well, I love it. This is full committal. I might try and go play a game of ESEA and just grab myself the auto and try and rock it. I'm watching my teammates get triggered because I won't be able to pull off anything like Amanek. And this again, AZ, he's got the spawn, tries to push through, but Logan, well aware of it, able to finish him off, and straight away, North are down one man. Alex as well, he's outside push drop, drops the smoke down. Now Toinu's there to back up. Oh, and he takes the shot in the dark, manages to get KAB. Big kills coming up. Alex finishing off Gade as well. North falling apart, looking to get reset straight away. Valde all on his own. And this was a very fast round. LDLC, they bounce back in a very convincing fashion here.
Yeah, that's been the biggest problem for North, is that even when they've managed to steal a round away, it really does feel like they're the ones stealing rounds. They are getting absolutely dominated in the follow-up. But again, AZ 0010 now. So he's hit double digits in deaths without putting a frag on the board, which is not something we expected from this man. Valde, well, he's absolutely screwed in this situation. And although we still look for rounds to be wrapped up over on that CT side, LDLC are doing a fantastic job of never giving North a chance to build any money up.
Do you know, I know a fair few of these players personally, but I don't really know AZ, but I'm not sure if he's the type of player to get triggered like this, right? Because, you know, when you're sat and you're like, okay, you're 0 for 10, your team's not doing well, you know that you're a big factor in that, right? Because you're just literally not contributing at this point. And I think at least for AZ and his role, he needs to be able to frag a little bit here. He needs to turn this around.
Is 4.5.
I don't think I've seen anything that low. God damn. Yeah, bring it up, Bastion. Give us the goods. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Amanek's there, though. So is Deva Dubek, as he's going to go in for the spray down. 3 kills, but KAB will finish him off. Grabs himself the AK. Can this man do some magic wonders? Certainly not as both players fall at the same time. LDLC, do you know what? They maybe just picked us to allow North to have Nuke and be like, hey, we'll let you be confused and dazzled, because maybe LDLC's plan was to try and take this 2-0.
Well, yeah, the last couple of times they played it, it's been a 16-8 in favor of North and a 16-11 as well. But the fact is that, well, they've already beaten the 8. We are going to see another tactical pause thrown in from North. That they need to start getting some rounds on the board. The fact is, on Nuke, if they could get back to 5 or 6, it really wouldn't be that much of a problem. The fact is, though, that's basically us assuming that they win every single round from now on. And the fact is, even the rounds that they have won, they've been very close. And then they've straight away lost one in dominant fashion. So for me to now go and expect them to win 3-4 rounds in a row, it's unlikely unless LDLC maybe get a little bit complacent. But I think most players at least know that on Nuke, you can't.
Question mark here, though, right? Nuke, still CT map, we say that. LDLC on CT side, where they play best anyway, right? My concern is LDLC's T side has never shown us anything where we go, oh, yeah, this is like very fundamentally flawless. You're looking very calculated. This is smart plays. Instead, we see some maybe of their star players shine a little bit more. We get some kind of good teamwork and refragging in there, but they've never had solid T halves. And that's my concern here, because they may start off with a huge stomp here, but this could be taking me back to the 1.6 days where you'd get regular 12-3, 13-2 halves, and then you'd exactly see the same again on the other side. It was just, that's how CT-sided Nuke can be.
Oh. Pretty sure the last time they played this, it was a 12-3 half. Logan, though, he starts things off very well. It's still going to be trades back. However, well, it's just these shotguns again. Another put onto the board. Amanek just adds another 2. He's having an absolute whale of a time. 13-4 at the moment, and we've barely seen a rifle ever put into his hands.
Not even when he went to clutch?
No, not needed. Really not needed. There's 3 players at the moment on 13 frags for the LDLC side, and
he's got 1 though.
Yeah, he's on the board at least. He's broken the curse. At the same time, they still don't have money to invest into this round, and an 11th is looking very likely for LDLC, which even if we do talk about this, but them not having the best of T sides, I feel like just in pure confidence they should be able to take this over the line.
Aggressively challenging him at ramp.
I really hope that he's also pulling that face.
Oh, yeah, that's I will kill you. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Valdi was like, nope, I've had enough of this. I'm going to take the auto shotty now. I'm going to do some damage. And he certainly is going to do a bit more damage. Gade helping him out there, though. The Eagle shots come in. Now they can get an M4 if they want to play with it. Oh! Toinu didn't know who to shoot there, and he pays the price with his life as Gade dominates with the Deagles, and this is where North might be able to steal out another round. But this is a round, again, where they hadn't invested anything into it, right? They're getting a few of these sneaky little rounds where LDLC aren't able to play it, and that kind of stuff happens. But the main thing here is I don't want to see North get reset, because this has been too much of just LDLC's dominance so far.
Yeah, they've still got to win it first, though. That's the thing. We're talking as if this round is done. They've just retaken it 2v4. They're already saying, like, yeah, I wouldn't like to see them get reset, you know. I'm really hoping that they manage to take this through. No, they just got ruined by the 2 remaining men in the retake. It's neither of the players in that scenario were using a shotgun. And
Logan now, I'd love to know how many clutches we've seen in 2 days from him, because he's been just solid. It's not like a mad fragger or pulling off the most amazingly stylish kills that are going to make Reddit clips, right? But it's Logan just playing his role and bringing the pain for the team.
Yeah, well, on the other side, there's 2 players who currently sit on 1 kill apiece. So definitely underwhelming performance from North, the sort of the flip-flop that we have seen from them.
Oh no, Amanek's got the auto sniper this time. He's upgraded.
He likes auto guns.
He's upgraded from auto shotty to auto sniper. Where is he playing? Ramp still.
Although the wraparound has worked wonderfully. We've still got Logan up above that they haven't spotted. He's yet to be cleared. Someone's actually walked right past. He's got to play the timing, but AZ will actually catch him out. He finally comes onto the scoreboard with a double of his own, and this may be their 3rd round onto the board. It's an auto sniper and an AWP in a retake. Definitely not ideal. Now the CTs, well, based on Amanek actually purchasing an auto shotgun, would actually have enough, in fact, plenty to buy into the next round anyway, but it does look like they're going to try and keep themselves some weaponry, maybe remove some as well from North. Not that it will make a difference with the round win. They will be able to purchase into the next round anyway. But that's the thing. I think we see this quite a lot where sometimes teams, once they get to that sort of 11 marker, they can let a couple of rounds slip. And in all honesty, North CT side is definitely the stronger, the one we expect them to streak rounds together. Tuanu, though, he's going to do a little bit of extra damage. Can he get third as well? Cleaning things up. He's one off the ace. Valde on the other side of the map, but they do at least some damage. As said, though, there is plenty of money. They even had a little bit spare, so there's no chance of, well, basically there being a weaker buy here.
Tom, we commentate a lot of Counter-Strike, right? But LDLC across 2 days have provided a lot of like entertainment in terms of frags and just ability from this. If you weren't a fan of them before, go back and watch yesterday's game and now watch, well, you are watching today's game, but continue to watch the rest of this series. LDLC are certainly delivering, regardless if they end up winning the whole series or not. But 11-3 up against North on Nuke. This is looking good. And Amanek, I want to see him try and put that auto sniper to work just for a bit more of a bit of
well, just going to ignore that. Quick trades early on as the CT side do get themselves a man advantage. Is one of the first times I think we've actually seen a proper outer take from North. They really have just been fighting inner a lot of the time. It's been the aggressive pushes on towards the A site. And it really hasn't worked, as you can tell by the scoreline. Amanek waiting patiently with the auto sniper. Probably many people hoping that he's punished. He's been a bad boy and he's looking to try and, well, make things a little bit worse, as if it wasn't painful enough. Molotov is going to go down, but the smoke should leave him out of position. It gives a chance, at least for the T's, to get closer to the site, and the Molotov even going to clear him off the second angle as well, so not really that much of a chance to peek. Tuanu's still trying to get some pot shots through the smoke as the bomb yet to actually go down. Baldi's got to be so careful here with the auto sniper spamming. Devaduvek makes his way around towards the door as well in hope that he can pick somebody off early. But Valde, he's gone through the smoke, and that double will probably be enough to save them here. Logan in a clutch once again as he tries to attempt this 1v2. But North, they do get the remaining couple of rounds. They've given themselves a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I think ultimately the last couple of rounds, okay, we saw a better North. They started to wake up, but it's more about what LDLC can do now that they're going on to their T side, which has been so lackluster in the past. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll get the conclusion of this. Can LDLC close this out dominantly, or will North bounce back? Stay tuned. a fantastic half from LDLC here on Nuke that was picked by North. The Betway odds on your screen are still favoring North because now they hit on this CT side. Now, we spoke about Cadian and AZ not having the best starts of the game. I truly believe in this LDLC performance, but my biggest question mark is they are so... It's literally day and night between how different they are CT to T side. Their T side is so much more questionable and a bit lackluster in comparison. So it doesn't just depend on this pistol. It depends on what LDLC have in the bag and how North can kind of turn this around now.
Yeah, I think obviously the pistol could give them a strong start though and leave them very, very close. Like even just a sort of few fluky rounds, some cheesy rounds might be able to give them that little cross over the line and take us to a third map, which after Dust 2 we didn't really expect. Of course, if North can take the pistol in their favor, well, if they can get to these 7 rounds, it really isn't that far away at all. Either way, Gade, well placed, already manages 1, but it's still just going to be trades back from Logan. And actually, he's just gone ham. A triple for him, left all onto Valde. He at least executes Devek and gives himself a chance in this round. Bomb on the site. He knows where one of these players are, and he's actually managed to sneak very far forward. Alex may not know that he's managed to get this close and just clinical precision, but quick peek from Alex will give LDLC the pistol round, and now they are ever closer to taking the map that, well, it really wasn't expected at all.
The weird thing on that push, right, was that KOB, he was still expecting someone to come outside, which meant he just stayed in main, maybe a little bit too long there. Didn't come to give the backup that Gade needed as they started to wrap around him as he was just covering the bomb plant position. So I think, again, that bit of kind of fear factor coming in here where North just aren't playing their games because it was only Gade and Valde that actually stepped up there. Now we're back on just a couple of nades and pistols for North, and they really don't have many rounds to play with, while LDLC, they've got so much room to work with here. And they just seem to be on that movement of, it's not so much that we need to have a great T side, we are just hitting our shots. So if this keeps working for them, this could be a very convincing map. North, they need to step it up here, Tom.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be this round where they manage to do it. They're just saving to make sure that they can get their buy in the next. I like the fact that the T's have actually still gone heavy into the SMGs. They want to try and farm up cash, clearly feeling
LDLC's game plan every single time.
Make as much money as possible. Make it difficult for the bank to be broken. And if it is, the fact is there's not really that much of a chance that North can go for like reset rounds even. Like if they lose one, it's like a break back. The fact is after this one, there'll only be 3 rounds needed for LDLC to actually close it out. Now, in all honesty, I don't think anybody here expects North to be able to steal this one away. They've got barely anything invested. Valde has a little bit extra. They're using the nades and they're going to try and isolate Alex, but all this really does is give all the remaining information that there's not going to be anyone really over towards the A site. The one man there, Cadian, is down and out, and this will be comfortable for LDLC.
I like that from Alex, right? He didn't go to take the fight. He got the information and allowed the rest of his team to push into the site. And now they can go there and farm up the kills, knowing exactly where North is likely to come from. You know, their logos are like complete opposites as well. We've got the Lions of North, and I'm guessing that's a wolf on LDLC. Clearly the wolves are a bit more vicious this time around.
They work better as a pack.
Hey, that's actually really good. That's an on-point reference on so many levels for what's going on with North right now.
Well, they've at least got themselves the purchase. In terms of rifles, they are ahead in this scenario, but utility is where there's a little bit of a weakness for North, and by the looks of it, they're going to try and exploit that on the LDLC side, straight into the site, running in to try and find those early kills, but Kirby's the one to do it. I believe the bomb may have actually dropped into the vent, so that could actually work in their favor if they're able to retrieve it. They've already got a man down there, but, well, they've got 3 men down, in fact. Not looking good for LDLC. And what is the first buy round on the CT side? Of course, for North, they're so far behind that they need this. They can't even afford to really lose too many players. The way they're going to actually manage to bring this back is to keep things nice and clean early on, build up a large bank in case any mistakes are made. But they've already thrown away hugely advantageous positions before, so I'm not holding my breath just yet.
Yeah, we've seen it. I definitely cursed it. I was like, oh, yep, North got this round. Definitely not LDLC, just doing what they do best. Alex, right on the edge all alone now. Oh, thinks he's going to walk away with the kill onto AZ, but Gade Finds him from main. We'll finish him off there. A 5th round on the board for North, and my God, it must look like a huge mountain for these Lions to climb.
That's not bad. Not bad. Could be that one. 13-5. Obviously, the T side, I'm sort of looking at their money and going, well, do I think they'll force this one? Of course. That's the LDLC way. They like bringing in these sort of mixed bag buys, and a lot of the time they manage to either, well, just make it work or at least bring the rounds very, very close, which is not what North are really looking for in these scenarios. They want to build up that bank as early as possible, keep the streak going. Out of control will be taken by the T side. Cadian sprays down one, and the trade is there from Kirby to keep the man advantage alive. AZ is already rotated in. Now, he's had a poor start to this game, or a poor first half. I don't really think we can call it a start anymore, where he's 3-17, but he's still got the positional advantage, and they still have a man advantage as well. They've got to watch out for Kirby. If they don't check this angle properly, he's going to be so well placed. He actually lets one pass, but it's only going to be the Tech-9 going down, and Devaduvek has pulled this almost into their favor. Back into a 2 versus 2. A bit of a push looking to come in on the flank, and they've got to be careful because Twanu is ready and waiting for this. He's watching for Valde, and he manages to win the duel as well. Again, a round slips through the fingers, and it's left all onto Gade. They're waiting patiently. This looks like such a strong setup from the T side. They just know everything that North are going to do. And Twanu now into a 1 versus 1, but he doesn't have that much of an advantage anymore.
Yeah, 22 health and a dream. He's got some utility to play with here. But as Twanu, he doesn't have too much to worry about. Goes in straight for the plant. Now, Gade's actually made a fast jump down to the B site. Got the flash to work with here. Ooh. Did a bit of damage. Looked like he had a chance to land the shot, but LDLC 1v1, they're clutching it out. They get the 14th round, though. 2 more is all they need, and North, you are running out of options and opportunities here. This buy is very, very lackluster. We've got Gade on a 5-7, a UMP, a FAMAS, an M4, and Cadian on the scout there. Only minimal utility, while for LDLC, Amnex, like, this time, gonna have a MAC-10. Me and Alex just gonna run around the map, pop some heads, and make money for no reason, because probably not gonna need it.
Wow. North fully with their backs up against the wall, and I think a lot of the belief will be gone. Maybe the French looking to try and take back, or take Nuke, I should say. I think the Danes have had it for quite a while. Obviously, they've not quite met the final boss yet. But 14-5 versus North in a map that previously North have managed to beat them on in fairly convincing fashion as well. This is looking great for LDLC, and with the final map of Mirage, where we saw them utterly dominant yesterday, if they take this in the fashion they currently are, you almost have to worry that North may be making their exit of the tournament a little bit earlier than we expected here. A much slower round out from LDLC, though. Slowing things down, waiting patiently, knowing that there's going to be a weaker purchase in from the North side.
Oh, Alex might be getting caught here, though. Easy frag for KAB to handle. Won't push up too far, though. He would ideally want that AK-47, but it's not worth the risk of more LDLC members being around there. This gives North the advantage, gives them something to play with here. But LDLC have full outside control. Devaduvek's taking some damage. He's down on 29 health. North able to at least keep LDLC at bay for now. And with 25 seconds on the clock, they're slowly running out of time here. Something needs to change. Something needs to happen. Cadian waiting around the corner here. Logan and Cadian in this little kind of standoff as Amanek falls as well. Oh, Logan gets tagged. He's dropped down to low health as the CZ comes out. Cadian wants to put an end to him.
They've only just got the bomb. I don't even think they have enough time, even if they manage to do anything here. So
runaway save.
Yeah, I think that there was a kill, I think, around the 15-second mark from Valde, which was actually the bomb dropped onto the floor. And from then on, it was pretty much over. So 14-6, North have at least managed to scrape that force buy together. And it does give them a way back in. But again, it's still a mountain to climb. And the T's, again, they've taken a pause here. I wonder if this is more of just a question of whether they force the issue. Having fun?
I'm just laughing at some noises in my ear. Blame Bastion, the Observer. No, actually, to be fair, right, this is Nuke. the most difficult map ever to observe. And Bastion's nailing it so far. We've caught crazy kills from Amnek on the auto shotty.
You always follow the auto shotgun.
Clearly that's the new observer rule.
That's the rule. Well, it is going to be a purchasing from the T side. Can't say I'm overly surprised.
Gade. Look at him go.
He's going to join.
Gade's coming to the table.
He's got no skin, though, so he's not a true XMer.
The skins mean nothing, Tom.
No, they do.
I know it makes you feel better when you play because you're terrible, but
they're pretty.
It's just for it to look pretty. Yeah, exactly. The gun works in the same way.
To be fair, we can see by your shirt that you clearly don't mind if you look pretty or not.
Hey, this was an expensive shirt that's actually going to be thrown in. I'm going to burn this bloody shirt afterwards. It doesn't iron properly. It doesn't work.
Alex looked like he might have had the drop there. Look at the HP already. So much damage done onto these remaining North players. Now, they've still got a player with a pistol, but that may not even be too much of a problem here for the T side. Logan is also going to take a tag. The scout of Cadian doing the damage, and Kirby even brings the second man advantage here. Devaduvek, though, he has been fantastic during this map. So many impactful multi-frags. They're going to need a little bit more from him here. Twanu has retrieved a rifle, but Devu looking to do it all on his own. Finally put down, and Cadian just walking away with a couple of kills based off of that scout. Twanu left all alone. Will at least be able to retrieve the bomb, and the bomb plant here would add a little bit of cash into their pockets. It's going to be denied by Kirby, though. 14-7. Now a chance for North to actually build up some cash, as the money is just not going to be there for LDLC.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? That was a round that looked winnable, but Cadian steps it up with a scout. Thing is here for Cadian, right? He's not had the money. They've not managed to string too many rounds together that he can come onto the AWP. So he's always going to have a bit of a troublesome scenario to play with here. But now pistols for LDLC. This is where North need to have a clean sweep, right? No deaths. Keep the weapons. Keep yourself in a good spot. Play it smart. And slowly but surely they might be able to claw rounds in, and stuff like that, though, but from Valdi is just not acceptable. Runs out, gets gunned down, doesn't even walk away with too much damage done to the LDLC players. Imagine if they got to match point off of this. It'd just be full world tilt.
They've only lost an MP9. The fact is, though, they were armorless players, so that was his chance to really get
money-making. That's what I'm saying.
That was a chance for even that, just a confidence booster as well. Now, Valde has been one of the better players so far.
There we go, AZ.
This is what AZ wants. A little bit of stat padding, bring him up the board a little bit. Like, although it sounds ridiculous, sometimes clicking tab and just seeing how far down you are can actually be enough. I believe that some people actually do just like unbind
I don't have it bound. I don't look at tab. Yeah. Why would you look? If you're in a game and you're trying to play properly, don't look at the scoreboard. It affects nothing.
Yeah, but it might make you feel good if you're playing well.
But you know if you're playing well because you're hitting all your shots. You know if you're playing bad, unless you're a complete moron. I am playing really well. There. 1 for 16. That's you, Tom.
Yeah, but I plant those bombs really well.
I know. You always get the MVP for bomb plant. Many a game we've had that, mate.
Sad but true.
Don't worry, you've got the best utility of any commentator I know. Apart from when you throw it at my face.
Yeah. Well. 14-8, slowly but surely bringing things back, and we do now see that AWP onto Cadian. He's not quite quick enough to find that opening pick. He's going to throw the nade in and actually rotate around to try and catch off Alex, who's trying to just lurk around the back. It's not going to work for him this time, but he is in the main push. Logan, not quite sure what happened there, but only giving a little love tap over to his teammate, and it looks like Valde is going to be the man to have that point of contention. Another strong position for him. He had that long spot on Dust too. He's now at the back, just ready and waiting. Multiple players around the angle. I think he's hoping that someone can create a distraction, but they actually do it themselves. They go peeking back. Amanek will be there to trade. His position known by Kirby, though, an execution style as he takes off his head and leaves it onto Devaduvek. He has been one of the star factors for LDLC. And even just a bit of damage to keep North honest on their CT side could be hugely valuable. It looked like there's a little bit of moonwalk in here. And he died. It was not safe for work. We couldn't show on the stream.
It was just
too
brutal.
graphic. It was too graphic.
brutal attacks being put down here. North, though, look how much it just slowly, one by one, taking it round by round, they're getting themselves into this. Back on the pistols for LDLC, and this is where plants need to come into play. Now, a lot of smokes here, so there's a plan to be put into action here from LDLC. Kirby again back at main, ready to do the damage from any of the T's that start to walk into his crosshair. Ooh.
Oh no, not like this.
Nice, Logan.
Logan's managed to find himself a couple of kills while pushing onto the site. Problems arise. Is there going to be a fix? There's down to just Valde. One man left. He's got to try and do it all alone. He does manage to get himself two, though. Alex the last one, and it's close, but not enough for Valde. He tries his best to save them, but now a 15th hit out of absolutely nowhere. A real kicker for North. As they're trying to streak these rounds together, they managed just 4 before the pistols broke them. Now they need 6 to survive.
A round that LDLC should have never walked away with, but that heavy utility play and just Logan dominating with that deagle.
27 kills.
We said he was Mr. Consistent, right? It wasn't so much flash, you're getting stylish kills, but he delivers when it's needed. That was a round that was unexpected, and now they're on a 15 for 9 looking to close out Nuke. As AZ, he fires away, gets it 1, but can't be any more to be put on the board. Devaduvek in the meantime, though, he's found 2. He's busted into the site. KB's gone down as well. 3 versus 2. Valde's trying to sneak through these vents in a good position. He actually gets the bomb there for all his troubles. Walks away with the next kill, but he's low on health. He needs the backup of Cadian, who has the AWP in their hands. And now Amanek in a good spot, but Cadian ready for him. 15-10 and North, they're not done yet.
Yeah, the last couple of rounds, Valde has been coming in with a fair few kills and impactful ones at that. He at least dropped quite a few of the players, didn't allow for a lot of money to be saved, because that was the big thing. The amount of damage they did with the pistols in the last round, if they then managed to pick up, say, 4 weapons, that's going to be fantastic for their economy. Instead, although Valde doesn't win the 1v4, he gets 3 kills, only 1 weapon saved, and now you look at the money that's there for LDLC. However, you've still got to have that little voice in the back of your mind saying they almost, well, they did manage it last time. Can they manage it again? Cadian, he spotted all of the players rushing down on towards that ramp. Valde is actually there to support him. It seems like they had a pretty decent read on the situation. Utility usage as well. He gets a double with it. But still, the trade's coming back. It's not like they're out of the woods just yet.
3v3 now.
Nope.
No bomb plant just yet. Make it into a 3v2 as Devaduvek falls straight away. Amanek's going to even up the scoreboard, as does Toinu. And now it's all on to AZ. He may have started off the game slow, but now it's his time to deliver. Stop them from losing this round. LDLC making their way up top. Spray coming out, but AZ can't get it done. 16-10 here, and we are going to a 3rd map, Tom. It is just not possible for North to claim their own map. Neither team claiming both their chosen map there even.
Yeah, the thing is, when it came to Dust 2, that wasn't that much of a surprise. Yeah. This really is. Like, this has been a fantastic performance from LDLC. I think we had some pretty poor performances on the other side, like AZ with a ridiculously slow start over on the T side, and they never really got any rounds going. Now, obviously, there is that fact of every time they won a round, they straight away lost a round, and you sort of feel like, okay, then the economy starts to play such a massive factor. We talk about the potential tilt of being wrecked time and time again by an XM, by a Mag 7. Like, it was like these last couple of rounds is just an XM kill feed.
Stuff that should have never been, but it makes for some amusing Counter-Strike either way. Amanek flaunting his style. Now, there's not many maps he's going to get away with that on, right? Maybe a bit of Inferno in there if he plays Apartments, and then obviously here on Nuke. But I would 100% say that I will look towards this final map being the one that goes the full distance, right? I don't think we're going to see some crazy dominant fashion from either side, unless one of the teams, well, most likely North, are going to be on full tilt here, because AZ, it took him so long to get into the game, and by that time, it wasn't really enough. It wasn't good enough, Tom.
Yeah, and it's sort of interesting as well, because I'm getting sort of flashbacks to yesterday where you see like LDLC unable to take their map. They then go into the second one, a map that we didn't expect them to win. They then win it, and then they go into Mirage, exactly the same scenario, and they absolutely stomp it, because it just seemed like their opponent was just down in the dumps. So they've got a chance to do it again. Again, we said this was a series that we did not expect North to lose. That first map sort of almost cemented it for everybody. You saw the odds at the beginning. even when they were down by, what, 11-4, still the odds were in their favor.
Yep.
And now we go into the final map, and you sort of have to say, I don't even know anymore.
Mirage is a tough one, right? Because we see lots of shining hope there in terms of individual ability flexes a little bit more on that, right? Mirage is the middle ground map that everyone knows how to play. But that performance we saw from LDLC against Renegade, 16-4, right? Super dominant.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see that again against the North.
Who even knows?
If LDLC, yeah, okay, we said this about Nuke, but if LDLC can just keep that momentum and the positivity going, we're hearing lots of things of, Sadicus can even hear right now, there's just screams coming from LDLC. That's how loud they're going to be, because they can hear it on the other stream. So they are fired up and they are ready. And as they get ready, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be the third and final map. It'll be the decider between LDLC and North.
All eyes are on you, so give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Waiting for the next match? AT&T wants to get you in the game from wherever you are. Just download the Turn Right app, hit the tournament icon, join the AT&T Twitch tournament, and turn right into dozens of chances to win incredible gaming gear prizes delivered straight to your door. Powered by AT&T.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
They say it is about the journey and not the destination. That is true for those who don't know where they're going. That is true for those who don't know what they want to achieve. Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
Intel Extreme Masters Chicago is brought to you in part by Intel, AT&T, Acer Predator, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
The third and final map here between North and LDLC, and one that many would have not expected to go to a third map.
Yeah, you
Mirage.
Probably could have said it the last time we went live, like the last map, and most people probably would have agreed with you.
Then I would have seemed like a real dick, though, wouldn't I? Like, yep, LDLC about to get banged out by North. Only to you, because I don't like you.
Yeah,
I just forced the cast.
Most people don't.
Oh, if I could come this far on the cable, I'd come give you like a hug or something. No, you're not supposed to move further away.
I know. That was sort of the plan.
This guy.
But yeah, well, something else that's not really part of the plan is the fact that we've got to Mirage. And the fact is, when we saw them play against Renegades the other day, they were excellent. I will say that Renegades looked pretty down in the dumps. It wasn't an impressive performance from them, to say the least, and I do expect more from North, but this map definitely isn't anywhere near as strong as Nuke for them. Like, that's a map where I expect them to like beat strong opposition. I think you were looking through some of the stats just moments ago, and like we've seen them like play off against like Fnatic and like the ex-guys from Space Soldiers, who definitely haven't looked as good as they used to on Mirage. Like, that would have been a sort of better sort of stat for them if it'd been like maybe 6 months ago or a little bit longer ago.
And also, it's a long online season that they're playing, right? Yeah. So it's a bit more of this kind of, you get some of these more confusing, less expected results.
So it's one of those maps, especially for the style that we see from LDLC. Like, if you look at the way they played, even on the T side, a lot of it was just exploding out onto the A side, even running in with SMGs, managing to win rounds with pistols. Like, it's not complicated Counter-Strike, but the problem is, people just don't seem to be able to beat it. Like, they've managed to do it against a couple of teams now that I at least expected to beat them, or at least beat them comfortably in the case of North, and they've just not been able to do it. So now we go into the final map where they've just taken a strong win on Nuke. They're going to be feeling good. That's always positive when you're thinking about these sort of players. And the other thing you have to bear in mind for LDLC, there's not really that much pressure here. Qualifying for the tournament was sort of like, okay, they've done very well doing that. Anything more, and you're sort of looking at it going, oh, maybe there's a bit more to this team than meets the eye.
And the thing here as well is AZ had such a good game on Dust 2, that crazy ace clutch that we saw, and now he's in a position where you really dropped off on Nuke.
I think it was 0-11 at one point.
Yeah, so a rough, like, almost unacceptable play point from him, and to the point where you've cost them so many rounds early on that even when they're fighting back, it never seemed like they fully had a chance to win that game, right? LDLC were on top of it. But not to take anything away from LDLC, they played the smart game with not just weaponry, but the economy and just the style of play they had directly countered what North were trying to do. And North were literally just trying to play their game, and it certainly seemed like LDLC were like, hey, look, we're well aware of how this would normally work out. I think when it comes down to Mirage now, though, this is where it gets into that more, a closer game, but a proper aim duel game. I think LDLC can be like, they will comfortably, and this is the thing, from all the maps we've seen so far from LDLC here in Chicago, is one of these things where they play their game, right? They don't try and play to the weakness of the other team they're playing against. They just are aware of how it should be played, and they focus on what they're doing. And it's the chemistry, it's the refragging, it's just their potential that we've seen now up against teams that they've been playing against online, but now you're doing it on LAN as well. And there's a lot of pressure in these situations, like you said there, but the pressure now is certainly on North, because you're on the back foot, you're not playing up to standard, and okay, yes, you've got Gaiden, you've got Cadian in now, but you still have 3 key star players that have been there for the longest time now. I need to see all of them hit again. I need to see a Dust 2.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think the big thing as well is, if you talk about pressure, you look at the two organizations that are sort of playing off against each other. North, there is far more expectations from that org that this team has to do well. And they should not be eliminated by a team like LDLC. It just shouldn't happen. A team that has to go through the online qualifiers, and that, to be honest, if they had just gone straight out of the tournament, we wouldn't have really been that surprised. Like, we expected them to maybe like come close, I think, with the sort of initial match that they played on this map versus FaZe, where they very nearly took it away from them.
16-14.
You now sort of look at that and you go, okay, now they're against a team that this isn't even a map that they are particularly good at anyway. Like FaZe, I would say, a much better Mirage team than North. So you go forward into this and you go, okay, everything we've seen so far, you would almost now want to lean towards LDLC.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're going to come on to next, right, is prediction-wise, we went into this, anyone, unless they were a super hardcore going like, yep, LDLC are my team, I'm going for them all the way no matter what. Most people are just logically going to look statistically and say, okay, look, this is what I want to look at. I want North to do it, and I think North will do it maybe 2. Maybe we see LDLC get 1. We're in a situation now where actually I would quite happily say that LDLC have got the upper hand in this, and I don't just talk about like actually in-game at this point. I'd say just in comparison to what North have shown us across both maps, even the map they won, LDLC looks to be the better overall team at this. And that's my key factor to why LDLC now have bigger chance here on Mirage.
Yeah, I will say, though, that both teams did sort of win the respective maps. Although they weren't expected to win them, they were both dominant in their own right. Like, I would say that although Nuke... I want to give a little bit more over to North just because on that T side, firstly, if you get bogged down on Nuke T side, it could pretty much happen to anyone. I think you just can get screwed. The other thing as well is they got absolutely wrecked by Economy. Every time they won a round, they were reset. And it was only up until the very last 2 rounds where they had any money that they managed to get the last 2. So again, I feel like we shouldn't, like the chance of that happening again are pretty slim.
Yeah.
But at the same time, well, you can now see the difference in odds. I think they were on like 6 when we started the last map. So definitely looking like people are starting to believe a little bit in LDLC. So
which way are you thinking this is going? Who's your pick for this map? Because I'm honestly going to say LDLC.
I don't want to jinx them.
Oh, great. So if they lose this now, my fault. I have to take that one on the chin. And who's not taking it on the chin is AZ as he gets bogged down there. Stuck on ticket booth, finished off in the end. KAB nearly denying that plant, does then walk away with the kill. Gades found one as well. And now it's all on Alex, but 48 health. The UK savior, the UK hope, goes down to Valde and North. They do take this pistol round. They get off to a good start here on Mirage, and maybe this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, the thing is, though, LDLC and Force Spies. Like, we've seen so many of them where they just juggle a few AKs around. They allow their star players to actually try and do the damage in these sort of rounds. And the thing is, like, it's just happening almost every single time. It's not like they're taking a moment to think about it. They're going, guys, do you think we're going to force into this one? It's literally the second the round ends, they go, okay, we go around 3K each. I'm dropping naked to you, you're buying, we're getting this utility, I'll have a deagle. Like, that's the thing. They always put the same players. Like, it's normally Aminex sat on a deagle. He normally gets a kill with it as well. So they're pretty comfortable going into this. And look at the difference between the buy we saw in the matches earlier when North were playing versus the buy they have now. They've learned from their mistakes. They're going in with the rifles. They're not risking it with SMGs other than the one that's currently sat close on Cadian. He's just going to pre-fire. Already manages to get the opener. There is a trade back from Tuanu, but still the man advantage sticks. However, AZ is gone from action. The problem is the remaining 3 players, one of them's very low, 2 of them are very low, and 2 of them don't have any armor. So they're definitely in a detrimental position here, but they're looking to try and switch things up, leaving Devo in the corner, and the bomb now looking to go back the other way.
This little sneaky spot here from Devo Duvek hiding tightly in the corner. Slow and steady. LDLC very split up though. Logan's got the AK and he's making a bit of a move towards B. Valde's holding it all on his own. He'll probably play some distraction here and then quickly try to wrap his way around, go down underpass to connector.
You can see the footsteps being made. The thing is, though, a lot of the time, like, the footsteps being made can actually be, like, more of an indicator that they're actually not going that way. Because you would sort of think if you were close enough to hear that why are you making so much noise? There's not even that much time left on the clock. Well, there was enough time at that point that he could still just shift walk. So it's not really sold anything. Also, Valde actually wasn't close enough to hear most of the footsteps he was making anyway. So it hasn't worked. They have managed to get themselves onto the site. Still a chance for a bomb plant, and then you wonder if they'll actually look to try and force it once again. Devo Duvek able to do a bit of damage, but just look how low the remaining players are for this LDLC side. The chance of them getting away with this is so slim, but Devo Duvek actually has managed to kill one. Logan's found another one. Valde is now left in a 1 versus 3. All of these players still incredibly low. only 33 HP between them when they began this, but the fact is, there's nothing he can do. He doesn't have a kit. He's just waiting to try and do some damage. I have absolutely no idea how North didn't manage to win those fights.
Valdi, he's got one, but he's not going to be able to walk away with the defuse. He doesn't even have a kit on him now, so he's going to grab that AK-47 and run away. But huge work being done by Logan there. Devaduvek chiming in with that kill on to Gade and allowing them to get into the A site after all that time. Absolutely brilliant from LDLC. Now, chat, I would love for someone to check out for us, just IEM Chicago, how many rounds has LDLC lost the pistol and then won the following rounds? Because they're playing it so smart at the moment. Please let me and Tom Biz know on Twitter, because that would be very interesting. Because they're very well aware of their money. They know what they're playing, and like I said, they don't move away from this game. No. This is their strat, and it's working against some of the best teams. It works against FaZe. It's worked here now against North. We saw it yesterday against Renegades. This is not what we expected from LDLC. As AZ now, though, pushing forward. Alex is ready and waiting for him. Is he getting set up for a smoke or anything? No. Alex will still be able to get the better of him, but he was starting to get set up, so that could have been dangerous based on timing. Cadian wants to get involved as well. He's sat in the smoke, though. Will they be aware of it? No one's checking it out just yet. Oh, Alex right on the corner as well. As it starts to fade, who's going to see who first? And Cadian just backing away, completely unaware of how close he was.
He actually had an opportunity for a few kills there, and I think because he's sort of lurked around the smoke, he's given a false positive over to his team. The A site is a little bit more clear than it is. Look, they're all going over to B. They expect this to be a rotation back, probably because he assumed if I would never get out of there without dying. And he's now left all alone on the site. It's probably just going to have to be another save for North once the push actually comes in, unless Cadian can pull off one of the most ridiculous Deeg kills we've ever seen, just ever, in CSGO history, and I can't say I really believe.
Yeah, you're asking a lot there, Tom, but...
No pressure.
He's poised and ready. Yeah, they're literally surrounding him as well. So from every angle, they're going to start to assault. Amanek's making a lot of noise. We'll walk away with the SMG kill. So again, this is it, right? It's very important here for LDLC, no matter if it's CT or T side. They always play the, cool, let's get an SMG. Cool, let's try and make extra money. Let's bring in a huge amount of economy so we don't get hard resets come into play here. For me, LDLC have also taken on the new economy changes better than some teams certainly have.
Yeah, no, they're exploiting it. And the other thing as well is, the way that they're playing really relies on them getting a bomb plant.
Yeah.
And they do pretty much every single time.
And even then, KOB nearly denied it as well.
Yeah.
Like, it was so close.
So it's like, it's a strategy that only really works if they get a bomb plant, but the fact is they are. And now just look how many players that they managed to keep alive in this round as well. So much cash already being made. And that's the thing. I think that in terms of like teams who've been able to just build up a bank quickly, I think LDLC may be one of the best, at least from what I've seen from them in this tournament. They go into like rounds like 5 or 6, a lot of the time with like 5, 6K plus on every single player, which is unheard of. Once again, though, it's just going to be those rifles that they managed to save. Amanek just looking to make a little bit of extra dosh.
Oh, he's done a hell of a lot of damage there as well, just running and gunning, and even burns Valdi alive.
That was one of the rifle players as well, so that's going to be extra painful for the side of North. Gade is the other. He is in the right position. Unfortunately, doesn't make the right choice. We'll go down to Logan, and AZ trying his best, but he's executed by Amanek. And it's left all on to Cadian. Now, the fact is, even going into the next round, we're looking at, what, 2,400 going in. And for a lot of the players, that will be bare bones.
Oh, no. See, he's from Amanek, right? Doesn't matter if anyone's trying to shoot him at that point. He's jumping around. He's so active with that MAC-10 regardless. Ooh. He's just going to walk away with, like, being able to do stuff like that. Okay, Cadian gets one kill, but he can't pick up the gun. Then he's quickly found. Only one player dropped then again for LDLC, so that's around with 5 live, then 4.
Look at the amount of money that they have, and we're in round 5.
6, 8. There was 5 before Toynu bought the AWP. Amanek's nearly on 8 as well. Yeah, this is just solid economy management.
It's going to be an early tactical pause from North this time, knowing that they can't afford to get off to the same start that they had on the previous map.
Well, also as well, right? So this buy is not terrible for North, but just the severe lack of utility means that they can't pressure the map much at all here. So whatever LDLC throw at them, especially, look how many mollies they have. Every player's got a molly. You could potentially waste all of North smoke straight off the bat.
Yeah, this is also not a team that I'd particularly not like to get a kit with, because LDLC, again, I said it about pistol runs, they are pretty damn good at getting the bomb down, and that's where the clock almost becomes a sixth man for LDLC if they don't have a kit on the other side as a full 10-second defuse. Definitely not ideal. Anyway, we do have the AWP in onto Twanu. I don't think he was like the biggest factor when it came to their T side yesterday. We'll see if he can have the impact here. There's no AWP to actually face off against him, and you can see that that's going to mean that North come in with a much looser hold of middle. It's only going to be Kirby peeking into it, the rest of the team taking aggression elsewhere. Maybe about to have a duel over on the Palace, but Cadian yet to really take too much aggression. Bomb early on already, going to be rotating back towards the A site now. It is worth noting that LDLC are more than happy to just go for these basic picks. And there we go, actually, Cadian does go for the face, and Devaduvek is going to punish him because of it. Now the T's actually do go for a setup over onto this A site. And you can see that already, Alex is always the man that's just set up ready to hold off any rotations.
He's there to be the real pain in the side of North, no matter what they try to do. Now, LDLC are starting to change up position. KB's in a real good spot here. Can he get more than one, though? Oh, he can't even get one. He was ready, lined up for it. Crosshair position was on point, but Logan, a man that's been so dominant in the previous games, Alex there as well, already in the site, and Gade's like, what the hell? Why is there someone even there? Because that's just a position, right? If that happened to you, you'd be like, wait a second, why is he there already? How? Because everyone else was barreling through B, and that's what KOB would have called. So they would have never expected it. That's what you were just speaking about. Alex being so impactful in just them little 1 or 2 frags that he can pick up across a round like this.
Yeah, and I think the problem is with like, a lot of teams when it comes to like a player lurking around is it can almost be seen as like a more like baity style. Like there's plenty of players, I think there's one I don't even need to name that everybody's mind has already gone to. And the fact is, in this team, it just works wonderfully because it's part of their setup. The rest of the players are happy to play as almost a forecourt and just leave Alex, the lone Brit. It's almost a little bit like some sort of segregation where he's just on the other side of the map.
He's like, mate, you go over here, son. You just chill.
The rest of them are like speaking French.
We'll
he's just
stick
looking
calmly.
around.
No, Alex can actually speak fluent French perfectly, but just to tell chat and before someone gets triggered. But it is kind of how it is, right? Alex takes this role of a lurker, but he's doing it it's a very passive lurk as well. Yeah. And I like that more than the kind of aggressive lurk we often see. So this is now where we're at a 4-1, potentially 5-1 as North are back on pistols. Not too much money in the bank. They would have had to double eco, hence the extra investment into this round as well. Baldi looking to try and get aggressive at apartments. He's pushed out just past the window, waits for the molly to fade. Amanex there just ready and waiting. See, Amanex not even going to push yet. Just sat right on the edge of that smoke. So how deep does Valde really want to go here? He has got the backup of Gade with the Deagle in hand. Throws out the flash. This will mean he pushes through, and Amanex still walks away completely blind. Okay, he's done 16 health, but he got the kill. Toinu looking straight away, goes in for the fast flick, can't make the first shot connect, but he does get the second. Gade's walked away with a kill onto Alex though, and okay, the North players are now all in the B site, but LDLC, they can just run back, and it's exactly what they're doing. You've got a minute to go. Hey, let's not risk it. What's the point? Smart play.
Yeah, we've noticed that in a couple of rounds as well. Like, they get the opening pick on the A site in the previous round, and instead they then switch things up. Now, granted, that almost bit them because Kirby did have such an aggressive position, but at the same time, these rotations have been causing North some problems. Now, they have managed to retrieve the AK-47. The problem is AZ is going to be left out to dry here. Now, they do still have some utility if they need to smoke off that connector. It is going to fall in just on towards the stairs and leave Kirby without any vision. Well placed, trying to find a little bit of a gap. And AZ does actually manage to find one. He's still on the site. They need to clear him before they can do anything else. But, well, quickly, that's what they do. Gade, left alone, knows there's still a man in mid as well. Looking to try and clear that spot. Does at least manage it first. And the remaining 2 players are not particularly healthy, but Devaduvek calmly closes it out.
I like that from Gade, though, right? That showed good knowledge and awareness. That he was like, okay, Alex will be lurking around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Problem is, he turned around at the wrong time, and Devaduvek's like, oh, cool, easy free kill.
I think he may have also killed his teammate, though. I think that was how Kirby died.
Yes, that would make sense.
It may have just been the call. But at the same time, like, just to make sure before he goes pushing anywhere near is always an important factor, because even if it's called, if you're in a 1v3, a lot of the time, you do get tunnel vision onto where the majority of the players are.
It is a buy again, though. Cadian does have the AWP. Can he make this work, though? He's going to hold B, looking down into apartments.
Looking like more of a switch up here. Alex, actually the initial aggressor, and they may look to try and split it. Gade, he may get away with murder. He's dodged the initial bullets, and in the meantime, Alex has been caught out. Logan still finds one back, and the trade's possible as Valde continues the aggression and is punished for it. They had the man advantage there. They didn't need to continue a play into mid. Now the T's opting to take the fight onto the A site. Now they've still got to be careful because there's multiple CTs here. They've left Cadian alone with the AWP. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for him if there is a switch up. The fact is, it looks like the T's this time are a little bit more committed.
Gade couldn't finish off that kill quick enough. Toinu didn't react either, but Amanef's able to get the trade out, so still in a 2v2, and this does favour the T side as Devaduvek waiting in the wings. Cadian goes down. That's the B site empty as well now, and you'll see them. Okay, the bomb is down, but it's a position where Amanek knows he can try and get in. AZ not looking the right way, didn't know where to look or where to turn. And LDLC now 6-1 up, T-side Mirage. And for North,
Amanek has 16k.
and he's not even had his trusty auto shotty either. He's just relied on SMGs and AK so far. Now going back onto that last round, right? My thing I really didn't like there was both teams are playing like they were T's, but remember, only one team can be T's, and North just over-aggressively took it. Yeah, I'm just educating you a little bit more. I know you don't play Counter-Strike enough these days, mate.
I like that. They're actually just going to throw the AWP out. Like,
what?
Okay, I need to see what happened there. I think
production gives a replay. What happened?
Oh, that's
my
in
God.
middle.
No. Did one of them go for the jump and then one went to spot it? Either way, Devaduvek just wrecking both of them. Look at the body positions.
That's very uncomfortable.
How God.
He must have, with the way that how far the body's actually gone, I think he must have jumped.
Yeah, mid-air, body gets banged and he's got no hope. Cadian's looking to try and get some damage done here. One player is low, he walks away with it, but already, as he goes to get the gun, Alex, no problem at all for him. And now it's just AZ and Gade. I think here, AZ just go for that weapon that's on the floor as long as LDLC haven't thrown it away. Try and save it into the next round.
Yeah, well, you can see Alex is just man-marking it, waiting.
Yeah, smart. There you go for it. Oh, okay, he didn't expect that at all. Fair play from Gade. Manages to get the Deagle headshot in. Molly goes out, though. It's going to keep him at bay a little bit longer. Still, though, both Gade and AZ unable to get their hands on the weapons they want. Devo, he wants to deny this at all possible options. Gade walks away with a second kill after AZ did dink him down.
May get pushed to him.
Yeah, Logan's on it. Oh, Logan. He was expecting to be a little bit further forward, I'm sure, like maybe going for the weapons. Either way, an 8K is not a bad pickup there for the North players, but you're still 7-1 down. And the thing is, Cash is a map where you get a regular 8-7. Sorry, the Mirage and Cash, they play out pretty similar at this point, but
Cash is what Amanek has.
Both, lots of Cash. But both of them maps, right, Cash and Mirage, are the kind of we see regular 8-7, 9-6 half. LDLC at this point, they could be looking at easily 10 rounds plus on their T side here.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed again. And North have had absolutely no response. Again, there's been some quiet performances from some players that we expect quite a bit more. In fact, there hasn't really been a strong performer. We've got Gade up the top of the board at the moment, 7-5. It's reasonable, but then you look at sort of Kirby 2 kills, Cadian 3 kills, Valde. It's not been just a good performance overall so far. And LDLC on the other side of things, well, you've got Devaduvek and Logan both up 8. Amanek's only died once. He also has 8 kills. It's starting to get a little bit out of hand here. So important pause. Valde now with the secondary AWP, and they've switched up the strategy. Now the bomb's just going straight in. They've tried to change the pace, but it seems like the CT side have the read. They've got 4 players ready and waiting on A, and they're going to start to go aggressive. They want to take the fight to this French team. Devaduvek may be caught out by Gade as well, but Twanu quick to trade things back. Kirby now pounces into life as he finishes off one more, and Twanu now has to try and earn some style points as he's got 3 players to find. Does manage to avoid the flash and actually take the pick, but Cadian comfortably converts as we see a second for North.
I really want to see that AWP replay as well, the double. Second round on the board, though, finally for North. Is this something that they can try and work with here? Because getting reset at this point for North is just crippling. It will secure LDLC getting the 10 rounds if that's what comes into play. I feel as well, look, Alex straight away on the Mac 10. Amanek's money's dwindling a little bit. I'm guessing he had to drop a couple of weapons at the same time. LDLC looking to go for a fast B bust. Alex leading the charge of that Mac 10. The nades have done a lot of damage from North. Utility working out from Valde and Gade, looking to get this on lockdown now. The change of pace coming out of here from the LDLC players might be the thing that kind of ends up being going against them here, because, yeah, North ready for it, ready and prepared.
Much better from them, and they actually have managed to do the dirty on the amount of money that LDLC actually had, starting to build up some cash of their own. Now, the purchase here from LDLC, I expect a few pistols may be brought in. Now, they do love their 4 spies, but I don't think they've realistically done enough damage that they'll be able to break the economy, so I don't so much see the value of it.
Yeah. They literally just have to win the round clean out, wouldn't they?
They could potentially, what I would like to see is maybe just get Amanek and AK. Give him the chance to do some damage on his own. He doesn't go down too much in terms of economy, but will be a little bit less than the rest of his team going into the next round. But I don't think that's too much of a problem, and he is playing fantastically well.
He can also buy it just out himself and still be fine for the next round.
Oh, they're actually going to fully
invest. See, they're doing their usual. Galil, Mac 10, AK-47, Amanek maybe looking if he drops over a weapon to Alex or buys into his zone. He's going to buy his own. He's going to go for the utility as well. So yeah, full investment from LDLC. They do want to stop this.
I'm trying to make the 4 spies work. I feel like I actually have a fair bit of faith in them in these sort of scenarios. It seems like when the going gets tough, LDLC, they get themselves going, because this is the chance really for North to get themselves right back into this game, and Kirby is already going to kick things off with a double in mid. He's gone very aggressive. Gade also well placed and drops the bomb as well, so no real chance here for LDLC in this position. Twanu trying to sneak into the site.
Just walked past Valde, who's scoped in at the moment looking at apartments.
Oh, he's worked out as well. This will be a free kill for sure. He's actually just going to continue his push instead. Cadian hasn't spotted him. I don't know how. Does he get both here? It's going to be difficult with a Mac 10. And actually, Valde just quickly moves out of the way. Still going to keep pushing, and he has found the second kill. Needs to go for a 1 versus 5. There is an AWP there. His weapon of choice, the AWP for the team.
This is the way to get it done if you're Toinu. Not so much a clutch, but just do the damage, right? A clutch would be amazing, but I mean, any weapons he's taken from on a regular basis here is going to be painful to North. Oh, goes in for the spam. There's actually a player around that area.
Yeah, the real problem for him here is the bomb position, and he actually just going to throw the AWP away, try and make it so that they won't be able to keep that into the next round. That's an extra purchase that needs to be made. Actually, there's a second one as well. Can he get rid of 2? Ooh. I think Kirby may actually be able to retrieve that, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. And that's at least something into the hands. They can actually buy up another one if needed.
Who's the in-game leader for LDLC?
I don't know.
Let me have a look. Escapes my mind.
Either way, this time...
I thought it was Toinu.
T's are going to be taking the hit. Got themselves some Deegs alongside Amanek with a little bit of extra cash, obviously saved from the previous round. Still a chance to purchase that AWP going forward, although...
It doesn't actually say who the IGL is at the moment for LDLC, but they do have Ozstriker. Bloody hell, he used to play against him in 1.6. He's their coach. He's still kicking about.
This is another opportunity for more cash to be built up for North. They've definitely turned things around since the tactical pause with a streak of 3 and the 4th fairly likely here. They've got a much better buy than their opponents, but the closer they get, the more dangerous things become. AZ is going to get overwhelmed, and Cadian actually caught in a horrible position will go down as well. Davidovec doing great work with the pistol, and now Amanek has managed to retrieve himself an AWP. I think this may be a caster curse again, as they should have been around going the way of North. Now things are called into question. It's mainly Deagle still. They've got that AWP, and now Valde left in a 1 versus 3 situation, caught in the open and out of absolutely nowhere once again. LDLC are running into the round and find themselves an 8th.
And that was a solid performance. Devo, Amanek, and Toinu all chiming in to make that work. And that's a round where North will be thinking, okay, this isn't the way to go. Chat's got many different ideas on who actually the in-game leader is, so I'll have to drop someone a message and try find out exactly who it is, because that's the interesting part. I want to actually understand who's making these calls the whole way through, because LDLC, they've got a very unique style of how they're playing out CSGO at the moment, and it's certainly something to be admired.
It's enjoyable as well, and well, again, they start things off with a double in middle. The point of contention that really hasn't gone the way of North. I don't think they've had mid-control once throughout this game. They had the one round where Kirby was able to find players running onto short, but other than that, the actual challenges they've had, the aggression they've had, has always ended up with either an even scenario or LDLC with the advantage. And once they get the advantage, that's where these fundamentals come into play. That's where this trading that is so good for this team just works wonders. They now just go back into a default setup, looking to try and take this A site by storm. AZ is waiting though, but only one available as the trade is effective. And again, just look at the kills going back and forward. Every time a kill comes in for North, right back are LDLC. Valde once again, I said it once, I'll say it again, it's gonna be the 1 versus 3. Does at least manage to get himself that first pick this time. He's got to be careful from CT. Now, that's not going to spread anywhere near Logan unless the fire decides to climb the stairs. And because of that, he's got to try and push back past. Not going to happen. A 9th on the board, and now the economy of North is ruined.
LDLC getting closer to that 10th, and so we're hearing at the moment that it's Amanek and Alex that swap out the calling depending on maps.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, right, what it comes down to is something we spoke about earlier, right? The fact that a lot of these players have played for quite a long time together. Davidovec and Amanek, they played obviously at Misfits, learned so much from that, playing against some of the highest stuff as well. And I think the great thing here is that we actually see just team chemistry come into fruition as Davidovec gets domed by Gade. They're going to grab themselves the AK-47 there, but this was just a full rush from the CTs, which now allows LDLC to just run straight into this B bomb site. So it'll be no problem for them to overtake it here. Bit of utility being used, but the CTs aren't close enough just yet. And if you're Valde, just hold on to that AK for the next round, because you're still going to need it ideally. Maybe you can work something off of that. Logan's in a good spot. And this is the problem, right? Where LDLC had so much map control, they can pretty much go wherever they want. And here we go. There is an interview on HLTV. Alex is saying that he shares the lead with Amanek, but Alex took it fully on Mirage, though. So that's nice, though, because players who maybe feel more comfortable on certain maps, you can change it up during mid-round calls as well. The LDLC is the team that is functioning as a team, which we so often don't see all 5 pieces come together.
Yeah, no, they're playing very, very well indeed, and looking to try and get themselves that 11-4 half. The 10th will go their way. A little bit of extra damage done by Valde. Of course, it doesn't play any part in terms of the economy of his opponents. They have so much cash to buy into this next one, but at least he manages to keep that rifle in hand. That's something extra, some more utility that can be brought in. Well, Cadian actually going to be ending up on a FAMAS, which will be dropped over, so he has utility as well. It is 10 rounds, though, for LDLC, and that's the thing. Maybe not so much on Mirage, but we've definitely seen stronger CT sides from them. So that's a scary prospect when it comes down to the next.
I didn't even think about that for a second. It's their T side that's been our questionable point on LDLC, and look at this result. Look at this score so far. Alex looking to enter into the A site, though. Already know on AZ's position, sneaks in, but AZ and Gade, they poke out at the same time. Logan, though, he's found 1 kill. Can he get anything else done here? KD is going to be pushed away by the flames. He's burning up a little bit, but does move in time. Maybe took a little bit too much damage there. 3 versus 3, and KD wants to be a little bit more sneaky here. Going to go upgrade his weapon as well. Look, you walked past an AK, KD. I know you're not trying to make too much noise, but you got a FAMAS, mate. Please go back and get it. Oh, man.
Maybe it's the sound. He doesn't know where they are, doesn't want to make a sound. Just be a little bit sneaky. Problem is...
I'll give him that, but now he's cleared it out. It's kind of like, okay, I haven't found them. Let me just go get that better weapon, you know? 1 bullet ability.
Maybe believes in the FAMAS. We'll see. He has got a great position at the moment, but he doesn't know that they're coming in from behind.
Great position.
So already going to go down. Don't think it mattered what gun he had there. Shot in the back and the bomb going down on the B site. We'll have the rotation coming, but no kits. So time really is of the essence, and Twanu actually just going to be holding around the corner. Gade loses his head, and AZ is left in a clutch spot, which I can't really see him winning. No extra utility after that smoke to be thrown into the site. We'll be looking for the kill. Twanu spots him on the cross as well, and it's as simple as it gets. An 11-4 half, especially after the streak of 3, which actually gave them a little bit of hope. LDLC bounced back, and well, we're going to see if North can do the same after the break.
$11-4 first half from LDLC, and look how the odds have changed.
I think that's
on
the
Betway.
first time that I've actually seen the odds in favor of LDLC. Even when they were this dominant in the half on Nuke, I think there was still many believers in the comeback, and I think many of them have disappeared. It's not going too well at this point. A pistol definitely needed if they're going to be able to turn the tide. Otherwise, LDLC are just going to look to run over them. And look at the read they've got at the moment. 3 players currently over on this B site, waiting for the push to come in. The smoke will leave one of them isolated, but Alex is still here ready and waiting. He's going to get overwhelmed, and Valde has got an important double into the site. It's looking like this pistol may be locked already, but Logan with a quick kill may be able to give them a chance. That easy pick could have been enough to really open this round back up. Instead, they know exactly where him and his teammate are going to be. You can just see now North are much more passive. They're waiting for this. Kyobi decapitates Amanek, and Logan, the only man with a kill on the LDLC side, left with it all to do. It isn't going to be happening.
LDLC don't have too much luck on the opening pistols, do they really? Just pissed around, then we're like, oh, okay, didn't get a chance now, so we'll maybe force into this one, wait and save it and buy into the next. Either way, LDLC always seems to have a plan, no matter what goes on in these scenarios. North, though, at least they can get a few brownie points here as they pick up this round. And that was a very convincing... The crazy thing is, the LDLC were ready for it, and it was still very convincing there from North to just push in and dominate. And now they've got a lot of AKs into this with one MAC-10 and an MP5. MP5 up on Gage. That's why Bastion's observing him, because he knows I love a bit of MP5 action. Then he swaps. Thanks, Bastion. Glad you're listening, mate. Glad you're there. No. Yeah, he failed. Anyway, Caden got a kill at least. And he got a second one as well as we view a dead body. Gage finally chimes in. Alec trying to walk away, at least doing some damage. Pulls off a very nice second headshot, but it's not going to be enough to slow down North, as they do make it 11-6 now. But already the money stacked up here for LDLC, and straight away they go in for the buy. They're using the new economy changes to their advantage. You love to see it.
Yeah, they get themselves the rifles. Obviously, there is still the argument for forcing into the previous round and then having an eco here and having a stronger buy with an AWP extra utility, but this team is pretty good at working under pressure, making sure that they do the best with what they've got, and even like having rifles missing a lot of the time, still able to pull off rounds. At the same time here, we're seeing a much more passive setup from them. Right at the back of the site, nobody peeking into middle, not looking to take any fights, which is not something you see too often with a team that don't have much utility. Normally there's a lot more aggression when you have those components missing. The fact is, with no vision over into middle, this is going to be very difficult for the remaining CTs on B to actually hold on to. However, spray through the smoke does a lot of damage to KD, and Gage still able to find that opening pick. And it still looks like they want to split into this B site.
Good positions from both the CTs in sight, but Valdi manages to find the opener there. Oh, and Amanek missing the crisp, clean headshot he could have managed to put in. Instead, he hits the dust himself. He gets smacked down, and now Toinu all alone. 5v1, and his hope is just to hold on to his weapons at this point. Crazy thing is normally it's LDLC that we see doing better on their CT side. They had a substantial lead here, but North, they're going to try and make this look real clear and clean as they try and find their way back into this one.
It's interesting for me that their team of LDLC look very heavy on the AWPs on their CT side, but they never do go for that sort of earlier force buy, try and work it with the pistols when they do have some very good pistol players, and then buy in that sort of normal scenario in the fourth round with the AWP. And I think for a team like them, that would actually work a lot better, because they have multiple players who want to be bringing in that AWP, and it works for them very well. Like, we've sort of seen the double AWP of Toinu and Logan be very successful across different maps. Amanek pulling it in as well at times, so I'd actually like to see them take, okay, the sort of normal hit that we'd see, give them a bit more of an opportunity to bring the weapons they so dearly love, because I expect to see double AWPs in on this map. At least for now, though, North running the show. They started off their T side strong, made some bank behind it, and this should be another scenario where they're able to keep the cash flowing in the right direction as well. CT's here, main aim of the game. Take a couple of players down. Get some weaponry into their hands, maybe remove a few dollars. I tried to combine the words, refuse.
Refused. Tom's face right now, he's just disgusted with himself. Yeah. Either way, it's going to be Amanek trying to hold on to this AK-47. Gage going on the hunt just behind him, with that bomb already ticking away. Shouldn't be too hard for him to hold on to it. As we now see another round on the board here for North, as LDLC's pretty convincing lead starts to dwindle away here. Now, having that AK is certainly going to help them going into this buy. Amanek's got cash for days. Toinu's got the AWP back in his hands, and now we're going to see a bit more utility for them to flex with here. North, though, it's just it's the confidence plays, right? They're just going straight in, winning the aim duels, feeling Feeling, I think they're actually, okay, look, guys, we did have a rough half, but we know we've come back from worse deficits than this.
Well, the other thing as well is if we look back to Nuke, one thing they never really had on their T side was money. And this is something that they have for days at the moment. However, the first couple of kills straight in to that CT side, and also the push on the other side of the map hasn't gone well either. In fact, every single duel has just been won by LDLC. Gade is left thinking, where has everybody gone? 30 seconds into the round, and he is left alone. He's at least got the bomb.
It wasn't even like they spent loads of utility early on here from LDLC, right? That was just good positions. North pushed into A. 2 players got taken down early on. Alex coming out there from mid as well. Very solid play. Amanek tries to get a bit aggressive, but Gade will finish him off. So at least one player's down for LDLC as of now, but Amanek's the one with the most bank behind him, so his rebuy is not going to be the real problem here. And Gade at this point just needs to do some serious damage.
Yeah, looking to try and at least make things costly. This is the first proper buy we've seen from LDLC. Currently, up to this point, they had a decent amount of loss bonus behind them. In fact, maximum was on the card, so that will leave them after this point. And with the T's with so much cash, they really do have a good chance to set a reset, but he needs to find a kill or 2 more. It's not going to happen. Davidovec will finish off the team ace and add a 12th round onto the board for LDLC, but as said, the buy is coming right back in.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple more rounds for LDLC to really hurt the economy of North. And the thing at the moment for LDLC, right, is normally in these situations where we saw Amanek go down, he probably would have bought into an SMG if he'd known that North were going to be potentially on an eco, try and farm up some more of that money on their CT side. But it's not an option as of yet, just because North got the quick 4 rounds on the board to start the second half off here. Now, Cadian expects someone to push up towards him at mid. He's just going to hold back a little bit.
He's much more of a default round from them. A little bit of utility thrown into mid. They're going to fall back to the A site. Now, in terms of the setup for the CT side, it really doesn't have that much defense from Connector, and rotational positions are not great. They've gone so aggressive to B. Now, the thing is, if the push continues for Amanek, they can find out all the information, but I think they're going to find out just that little bit too late. Logan's going to have a lot of work to do, and in fact, he can't see a thing. The smoke surrounds him, at least keeping him alive. He goes aggressive, but is met by his opponents. Tuanu in the back of the site is there with the AWP, and he's going to be isolated off, and Alex just trying to use this smoke to his advantage, but it's a very quick trade coming out from the T side, and they continue their reign. Davidovec denies the plant again. That bomb seems to be cursed at the moment for North. Anybody who picks it up is the man to hit the deck. Still an opportunity here, but Valde pretty much puts this one to bed. It's left onto Amanek. 1 versus 3. Is he going to deny the plant again? Not this time. Valde will be there to survive, although, well, I was going to say he should have been the next one to die, but he finds the frag anyway. 3 for him in this round, a 9th on the board for North, and they're slowly bringing this one back.
We spoke about the economy here for LDLC. They wasn't able to build too much behind it, which means they've got a big decision to make here. One player I want to point out quickly for North is just Valde. Since coming into the second half, he's been the point man, right? Straight off the back of that pistol, rolling in, block headshots galore, and now he's going to keep this dominance up because that was a key play to help them close that last round out here.
Already though, T's looking like they might want to pick up the pace a little bit. Gade, he's going in with that MP5. It's the pistol to work for Davidovec, but this is more of an eco round. Cost needs to be picked up for LDLC. They want to try and reduce the amount of money that is there for the T side. So far, it's not looking so good. They've managed to get a single kill, a second actually for Logan as well. So at least not a huge amount of money will be made in this next round for North. The question is, can he do anything more?
Logan tried to sneak in through that smoke as well. He wanted to try and grab that AK-47, but he wasn't able to make it work. Alex has picked up 1 though, rolls in and still believes there might be a bit of a chance here for them to work with.
They've got
more damage as well. Alex could just sit on it. AZ's going to come around the corner. He's looking for the options, but he does finish off Alex. It's Amanek and Logan. They don't have weapons to play with here, but this is interesting. Logan coming on the flank. Oh, no! And
he gets the knife as well.
And the knife.
They kill every single player. Okay, everyone in the server dies, but bear in mind, LDLC were just saving money in that round, so that's a huge bonus for them. They could even pull in a double AWP if they so desire, which they do. So that will be purchased up, thrown over, and Logan can even get a rifle with full utility as well. And the T's, they lose a lot of the buffer they had. They still have some extra money in the bank, but it's just that buffer of being able to lose a round and not be sat in a, well, at least close to an eco. 12-10. LDLC, they don't manage to steal that one away, but it was still a successful round for them.
Bit of damage being done quite early on here to KB. He goes down straight away. He tries to jump out a window. Toynu's hitting the shots as well. Looks in to get a second. Can't make the shots connect, but Devo Duvek is there. As they barrel out of the B apartments. Devo Duvek does go down, but it's all on AZ in a 1v4, and it's crazy to see the 4 players of LDLC are alive. North just going for the standard B execute bust, but it's not going to be enough, and LDLC, as they keep winning out rounds slowly here, 13-10 now. North, money is dwindling. They will be able to buy into this, but this could be the last buy with no plants coming in. LDLC, they know how close they are to breaking this, and we already see the double AWP setup come into play here, which is a big investment to be considered.
Yeah, something they had in the previous round, but now we get to see whether or not they can actually pretty much get them the game. Like, the money is just in a poor situation now for North at the worst possible opportunity. That 5 kills that came in the round before really did do the dirty for the amount of money that they'd built up over time. They're looking like back to basics for North, just with a standard setup over towards this A site. They're already getting a 3rd player there from the CT side. They put a couple in towards the spawn. One with the AWP Logan there to support, who still having a pretty good game. It's a fairly even scoreboard, in fact, for LDLC. Alex a little bit further behind, but now we do have this push in onto the site. Alex is going to be isolated, but he's going to try and play the edge again. Doesn't work out. Twanu through the smoke at least gets an opener, and he's close to finding a second, but it's not quite there for him here. Still, though, they're happy with this situation. In fact, Alex even catches another and gets the bomb onto the floor. That has to be retrieved. Cadian through the smoke, though, gets the first, and it's the man on the AWP round the corner, but Twanu still manages to keep himself alive, and it's left all onto AZ. He's had an impressive clutch already in this series today, but this one would top it. He's got 4 kills to find, and only 1 hits the deck. North at least get themselves a bomb plant, but it's only a 2nd round of loss bonus, not a huge amount of money into their pockets. And if anything, I think they have to take the eco and play for OT.
Toynu on that round, didn't matter the pressure that was thrown towards him. He was still able to put the hurt onto North as they tried to push into CT spawn to finish him off. And you got to say, as soon as LDLC start bringing out the snipers, whether it's 2 or 3 like we saw yesterday, they're able to deliver in some way. And this is like the tactical. We've only got 1 remaining now for North. They're running out of options. They're running out of rounds. Yeah, that's LDLC are on the 14th.
That's the thing. It's like they've got 1 more, but they've only got 2 rounds anyway. So if they lose 2, it's over. So the fact is, if they need another tactical pause, it probably means they're up against map point. Obviously, in this scenario, it was sort of the talk through of whether they should buy or not. It looks like they're taking the risk. Obviously, another bomb plant would give them an opportunity for another buy, but even that wouldn't be a particularly good one. So the chance that we may not see another full buy from North unless they can win one of these rounds. Now, I'm expecting something a little bit faster, maybe a push over towards the B side. We know that the double AWP setup is in play for the CT side, so if they can get these opening picks, negate the AWPs, then there is still an opportunity there. A little bit of mid presence going to be thrown in from Cadian, but it does look like the majority, at least, are going in that direction.
It's funny, because I had a guy tweet me and say that because when we casted LDLC yesterday, that we must be the good luck charm for them to win. So if they win again here, he's going to be over the moon. I'll take casting LDLC games. They're certainly entertaining. As Alex looks to mow him down, he can only walk away with 2. Valde chimes in with the UMP, but how much further can he get here? He's got health to work with. He's actually in a good spot now. Smart use of the smoke. Going to block off connector, make sure he just stops that rotate coming round. If Amanek goes down here as well, I can see a world where North can try and take this round their way, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Cadian runs round spraying with that MP5, the beautiful weapon. Back in the game.
This is a close position here, waiting See if anybody's going to make a move from LDLC already. Twanu is going to take one from the back of the site. Cadian maybe looking to try and push in onto his position here, but I don't know if he'll know. There's a second player there. Pop flash going to be thrown in as the bomb does manage to be planted. The fact is they still haven't retrieved anything other than their SMGs, so they're still in a weaker position. Logan manages to avoid the flash, takes a lot of damage, but so does Valde in return. There's also a fight going in onto middle. I think they may know where the last player is, as it's all left onto Cadian here. And by the looks of things, he's actually found an AWP. The problem is, there's already a smoke down. They may line up. If he takes the shot, he finds the kill. There's another man just on the other side. Logan now going for the defusal. There's nothing he can do about it. Cadian tries his best, but it isn't enough. And now it is going to come down to it once again. Still making things costly. 15 and 10.
Sorry, Cadian at that point would have been better just to literally sit there and hold it, man. There was no need for him to take that jump and go up and try to go through a window. He got the first kill. He had the lineup there. It was a smart point.
I think maybe he was just expecting that they wouldn't just go straight for the defusal, but at the same time...
You got 2 CTs alive. Of course you're going to go for the defusal. Come on, Cadian. Come on, Cadian. Either way, 1 round is all LDLC need. North, again, very limited on what they have into this round. Alex is going to go for an aggressive position here at middle. No one's going to meet him yet. Gade's waiting in the wings. Oh, he's just spotted him as well. The question is, I don't think Gade saw him. Flash goes out. Alex can just wait. I do not believe that Gade would believe he is going to be sat in this point. And now there's 2 players working their way up. He comes out, but he only gets 1 for all his troubles. KRB goes down. Gade replies. 4 versus 4 now. The B players are going quite aggressive as well. Both Devaduvek and Amanek, that deadly duo, previously of the Misfits fame, looking to make more of a name for themselves here on LDLC as well.
Look at that, they throw out a little bait smoke. Is Gade going to check the angle? It looks like he's aware of the potential, but he doesn't know that Devaduvek's around the corner. The second player's ready and waiting, and he finds him as well. That's the bomb dropped. Cadian will at least catch 1 man trying to rotate, but they've got to go running all the way into the apartments. And the problem is, even with 40 seconds, that's not a whole lot of time to clear all of the necessary angles, retrieve the bomb, and plant it. They need themselves a hero here. Now, AZ's got himself Banks' weapon of choice. We'll see if he can make a difference with it. Amanek just waiting on the angle. No. He spots the hands as well, does miss the shot, but it's more of a bait and switch as Devaduvek gets his triple. And Cadian, it doesn't matter what he does here. There is no time. No. North, they have been eliminated from this tournament, and it is LDLC who have done it. It is going to be a couple of maybe kills to go the way, but the fact is you can see LDLC are gone. They're not even going to bother going for that final frag. Cadian, you can jump all you like. It's not happening. 16 and 10, LDLC are through to the next bit of the lower bracket.
I'm impressed. LDLC, right? We said it yesterday, them beating Renegades was good. That was what we wanted to see. I wanted to see them go up against another higher opposition opponent in North. They've done it now. And they didn't just do it like in a very close fashion every single game. That Mirage performance was incredibly well played. North still showing that they aren't fully there with this new changes to the lineup, and they are looking very, very strong. I certainly want to see now what LDLC can do at the rest of this tournament, because it is getting exciting, Tom.
Yeah, they're definitely not a team that you can sort of sleep on anymore. Like, you've got to give them the respect that they deserve. They've taken down Renegades, they've taken down North, and move forward in the tournament. And, well, the fact is they even nearly took down FaZe. So I think at this point, their teams need to be showing them more respect. And the way that they've been playing the game as well, it's not like they're going for any sort of hard counters versus teams. It's not like it's a tactical mastermind like we used to see with Flipside, where they'd upset someone along the way and you'd be like, oh, well, you can clearly see that they've done this to stop someone doing that. They've switched things up. But in this sort of scenario, it just seems that actually they've played their own game and they've still managed to win.
And that's what I love, right? It wasn't a factor of LDLC had to really hard counter what North was doing there. It was LDLC playing their nice fashion there. A very convincing first half. Started to slow down a bit. You saw North get a bit of momentum. But overall, LDLC still went for that kind of I'd say it's now their little iconic styles of play, right? You're getting these moments which we've seen over not just the online play that we were praising of LDLC so far. This is a LAN performance style. And I'm going to go back and watch some of the ones where the chat was saying that actually it's been so loud from the LDLC camp that it can be heard. And rightly so, right? You are doing what people did not expect you to be able to do.
For sure. Yeah, no, a fantastic performance from them. And the other thing that you have to take from this as well is it's not like they're going through best of ones. This isn't a Swiss format where they're just like eliminating people based off, okay, we've beaten them in a best of one. This is best of threes. They beat North on Nuke. They lost their map choice, won the opponents, and then they finished off the game on the third. So I think all we can really do is to just give them the props they deserve.
Exactly, and that's certainly what we're going to do. But that is us finished here on the B stream for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. You've got SEO and Jackie just for the first games, and then me and Tombiz will be back for the rest of them. It's going to be our last day of the B stream. It's been a lot of fun, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Waiting for the next match? AT&T wants to get you in the game from wherever you are. Just download the Turn Right app, hit the tournament icon, join the AT&T Twitch tournament, and turn right into dozens of chances to win incredible gaming gear prizes delivered straight to your door. Powered by AT&T.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Connectors and we're the projectors and my